Now you're gone and all I have is time. And though you're not here anymore, I still think about you. 'Cause baby, yeah, I didn't forget you. Hey, no, I didn't forget you, baby. I know we drifted so far apart. And I know we both made a brand new start. I saw you walking and talking with another guy, and I wish you happiness, but sometimes I wonder why. Why after all this time you're still on my mind? 'Cause baby, yeah, I didn't forget you. Oh, I didn't forget you, baby. Cause after all this time, you're still on my mind. Oh, I'll never forget you, baby. Oh, I'll never forget you, baby. Oh, I'll never forget you. Oh, I'll never forget you, baby. I'll never
Today I have decided is going to be the day. Today is the day I'll chase all my fears away. I'm gonna walk up to her and get down on one knee and say, my sweetest darling, will you merengue me? Darling, merengue me. We were always meant to dance as easy as ABC. We'll be making sweet romance. Darling, merengue me. To my heart you found the key. My life will be a river of tears if you don't merengue me. Then came the evening, I was dressed up to my nines, hair done with pomada, and I nailed all my lines. So I walked up to her and I got down on one knee and said, my sweetest darling, will you merengue me? Darling, merengue me. We were always meant to dance as easy as ABC. We'll be making sweet romance. Darling, merengue me. To my heart you found the key. My life will be nothing but misery if you don't merengue me. Oh, merengue. Darling, merengue me. Oh, merengue. Darling, merengue me. Oh, merengue. Darling, merengue me. My life will be a river of tears if you don't merengue me. My life will be nothing but misery if you don't merengue me. If you don't merengue me.
Hello, Smite fans, and welcome back to another day of Smite Esports here with the Smite Challenger Circuit on this lovely Thursday morning here in Alpharetta, Georgia. My name is J Max Tucker. I've got Gormeister joining me as we kick off our second week of the SCC. We're going to be starting it off in EU, and then we're going to have some of our good old NA games going on later on. Like I said, I'm J Max. I got Gore with me here. For our first set of the day, we're going to have the Styx Ferrymen up against the Gilded Gladiators. Two big houses here in the EU scene.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch this one specifically just because, like, and we'll get into this a little bit more, but the Ferrymen didn't show up week one the way that I thought they would, and so that's one that I think is really interesting. I'm also interested because Europe last week was all 2-0s. North America, maybe I want to say like a little more competitive, I guess is the term for it, because they all go 3 games. Whether or not like some of them needed to go 3 games is a different discussion. But it's going to make things really interesting, and it's been fun looking at like all the numbers, like different gods that are kind of showing up in the SCC that are either still being played or prominent in the SBL or maybe not so much.
Well, let's take a look at the European schedule since that's where we're going to be starting out here today. We'll have the Gilded Gladiators and the Styx Ferrymen, and then later on, the Niflheim Wargs versus the Highland Ravens. And I know that we've already had our week of like gushing about all these logos and stuff, but man, once we got to see the full screen of some of these logos, these are all really sick. The team has outdone themselves here with these ones out. But talking about this very first one, then obviously later on in the week we'll also have our final with the Aru Scorpions and the Hex Mambo. That one's going to be happening tomorrow before the SPL at 11 a.m. So make sure you tune in for that one too to get the full EU experience. But let's talk about our first 2 teams up here, the Styx Ferrymen and the Gilded Gladiators. Talking about the Ferrymen a little bit and kind of how, maybe touching a little bit further upon what you're saying. Not quite showing up to the level of expectation. Azrael, Ice Ice, Gunner, Oki on a streak of a lot of big names in the scene, but unfortunately, they fell down, I believe it was an 0-2 last week.
That's exactly what it is, right? When you follow it and it's like, okay, there's these huge names and you've got this team that you know has to do really well. They were playing up against the Wargs, which, maybe isn't the easiest matchup in Europe. I mean, look again, it's another really stacked squad. But I think it was surprising how much ended up going in favor of the Wargs. I think early on, and you'll see this, a lot of early kills and a lot of impact from Ice Ice very early in the games. But as the length went on, the less impact we got to see from the team. So I think their early game is down pat, and you've got a really, really adept jungler at being able to nail exactly that style of play. It's just transitioning it into the team fights where I think some of that was starting to lack, and I think that's where realistically this week I want to see them kind of bolster up. I think that's going to be their best chance for success, is playing into those late games, whether it's with a late game comp or if it's just getting ahead early and maintaining that lead. That's all they really need to change. I feel like a 2-0, or at least last week when they lost, was probably one that's not going to happen often to this team. It feels like one that should be able to at least push us to 3, even in a loss.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of our EU teams out here are very competitive between each other. Sometimes, though, you just do get those misfortunate mishaps against other teams here where you do drop down to an 0-2. Even though it was very close games across the board here, but they are going up against the Gilded Gladiators, a team that did get a 2-0 last week. Formerly known, if you're unfamiliar with our new team names and you kind of want to go, well, who were these guys last time that we ever saw them? It was the old Just F6 roster over here. Lestemix, Maskill, Sodos, Rotwin, Toddy, a team that had to go the full distance before they could qualify in, but coming into their first week, were able to find their 2-0 win. And a lot of that really coming off the back of Sodos. This is a player who came out to the scene. We saw some very odd picks come out of him, especially this Soul over here into the mid lane, but he has really been running with it.
That's actually really interesting because they played Soul, Fenrir, and Ganesh both games, so like a really good 3-man core that they kept from game 1 to game 2. And this is a team, like you said, they've just been working really hard to get to this point. They've grown incredibly as a team, and also Mastkill got a pentakill in the first game of so phase 1, day 1, game 1 of the SCC year. And he comes out with a pentakill. It's quite literally impossible to live up to that standard over and over and over again, because from this point forward, this is what's expected from you. I know we had a long conversation, I think it was late last year, I believe, when Maskill got picked up, and it was this conversation around the fact that he is going to be the guy. He's going to be the dude that they pick up, and he's going to change this team, right? All of a sudden, the jungle is going to be able to pop off. For the first couple of weeks, it was better, but it still wasn't like the performance we wanted to see. And we knew that there was a high end for it because we'd seen it. Every now and then, Just F6 just had ridiculously good games. The problem was always consistency. And then they found the consistency. Here in Season 9, they've been able to nail it so far. So 2-0 for them last week, again, with a brilliant performance out of the jungle and, as you specified, out of the mid lane as well. I think this is a team that is a huge threat in Europe now.
Yeah, I mean, this team has really adapted to kind of the old Elysium playstyle, more towards the NA meta as well. I mean, these guys came in during the SPL qualifier stages. Sure, they didn't qualify into the SPL, obviously, because they're down here in the SCC. But this is a team that came in day one, and they struggled really hard up against these NA teams because it's just like, wow, we are not used to seeing this playstyle at all. We are not used to these people just W-keying us from minute one of the game. But they have adapted to this playstyle very well. They've been able to really hone in on what this new current meta is, and they've been able to run really well with it and compete up here with some of the top team score.
Yeah, it makes me excited to see what they're going to have to offer today, I think, just because of what this team has been able to do. And like you said, I actually think coming in for the play-ins is maybe even more of a benefit than it seems, because like you said, even though you don't qualify, they got so many LAN games, so much experience playing against a lot of top teams that it makes things even more interesting. The thing is going to be how well these teams did their homework. Again, only 1 week of data. When you have one set and both games only went 2, there's not as much to dive into other than, hey, we know this team played these gods twice, and we know these are the popular bans against this team after a single week, right? Like, Kabrakan was a relatively big deal. I think in Europe, you can see like the Agni, the Bastet, the Jormungandr as well has been a big talking point, even though we haven't gotten to see it too often. And I expect that's going to stay similar probably through this week, and then into next week we'll start to see some shift-ups.
And I imagine after the weeks continue to go on, we're going to see this soul ban become a much more regular occurring thing here up against this team specifically, you know, the Gilded Gladiators, that is. Styx Ferryman will take away the Soul, Serket, and Khepri as their first 3 bans. And for the first 3 bans on the side of the Gladiators, Jormungandr, Kleena, and Bastet. No surprise there, top picks across the board. Especially this Jormungandr over in EU, they really seem to love this god more than anything else in the Soul lane. They're not playing it like the traditional solo lane god, though. They're building this like full damage style Guardian. But things that aren't uncommon, at least here, is going to be Medusa. That's going to be the first pick on the side of the Ferryman. The Gladiators grab Fenrir and Chiron. So Fenrir back over for Mass Kill again.
That's scary. And it brings so much to the table, too. Mass Kill played 2 brilliant Fenrir games last week. And that theoretically should assume, okay, this is going to be a jungle pick. But it's still flexible, and some people even still prefer it over there in support. So having that just little bit of wiggle room, especially up against something like a Medusa where you can kind of meet aggression with aggression, it should help balance things out. Plus, they can make any sort of pivot that they want to later on throughout this draft if they feel the need to, right? Because as we can see now, especially with the Amaterasu lock-in, pretty fizz heavy, so they are going to need some magic damage, and typically that's where your Guardians come in, at least bringing a little bit of that. A really just hard-hitting mage would help balance things out as well. But this Medusa, you had mentioned, very popular, 10 games across both NA and EU, 70% win rate across both regions as well. She's good is the easy way to say it. That's just an easy first pick.
Yeah, I think saying 70% is good might be a bit of an understatement there, Cor. I mean, the fact that week 1 she comes out with that kind of win percent is absolutely crazy. It's something I talk with, I think I was talking with Trelly about it, how Medusa is this top pick god. She's one that everybody is just first picking or you're second picking if Team A doesn't grab that right there. But we never see her make her way into the ban column. It's only just a top pick, but I mean, look at what else is being banned across the table here. I mean, Ganesh and Fafnir now on the other side for the Styx Ferryman. Gilded Gladiators, they will take away Tiamat and Persephone with an Agni pick immediately after. So we get a look at what the 2 carries are now for the side of the Gilded Gladiators.
Now, I don't know if this helps or hurts it, but pretty much all of the losses that Medusa had from first pick. So maybe that's not exactly where you want to be. I just wanted to see what her first pick stats were going to be. So now all of a sudden it's really shifting. It's like, hey, 70%, but also, she didn't do too hot from this position. Maybe because there's chances to try and counterpick it. But realistically, I think it was just like unfortunate circumstances, teams that maybe could perform on it that didn't really get to live up to the standard. I think alongside this, presumably with the Sobek in lane, this is going to be a really strong Styx Ferryman lane.
We got Sobek Thoth on the side of the Ferryman there, and then Atlas to round out the draft here for the Gilded Gladiators. So a Chiron Atlas lane. Going to be a lot of pressure, a lot of fun over here in the EU side. Let's jump right into game number 1 between the Styx Ferryman and the Gilded Gladiators for our first EU SCC set of the day here on this lovely Thursday. And immediately going right in, it will be, obviously, with that Atlas now locked in. Mass kill once again on his pentakill. Fenrir going up against Ice, who's gone back to his Camazotz.
And I'm excited to watch this again. We saw last week Ice very capable of getting involved early in the game on this Camazotz. But how well does that transition into the late game? You've got, I think, a much better composition around you for late game, though. Okeanos streak up, they can get aggressive pretty much from minute 1 to the end of the game. They're going to be able to be impactful on this. So I think the duo lane is a very easy pressure point for Ice. You've got an RDO, so maybe you're not looking for a ton of kill pressure over in the solo lane, although it's still going to be present because Amaterasu, especially in the first few levels, is going to be a little more susceptible to that damage. But then late game, you've got an RDO. You've got an RDO. She's got great CC. She's got good healing. And, of course, she's got great team sustain capability around her, plus the damage from Thoth. I think this is a good draft for the Ferryman to do exactly what I was saying during Picks and Bans, which is transition into that late game squad.
Ooh, big pick up there. Toddy, though, strikes first blood on the side of the Gilded Gladiator with a nice little bit of damage from that training exercise after. And this is what we've been talking about with Atlas a lot of the time is once you've hit level 2 on this Atlas, it is nothing but pressure here. A pickup a little bit just off the mark of actually grabbing Okeanos and almost striking second here. But Gladiators on the board early in the duo lane. And the Ferryman trying to get up on the board in the solo lane, though.
Yeah, this is where things, again, can get a little awkward. You can see the damage is decent from Ferryman, but you've still got a Guardian, right? RDO can hit pretty hard. She can control the lane, and that is something that's great. She's great in team fights, but that's going to be a lot of work for both of you to get things done. I think Camazotz specifically maybe needing well, actually, he hit the level 3. Maybe just the item spike or maybe another level to really get that one under wraps. More realistically, I think we're going to see Ice need to put some pressure on this duo lane. I mean, you've got Sobek Medusa. This should be where your pressure is, and instead they're getting bullied.
Well, Okeanos hits the pluck over onto Rodwin. That gets him away for now, but a good giddy up, a pull back in, and another auto after Toddy. With 2 on the board now for the Gladiators. It has been non-stop here in the duo lane from second 1 walking in the lane.
I mean, this is just clean from Toddy and Rodwin. Not only the pulls, Rodwin hasn't gotten a lot of pickups. And you look at this as literally just what Mass Kill is going to do on a longer cooldown, right? It's a small Fenrir ult that he's going to be able to pull into himself. But you get good knockbacks. You're not really getting the pickup. It's just the CC, just the control, and the positioning right now that the Gladiators are leveraging in their favor. I like that they're getting aggressive here.
Rodwin will pick up Okeanos, throw him back. And Okeanos trying to find a way to get a pluck just in case they need to get out here. But where the pressure has been in the duo lane for the Gladiators, solo lane is trying to make their stride on the side of the Ferryman. Blue buff invaded, but a 1K gold lead already thanks to the efforts of Rodwin and Toddy on this left side of the map. Bluestone on the Chiron. We'll talk about that in a moment. Lestemix under fire, needs a little bit of extra health, but the tier 1 tower is not enough safety. Maybe Mass Kill can close this one out. The Brutalize hits the wrong person. Big heal, though, out of Azriel, and that'll make sure that Ice has just enough health to get away.
Although Azriel's taking a lot of minion damage at this point. Mass Kill, I don't know, it's shaky. If he can keep Azriel here, you've got the teleport from Lestemix. That should be the disengage from the Ferryman.
Jump in,
good
stun is good. Brutalize not there to follow up, though, and a heal back in from Azriel means that they will be just fine. And in fact, Azriel fighting right back up against him. Doesn't get the kill there, but now finally on the board is the side of the Ferryman.
That's exactly that kind of pressure I wanted to see from them. Ice being able to come over, get the damage, hits level 5 first because of that kill, and all of a sudden can be a big impact player out of the jungle. If your duo lane is not doing well, yeah, absolutely help get the RDO ahead. Thoth right now is pretty much in balance. A little bit of farm going towards Sodos that isn't quite matched up by Gunter, but otherwise, I think the Ferrymen are really starting to be a little more right-hand heavy. And I think that help, specifically now that level 5 has happened here for Ice, might need to be necessary over here in the duo lane to come over, trying to not only match up in terms of experience, but really just to get him a kill to help stabilize this lane.
I do see mid lane, Ice rotating in to try and get some pressure here to help out Gunter. But Gunter has just been sitting back, getting this passive farm. Mid laners haven't had to get active just yet, whereas everything has been happening all around them. Speaking of happening all around, I was
it looked
honestly
like he was going for it.
I was honestly expecting Rodwin to charge right in and just go for another kill there, but a little bit more disciplined this time around. So no fighting over into the duo lane just yet. We did see a Serpent camp picked up, and one Serpent has the dash back under the tower. This Medusa has not gotten a chance to really live freely in duo lane.
And that's the big problem, right? Only down 1 death right now. Like, the 2 kills on Toddy is a frustration point, I think, for the Ferryman, which is even better right now for Okeanos to be able to confirm that purple buff. Gunter's taking a lot of damage, though.
But Sotos throws out 2 bombs. Final Judgment. Not going to find anybody this time. Gunter missing out. Plucked by Okeanos. Hits Sotos. Sotos takes a couple of those hieroglyphic shots there. Centaurus comes out from Toddy to get some damage. Sotos hasn't found a path out just yet. Will dash through and blink by Okeanos. And the evade and punished by Gunter will put Sotos in the dirt.
Making sure to catch him off guard. If you're going to invade, that's going to be the chances, right? You have to be able to get out of there, and I think it was just unfortunate timing. Sotos like almost having the stun. Good blink from the Sobek, and they got a good pluck.
Rotwin does have the charge to get out, but a good tail whip. And then the damage after. Streak up.
Mass
Puts
kill.
this Ferryman up with another one. Mass kill jumps in, picks up Ice Ice, pulls him under the tower, but that bat out of hell ready for Ice Ice. That'll not get them out. There was still a tower shot chasing.
That sucks. There's so many, I don't know any other way to describe it. That just sucks for Ice Ice. There is no other way. Oh my god, chasing him down. And that's the bright side of Bat Out of Hell. Hey, I'm out of trouble. The downside of Bat Out of Hell, specifically under a tower, and specifically under these now buffed towers, yeah, it's gonna hurt if that tower shot chases you. Just like unfortunate timing for him that shot fires like right as he's still targetable and chases him down under the buff. But better for Maskill. I mean, look, you're losing that fight otherwise. You at least get something for it, and he goes 1 for 1 with his ult.
We'll make it 3-3 now, as far as the board is concerned. Rotwin will get plucked back. Looking at the gold, it's pretty much dead even here, 6.5 minutes in, and a lot of action going through.
Yeah.
Even XP sitting very comfortably at only 400 in the lead for the side of the Gilded Gladiators, where just earlier on, I mean, that first blood plus an extra kill had netted the Gladiators about a 1K lead. Okeanos will find the pluck on Rotwin, but that just allows Rotwin to find the pickup after. He'll throw him back, but the purple buff was the real target of the Gladiators. That one gets stolen away.
This really has been the balance. I mean, and look over at Ice Ice. Ice Ice is deep in the right-hand jungle right now, going for invades. The control for the Ferryman has been right-hand heavy, whereas the control for the Gladiators is left-hand heavy. The duo lane is where the Gladiators are playing from. You've got a great kill from Maskill. I think his presence has been very prominent on the map, but realistically, it's this duo lane, that lead they were trying to leverage earlier, that was, pushing them forward. Going for the Transcendence kind of slowed things down for Toddy. Going to be great overall at the end. Rotwin might be in a little bit of trouble.
Rotwin's already thrown out his 2 abilities, has nothing left for the escape. That'll be Gunter going with the big punish, big kill right after to put a 4th one up for the Ferryman. But we are still seeing some light of these supports trying to go for these obelisk plays, steal a couple of offerings away, and that time around, Sotos loses the beads, but the beads don't matter. It's a final judgment from downtown out of Gunter. That'll put his 3rd kill up.
And just just a second late on the stun as well. Like, if that comes through just a little faster, that pluck doesn't even happen to begin with. You at least get to maintain your beads, but you lose the beads, you lose your life anyway. So a good shot from Gunter. And again, showcases what this team is capable of. I think that early game pressure from Gladiators could have absolutely spiraled out of control if the Ferrymen weren't replying properly. But so far, they've been able to find the pressure. They've got 2 kills onto the duo lane, specifically onto Rotwin. And they've shut down Sotos pretty concisely enough to make sure that this Thoth has a very palpable lead. I mean, 2 levels up, 3-0, has at least a little bit more gold at this point, in hand so that he can go forward with it, and is out farming him by almost 1,000. So realistically, this is going to start paying off as time goes on, because this Thoth is going to hit incredibly hard by the end of this game.
And you can see that's where pretty much all the lead is here for the Styx Ferryman. Maskill goes in with the brutalized Basriel. We'll shake that one off. It's now a 3 versus 2 as Listemics has been poked out. Rotwin will pick up 1, throw Azrael under the tower, but use that charge to get out. Meanwhile, Okeanos goes back in, bomb stun out of Sotos, and 1 more bomb will take down Okeanos after the rotation from the mids is good. Now, it's a 4 versus 3 as the Gladiators continue pushing in. With all this peppering fire from Gunter, no shot, the Gladiators keep going.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Gladiators, I want to say, pull back. It was like that balance of cooldowns once again, where it's like you're in a great chance to potentially surge forward and take a big fight for yourselves. Same thing for here in the dual lane. Streak Up might get the better end of Toddy. Both have their ults available, though, and that can change a lot.
Toddy just waiting for that cooldown to come back for that 1st-2nd ability. Will throw out the training exercise and not find anything there, but now that Rotwin is here, that should be the escape plan for the dual lane carry out of the Gilded Gladiators. But a lot of ring around the rosy there, a ring around the stone, I should say. Nothing going to come up there. No ults, no relics used.
I honestly expected the 1v1 to start. Like, I thought that it was going to be like 2-3 seconds, and then Toddy was going to hit the go button. I mean, you've got an ult that makes you death immune. The worst case scenario is if you get stunned and you have to use your beat. So, again, grand scheme, probably better to just not take that fight because you'd have to use all of your utility to win it. But it would have been flashy and it would have looked cool. So, you know, that's where my mind's at. Either way, the farm game's still going in their favor. They finish this Transcendence. I expect Toddy's about to hit incredibly hard soon. Now that that's stacked up, that's a good power spike for them. But with the next couple of items, we're really going to get to see this Chiron come online to a really different hard hitter than what we're going to see out of this Medusa.
Over the wall by Masskill will find Ice on the pickup, drop him inside of a couple of bombs, but bad out of hell. We'll make sure to get Ice up in the sky. Masskill and Rotwin both on the run from Okeanos. That extra little boost of slow immunity cleanse there that comes from Rotwin allows him and Mass to run themselves on out. A lot of scrapping, but only a few ultimates used there. Ice and Masskill the most notable of them.
Yeah, I think going ult for ult with the Camazotz probably feels pretty good for Masskill. He should have his ult a little bit quicker than the Camazotz specifically, but you have to be able to grab him in that timer, right? Like, you have to be able to, in the, like, 10 seconds different, make sure you get Ice while he doesn't have beads. If level 12 happens before Masskill gets that ult back, then it's all kind of for naught anyway. It just feels weird because there's not like a good target. You grab Azrael, Gunter, Streak up, they've got beads up right now. You burn them, then theoretically you have an opportunity in the next couple of minutes. You go for Sobek, well, he's already died twice. Is that really your high priority target? Not really. So you want to go for Ice, but Bat Out of Hell just gets him out so cleanly every time.
Gold Fury started and completely shredded by the side of the Gladiators. Not even a moment for the Ferrymen to recollect themselves to get back here to try and even stop this one. Gilded Gladiators will put the first objective on the board. And Gore, I just thought of one of the silliest, but one of the coolest little interactions we could possibly see. I'm just imagining Rotwin picking somebody up on this Atlas and throwing him to the jaws of Masskill and Ragnarok, like just like an owner tossing his dog a ball at that point. That's just the picture that stuck in my mind for a moment, and now I just want to see it.
That'd be fun. And, like, I think we've even talked about that, like, in the past, like, what kind of CC combos you can do, especially if you get a pickup. There's a Beads Force out of Streak Up. But, you know, you grab someone, just the capabilities to CC them is insane.
Pick up onto Rotwin. Rotwin will throw out the ultimate, but Rotwin doesn't have that dash any longer. Streak Up credited to the kill for the Styx Ferrymen. They put their 6th one up on the board, and they'll completely diminish that gold gain that at least came from the Gladiators. Back to a dead even state here, 1,000 XP up for the Styx Ferrymen, but at this point in game, 1,000 XP is really not all that much.
Yeah, you can see it's manifesting itself into like a level lead for Sotos, or not Sotos, for Gunter specifically over Sotos, and a little bit of a lead now for Streak Up, but not a huge one.
Sotos probably won't make it out of this one. The dash is already down, the stun is gone. Okeanos will toss Sotos right to his own hands. He'll grab that sickening strike right after and pick up a kill for the support this time around. Styx Ferrymen continue to pump the kills on the board.
I think, again, little plays like that, that's where the big pressure points are. We're talking so much about Sotos from last week. That Soul, it gets banned away. This Agni right now, admittedly leaving a lot to be desired. I think so far the damage has been okay, right? It's keeping up with Thoth for the most part, but the damage vastly different in terms of its application. Thoth has been getting kills. He's 3-0. You know, Sotos has been setting up stuns, been, you know, playing that kind of peel and getting some decent damage out there, but it's not sticking to anybody and not really providing a lot of, well, kill potential, kill thresholds for the Gladiators. So realistically, I think that this is a good pressure point for the Ferrymen to continue leaning on, try to put that pressure on specifically Sotos, because we've seen how big of an impact player they are, and I think if you get rid of that damage or make it feel too uncomfortable to apply, all of a sudden Masskill has a harder time, Listimics has a harder time, and Toddy, theoretically, will still have good damage late game, but we'll still have a hard time finding those kills as easily.
Ice.
That's a lot of damage.
Trying to have a boxing match at max range with another mage and is losing that boxing match. A nice little stylish jump over the first bomb, I will admit, and then immediately after, Sotos just says, okay, are we really just going to play this game? Such as Rotwin saying, oh, we're going to play this game with Okeanos, who does manage to get into lurk in the waters before the Ragnarok can connect. And Okeanos will go back in, picking up Rotwin with that pluck, but Rotwin is undeterred, and so is Toddy. Centaur's shots from a range will take out the enemy support, but a lot invested to get that kill.
Yeah, a lot invested, but you do still pull a little bit back, right? Beads are still technically down for Streak Up, which I wish we could have seen maybe more pressure onto the Medusa. But you get a kill, you pull the ult from Okeanos as well as the Gunter, and now I'm getting my wish.
Oh, Maskill will catch out that dash immediately. Does turn around in time for the Petrify. The boxing will go the way of Maskill. And Gunter doesn't have that final judgment to try and answer back. So Maskill we'll answer your wish there. You're saying, hey, we want pressure on Medusa? Maskill says, all right, bet, we'll go on Medusa.
I mean, it was the same problem I was going to say earlier, where it's just like, cool, you grabbed Okeanos. Okeanos is keeping up in level. It's not like they're a nothing kill. But when you kill the support, typically in my mind, you want a team fight afterward. You want something big. You want to go for an objective of some sort, and there weren't any on the map. So killing Okeanos right then and there is just the kill. It's not really going to afford you too much else. But now you get to look at it in a really interesting way, because that kill leads into killing off Streak Up. Beads come back up for Streak Up while they're in the gray screen, but now their Aegis is going to be down for a little while. So there's more pressure that you can apply on the duo side. Might end up in like a lost Pyromancer, but there's a Primal Fury coming up. That's going to make Fire Giants a little bit easier. And I think the Gilded Gladiators, again, playing on that left-hand side of the map, has really benefited them so far. And now that you've got Beads for pretty much everyone save for Okeanos, you have to be a lot more selective with who's going for those ults. Like if Maskill's going to ult somebody, then Rotwin needs to be prepared to get them right after the beads, or vice versa. Rotwin can force out pretty easy beads. It's a small cone, but should be able to grab some people and force that uncomfortable decision. And then that opens up opportunities for Mastkill. As long as they make that trade-off properly throughout this game, the Gilded Gladiators are really going to be able to concisely pick up a single kill no matter what.
It's a 4v4 grouping on this right side around the Pyromancer, but Maskill will be the first one to go back. Reprising this build that he went for last week, which is going into your first pen item, this Jotun's Rat to get your cooldown, and then going for a more auto-attack-centric style of build. Stone Cutting Sword right after, and then a Serrated Edge now by Maskill. This is his third game in a row doing this.
And what's weird is this is not, like, it's not the typical Fenrir go-around, right? Like, I mean, like, you might see some of these items, but, like, not often, at least in my mind, do I see these next to the Fenrir icon. So it's making things interesting, but it does create a golden opportunity, because this means for Mastkill, all of these abilities are just enhancements, right? Like you can use the Brutalize instead of as pure damage. You're using it to close gap. You're trying to get closer so you can auto them down. Your stun on your leap is going to be great specifically for chasing them down and getting a few hits in. And it plays well with Fenrir's passive as well. Like something you don't talk about, but the runes getting built up from every auto. This really does allow him to kind of cycle through his abilities and autos and play with the god in an incredibly potent way that should get a lot of damage done. As of right now, I think he's still got a little work to do to get the top of the charts.
Okeanos finds the pluck onto Rotwin. Rotwin trying to find a way to walk out of here. Petrify is good up against the support, and Final Judgments plus Ice Eyes are enough to take down Rotwin from downtown here. Maskill still walking forward, and so is Listemics as Okeanos has been caught out of position. Toddy will put the support down. That's a 1-for-1 trade.
But 1-for-1 trade, but investments so much heavier from the Ferryman. I mean, with the Primal Fear and Pyromancer actually all coming back up, you're down 3 ultimates. And of course, one of them's on a dead guy, so maybe it doesn't matter as much, but your biggest confirmation is just gone here.
Sotos might be gone as well, as Azrael will dive under that tier 1 tower, pick up a nice and easy kill for the support. But Azrael could be losing out on their life here. They do have the beads to get out of the tower. Big evade and punish onto Maskill is good. Stun out of Listemics ultimate, but not enough damage. Maskill got forced away because of the damage coming out of Gunter. And B. Azrael only losing out on those beads during the engagement will manage to sneak on out.
I think a lot of pressure. So first off, Sotos is just a lightning rod right now. I mean, 1 in 4, the only person matching those deaths is Rotwin. So they don't like Sotos is the easy way to describe this. But you have to look at where other people aren't dying. So for Gilded Gladiators, Maskill's doing a good job of staying alive, and Toddy has been able to get out of a lot of these engagements as well. I don't necessarily care too much that Azrael has a 0 in the death column. I think that's great for Azrael, and it looks good for the stats, but that is not where I think the change needs to happen. It's the 0 for Gunter. 3-0-2 for a Thoth, hitting as hard as they are. If you go 1-for-1, I think at this point as Mastkill, that's probably worthwhile for you to get such a huge damage dealer and really just potent player off the board for the Ferryman. I think that makes the rest of the team fight so much easier for everybody else. I think it's this long-range damage from Gunter that is what's keeping them in this game. Plus, he's already got some percent pin, the flat pin on board. You've got a ton of power in this build. I really think that you got to figure out this Thoth, and you got to figure him out quick.
And that's why we've seen so many teams just outright ban this god away. I mean, it's almost kind of like a Zeus syndrome. It's like, how do you dive the Zeus? How do we kill the Zeus? All right, well, we'll throw our jungler at them. Well, then your jungler just gets erased the moment that they try to. Or
now your jungler's dead.
Or you same even with your supports sometimes. These supports don't have their itemization out there. I mean, Rotwin, in theory, should be able to get to that backline nice. I mean, decent amount of magic prots online, but I got to agree with you here, Gore. I mean, Gunnar has just been allowed to sit back and throw infinite damage at the enemy team so far. He's top of the damage chart, so I can't say infinite. It's only 87.65 on player damage. We want to be super technical here, but Styx Ferryman down in a little bit of gold. Now we'll have to fight for this Primal Fury. Streak Up is here, so this one's not going to go for free. Over to the Gilded Gladiators. Lystemix trying to zone away. Ice Ice. Okeano's picked up, thrown inside the damage of the bomb. But Okeano's, his pluck will be interrupted into the lurking in the waters. And that'll give Okeanos enough distance to get back out. And both teams have disengaged from the Fury.
Should open up opportunities around the Primal Fury for the Gilded Gladiators, although, again, Gunter existing on the map with this ultimate, you never feel too confident in your capabilities to pull it. They're going to start it up, but I think that, again, as long as you can keep your eyes on Thoth or keep him zoned out, that's the only way you can feel good about your security. He's going to outdamage an Agni at this point.
I was about to say, there's no way that Azrael should be able to steal this one away. Ice Ice losing out on their life, has to use the Bat out of Hell to get away, but meanwhile, it's Azrael in the middle of 4 in the backline, almost taking out Masskill nearly single-handedly. Final Judgment thrown out by Gunter, not going to find much of damage out there. Rotwin rooted in place, though, afterwards, and the Petrify out of Streak Up will find one. Lystemix boxing up against Ice Ice, trying to make it a 1-1 trade, but now Lystemix is the one on the run as the Bear is chasing them out. Azrael, Gunter, and Ice Ice to try and take out this Sama, but just a little too slippery here on the Sama to make it out.
Yeah, I think that what we see out of Gilded Gladiators is good team fight potential and just great re-engage. Like the Styx Ferrymen are able to disengage immediately and stay safe, stay alive, and then jump right back into the fight and make everything just absolutely a nightmare for the Gladiators. They only get the kill onto Rotwin, which is going to be big, but a lot of relics that get burned, specifically the beads from Lystemix being down, is going to be a big deal. Aegis down from Sotos. So they get, again, a lot of little things that can pile up going into the next team fight. And it makes it harder for the Gilded Gladiators to feel as confident going for things like this Pyromancer. I mean, having to leash it there because you just don't have the damage for the fight right now.
Pyromancer will go over to the Ferryman, unless Masskill wants to try and out-secure a Final Judgment. Fortunate for Masskill, he doesn't make that decision. Instead, it'll be a trade out of objectives.
Yeah.
One Pyromancer for the Styx Ferryman, but the Gilded Gladiators will finally pick up that Fury that they started a fight for earlier on. And if we take a look at the gold and the XP, good lord, we've had a whole roller coaster going on here. But even 23 minutes into the game now, Gore, we're still basically sitting even.
If the roller coaster ever goes up and then dips that quickly afterward, I think they're trying to kill you. I don't know if that's. I don't know.
I think
if that's
you go
a good
past the
sign of
vertical
a roller
I
coaster.
think you go past the vertical G limit at that point.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Either way, I think I like what Gilded Gladiators are doing here. Again, it's a small lead. It means practically nothing 23 minutes into the game, but being able to get what I would argue it feels like a more important objective there. Pyro is really good for resetting around the Fire Giant fights. You get to fall back. You're going to get back into the fight really quickly, and so it feels good in terms of the movement capabilities. And if like one person eats too much poke, you don't have to worry about like wasting your Aegis, your beads, or anything like that. You can go back. You don't have to worry about healing. Just get into the fountain, run right back into the fight. It's going to disappear by the time the Fire Giant fight starts at this pace, right? So really, the best thing is that you could get a Primal Fury, which is going to make the Fire Giant easier to kill the next time around. So I think Gilded Gladiators are starting to get into a position where if they group up over there, one good kill could really result in at least a Fire Giant pull from them. Then if they can kill off Gunter or at least force that ult out, they might be able to secure the thing like it's nothing.
Look at that. Second tower of the game finally goes down about 23.5 minutes in. Tier 1 and mid on the side of the Gladiators is now fallen. Right after at least the Tier 1 over on the left-hand side of the Styx Ferryman side of the map. But we're still sitting even gold, even XP at this point. The only real leads that we are seeing here is in this mid lane. Gunter's been able to hit level 20, went back, able to fully purchase up that Pendulum. Meanwhile, Sotos is still trying to get to that level 20 point to be able to purchase that starter item upgrade. And we'll obviously have to get a little bit of extra gold. Instead, they've elected towards an Obsidian Shard to be picked up here for their 4th item. Meanwhile, other side, Gunter with a Soul Reaver 4th item in.
Yeah, that's a strong hitter if you want to look at what Gunter's damage is going to be like. I mean, it's already 14,000 and it's top of the charts. It's gonna be a lot more. Is just the easy way to blanket it out. The difference, I think, is going to be whether or not, again, I guess effective player damage versus like objective damage. Theoretically, he's gonna have both. But I'm curious how hard he'll hit Rotwin and Lastimic specifically here. Not like a crazy amount of magical protection on both, but just enough to make it harder to kill.
Rotwin picks up Azrael, but Azrael is very tanky on this RDO. Beads are still available. Will have to be used after the Ragnarok. Lastimic goes into the back line. Doesn't find anybody with the dazzling offensive. And charging up that ultimate from the Atlas, it will only slam into Streakup, who's not too concerned about anything. Meanwhile, it's Okeanos and Ice Ice disrupting the backline. The bomb off the mark by Sonos, but Streakup finds one in the midst of the fight. Maskill really wants to get this kill on Okeanos, and he will get it.
I mean, yeah, the chase down, so you go 1 for 1. Ice Ice and Streakup need to be the targets, and they do get, I think, a lot of really good high-priority relics on the Gilded Gladiators. Look, both your carries still have Beads Aegis, and everybody else still has Beads that has it, right? Rotwin dies, who cares? It's a support, they're 0-6. They're a sacrificial lamb at this point for you. You get Beads from 1, 2, 3 members of the Ferryman. The only person who maintains it is going to be Gunter. Still has the ult, still has the Aegis as well, but that means it's a lot easier to kill off Azrael if you're going to dump that much into the front line again, as well as Ice Ice, and very specifically Streakup, who I think is becoming an even bigger deal. These ults from the Medusa have just been on point, and I think it's proving its first pick worth. Whether or not this is a win and how it ends up going in that support column, if it's one of the 70% or one of the very few, in fact, first pick win for it this week, well then I think it doesn't matter, right? It's earned its keep, I think, at this point, with the terms of damage that it's doing, but very specifically just the ults, and I think that's something they need to be worried about here. Caught looking is all it will take for the Gladiators to end up losing a big fight.
Ferryman will pull the Fire Giant, but maybe Okeanos can pull in a target of the Gilded Gladiators. He'll stand at the front line, but not going to go for that pluck just yet. Azrael, who ate a lot more damage from the Fire Giant than they probably wanted to, will heal some of that back up. But as soon as the Gladiators have shown face here, it seems that the Ferrymen aren't willing to try and 50-50 this fire, even despite the fact that they've got probably the best map objective secure on the board. Rotwin and Maskill go in. Maskill will pick up Azrael and bring him to the backline. Ice Ice low as well in the backline. Had to use the Bat Out of Hell to try and get away, but Lastimic and Rotwin are low. Final Judgment is down, but Maskill is still dying. The damage from Gunter is just too much for this Gladiators team to handle.
Now they're getting good damage onto Sotos. Oh. There's a good Aegis to keep him going, but Lastimic just stays too deep too long.
Gunter finds one. Sotos finds death. Sotos finds death as he does manage to beads away from the pluck, but there's still too much follow-up damage afterwards. Rotwin will throw down the Astrolabe, but that's about all that you're going to do. Drop a little weight, buddy. You're going to go right back to the fountain with the rest of your team. Only Mastkill left alive on the Gladiators.
And honestly, I can't think of a better comp. If you go for Fire Giant right now, Gunter's low. Gunter can kill and deal damage without having to go into the pit here, so he doesn't need to take any of that. And yeah, look at this positioning. It's just really good from Gunter just to make sure that you're not going to take anything more. You still have your ults, and yeah, I don't even think you need it. Look, you killed off 4 of them. There's no way, Mastkill is going to step up to this. So you're feeling really confident about that. That just feels like a fight of miscommunication from the Gladiators. I don't know if that's even how I want to describe it, because you get Ice Ice fighting back relatively deep, kind of separates the fight. Lastimic goes in, tries to get a huge stun, fights up, pulls some ults their way, but it's so much focus on just Lastimic on one side and really just the front line on the other. Not enough secured damage from the Gladiators, and Azrael's healing, it's not a ton, but it's just enough that at this point, it's going to keep people alive and really, again, be a huge problem in the middle of these fights. In fact, actually, it's hardly any at all. It's 900. So really, it's not even that's causing you trouble. It's just the fact that their damage doesn't seem to have enough staying power here. And I think that's going to be a big problem for the Gilded Gladiators. That was like the fight for them to try and win. And now that it's gone the other way, I think the Styx Ferrymen, a great position. Finally with a gold lead, they get 5 members with Fire Giant. You've got your ults up, your relics up, upgraded on some of those things. Starters, upgraded. Fights going incredibly well. And 3 towers to try and knock down. I don't think the Gilded Gladiators realistically should try to defend too heavily around a tier 2. I think depending on the positioning of the Ferrymen as they enter a tier 2, you might be able to step up to it, but I think this is going to be a Phoenix defense hard and true for the Gladiators.
I mean, when Azrael is just so willy-nilly charging through the middle of tier 1 towers and will gladly tank up a tier 2, for the team while the minions come through. No shot here that the Gilded Gladiators step up to this tier 2. That one goes down, and now only the one in mid lane is still standing. It'll be Ice there to try and pull up at least get the offense there and try and quickly burn down that last standing tower, and he'll be able to do so very easily. No assistance required from the rest of the Ferrymen. But they're kind of making this awkward 3-2 grouping. Now throwing Azrael and Ice over towards the mid lane. Sodos is here to try and answer back. First bomb, though, off the mark. Some big damage from Sodos. Or some big damage onto Sodos there. And a lot of damage onto Listemics. Has to use Dazzling Offensive to get away. Maskill still has that Ragnarok ultimate, but won't fire it off just yet, as anybody that he picks up will still have beads to pull away.
Oh, teleport coming from Listemics just to get back in here. With ult down, it's going to be a re-engage, and that's a good, huge stun onto Ice and Azrael.
The final judgment is now down from Gunnar, their big damage tool. Mid lane Phoenix is gone. Ultimate fired out by Rotwin, and an ultimate out of Maskill doesn't pick up anybody this time around. Okeanos is tanking up the entirety of the backline. Toddy gets shot down by Gunter, but still has just enough health to squeak away here. It's a mid lane Phoenix out, and the Ferrymen are now regrouping to the left side.
And honestly, they should, and that's a very timid should, be able to get this. Again, look at the carries. The relics are still up. Same thing for Okeanos. I think they're going to be feeling just fine getting aggressive into this. It's just the fight back. You got to be worried about the damage.
Maskill goes in, finds a big damage on a Gunter. Listemics finds the final blow, and Streak Up is under fire. There's 3 surrounding him. He'll go down. Both of the carries of the Ferrymen are out, and now with Ice gone, it's only the frontliners left alive. Maskill goes in, gets stunned out by Azrael, but Azrael shouldn't have anywhere to go here. They're surrounded by 5, picked up, thrown down, and beaten to the grave. Only Okeanos left alive.
Yeah, okay. I'm watching Okeanos here. If I'm Okeanos, maybe you push this way forward, but realistically, I'm backing to the base. I don't know that there's much they can do. Run down mid, you've got 30 seconds without carries. I think Gladiators can win this off of that great fight.
They've still got 3 towers up, so this
is
Titan will be very healthy, and it's taken them a while to take down this tier 2 tower. It may just be the Phoenix on the side of the Gladiators. They've got 12 seconds until Gunter is back up. The carry gets plucked away. Phoenix falling low. The full team will run in. Sodos dashes in aggressively. It's only Okeanos. Gunter is just now coming back up. But who cares about the structure damage? It may be low, but the Titan damage certainly is not. Gilded Gladiators in a 1-team fight at that left Phoenix swing the door back open and take game 1.
And it's not just, oh, hey, they took 1 team fight. It's the way they take it. Things that had not been going their way the entire time. You finally get Maskill onto the back, onto the carries. Doesn't matter that they have their relics. There was sustainable damage, and they were separated enough from the front line that all of a sudden they were able to get something done, and that was a huge deal. You get more damage out of Sodos, I think, in that last fight than we've gotten to see out of every other life Sodos had. There was a heavy focus from the Ferrymen there in mid and on the support, and so they got a lot of kills onto the Agni and onto the Atlas, but when it came down to the end, I think the specific presence from the Fenrir getting into the back, that close gap onto the carries, made the entire difference. They get those kills super early on, and then it's just a domino effect.
A nice turnaround here by the Gilded Gladiators in game 1 to take the first game of the set. We'll see if the Styx Ferrymen can bring us to a game 3, or is it going to be a clean sweep? We'll come back right after this break for game 2.
When we used to be in love and we I'll never forget you, baby. Oh, I'll never forget you. Oh, I'll never forget you, baby. I'll never forget.
And welcome back in. Gilded Gladiators, who kept a nice and even state of game the whole way through, then ended up losing a fight around Fire Giant, went down, what was it, like 6+ thousand gold, and even losing out on a mid lane Phoenix, rallied back together on that left side of the map and were able to pull this game back in with one big team fight to take the first game of the sets. J-Mac, I got Goremizer here with me to continue the breakdown of game number 1 there, but I mean, Gore, it was even the whole game. Every time we check back over the graphs, by the time somebody got in a lead, it dropped back down to basically nothing. And we didn't really get to see a lead until the very end of it, and then it also went back down to nothing.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm still a little perplexed. I think like it's a great fight from the Gilded Gladiators at the very end to get the circumstances they did. But like, look at the state after that mid lane Phoenix. You've got fire minions that are coming down mid. You've got 2 carries on the Styx Ferryman, both of which have both their relics. And I believe at the time still had both of their ultimates. At least Streak Up, I believe, still had theirs. That feels like a recipe for disaster, even if they overstep slightly on the left-hand side. But then all of a sudden, it's not a slight overstep, it's a heavy overstep. You have some people deep in the Phoenix, and some people still right around the tier 2 line, at least the the Phoenix side of it. And so all of a sudden you get this play from Maskill where a blink forward and then a jump onto Gunter kills him, and he still had beads available. There's just nothing you could do about it, right? The damage just came out too quickly, I believe, for Gunter to be able to react to it, and that creates a really good circumstance for him. They kill off, I think, the highest priority target in Gunter first, then to Streak Up, then to Ice. I think the 1-2 punch there really is what makes it easy. And then at that point, you're 30 minutes into the game. Death Timers did the rest of the work for you.
I mean, I want to go back to the dual lane. Those first couple of highlights that we saw at the very beginning. Talk about dream scenario for Rotwin, being able to pick up 1 to 2 people every single time that he fired off that ultimate, whether it was the actual, or not the ultimate, that second ability on that Atlas, whether he actually physically grabbed them and then threw them around, or if it was just that pull back, setting up for Toddy. But even just the one little, second blood combo that they had where Okeanos plucks Rotwin, throws him back after the charge. So at that point, you're thinking, okay, well, they can't close out that kill. What does Toddy do? Uses the most aggressive giddy-up we've seen in a while here to then kick him back far enough for Rotwin to pick him up again. This dual lane out of the Gilded Gladiators has been very impressive over the last few weeks of play.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm excited to see what they continue to offer. I think that one's a lot more close for both the Ferryman and the Gladiators than some of their games last week. I think the Gladiators had some very similar that kind of keep even for a majority of it. But the Ferryman, outside of some really good early games, had fallen behind. So that is a great improvement over last week's performance. Not the end result that they wanted, but I think that they're showcasing that those steps forward. This game, I think, is going to be just as important for them, not just in terms of can they win and push us to 3, but realistically, can you at least keep that level of performance up against a team like the Gladiators?
We are ready to go into picks and bans here for game number 2 between the Styx Ferrymen and the Gilded Gladiators. Gladiators, again, will take the second pick this time around. And maybe going back to that Medusa stat you were bringing up earlier, that's another loss here on first pick Medusa. Good. So maybe it is wise to kind of wait on that one. But as we've often seen, if you allow the Medusa to go beyond that first pick, then the enemy team picks it up, has a much higher success rate on that side here. But as far as the first bans are concerned, not a whole lot has changed. It's still going to be that Soul and Cirquet and the Khepri, this time on the side of the Ferryman. And then the Gilded Gladiators will continue with their same 3. Jormungandr, Cleo, and Bastet, all taken off the board.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that this makes a lot of sense. That's a surprise to me. I think everything else about this makes sense to stick to it. I think that Soul, Cirquet, Khepri are all going to be huge threats. Khepri, we've seen what he can do for teamfights. Soul, we've seen what Sodos can do on that pick. And we just saw what the second pick, at least, for Sodos was able to do. It went like 1 and 7 until the very end. The damage didn't really matter. I just think that there was a change, and that's exactly what the Styx Ferrymen look at. Is okay, well, we need to change something. Medusa fell behind really early on, was first blooded super early in the lane. I don't know that letting it through to the other side is the exact way I would have gone with it. Gilded Gladiators now getting to pick up the Medusa for themselves feels, I think, a lot better for them than having to play. Although the Chiron kind of popped off early, so really it's just a balancing of scales.
Yeah, we do have the little flip there. The Chiron on the opposite side here, and the Medusa now over to the Gilded Gladiators. But alongside this Chiron, it's going to be the RDO one more time, so Beazrio will be able to reprise that efforts over into the solo lane. And the solo is where the Ferrymen were able to find at least an early lead to start out, and then that lead sort of transitioned itself over to the mid lane, and now they picked up a god who can maybe get a little bit more online early on at the very least here. Persephone locked in with the Styx Ferrymen to kind of round out that mid fight there, which no flack over towards Thoth. We see exactly how much damage he can get. But he does somewhat lack a little bit of that control that Persephone can bring in these very early team fights.
Yeah, it's going to be like two different styles of mages, right? The two times of play. Persephone is going to be a lot more zone control, and team fight oriented, whereas Thoth can kind of do a little bit of both, but like neither is like perfect. His team damage is going to be a little lower than what a Persephone brings out, so it makes things more fun. And it's interesting just because picking that up this early means that they had to push Ice's pick down a little further. I'm inclined to think, even though we've seen a lot of Osiris jungle over the last year, this was picked up in the same spot as the Amaterasu, so it feels like potentially a matchup there for the RDO as opposed to something in the jungle. But again, that's something that can flex. Well, there's a Fenrir here. It's going to the solo lane. We already know that. We know exactly where Maskill wants to go with this Fenrir after the performances that they've had. And so realistically, you get to delay a little bit before locking in something for Ice and try to pick something good for specifically the comp the Gladiators have.
Now the ultimate question here, does the Gladiators pick up Sobek for their final pick here? Because then we'd have a complete lane swap, but we don't know. It's going to be Cabrakan this time. So Medusa Cabrakan over on the side of the Gilded Gladiators. Though, we still can't hold our breath here. We've been seeing a lot of Cabrakan jungle rise up as of recent. Cabrakan support still relevant. Fenrir jungle and support as well. Osiris maybe the only one that's kind of confirming to lock in over towards that solo, but at the same time, I'm still not 100% here, Gorb. I mean, we've seen Cabrakan and Fenrir and Osiris all have some flexibility with them themselves. We'll delay no longer and jump right into the game to see exactly what questions will be answered, where these gods are going to be going for Game 2 of the Styx Ferrymen and the Gilded Gladiators. We did see the Atlas picked up on the side of the Ferrymen, and then that very final pick will be a Chalk jungle, and it will be Rotwin taking the Fenrir this time, Gore.
And so this is going to be interesting. Atlas, Chiron, we just saw what these two picks can do when they're given a little leeway to get aggressive. They dominated a lane, just wholeheartedly, up against specifically Medusa. And so maybe they're going to be able to find some more kills like that. I don't know, though, because now Medusa, not only is it Toddy playing it, who I think Toddy has a really good early game, but specifically Rotwin's on a Fenrir right behind that. That's a lot of early pressure, and duo lane specifically, for both teams. So realistically, it's either going to be a bloodbath or nothing's going to happen, right? Like either everyone's going to look for kills, or they're both going to recognize that it's not the time to fight, and they're going to try to play it a little more safe. The downside, I think, that Gladiators are going to be dealing with here, and it does match up with the style Mastkill played last time. Cabrakan might not be able to get as hands-on as early as a Fenrir, so we might have to see a little delay, but Mastkill wasn't trying to be as active, although now immediately making me eat my words, trying to find some stuns and some kills. He's got good damage, and I think that's going to be a fun thing about this Cabrakan to watch. I think compared to the Chalk very early in the game, Cabrakan's going to hit a little harder. They'll probably match up around the mid-game. It's the teamfight presence that the Chalk is going to bring that's going to be a little more of a threat. Has self-healing, a lot of sustain that he's going to be able to bring, a massive team-wide silence, and that's going to cause a little bit of troubles, I think, for the Gladiators later on.
Well, we do see the dual lane attempted to get aggressive on the side of the Ferryman. You know, Giano's dashing into the middle of the wave. Ice walking up to Mastkill and eating a lot of damage, but so is Mastkill. Good lord, Gunter's damage output, even this early on into the game, help those minions, puts Mastkill down to about 200 health in an instant. But Mastkill will be fine. It is a blink on the side of this Cabrakan, was used earlier on. Ice still holding on to their blink here with this Chalk. Soda's standing over the wall to make sure to get that extra little bit of farm towards mid lane, but a rotation from Rotwin very early. Ice will eat some big damage. Sodos needs to find more. Will leap in, finds the consume onto 2, but not much more beyond there. Gilded Gladiators don't find that kill on Ice.
I mean, I recognize how safe that play was. It still feels very aggressive from Sotos, right, to leap into him. And the downside is you know, for Ice here, like, there's still Fenrir. No matter what, it's still Fenrir on the other side. Might do a little less damage just because of the build and the nature of the beast, but realistically, I think it's going to showcase a lot of problems. No bead specifically for the Chalk. So unless that ult comes out in time to balance out Rotwin, I think Rotwin's going to be able to find at least one consistent target with that ult.
Rotwin will get picked up over there on that other side of the map, but over here towards Maskill's side of the map. We'll find the stun up against Ice. Not the conal stun right afterwards, that second ability, but just enough to at least back Ice off of him. And instead, the Ferrymen turn their sights towards the blue buff that gets stolen away. Ice. Making sure to hold on to that last hit there. Okeanos will not find the pickup this time around. Toddy able to dash away just in time.
I like what we're seeing so far against Six Ferrymen. Good early game, good aggression, not losing out on that first blood in mid lane, and now putting pressure onto both duo and solo side buffs. I mean, being able to find purple, being able to find the blue, strip away. It doesn't necessarily matter if Okeanos picks that up or not. Feels nice when he has it. But realistically, you're just trying to make sure they don't get the experience. And so far, they've been doing a great job of that and being able to pressure out, massed kill. No big beads burners just yet off the board and nothing available in terms of ults that are going to be able to find that. But I think that you're keeping pace despite the early aggression from the Gilded Gladiators, and it's going to lead to small level discrepancies, right? Like, you know, getting your ult online first here for Gunter as compared to Sotos, and honestly having a much more impactful team fight from Gunter than from Sotos in terms of ultimate capability. So that level 5 makes a much bigger difference in terms of gap than what Sotos is going to be bringing. In fact, Sotos, unless he's just delaying his level up, is just straight up skipped putting a point into his ult because it literally does not matter at this point for what they're playing. I think having some damage elsewhere in the kit is going to be a little bit more. No, he's gone for it now. So realistically, I think we're going to get to see something interesting out of the mid lane, but I don't think it's not going to come around that. I think the team fight goes to Gunter, and if he can hit, 6, 7, if he can keep this farm game going and extend that lead a little further, then I think it's going to be fun to watch this Persephone grow.
We're here into the dual lane. We've been seeing nothing but action out of Okeanos and Streaka. They've been able to push Toddy and Rotwin back towards this tier 1 tower consistently, even stealing away that Serpent camp. So that will be one offering going the way of the Ferrymen on the Gladiator side of the map. Meanwhile, Ice will get this rotation over towards this left mid camp. That'll grab both of those offerings. Again, for the Stairman,
Yeah.
You can already see the difference in the obelisk between these two teams as Okeanos gets aggressive over towards this duo lane. But it is just an ultimate of Atlas, and Atlas ultimate not nearly as impactful as the remainder of his kit this early on, but still certainly a threat.
You really need to worry about that pull, I think, more than anything. And I like watching this. So immediately it's a red buff invade. I wouldn't be surprised if Okeanos goes and tries to strip away one of those offerings. You know where it's going to spawn. It's on the big circle right there. No, they're just going to skip over it. It's really interesting to see the dynamic, because in SPL, we're still seeing teams play around those obelisks like very heavily. And yet in SCC, they're not quite as concerned with it, which is maybe showcasing like the difference in priority to them, is just recognizing that it's a good buff for them, but they're not willing to risk their lives. Or some of the SEL supports, actually most of the SPL supports, more than willing to go die if it means that they can get 3 or 4 of those offerings stripped away. Does a lot more damage when you're trying to steal it. It's 15% now as opposed to the 10 that we had. And the buff isn't maybe quite as strong as it once was. It's still a really, really solid buff to have around your belt. And so these offerings getting picked up, and specifically as you highlighted, the obelisk almost full on the side of the Styx Ferryman, is going to feel even better when they get that. Plus, I believe it's like a small amount of team-wide gold that you're going to be able to get. And Gladiators get some for the offerings that are in their obelisk when it's completed. But if it gets finished off by the Styx Ferryman at this rate, it's going to be a nice little boon to their coffers at this point. And keep them a little bit ahead, right? It's not enough that, like a Gold Fury Pyromancer is going to get, balanced out by anything like that. But over the game, if you're getting every obelisk and the other team hasn't gotten one, you're going to start feeling, small leads everywhere.
In between Obelisk getting you that extra gold and XP across the board for your team, Totem of Coup as well, as we can see Styx Ferrymen have currently gotten the first 4 of those, so all of that extra gold has been going over to the pockets of the Ferrymen. That's where we're seeing this 0 kills so far in this game, at least up until now. Okeanos drops the ult, Rotwin goes in to try and find the Ragnarok, but there's just too much speed on the side of Rotwin. Gunter will close out the kill on the Rotwin instead, put first blood up now for the Styx Ferryman to finally strike here 6.5 minutes into the game.
Goes on to that Persephone, feels really good to pick up a kill right there. Ice Ice and Masculine are fighting. Sotos takes a lot of damage in mid. I mean, it's all back and forth. Ice Ice actually cut out in the walls.
Ice Ice, nowhere to go.
Good axe.
Does have the axe and the torrent right after to find a way out. Almost thought it was going to be a nice little return fire there by the Gilded Gladiators, but I mean, going back to this obelisk, going back to this Totem of Coup, which once again the Ferryman solo laner will be on top of right away. All that golden XP is adding up. I mean, we've only had 1 kill so far in this game, Gore, and it's already nearly a 2,000 gold swing up for the Styx Ferryman.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show, you had mentioned it, but like, we're just seeing these obelisks, seeing specifically the Totem of Coup, all 5 of them going towards the Ferryman right now, having a bunch of buff invades from the Ferryman that have gone successful. So they're getting small experience, small gold leads, but they're getting them everywhere. I mean, they're finding it in every position. And so you're seeing, at least in terms of experience, nothing too outrageous for them. But that 2,000 gold lead with only 1 kill on the board, no Gold Fury, no Pyromancer, it is just showcasing that the Ferrymen have a much better control on the map state right now. And I think goes to showcase where the Gladiators maybe need some help. But they do have a very late game team fight oriented draft, right? Like Cabrakan can find some picks, Fenrir can find some picks, but a lot of these picks are going to just do better when they're in the 5-on-5. I mean, that's where Tiamat typically gets to showcase her prowess.
Yeah, Tiamat not really known for her early game damage out here. It is a lot of the times where we see her really start to shine towards these late game team fights. A fight over this Greater Scorpion will force the leap out of Ice Sotos, who's chunked out instantly by Gunter. That first item, Spear of Desolation, really showing its power early on, especially against these squishier targets.
Yeah, I think that we're going to get to see even more of that pressure from specifically Gunter as the ult comes up. Anytime you see a grouping like that, I mean, it's not like going to be the easiest wind up and slam, but you have to be worried about it if you're the Gladiators. There's a lot of close combatants on that squad, and that's an easy self-peel and lockdown combination that Gunter has in the middle of a team fight. And as you mentioned, already hitting hard, these flowers do a lot more damage than you expect half the time. And so I think Gunter's going to be a pretty big power player. Not quite, I think, as successful as maybe on the Thoth in terms of player damage, but still very present throughout the game.
Warless Demix just cannot catch a break on this right side. Blue buff invaded yet again by Azrael and Ice Ice. That removes another area of farm here on the Gilded Gladiators' right side of the map. And they've already been starving for farm pretty much ever. I mean, Ice Ice has been very active on this map, even though the XP may not reflect it being down compared to Mass Kill, but a lot of Ice Ice's pressure has been put on these buff camps. I mean, red buff stolen earlier, now a second blue buff taken away from the Gilded Gladiators.
Yeah, and it's really, like, not even benefiting Ice Ice that much. Like, looking at net worth, like, Ice Ice has 100 more gold, not even a full hundy. He's, like, 30 gold ahead of Maskill. So it's not even looking there. It's 1,200 gold, or 1,300 gold, or 1,100 gold that keeps bouncing around 2 levels for Gunter. That matters a lot in terms of the experience, is that 3K isn't all ending up in the jungle. It's ending up in the duo lane. It's ending up in solo. It's ending up in mid, and creating just enough of a separation. Again, it's 1 level for everybody, but it's enough that you're really starting to feel the presence. That with the gold lead, you're getting tier 2s a little earlier, you're getting your tier 3 power spikes a little bit quicker. I wouldn't be surprised if the Styx Ferrymen feel confident enough to start looking towards a Gold Fury relatively soon. If not the Gold Fury, then it should be a relatively easy early Pyromancer, since it's a little less risk trying to go for such a smaller objective.
Toddy dashed aggressively on Streak Up, and instead it's Toddy who's on the much worse end of this trade. Centaurus fired out just to clear out the wave here for Streak Up at the very least. Toddy loses about half their health during the fight, and Streak Up can go back to base. Fully stacked up Transcendence already completed on the side of this carry, and that'll be a Crusher pickup right after. So all this duo lane where the pressure was on in game number 1, that's where the Gilded Gladiators found some at least early game success. So far, they're not able to get that same level here. Styx Ferrymen have been able to keep them at bay nicely. Okeanos in the mid will be able to pick up 1, but ends up taking a lot of damage right back. The Gilded Gladiators can finally strike back, but Ice Ice with a massive ultimate, some big damage out of Gunter, finds the double kill. And just like that, 3 more on the board for the Styx Ferrymen.
And you trade out Okeanos? Like, yeah, every day of the week you're going to make that trade. I mean, that is so clean for the Ferrymen. A heavy investment from the Gladiators to try and jump in on mid onto an Atlas specifically. They get the beads out of Atlas, the ult out of Atlas, and their life. They cost them, what, beads, shell, blink, 3 lives and 2 ultimates. Ultimately, I don't know. It just feels like such a heavy investment and such a great turnaround from the Ferryman. Ice with just such a huge ult, and goes to showcase how devastating that large silence AoE is going to be throughout it. You know, the damage is nice, but just stopping, 2 mages essentially, if you look at the build that Mastkill's going for, 2 magical damage dealers from accessing their abilities, that in the middle of a team fight, that's massive damage that's just missing from the Gladiators now. So I think if Ice can find even just 1 more of those, this lead is going to go even further and beyond.
Now, I know that all 3 of them, the 3 who died on the Gladiators in that fight, were kind of low, but Sotos died through a shell. That's just how much damage Ice is doing with that ultimate, and that's without a stacked up Transcendence. He walked in, I don't even think he had the Transcendence ready to go at that point. He's only got 9 stacks on it as of now. Toddy eats 2 Centaur shots, charge up with the ultimate from Okeanos to pick up not enough. And the Gamma Ray Burst isn't enough either, so Okeanos will have to throw out that Astrolabe to clean up that kill and finally put the Hunter down on the Gilded Gladiator. 6 Ferrymen up 5-1, but it's not just in kills, it's also in that gold, nearly 5,000 up for the Order side team.
Yeah, trying to push the upper limits. At this point, I mean, you should be feeling confident enough not just to go for like your shrine or stripping away the obelisk. I feel like a Gold Fury should be on the horizon here. I think that the Styx Ferrymen are in a good position to invade these buffs, force a fight, find a kill. I mean, Toddy's still gone for a little bit. They don't have their relics. This is a good time to try and pull an objective and at least get 1 more kill. If not, just get the objective.
Godwin goes in by themselves to try and find 1 of the 3 targets, but that's a third of his health bar gone instantly. Streak Up will find him, slow him down, training exercise, but no ultimate to fire back. Instead, it's Sotos peppering in those Primordial Onslaughts right after. Sotos would teleport away with the axe, but only right back in towards Sotos. Ultimate from Masskill, locks down the Chalk, but Okeanos picks him up, throws him against the wall, and puts him right back in the respawn. Okeanos with another kill up for the 6 Ferrymen.
And again, they just get it cleanly. A lot of investment from the Gilded Gladiators, but a cascading team fight from them. Rotwin goes in, eats a majority of their health bar before anybody else is nearby, falls back, and then everyone else shows up. But at that point, it's separated. You're locking down people that maybe don't need it. Streak Up gets a lot of good damage early on as well. And it just feels like right now, I don't know if it's the power is missing or if there's maybe some early game communication things. We've seen what the Gladiators are capable of in a team fight. So I know what to expect out of them here. But that just didn't line up with what I expected out of them. And I think, again, maybe just playing it patient at this point, trying to stop objectives from happening. Don't let the gold lead get out of hand. But maybe don't go for these team fights as readily. Maybe try to just stay safe, play safe, and stop the Ferrymen from getting even further ahead at this point. Strip away towers if you can. Try to balance out gold. If you're able to get a Gold Fury, that's going to be a huge bonus to you. But realistically right now, these fights aren't going well enough and consistently enough for the Gladiators for me to want to back it.
I'm looking at the damage charge score. That's 8,000 on the mid laner.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Not the solos where we see this fake damage come out all the time, but a lot of real damage here on the Gold Fury. Ultimate fired off, Petrify, and a jump in. The 6 Ferrymen do get the Gold Fury, but Ice could go down here. Not going to be enough damage on Ice. Instead, it's turned back around. Streak Up finds 1. Rotwin can't find the bite in time onto Ice. Gunner grabs 1, and Rotwin will leap out, but he's not going to leap far enough. The axe toss gotten away by the Brutalized. Rotwin might have just found their way out of here, but can Sotos, it's Azrael under the tier 1 tower. This poor Tiamat under fire, picked up by Okeanos, thrown back to the clutches of the team, and it's Streak Up with another one. 9 kills now for the Ferryman, a Gold Fury, and a tier 1.
There's a certain point, I think Gladiators, I'm going to go ahead and say it, probably aren't playing as cleanly as they could. It definitely feels like a lot of disjointed efforts. But part of this feels a little draft diffy at this point, right? I mean, like, you're just getting bodied by this Persephone, by this Atlas, by the Chalk. I mean, there's just so much presence in the team fights from the Ferrymen that I don't even know if the Gladiators have a chance to respond the way they want to. They get some decent damage out, but by the time they've got that damage out, you've got Chiron who's sitting perfectly comfortable, untouched, just fine. This might be the only chance they have to get a kill, and even then, they're going to have to invest a lot to get Streak Up here without dying.
Giddy Up was already expended. Rotwin, level 10 right now on the Fenrir, chasing a level 17 Chiron. who's got backup. Okeanos has shown back up, and Streak Up should be fine. A pickup by the support, a throw against the wall, and from downtown, Gunter finds a root in. Streak Up comes out of all of it with a double kill of his own. 3 more down on the Gladiators. The Ferrymen rallying together to make sure that Streak Up gets out of this fight.
Look, I gotta give Streak Up a ton of credit here, as long as he doesn't die. Yeah, he should be fine. You get not only the double kill, he gets it in the Centaurs. Like, that's both with those shots, finishing off kills. So not only do the beads Aegis prolong his life long enough for him to get into the ult, but it prolongs the fight long enough that the damage has been dealt so that he can get the kills to respawn through that ultimate. And then, again, deny another kill towards the Gladiators. This one is really starting to get out of hand for him. And again, it's just this conversation about why are you fighting? None of them have gone well. Your duo lane is 0-6-1 combined. Your jungle's 0-4. You're not getting the presence that you need out of these fights. And at this point, you've fallen so far behind that if, you know, the Styx Ferrymen start up a Fire Giant, you have one of 2 options. You Hail Mary, hope for a steal. Not a great option when that comes up, but you can maybe try for it. You strip it away, you prolong the game. Maybe you get a good team fight with the FG buff, or you get some presence on the map afterward. The other option is, at this point, just defend. You're going to have to let probably one of those go. You're going to have to be very careful with where your pressure is going because, again, a lot of the 2v2s, the 3v3s just aren't going their way. So you have to start thinking about how can we prolong this to the point where we can get a fight like we did last time. It's under the Phoenix fight one more time. Rotwin needs a good ult. Everybody has beads, so you have to wait for somebody to not have those available. If you can catch this Chiron out right now, that's a huge opening kill for you. But you got to start taking dints where you can. This gold lead has gotten out of hand enough that there's a full Rod of Tahuti. Not just a tier 3, a Rod of Tahuti picked up from Gunter over Isodos right now. And that is just such a massive power spike in comparison that you're really going to feel that damage throughout every ounce of this fight.
Stemix rooted out. Ice is here. Ultimate out of the Osiris. Will not get him very far. Azrael was already waiting on the tail end of that one. Ice throws out the Rainstorm. But it's not going to find anything there. Beads out of Lestemix taken by Azrael this time around. So not only the ultimate of the solo laner, but those beads too. Level 19 for Gunter. Rotwin, poor Rotwin, level 11 on the Fenrir. Still hasn't had an opportunity to go back, get a second relic even. And they're scrapping for any bit of farm that this Fenrir can find.
Yeah, so the worst case scenario, I think, for a support in general is going to be if you're discussing getting a second relic online in the same breath that we're starting to look at Okeanos potentially getting their starter item upgrade online. Like, you're ridiculously far behind. You're going to be able to get it. It's a Frenzy. That's going to help out in some of these fights. That mask, once it's full build, going to help out in a lot of these fights. Going to get this Fenrir maybe back on track. But that doesn't help. You know, you've got a 4-level gap between Streak Up and Toddy, level 20. First one on the board there for Streak Up. I mean, this Chiron has been incredibly potent from both of these teams. But this game, I think even more so. 4-0-7 looks a lot better than whatever Toddy was able to put up on it last game. And so you're getting just fantastic performances from the Ferrymen in every regard. And the only person who's died is Okeanos. I don't know, again, where you want to put your pressure. I think you have to, like I said earlier, focus on your farm. Where can you find it? What waves can you get? Do you step up to an Oni Fairy? God, no. You don't fight it there. Maybe you can fight around a Pyromancer or a Fire Giant, but you have to be careful. You want to get this Fenrir with that mask fully online at the minimum, and ideally maybe an upgraded relic if you can afford it early on. Just something to get this team feeling somewhat balanced in the next team fight.
Now, we saw Okeanos go for Sotos there just a moment ago on this left side of the jungle. Oni Fury, that one should go over to the Styx Ferryman. No reason the Gladiator should step up to this one. But Sotos is being chased by Okeanos, and I saw beads pop early. Now, I'm not sure if this is the beads that came from the slow out of that connect charge from Okeanos or not, or if they had just somehow heard Gunter fire off that ultimate. But without those beads pop, that could have been a pretty sick, nasty trap coming out of Gunter from base, I'm not going to say from max range, but being able to weave through those jungle walls with that ultimate. Fortunate for Sotos, he doesn't get hit by that one. Streak Up gets caught out, backing at the purple buff, but even that's not enough to get the kill just yet. Somehow, this Chiron has been able to get out of so many dangerous situations. again,
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Look, I keep looking down to see if there's like going to be an Aussie or something for Streak Up. Like, I feel like Streak Up in the last 2 games has spent a lot of time, you know, below the like 20% health mark. And so, you know, maybe looking for lifesteal, but who needs it when they're not killing you? I mean, every single time you get low, the dash has been good enough for a disengage. The ult has been good enough to stay alive. And so realistically for Streak Up, this is just a clean game. Beads are down, though. Again, this is a good opening to try and kill off that Chiron. Look for these individual picks and try to open things up. Otherwise, they're on the FG right now, so you really got to get something going for yourselves with the other Gladiators.
Got to make things happen quick. Fire Giant attacked here with the ultimate out of the support. That's shredding those prots on that objective. The beam has been fired out. The Fire Giant is down to 15% health, but it hasn't been fully leached just yet. Centaurus shots through. Out of Streak Up, the Ferryman get the Fire Giant. Rotwin running away on this Ragnarok ultimate, but how far can he get? Big damage out of Sotos, a leap in by the team out, but its shell popped in response by the Ferryman, and Sotos just gets popped the instant that shell has worn out. Rotwin picked up, thrown right back into the grasp of Gunter, and taken down. It's a double kill for the Persephone.
Yeah, now with Toddy going down, 4 of them gone, mass kill, the last one surviving. I don't even know if I care about the rest of these towers. I run down mid, I go through that Phoenix, and I just end the game right now. I think this is a good and easy spot for the Ferryman. 3 towers still standing, so it's going to be a little tankier, but they've got time, and they've got fire, and they've got 5 people alive. I feel like this is a perfect opportunity for them to just run and end the game.
And they've got a massive gold lead, too. I mean, we were just talking about how there's a full Rod up to Hootie up just for the mid laner alone. And plus, there's over 30 seconds until, you know, the next person is going to be coming back up. It's only Mass Kill on the defense here. And while Mass Kill's got a lot of damage, a lot of that does come up being a single target. If you can find some nice, you know, extra conal stuns out here, could be good, at least for this team. But it's going to be a hard defense out of this Gilded Gladiators jungle.
Yeah, I think you could hit a 5, well, you can't because it's not up. If you even hit a 5-man ult, or if they all just stood in trimmers for like 2 minutes, I still don't know that that's going to be enough for Maskill to try and pull this one back.
He can't even go back. Look on the right side. Azriel has stopped
bullying.
Maskill.
Oh, no.
Azriel's going to kill him. Azriel's probably going, guys, don't end the game yet. Let me get this kill. Let me get this kill. But that kill's not going to come in time. It's going to be the Titan going down. The 6 Ferrymen have brought game 2 right back in. They're able to tie up the set now 1-1.
Let's talk about one-sided, because that's what that game was. 6-0-6 in the mid lane. What was it, like 5-0-9 there out of the carry? Neither of them getting touched in terms of death, you know, relics getting burned consistently. And that's where the Gladiators were able to turn that fight around in game number 1, was finally getting to those carries and killing them off. But this time around, you managed to keep all of your relics, you keep all of your lives going. The damage output is insane. You get an early lead super early, early on. That's kind of self-explanatory. And I think things continue in that route. So realistically, I think if you are the Gladiators here, you change up your draft. So whatever it is that needs to change, you go into it, but your early game needs to be balanced out a little bit more. This Persephone got out of hand. Late game, I think that they just had a better team fight on the side of the Ferryman, and 10,000 gold didn't hurt having that on their pockets as well.
Yeah, it felt like the Gilded Gladiators didn't really have a chance to play the late game team fights just because they were so far down pretty much the entire way through. Great game out of the 6 Ferrymen will tie us up 1-1 on the set and take us into game number 3. That one will be coming up right after this. first set of the day is going to take us to our first 3-game set of the day, at the very least here. Not sure if we'll see any more of that here, but our first 3-game set in EU as well. All of them were 2-0s last week, but that's not going to happen here today. The Styx Ferrymen bring it back in game number 2 in one of the most one-sided matchups that we've seen in some time here over in the EU region. My name's J-Mac, with me Goremizer here to break down game number 2, but not much more to break down other than what we kind of hinted on at the very end of the desk. I mean, it just was maybe a bit of a draft diff out of there. Duo lane out of control. Took a little while for Duo to really gotta go crazy there. Gunter really providing a lot of the brunt force here for the Ferrymen in the at least the early game.
Yeah, I think the Gladiators had a good chance if they enter that late game state even, but they don't.
Nope.
And that is, they just lose very hard early on. I think you get to see a lot of plays and presence from Gunter, not just from the first blood, but damage-wise. I think you had pointed it out, but very early on had like 8k damage up when the next highest was 4k, and it was out of a mid laner. You get a 9 KDA. I think this guy just absolutely played this Persephone to the T in terms of what you needed. And it set things up so wonderfully. I mean, that team fight in mid where 3 people fall on the side of the Gladiators just to kill off Okeanos was really the turning point. I mean, that was the last and only successful fight that well, that's not even successful. That was the only fight we got to see out of the Gladiators that looked like it could have gone somewhere, and it fell apart tragically for them incredibly fast. I think from that point forward, it just became a lot easier to exist and maneuver. I mean, the carries on the side of the Ferrymen just never touched. They never had to worry about it. Their relics every now and then would get used, but I mean, this is kind of free casting from Gunter.
I mean, even though Gunter's at a quarter health, I mean, how many different engagements happened around this mid laner here? 6-0-6 to end this game out. Top of the gold for his team. And a nearly full build. I mean, we were barely, 24, 25 minutes of play there. Yeah. And Gunter was a full Rod of Tahuti up. I mean, Isotos was just starting on their 4th item there. Didn't even have the starter item upgraded. 13,000 damage, so top of the damage charts as well here for the side of the Styx Ferrymen. And coming for the Gladiators here in game number 3, Gore, I think you're right to bring up that maybe the drafting is where a lot of the problem kind of came out of control here. I mean, that the Atlas, the Chiron that works so well for the Gladiators in game number 1, they give both of those up over to the Ferrymen. Granted, one of those was a first pick on the side of the Ferrymen with that Chiron, but when you have a lane that has that much control, you typically don't want to just give that one up. We'll have to see if that happens here in game number 3, though.
Yeah, I think as much as I was on the fence about a first pick Chiron, it worked out, obviously. I think the Atlas as well has to be a high priority pick. It's gone in the bottom 2 for both of these teams twice. I feel like you could bump that up.
Maybe so. Maybe we'll see if that Atlas gets a little bit more priority here. Game number 3, picks and bans, and it will still be the Ferrymen over here on first pick. Gladiators electing to take that second pick, but maybe now is where we see a little bit of the change up in those picks and bans. Maybe at least on the side of the Gladiators. We do still have the same stuff coming out, though, immediately. Soul and Jormungandr, no surprise. Those have been the first 2 bans for both these teams all the way through. But I want to see some adaptation out of one of these 2 teams here, specifically out of the Gladiators. Maybe, just maybe, take something away on their side? No? Okay. Nope. We're not going to have anything. Same things all the way through.
They changed the order.
Oh, they did.
It's been
no,
Soul, Serket,
right,
Khepri.
The Ferrymen changed their
now
order.
It's Soul, Khepri, Serket. That's a huge...
That's massive. That might be the difference maker here, but it's the Ferrymen who changed. I was wanting to change out the Gladiators.
Yeah.
Here's the change, though. Chiron first pick. That's not different. That's going back to the Ferrymen. But Artio finally taken away from Azrael now here. This one going over to the Gladiator solo.
It feels like this, hey guys, I've kind of been bodied twice in lane by an Artio. Every time we get to these team fight phases, it's like really annoying because there's an Artio on the other side. If we're not going to ban her, maybe we just take her. Turns out she's pretty good. And even though, again, maybe, like 50% win rate this set, because she lost game 1, they were winning a majority of that game. It's one bad fight from the Ferrymen that lose them game number 1. Otherwise, this is a 2-0. So realistically, I think that this is a good pull away from the Ferrymen. But it comes at a cost, right? You're still letting something through, and you're still going to let them get a hefty majority of their core. You get the Fenrir, though, which, let me just throw it out there. Please go to the jungle. Did not look too great for Rotwin last game. Fell behind way too hard, and I don't think that matching up into an Atlas Chiron again is going to work out well.
No, and it's not just the Atlas Chiron, it's also the Persephone. So the 3 biggest problem children of the Styx Ferrymen from game number 1 have made their way back onto the Styx Ferrymen, in game number 2, have made their way back now here in game number 3. The only difference that's been made is Ardio has been taken away from the Gladiators, so Azrael will have to find something new to play this time around. It's a Heimdall now towards that dual lane, so we're not going to see the Medusa at all here in game number 3 core. Instead, it'll be Heimdall and Fafnir rounding out that dual lane, so we do get to see Maskill go back on the Fen. A couple of jungle bands there, specifically towards Ice Ice with the Camazot's Daji, and a couple of mid bands on the side of the Fairman. So let's see where the Gladiators go. They went with the Tiamat last time, and as much as we all love Tiamat, Tiamat doesn't do so hot in the early game.
No, and they lost hard in the early game, and we didn't get to see Tiamat do pretty much anything throughout the entirety of that. A little bit of damage here and there, but not enough to make a big difference for him. I like that they held it for the end, though, because I feel like with the Soul ban coming through, the Agni, the Thoth ban, how Persephone gets picked up, and specifically how we just saw the Tiamat perform, you're going to want something that's not, well, you can't do 4 of those, I guess, because it's technically picked away from you. And you need to go to something fresh. But a lot of other mages, when they fall out of that top meta or, your top priority, have something that's counterable about them, so you don't want to pick them up too early on, or else they'll just say, cool, I'm going to draft this to kill you. And I think that, pausing for this Discordia works out pretty well.
Will be a Cerberus to replace the Ardio on the side of the Fairmans. It's the only change that happens from games 2 to 3 for them. We'll see if that'll still be able to net them a win in game number 3, or can the Gilded Gladiators bring this one back? We'll have to find out once we jump right into game. It's J-Mac, Gore, and Doug. One more time, forgot to give our nice little shout out to Doug this morning. So thank you so much, Doug, for being our observer here in our first set of the day. Game number 3, Ice Ice once again on the chalk, Cerberus over into the solo lane. But going over towards this Discordia, a god that kind of pops herself in and out. But everything that we've seen from the Gladiators has been, we want to get dual lane pressure or we want to get solo lane pressure.
Yeah.
Discordia seems like a great god to do it just because of by nature of her passive.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a much better draft top to bottom from Gilded Gladiators as opposed to last game. You had mentioned having, essentially the same core. It's just Azrael that had changed. And I think that will make a significant difference, right? As long as you make some appropriate changes in the mid, right? You don't have a Fenrir, so that's one less squishy target on the side of the Gladiators. I think Rodwin's going to be able to keep up a lot better on this Fafnir. And it really does enable a little bit more of what Maskill's playstyle on this Fenrir was like that we saw in Game 1 as well as last week, as well as Toddy a little bit later on. That Coerce is going to be very helpful for a lot of these auto attackers. And then you add in that buff that Discordia is going to be giving, probably going towards Listemics, but whoever it ends up on is going to have a nice little boon to their damage. All of a sudden, the Gilded Gladiators have enough buffs on their side that even if they fall behind, they have something to balance it out. But they've got an Ardio over there in the solo lane, and that typically balances really easily against the Cerberus. Cerberus has been like the go-to matchup against her. But at least this year, if I remember correctly, he hasn't been winning that matchup very often. And so this is one that it's going to be an interesting lane. Whoever can really take control of it probably helps their team win the game the best.
Okeanos does find the pickup with that gravity pull, but a quick hammer response out of Rotwin will at least stop that. It's the 2v2 in solo. Azrael versus Ice Ice, a lot of sustain on Ice Ice. He'll walk up gladly against Maskill, who's got to leap on out. Listemic gets stunned out. Beads now out of the Ardio. Ice Ice needs one more ability, but that dash from Listemics will create enough distance to get themselves on out of here. But the Gladiators on the back foot already in the solo lane, and Soto's under fire in the mid lane. The Garden out here from the mid laner. Guns are putting out a lot. Azrael fighting back into Listemics. The jump is good. Maskill will strike first blood. Maybe they can get the double kill here up against Ice Ice. They will. And the Gladiators can finally strike on.
I mean, that is just great re-engage from them. Good presence of mind to be able to dodge out a little bit of damage there from Ice Ice. I thought Ice Ice was gone. I think they did too, and that's why they get aggressive onto Azrael. I was ready to talk about how it's a, not necessarily a lose situation. You lose your beads if you're Listemics, but luckily they had gotten you low before the blue buff spawns up, so maybe the most you lose out on is some back camps. Nothing huge. Then you get a double kill for your jungler and 2 assists on the Ardio. All of a sudden you're a level up on both. I don't care that you burned your beads. I don't even care if Ice Ice, and they didn't, but even if they had taken any back camps, doesn't mean anything just because of what you're able to do presence-wise. Good first blood. You get it onto a big player here for Maskill. And this is a good start. Get aggressive with this lead. Try to play into it. You don't quite steal away the blue buff, but I like where their head's at.
Rodwin picked up, taking a lot of damage. Won't steal away purple buff as a lone Fafnir, but gave Toddy plenty of free farm on that left-hand side. We see now level 4 out of the Heimdall. And kind of talk about Heimdall, he really feels almost like an EU exclusive. Not a lot of the North American hunters are really going towards this god, but for some reason, the European scene really loves playing this god. It's like their third one to go to when it comes to the hunters now. If you're throwing Medusa, Chiron kind of into that mix right now. So Toddy really showing some stuff here over into this duo lane. Meanwhile, it's a beads burn out of Gunter from the Ragnarok on mass kill in mid.
I think that looking at specifically what these teams and the way that they're playing it, I think we get to see a much more present and like potent play from Rotwin this time around, which is already great. But Maskill, I think having a small lead, notably not having their ult available. There it is. Yeah, so throwing in a point for them. I want to see a little more aggression, I think, from the Gladiators right now. Push this lead to the limit while you have a Fenrir who's doing well, while you're gonna be able to burn beads on the other side. They're down for Gunter, and that's presumably because of some of that aggression. I want to see a little bit more of that, right? When that's on, once your ult's off cooldown, if you're Maskill, jump in, go for the dive, and try to find more ways than one to pressure out this team. Because Ice, I think, as we go on throughout this game, is going to be a present threat because it's Ice, right? They're just going to. And I think Streak Up and Okeano specifically as a duo lane performed incredibly on these picks last time. So you have to be a little worried about them. So I like to see the presence of mass kill throughout this game and how it continues on this trajectory.
Well, with those beads still down for Gunter, like you're saying, could be a great target here. Streak Up will use the beads to get away from the ultimate Toddy this time. So now another ideal target for mass kill to grab. Okeano's a little late back in on that rotation, and another blue buff stolen away. This time up against Azrael, where last game they were stealing Lestemix's blue buff on the side of the Ferryman. Rodwin picked up again, trying to go for yet another purple invade as a lone Fafnir will find some damage, but Streak Up used the last of his mana for the giddy up to get onto that there. So no more fight now out of the Ferryman. They're just going to go back and farm.
Can't body block when he just nudges you out of the way, right? Like, because it looked like that's what Rodwin was going for. If you get on the other side there, you body block and you go into the transformation, all of a sudden, Streak Up's dead. Good giddy up. Yeah, it costs the rest of the mana, but you get out of there. You get to back up, and the most you are missing now is your beads. So you're feeling mostly okay in the duo lane for now. And it does go back to that point you were making where like Heimdall's kind of an EU exclusive, something that Streak Up should be comfortable playing up against. There are a few teams, if I remember correctly, where like Heimdall's like a must ban against in Europe. And that's not like too surprising, only because of how big of a performance. Like the Wargs right now, 2 games last week, two Heimdall bans, where it's like that's not going to happen against every single team. I think if Toddy can prove to be at that level, despite the fact that Heimdall's not in the meta right now, it could, 1, be really good for them in picks and bans, but 2, give another hope to some of these picks. I mean, the Chiron looked really good. The Medusa didn't, although I don't know if that's necessarily Toddy's fault. I feel like the entire game got out of hand there.
Sotos under fire in mid lane will throw the golden apple out, and an ultimate from the opposing mid laner will find the wall, but not much more beyond there. A lot of ults thrown out, no blood spilled, but a couple of relics taken away there. Mid lane, no relic now for Sotos for 155 seconds. Mass kill. Doesn't find anybody with that Ragnarok. Not even willing to walk up to the 3 strong. Could be in danger now, especially Sotos doesn't have your beads. You don't have your mana. A nice jump will get you away from the pull at the very least, but that's all you're going to get away from. Okeanos has the kinetic charge to dash on in and pick up the kill on the mid.
Man, the slows they have on the Ferryman is impressive. Oh my god, talk about impressive here. Toddy, and he gets out of there. I mean, that's going to be a long cooldown for the Crystal, but he's just styled on a man, so it doesn't even matter, does it? You know, 20 seconds left for Streak Up to have those beads back up. Toddy gets a clean solo kill, goes, I guess 1 for 1 grand scheme. You still lose Sotos, so which is unfortunate, but the kill ends up going on to Okeanos, which is a nice balance because it's not like a high priority person picking it up. Feels like it's a good start here for the Gladiators. Again, appropriate changes from Game 2 to Game 3. They get a much more early game center jungler, more hands-on specifically for mass kill than what the Kabrakan was able to do. And now they're able to get a little bit more going for themselves. Rodwin not quite following the pattern perfectly there, so didn't get as many of those offerings, I think, as could have. And that could have potentially saved them that obelisk.
Gore, it's my favorite game of supports trading flowers between each other there. I mean, you get one of them that says, all right, cool, I'm going to go. And then they see the enemy support. They're like, Well, this is just awkward because now we're both sitting here losing health for basically nothing as they pass the flower back and forth between each other here. A brief pause in the action, though, here in game number 3. But at least a much stronger start here out of the Gilded Gladiators, able to get a couple of kills on the board earlier on. But Sodos is playing very aggressively, especially for the fact that he had just used his beads and ult in that very last team fight. And now Toddy, we were just hyping him up on a nice little solo kill of his own, but he gets taken out here on the left-hand side. Okeanos low, the Golden Apple, not going to get a whole lot of damage out there. They need one more auto, and Sodos will find it. Up against Okeanos to put a 4th one now up for the Gilded Gladiators. Ice gets hit by that unruly magic, but now the Gunter has shown back up. The Grasp of Death is there to hold Sodos and Rotwin in place. But no further follow-up from the Ferryman. I thought they would have gotten a little bit more aggressive on Rotwin.
Honestly, I think that trade still ends up being in their favor. I think they could have gotten more. You're 100% right. But it's not the end of the world for him, right? You get the beads and a kill on Toddy, and you lose beads for Okeanos and a death on Okeanos. So going to be more worthwhile, especially after the solo kill Toddy already got. You are able to invade a little bit, strip some experience away, be aggressive. And I think it goes to showcase, again, another problem I'm worried about for the Gladiators, and that's that late game. 4/5 of this team for the Ferryman's the exact same, and we already know that means it's got a good team fight.
Azriel goes down to mass kill, and Ice should be close to follow behind. Ultimate is there. Beads at a mass kill. Leap is just off the mark, though, and Lestemix doesn't have the distance for the Maul Prey after. Somehow, Ice makes it out, but Sodos might not. Does use the ultimate to not get pulled back in. But the Golden Apple doesn't find a home at the end of it. It's just Okeanos stripping another ult off the mid.
Just making sure that they can continue this amount of pressure, this onslaught. Beads are up for Sodos, so they are going to be able to find a little more aggression there. And admittedly try to just force out a relic. Sodos, you had mentioned it, playing relatively aggressive, like low mana, low health right now at the red buff. But Okeanos does not care. And I like this presence when you have this Scepter. You can see it, not a ton of damage, but it's still free damage. And free damage, well, it feels really good in these circumstances. So that forces Sodos to have to play this a little more carefully. And I think that's probably a route you should go for a majority of this game. Realistically, team fight. Once again, I'm going to go back to the point I was trying to make earlier, which is that Ice Gunter, Okeanos Streak Up combined to be an absolute nuisance. There's a little less CC from the Ferryman that's going to be as prominent just because they're missing the RDO that they had last time, which had good, long-range roots, consistent stuns. You've got Azriel, who has huge teamfight ultimate, good stun, but it's single target. Well, not single target, it's just very hard to hit on multiple targets because they have to be literally on top of each other. It's going to make things a little more interesting for them if the solo impact is lessened, but the rest of the squad should theoretically be able to put up a good fight. You've got a nice early lead if you're the Gladiators. It's just making sure that you can maintain this pressure. Right now, pick-oriented 2v2s, 3v3s, these are where you're going to be favored in these fights.
Sodos very far back, separated from Rotwin and Masskill. Gunter will spot out the support. It's just a dewarding battle more than anything else here. Out of the side of the Gilded Gladiators, even though it'll take a couple of wards off the map for the Ferryman. Sodos and Gunter having a 1v1 fight. Quick leap out of Sodos. Will get away from the damage from Gunter, but now it's the 2v2 by the solo in the jungle. Ultimate was not going to be enough for Azriel. Lestemix finds the big value there. Big ultimate from the mid, just off the mark, but Masskill still goes down. Double pull by Okeanos, but that's not going to get any much more than there. Just enough for a disengage out of Ferryman. A 1-for-1 trade. Azriel for Masskill.
I feel like Azriel's worth dropping for Masskill, though. I think, again, you just look at where it is. You're already 2 levels down. It's unfortunate for you to die because it's more farm that's going towards Lestemix. But a 3-0 Fenrir feels pretty solid to shut down this early on, stop the killing spree from, amassing into anything better. And it does slow down the game a little bit for the Gladiators. I'm still worried about what they can do kind of after the fact, right? When it's 1-for-1 trades, the experience and the gold, at least afterward, still have been going for the Gladiators. The last couple of fights haven't been like these clean engages, disengages for them. They've been finding these trades, maybe finding a pick, just afterward to make it go in their favor. But realistically, this is where, and I like to see the Ferryman get aggressive because they need more experience.
Sodos almost goes down, even through the shell, does still fall at the end of the day to Streak Up, who rotated themselves on over. Ice used the teleport to go the opposite way, but now they've ran straight into Toddy, who will take them down, but Masskill eats a lot there from Gunter. The flowers, plus that leap and ult from downtown, but Masskill has more than enough distance to get away from there. But man, still, even this early on, Gunter is swinging.
Yeah, that was an impressive amount of damage. 5,200 already on the board. Again, not much in comparison, about 1,000 more than Sodos, but realistically, you know, what we saw last game at this point, you were watching this Persephone swinging for 8K, right? It was a lot early on, but I think you're really getting to see the presence of what this Persephone can bring. Good team fight and just damage numbers that make it a lot more difficult to try and stay aggressive. If you're Maskill, if you're Sodos, if you're Toddy, you're going to get bursted down. You're going to feel the brunt of that. One good ult onto you, all of a sudden, even if you have your beads, you might just die anyway because of the initial CC. And so I think that Rotwin and Listimics are going to have their work cut out for them in terms of not only body blocking the ult, maybe pressuring out Gunter and making them feel uncomfortable, but also just making sure that their carries can continue the route that they've been on. It's kind of surprising, though, to see. I mean, we've had a lot of kills. Granted, a lot of them have been like single target, you know, just picks. But I'm interested that no one's really looked at either Pyromancer or Goldfear, even just slightly at this point.
That's been completely glossed over here. Good stun on the Streak Up. Some good damage to a fire back, but Streak Up's got the giddy up, so that'll get away from Ragnarok out of Maskill. Doesn't feel good losing your ultimate there as the jungler for basically nothing out of Streak Up. Did get the Aegis at least, so it's not all for nothing here. But now talking about this Gold Fury, Gilded Gladiators will group up. Transformation out of Rotwin will provide a lot of extra burn. Maskill jumps over the ultimate, but a second one comes through. Not quite enough. Six Ferryman, though. They steal away the Gold Fury from the Gilded Gladiators. Now Toddy cannot barely find a way out of there. It's the ultimate from Atlas once again that steals away yet another objective. All the Gladiators on the run.
That's just painful for them. I mean, you're going to get out, but you had a substantial gold lead prior to that. And while it's not necessarily gone, it's significantly lessened, and honestly, with the amount that was just used, you could probably try to pull the Pyromancer here. They're going to go for the safer play in the Scorpion, but I think you could have gotten a little more aggressive for the Six Ferryman. That's a good steal from them, and again, just good presence of mind. A lot of damage that gets dumped immediately onto everybody. Like, it just feels like it's disjointed. They didn't know whether or not they wanted to continue the fight or if they wanted to pull back. And I think that Maskill, again, aggressive, takes too much damage right now. Example there, dead.
Question mark?
In order to do something.
A bit of a questionable play for Maskill to stay that aggressive. Sure, the Gladiators do get the Pyromancer. This at least gives them a little bit of gold to trade out for the death of their jungler, but maybe an unnecessary death there. But Gore, that's now twice that we have seen an Atlas ultimate steal away a Gold Fury for, what, first time it was like 120 damage you saw it, this time barely 130. That's an auto attack from Toddy at this point of the game.
Yeah, you realistically have to be able to hit it, but that's where like good body blocks are coming in. They get zoned out. Toddy, you saw, forced the crystal away. I mean, look at Okeanos. He's just bullying Sodos here for funsies right now, and no one's punishing him.
But Gunter,
there we go.
Off the mark here with this ultimate. A fire back with the Unruly Magic. Not enough damage. And Okeanos does manage to walk out. Tier 1 tower all the while for the Gilded Gladiators was under fire by mid laner and the Hunter of the Ferryman. So that one trades out to the 500 from Pyro, negated now by the 500 from the tower. And Okeanos gets to live. Had to use his beads, so that doesn't feel great. But you still got a tower and you still got out, so that does feel good.
Yeah, realistically, you're happy with these trades out, the way that they're going. It's been a lot of right-hand present kills, right? You've got 2 there on the Ice, 3 deaths there on the Ferryman. So, you know, Lestimics has a nice, comfortable lead. It theoretically should have been Maskill with a lead, but those last couple of deaths, as well as just good farming from Ice, has really leveled out the jungle. You've lost experience overall in mid. It's been good farm game from Gunter and good presence from this Persephone. And so I think that you know have to write home where you can. It's going to be this solo and this carry right now that have your advantages. The gold lead, what once was at least comfortable early on, is still, you know, enough to have something to build off of here for the Gladiators, but you've definitely lost a lot of the frightening presence you had and the hard edge that you had going in your favor. Now you're starting to have to go back towards basics, right? How is our team fight? Where's our 3v3? How can we get picks? Can I find a 1v1 over in the duo lane? Is that even possible anymore for me to be able to pick it up when the relics are available? Things like that are going to make a big play. And now with every objective down, I don't see either of these teams going for a Fire Giant for the next few minutes. I think that we're going to see, you know, in under 2 when that Fury respawns, the Oni Fury. That's where the next fight, or at least pressure should be applied from either of these squads, because even though we're hitting that magic number for an FG fight, it just doesn't feel like either of these teams have enough of a lead right now to try and even force that. Like, I don't feel confident enough in the Gladiators team fight, and the Ferrymen are just behind enough that I don't know if I want them to push forward completely.
It does seem like an awkward time to try and pull this Fire Giant. The
stepping over here,
Gladiators are grouping up around it, and that's going to force a response out of the Ferrymen, to say the very least here. We're doing a bit of an item roundup here. Sodos does need to go back to base to finish up that third item, I'd imagine, before any kind of real fighting goes through. As the Ferryman's mid laner Gunter does have that Charon's coin now stacked up, so that's the percent pen to deal with some of these tankier front lines. The Azrael hasn't really had much of an opportunity to get into some of these fights. Typically by the time that Azrael has joined the fights, they're surrounded by usually Maskill and Listemics, and then it's basically dead at that point. But we're starting to get to the point where Azrael should be able to start jumping in. I mean, now 3 items deep with a full magic defense. Sodos shouldn't be eliminating him anymore.
Yeah, you should be able to take a little bit more damage before, like getting burned down completely. And so I expect to see more presence from Cerberus, which, look, if you're the Ferryman, more teamfight presence isn't necessarily what you needed, but it's more than welcomed, right? I mean, you are thrashing the Gladiators in a lot of these, like, equal number engagements that are teamfight neutral territory. And so I think that if you get a big Cerberus that can jump in, burn beads on some people, open up opportunities for Okeanos, vice versa, for Ice, either way, it's just going to be a good team presence from the Ferryman that, once again, I think is going to threaten the Gladiators. And it's not quite as dominant as it was last game, but I do still think that this is a team fight that is going to be a menacing threat for the Gladiators. They have to be careful how they get aggressive. And once again, I go back to game number 1 conversation. I need to see Mastkill be able to get in, get some pressure onto the back line without losing their life in the process, which is much easier said than done here. The damage that Gunter does, the damage that Streak Up does, even in a 1v1, Mastkill is going to be threatened by it.
Mastkill even changing up their build compared to the last 3 times that we've seen Mastkill, where it was the Jotuns and the stone cutting sword, serrated, and then one of the robes after. Now a bit of a change out, just more raw damage. A Brawler's Beatstick, second item. And then going in towards that Spike Gauntlet. So Bloodforge potentially on the mind here by Mastkill. Level 17 on the Fenrir, a 3-2-2, though they started out as a 3-0. So Mastkill hasn't been able to have that same level of impact. If we do look at the player damage charts, though, we can see that Mastkill is where that Discordia passive has been for the majority of this game. So Mastkill can find a pick. Could be big here for the Gilded Gladiators, but even still, with only this small 2k gold lead, the Gilded Gladiators can't really find much of anything.
Yeah, especially not when your Fenrir ult gets used for no relics in response, like just distance from the Styx Ferryman. That makes things a lot easier for you. I like the brawlers, though. If I'm looking over there and I'm seeing the Chiron, who is, got, at least last game, got away with barely any health several times and was able to heal themselves up just slightly from their own passive, but also the Chalk. Yeah, I want that. I want to try and shut them down a little better.
Azrael only tries to grab one, and it is Mastkill who's got to leap away. Centaur's shots need to be on the mark, but it's Okeanos instead with the ultimate to start up here for the Ferryman. First kill of the fight goes their way, and now it's a retreat from the Gladiators. As soon as they lost Mastkill, it was a disengage from the Gladiators, and now that gives the opportunity for the Ferryman to get aggressive to the left. But Ice will eat some damage in this mid lane. He will heal a lot of that back up, though, with the Rainstorm.
And I mean, this is where things go wrong. You've lost your jungler. Listemics is taking way too much damage.
Oh, Listemics makes it out thanks to the help of a shell. Toddy walks back in, but has to use the ult to get away from Okeanos' pull back in. All 5 of the Ferrymen are alive, are grouped up here. Could make their way over towards this Oni Fury. No ultimates up on the side of the Gladiators to steal this one away. It's just going to come down to who's got the better initial secure out here. Rotwin walking up. Toddy here as well. Please, Lord, do not let a Fafnir steal away an Oni Fury with just a hammer. Just walk up and body block it if you can. Somebody, please. Ferryman will get the Oni Fury. Maybe even Rotwin. But Rotwin is going to be fairly tanky. Will just walk out.
Yeah, that's, again, you've got good damage. At that point, you had mentioned it, but with all ults on cooldown, like Gunter's basic abilities are probably going to be like the Bone Rush is probably your best damage that you had. And it is what secures it. Still maybe a little too close for comfort. I like the response from Gilded Gladiators immediately surging over towards the Pyro, but they need to start it up. And I think they have a good window of opportunity to be able to scoop that one away. Downside, pressure in terms of lanes, all going in favor of the Ferryman. Now, Fire Giant? This seems like a risky call.
This is quite risky. That belt to the Berserker is not back up yet. This is just going to come down to
That's
the
half.
raw damage of the Gladiators. Fire Giant falling low, but Azrael's here to deter the Ferryman from going any further. And a lot of them ate about a quarter of their health and poke just from the objective alone. One does go back. That is Ice. And now the Ferrymen have pushed themselves up to get ward pressure.
This is a good position, I think, for the Gladiators. At least being able to showcase that they do have the burn for it. Somewhere, I don't know how, despite going 0-3 over the last few minutes, Mastkill has gotten 2 levels up on Ice since then. So realistically, you're dying a ton, but you're getting something. You've got 2 levels there in terms of the solos. So Lastimics, despite getting melted and absolutely shredded earlier in that last fight, I think good presence. Both relics up for your mid laner and your carry still. So Gilded Gladiators still in a position where they can fight. It's just whether or not they feel comfortable trying to do so. And obviously they're fine trying to pull it, but they didn't stick around long the minute that the Styx Ferryman got aggressive. So I really think that, especially with the relics all coming up here for the Ferryman, you're in a much more precarious position, right? I think the Ferrymen are in a better spot to try and pull the FG. They're in a better spot to win a team fight. They're in a better spot to continue to try and find a lead and push this map state into their favor. But the Gilded Gladiators have good response to that, right? And so I think that there's this ebb and flow of how this fight's going to go, that if the Gladiators try to start it off, there's a significant chance things go downhill almost immediately. But if they wait for the Ferrymen to just make one misstep, then they're going to be able to surge forward, capitalize on that, and turn it into a big team fight win.
You have a fairly even game here. 23.5 minutes in, it's only 1,000 gold separating these two teams. And it hasn't gotten much bigger than that. I mean, 2,500, as you can see at the bottom, is the largest gold lead that we have seen so far here in this third game of play. The Styx Ferrymen, they've been able to push themselves up. They do have the ward pressure. And Okeanos will at least throw some damage over to the Fire Giant, though. No commit from the rest of the Ferrymen. A leap out by Azrael instead. Some heavy damage being thrown over towards Rotwind, even throwing down the rain now by Ice to slow the Gladiators down. But still no Fire Giant pull just yet.
It's that weird conversation. How much damage, how much burn, how much confirm do you have? Not a lot for either of these squads. With Okeanos, I think the burn is going to exist. It's just trying to get the FG in a coin toss right here. No, you don't want to lose that. That's the awkward thing. I think if either of these teams had a much more substantial lead, then it feels a little bit better to try and pull the FG. But at this point, if you leave it to a coin toss, you're pretty much just saying heads or tails, are we going to win this game off of it? Because one team fight, one FG buff right here with the timers getting to where they are. You run down mid, you knock down a tier 2, there's still 2 towers standing, but you don't need to worry about it. 30-second death timers, usually enough to work with to burn through those towers. And at minimum, you'd get a Phoenix. At best, you'd be able to kill off the Titan. So I think you have to be very careful with how you get aggressive. And that means looking at where certain people are going to go. Mastkill has to get aggressive, use that ult. Everybody has beads, and they're all off cooldown. So even if you pick someone up, they're going to get out of there. Azrael, same kind of circumstance, except you might be able to pull Rotwind. And that might be the key factor. If you can get rid of a single frontliner on the side of the Gladiators, you showcased earlier, you can burn through Lastimics, a couple more tanky items, specifically the Spirit Robe now online, so maybe a little harder now to try and burn through the RDO. But one kill onto Rotwind means it's a lot easier as a 5-man grouping to surge forward onto the FG.
And all 5 of the Gladiators, one at Azrael. That would be a blink down for the solo laner of the Ferryman. Gladiators really wanted that kill, but a good call out by Okeanos, recognizing that everybody on the Gladiators was walking towards that lane. Sure, it does suck losing out on your blink there for Azrael, but getting out with your life may be a little bit more important. Jump in by Mastkill and by Rotwind. Will pick up Ice. That's going to be the beads out of the chalk. Half health on the jungler, and an ultimate out of Okeanos in response. Won't find a whole lot of damage, about 200 at most, on the lowest target out of all of them. The 6 Ferrymen, they do hold off the Gladiators, if only for another moment. But Gore, we've been seeing a lot of Spirit Robe as of recent. In fact, this game alone, we're already seeing 3 of them.
Yeah, CCR, as it turns out, really helpful. I think there's a lot of good stats on Spirit Robe, but when it comes down to getting crowd control reduction, especially in a game like this, it's going to be very helpful. Plus, you get percent damage mitigation whenever you get hit by a hard CC. So not only are you getting out of it faster, but you're able to survive through it longer. I think that Spirit Rope, like, it's just a good item, man. And when you look at all of the CC that is available for both squads, yeah, it's going to be very helpful. Makes sense that we're seeing it a little more heavy-handed on the Gladiators, though, because Azrael, Ice, Gunter, Okeanos, all going to have some CC that can proc that. And so it's going to be a little more helpful for them. And I think that's going to cause some trouble for the Ferryman during some of these fights, at least in trying to burn down the frontliners.
Okeanos does dash away in time to get away from the strife out of Sotos. The Fire Giant was started up, but not really the main priority here for the Gladiators. This ever-long dance around this major objective. We see it time and time again in these games. Pyromancer is back on the map. That's how long we've been fighting around fire, is that the Pyro has respawned itself now. Gladiator should be able to take that one unless it gets stolen out by a stray ability from the Ferryman. It will not be so. Gladiators get another small objective. And all this fighting around this objective, specifically this Fire Giant, has been able to net the Gladiators a little bit of extra farm. They've been able to pump themselves up a little bit more in gold. Ultimate out of the mid laner goes through. It's only going to catch out Toddy, who's not too concerned, though. Centaur shots onto Sotos, doing a whole lot of damage. Sotos will fall low, but not low enough. Maskill has to leap on away. Okeanos, though, picks up Rotwind, throws him right back up to Streak Up. Now get a transformation, but meanwhile in the backline, Azrael goes down to Toddy. Ultimate out of Okeanos, and a jump in by Rotwind. Streak Up, Beads and Aegis already down. The Cairo with no ult means that they're going down. Toddy picks up the double kill in the team fight. Now fighting up against the two frontliners through. Sotos throws out some damage, but Toddy is going to be fine. He used the ult against one. Okeanos is falling low. Toddy finds the triple kill up against them. Gunter falling low. Toddy running in. Toddy misses the sword throw at the end, so Rotwind will clean it up, but that's 4 down for the 6 Ferryman. And Gore, who cares about the Fire Giant? The Gladiators can just end the game.
I mean, that is exactly what, and we talk about Europe a lot, but that's the problem with waiting for a lot of these late game team fights, is you get to this point where now it's Ice versus 5 to try and defend this. I have to give a shout out though to Maskill. Maskill gets to the backline very early in that fight.
Whoa.
Ice is doing damage.
Ice gets a lot of damage out there, but it's not enough to take down any of the Gladiators. All 5 still stand. And at the end of it all, it's the Gladiators who stand tall. Azrael goes through, but that ult is just too little, too late. Gilded Gladiators, again, in one late game team fight, win the game.
And I think deja vu, almost. I mean, it's not exactly the same route to success because Maskill had to go in and then get out very quickly, but immediately jumps in onto the backliners, forces them to feel uncomfortable onto Gunter and Streak Up. They separate a little bit, and then all of a sudden you've got the Styx Ferryman, like, 5-man spread from like tier 1 to tier 1 line in the mid lane, and all of the Gladiators able to just absorb 1, then 2, then 3, and kind of chomp down like they're Pac-Man going down the lane. It just really opened things up. You get a really clean triple kill from the Heimdall as well, so it looks really good for Toddy, but I think the damage numbers from the jungle, the damage out of mid, it just felt really solid for what the Gladiators had, and if you wait for a late game team fight and they have the advantage they had, they're going to be able to push that effort into what we saw. A nice win.
Well, congrats to the Gilded Gladiators on a 2-1 win here in this set. We'll take it to a quick break, and then we'll come back to break down the set and get you guys set up for the next one. and welcome back to the desk. Gore threw me off right here because he didn't point it out, and now that I've seen it, I can't unsee it. The Gilded Gladiators logo is actually left-handed.
He's a left-handed sword
for a gladiator. I knew it. I've never picked up on that until Gore brought it out here. But talking about the Gilded Gladiators here, a win in game number 3 brings them a win in the set up against the Six Ferrymen, and it was basically a repeat from game number 1. You know, some early pressure out of the Gladiators, a small response that came out of the Ferrymen, and then it basically sits there and does absolutely nothing for a moment. The only difference that changed, I mean, let's be real. Basically nothing happened. An objective here, an objective there. The only difference is that the Ferrymen didn't get like a 9K gold lead in like 2 minutes and then lose the game. It was just we fought in mid lane instead of at a left Phoenix, and then the Gilded Gladiators win. It
was a lot less back and forth, right? Like Gladiators pull a lead, and then that lead was there pretty much the rest of the game. Like it was like almost 2K the entire time. I think you had called it like 2,500 was where it had capped. And the entire chart was in their favor. They were always the ones kind of leading the way in terms of objectives. You know, every now and then, let's say a Pyromancer or a Fury or something would go the way of the Six Ferrymen. And it felt like they had some good fight back, and I was looking forward to their team fight. But by the time they get to a team fight stage, they just separate in a non-conducive to winning strategy is the best way I could describe it. They are just separated way too far. It allows Mass Kill to go big and specifically get the CC onto people. It's this fight right here where Toddy just gets to pick up a ton, but look at how separated that is. I mean, you've got Azrael way away from the carries, way away from the rest of the team, so there's no way to save them. And the same thing was the case. Mass Kill, while Toddy's running this train on them, is just able to jump into the back, absolutely do, you know, damage to the backliners, get relics, things like that, and all of a sudden they have no safety anymore. So by the time the rest of the team from the Gladiators is surging forward, kill after kill after kill, it's just easier to continue picking them up.
And maybe now Toddy's stamping himself in there as EU players that you might not want to give Heimdall over to, going along the lines of E-Chrome, Spudio, and Vaporish Coast now amongst there. That's pretty... God, I'm only missing 2 hunters that would round out the full SEC because I'm pretty sure all 3 of those ones are on teams right now here with them. So adding in there, I guess Streak Up is one, you know, obviously one of the ones in there, but he didn't play the Heimdall this time, so we can't throw the name out there. But yeah, this Heimdall pick that these EU hunters really like going over towards now, kind of as this flex third pick, really has kind of stamped itself to being a major threat here in this region.
It's got exactly what you need. It's got safety, so you can survive. You've got CC immunity in your ult, so in the event that your beads are down, there's, again, more survivability on there. And he's got good damage, right? Good setup, good vision. He brings a lot to the table for the team fights because all of a sudden you can see all around you. You're going for a Gold Fury. Oh, hey, there's a guy going for a steal. We'll just kill him before this happens, things like that. And so even though he's not like the top of the meta, I feel like Europe, and going back to that, it is a good call for them, and I honestly wouldn't be upset seeing it maybe in some of the other reasons, honestly, even in the SBL sometimes, because I think that when you have a good, even just adept, like, hey, you're going to do decent, you're just playing Heimdall, your goal is to not die and to deal damage, most of the time you're able to do that.
Well, that was only our first set of the day, and only the first EU set that we will see for the remainder of the week. Let's take a look at the schedule to see what all is still in store for us over here in the European region with our first one done with the Gilded Gladiators on a 2-1. That means we'll have the Niflheim Wargs up against the Highland Ravens for our second match of today over in Europe. And then tomorrow, before the SPL, make sure you tune in to catch our third EU set, which will be the Aru Scorpions up against Hex Mambo. But we got a long day ahead of us out here. I mean, this is our first of 2 EU, but only our first of 4 sets that are going to be out here, Gore. We've also got 2 NA sets that are going to come up right after these.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch those as well. Again, last week, NA ended up being a little more close, I want to say, all going 3. This is the first EU set that went 3 that we've seen in the SEC so far. So maybe it's Europe warming up a little bit and North America was already on fire. Either way, I think it's going to be really exciting, especially this next one, because I think both of these teams, the Wargs and the Ravens, are just very accomplished teams, very big names on both squads. And honestly, if I remember correctly, I think both 2-0'd last week, so this is going to make it even more interesting because somebody's going to have to lose.
Yeah, this is going to be a bloodbath in this next one. 2 really powerful teams on the side between the Wargs and the Ravens. That one's going to be coming up right after the break, so stick around and we will be right back.
Welcome back, Smite fans, to the EU SEC. We are back with our second out of 4 best of 3s of the day. And this is a very close matchup. Very excited to get into this one. To start off the day, though, a great 3-game set gets things rolling here over in EU. And the teams continue to show up and put on good performances for us here early on in the EU SEC. My name's Dolson. Trelly is with me. And Trelly, I missed these teams playing last week, the Wargs up against the Ravens. But from what I gather, some expected results from the EU teams last week.
Yeah, a lot of name recognition on both of these squads. Obviously, both off to a 2-0 start. But again, they're going to be up against each other this time. Someone's going to have to come out with a loss at this point. And both of these squads are looking very crisp right now.
Yeah, agreed. And over here in EU, you expect a high level of competition. Actually, 3-game sets, maybe not unheard of. Sort of surprising, though the name recognition on both of these two teams that last week. Both of them ended up going 2-0. But as I've mentioned, we already had one set already today. That was a 2-1. Let's look what we've got in store for the rest of the day here. The 2-1 for the Gladiators starts us off over in EU. This will be our second and final EU game of the day. As we've mentioned, Niflheim Wargs up against the Highland Ravens. And then the Scorpions versus Hex Mambo will be tomorrow before the SPL. So this is our second and final EU set so far here today. And then you EU fans, don't you worry, you'll get some more EU SEC prior to the SPL starting up, moving on to tomorrow. And with how competitive the EU SEC is, I think it's important for the Gilded Gladiators especially that they have started off winning games up against opponents. You might argue they should, because Trelly, when you got the Wargs and the Ravens, two very, very strong rosters, these early games, against sort of the middle, potentially lower of the standings teams, you need to win those games if you want to have a good shot at moving on to playoff Smite in a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't really afford to give up any of these early losses to the teams that you should be beating, obviously, because the competition's only going to get fiercer. And right now, one drop set could mean the difference in your standing, obviously. So trying to make sure just to get those wins where you can and just playing to the best of your squad's potential.
And Charlie, we have hyped up both of the teams that are playing in this matchup for good reason. The Wargs, a very, very strong roster, a team built with players that should be recognizable if you've watched the SEC in the past. Kana, Sarpe, Angry, Preds, and Spudio. And this team has a lot of practice together as well. A lot of the players on this team have played together in the past for a decent amount of time. I think, Trelly, one of my favorites to finish at least top 3, maybe top 2 here in the EU SEC.
Yeah, definitely. They have a lot of talent, obviously. Like the mid-jungle presence is always very strong from the squad. I always get to see these big highlight plays from Angry specifically. They're going to go for these big flashy plays, and it's going to look real nice in the highlight reel, obviously. So, yeah, they have a lot of talent, as I mentioned. They're just very fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the mid 3v3 here in this matchup between Sarpe, Angry, and Preds. Going up against Rapio, Sap, and Silenced on the other side. I think those are going to be some fun matchups to watch. But I think we always have to highlight ADC and Spudio, of course, for the Wargs. Such a strong player in the EU SEC. And then we'll talk about him in a minute. But you're going up against Vaporish Coast on the other side. And so it always feels like Coast is the type to make a play. And so I think that puts a little bit of onus on Spudio here in this set to have the potential to make that play for his team as well. Because when the opposition, it feels like, is hitting 100% on a big play at some point throughout the set, you've got to be able to step up into that task as well. On the flip side from the Wargs, the Ravens, we've already mentioned the Ravens ADC. That's Vaporish Coast. Silent, Sap, Rapio, and Lamogao going the opposite direction on the map. Finalizes this roster. And so again, Trelia, I think very similar to what we said about the Wargs. This is a roster, top to bottom, that should be expected to finish near the top of the EU SEC.
Yeah, just always looking very strong, as we mentioned, and trying to play off of this mid lane. Sap's always having a very solid performance, but as you mentioned, Coast, he's going to make those plays regardless. Even if he gets behind, he's going to just sit back and farm. So I think you were right to mention that Spudio probably has to make sure he's playing at the top of his game, not letting any sort of leads get out of the way here in the duo lane. Both of these teams are going to be able to take a small lead and run with it right now. Right. So just making sure to play as crisp as possible, really tighten up those loose ends, because you can't really afford to get behind right now. In this EU meta specifically, they don't like to get active too often, but when they do, that's when you're in trouble.
Honestly, and I think a Ravens 2-0 over the highlights that you're seeing now, that this Hex Mambo team. Hex Mambo, such a strong roster, and the Ravens beat them 2-0 in the first week of the EU SEC. And that really says something about the way that this Ravens team has been playing. I mean, you have to play, very strong Smite, very consistent Smite, if you're going to not only beat, but 2-0 a team like Hex Mambo. And so I think the Ravens do themselves some favors in week one. You talk about winning the sets over teams that you should beat. Hex Mambo is somewhere in between, should beat, maybe shouldn't beat. And so I think an important win in week number one for the Ravens. I think Trelly solo lane will be pretty important here in this matchup, as it always is. But when you look at some of the team fight, maybe carry potential between these two teams, Kana for the Wargs, and then Lamogao over on the Ravens, I get the idea there could be some funny business happening over in the solo lane and picks and bans, and we'll determine that right now, P's and B's, for game number one between the Ravens and the Wargs. That'll put the Wargs over in the first pick spot. And so I do think Trelly, and we'll get some more data on this as picks and bans roll through, I think solo lane could be an area of emphasis here in this matchup, because I think between both Kana and Lamogao, carry potential, strong play potential out of the solo lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if Lamogao takes some counter bans here.
Yep.
Obviously, right now the Jormungandr is very prioritized for this
Yeah, what a
Ravens
world
roster.
we're in, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Did you expect that coming into Season 9, that Jorm was going to be up front?
I definitely didn't expect it. I think it's more so just because of the way he likes to build this Jormungandr. Obviously, it is open at the moment, so there is a chance we may get to see it, but it's not that typical run-of-the-mill Vamp Shroud Jormungandr start. It's more so like full damage, and obviously the Wargs going to take away Heimdall right away. Very highly contested ADC right now with Medusa being banned away. And the EU circuit especially, they really put a lot of stock into this pick.
Yeah, it's a 75% pick ban rate for Heimdall. And I consider this a pick/ban for the Wargs, because Coast I think would have snap-locked this Heimdall. Heimdall's strong anyway, but even if Heimdall was like a little less good, a little worse right now, probably a cleaner way of saying that, I think Coast is snap-locking this Heimdall every day of the week if it's left open. So I think sort of a pick ban there from the Wargs. You get a good pick, but you also take away one of Coast's more comfortable picks. Chalk plus Kumba Karna. What did I miss in a week here, Trelly? I mean, Chalk plus Kumba, unexpected, at least in my eyes. Maybe you, with a little bit more data on 1 week of the SEC, can shed some light here, but I didn't expect those two to start off.
I definitely do have some data on the Chalk, but the Kumba we've only seen once. I believe it was from Trix. It looked fine. It's one of those picks that brings you a lot of setup, a lot of CC. And the Chalk we saw in jungle
One
just
endorsement
last
looked
game.
fine.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. It wasn't really doing anything
Whoa,
crazy, but
this?
see, this is that Chalk jungle, I'm assuming. So we're gonna see a lot of large team fight presence and tanky targets from the Ravens draft, trying to keep that back lane it looks like it could be the solo back and the Chalk jungle. That's what it seems like to me right now. We still have some.
So now you need what? You need tank shred if you're the Wargs, and you've already got Heimdall, you've got Fafnir with the team-wide coerce.
Right.
You maybe start to prioritize mages that have more shred potential in their kit. Do you think Heimdall, scaling up late enough in this game, can take down the health bars of a Chalk, of a Kumba, of a Sobek by the time we reach late game?
It's going to be difficult because Heim obviously doesn't have any sort of built-in shred. He hits hard and he's safe. They usually prioritize towards this crit build, which is going to help kill the squishies.
Go forth, my
you're
children,
getting a lot
and
of
take
penetration
over this
built
land.
in your kit. Tiamat's going to help out a lot. It's good to see, obviously. Serket is going to provide a lot of that CC, that lockdown that you're going to need as well. They're going to need a lot of peel, because look at this dive from this comp. Obviously, you have a Chalk, Kumba, Sobek, the Chiron shots from downtown, and now rounding this draft off with a Merlin. So team fight presence alone, it looks like the Ravens are going for a very strong 5v5 team fight comp here.
I am curious. All right, so you got Chalk, Kumba, and Sobek. So we're gaining health, we're gaining protections, we're gaining tankiness.
Right.
In that regard, do you think the Ravens are losing out on a lot of damage, and do you think that the Wargs have made up for that in their draft?
Yeah, it looks to me like the Wargs have a lot of single target poke damage, so that seems to be the comp they drafted for. Just a little bit different. It's about the playstyle, really.
About the playstyle between the Wargs and the Ravens in game number one, a Bastet solo up against a Kumba Karna solo.
Of course.
All right, so that's new for me.
Yep.
As Dolson, Trelly, and Doug bring you into one of my most anticipated matchups of this week. Two teams that I have slated towards the top of the EU SCC And these early matchups between the two teams can often make the difference. I mean, if these teams win out, this matchup right here could be the difference maker way down the stretch here towards the end of this phase of the SEC. So I want to discuss expectations then out of the solo lane. You got Akumba Karna up against the Bastet. We know Bastet likes to output damage, potentially find some solo kills. Do you think that is on the table for Kana on this Bastet up against Lamogao and Kumba?
I mean, Kumba's clear is not going to come online for some time.
Yeah, I'm wondering what's happening there, yeah.
The minion toss will be able to full clear about level 4-ish, like not level 4 in the game, when that ability has 4 points in it, so more like level 9 at that point. So Lamogao is going to have to build into some damage for sure, but Kumba's very safe. You know, just the lockdown in general where you can just, you know, mez, walk away, that sort of thing. I don't think Lamogao is going to be getting ganked too much, I would say. So probably just a little bit of a net neutral lane where you're just losing a bit of gold to the tower because you can't clear.
My goodness. Lamogao is like desperately trying to clear this wave. We'll reach level 2 as the tower takes down those minions. Did return a decent amount of damage onto Kana, and I think that's worth looking at. But Kana looks like Soul Eater is what he's got in mind here. So Lifesteal will help out-sustain this Kumba a little bit. Already down a couple of those Chalice charges as well.
Oh, they're all gone now.
Is Lamogao. And so my eyes in the next couple of levels are on the Soul Lane if Kana can punish that Chalice being gone. 3 health pots still for Kana. And and that's such, I think, a unique conversation where Lamogao is going to be under so much pressure. And you say, as an early gank from Sarpei onto Rapio, considering a teleport over the wall, won't need it. Will return just a little bit of damage. If you're Rapio here, you're on this chalk. Is your mindset, we're just praying that Kumba can survive and not lose any solo kills here? Or do you think there's any value in sending some pressure and relieving some pressure on the right side of the map?
I will say just because of how much lockdown that Lamogao has on this Kumba pick, there's probably some room for a gank if Kana thinks, like, hey, I'm just against a Kumba. I can pounce on the wave freely. I can sort of just ability spam. I have no fear. But an epic uppercut into a shock damage is going to be very effective if they are just, not catching beads out. So I think Kana does have to play a little safe, but at the moment, Lamogao has no kill potential. I mean, just Warrior's Axe into Breastplate, this is just tank stats right now, so I don't think they're going to be going for any ganks early game at the very least.
Right, maybe the Ravens are realizing that the value of this Kumba solo pick is later on in the game when the tankiness kicks up, the team fights kick up, and you can just play it as a Kumba Karna, and you're not so much worried about the laning phase. Duo lane been pretty quiet on the early part of this, or in the early part of game number 1 here. Purple buff secured by the Ravens, despite a little bit of pressure from Pred. Spudio is level 4 here, so the 1 level advantage over Vaporish Coast, but this wave might be the difference maker there. A mid lane matchup that we saw a little bit in Season 8, Trelly. The Tiamat up against the Merlin rears its head yet again here in Game 1 of the SEC. And I think both mages have this potential to scale into the late game and output serious damage numbers. But I think I look towards Angry and how effective he's going to be up against tanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, neither of these mid lane mages are going to have any real damage online, obviously. Both of these characters want to get 2-3 items online. The Merlin and the Tiamat, not the greatest early damage mages, but they come online very hard towards that level 9, level 12, and then, of course, level 20. That late game is really when they're frying. So they're both going to have a ton of tank shred as the game goes on, but right now, I think that's why we're seeing this little stalemate here. Neither one really wants to try to poke anyone out here, as Sap is just getting the back camp, so trying to split the farm as well as possible. As Lamogao getting kind of very poked out here in this lane.
Yeah, but Kana hasn't had to go back yet, so Kana still 1,600 gold in the back pocket. And for the life of me, can't remember what the full upgrade is on Soul Eater. So maybe Kana just trying to survive in that late here, Trelly. That was a pick early in Season 8 we saw a lot when Bluestone was all the rage and Chiron just ruled the duo lane. But even without Bluestone being the pick, Chiron has seen some presence in picks and bans.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the Bluestone Transcendence full damage Chiron recently, just like we're trying to half health the backline from across the map. The Centaurs is just going to be, and Lamogao going to get ganked here.
Yeah, we were wondering if Lamogao would receive a gank, but now he is being ganked. He is low, and the passive is out. Who gets the kill? Will anyone get the kill? 1 more charge is left, and Kana has got first blood. Rapio is in on the re-gank, and he has got damage. Return kill in. Rapio makes it a 1-for-1.
Lamogao does have that passive, which is going to be super annoying for two assassins to try to finish underneath this tower. Obviously, they both had to sit there trading autos, trying to get that first blood gold. And Rapio was able to clean up the return kill there, but this Kumbhakarna, again, does not have that much pressure. So now you don't have teleport. You still have no damage built. It's going to be a very slow start while Kana gets a full Soul Eater online. So that's a very difficult situation to deal with here because you're not going to be poking her out anymore. The Bastet is going to be sustaining pretty much every time she clears the wave. And again, Lamogao just has to bide his time and try to get to late game.
I mean, look at net worth right now. Kana is, I mean, call it top net worth in the game. You're 40 gold behind top net worth. Literally last is Lamogao here. He's lost so much farm to the tower, so much gold, and so about a 700 gold differential already out of the soul lane, and a big power spike for Kana. Lamogao wasn't able to upgrade that breastplate at all on his way back to lane, so there's an opening now for Kana. Lots of stat stick on that Soul Eater to continue to make life difficult on the right side of the map. Little power, a little lifesteal. That 10% penetration Trelly actually could make a difference if Lamogao continues to build into this this physical defense. You're going to get some good value if you're Kana.
Yeah, and another issue I'm having with this pick is you're trying to clear the way with your 1. Usually you want to max the 2 because your 1's your escape, but if you are going to be going for these minion tosses for the damage, as we see how big skirmish in mid lane.
Wow, it's an ult in from Sarpei, but an answered ult by Rapio. Preds left alone, jumps out. Is there any more lockdown, though, from the Ravens? There's a pullback in from Sap, and Rapio has got the last bit of damage. Another kill over to Chalk Jungle. And hey, if the right side of the map is not where our pressure is not where our presence is, let's fight around mid. And Rapio's got his second kill of the game.
Yeah, Rapio has so much natural bulk with the warrior tank stats, as well as the fact that just so much AoE peel with that ultimate. It's just very difficult to try to focus down this Chalk right now, especially because Angry isn't outputting that much damage. The Divine Ruin is online, as we see some Centaurus shots trying to steal away that purple buff there by Coast, but just an unfortunate team fight there where you just think you can poke down the Chalk and you really can't at the moment. Level 9, 2-0 for the jungle of the Ravens. And now Rapio has, he can get this pressure pretty much wherever he wants at this point.
Yeah, all eyes are on the Chalk. As Kana naturally had built up a 2-level lead just a moment ago. It is a true full 1-level lead at least that Kana has over Lamogao, maybe 1.5 depending on where these waves push. At least Breastplate of Valor, you're able to go back, you pick that up, you upgrade your teleport. And so a little extra safety now on the right side of the map, but a little bit of bleeding happening on the right, but hasn't cost all that much just yet. In the meantime, though, Angry pulled a very casual 1 level ahead of Sap despite a fight happening and despite Sap being able to find an assist there in that mid lane skirmish. Angry still able to farm up effectively, build up good level of gold. Sarpei tried to kind of re-engage in on that fight. Unsuccessful in doing so, but you got that blink, and maybe Trelly, Sarpei hopes for his team he's able to get a little more active here in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, it's very difficult because if you are Sarpei right now, you're looking at Kumba as one of your prime gank targets. We're about to see that go down. No. Unfortunate miss here. Looks like there might be a re-engage, but it looks like no one really wanting to fight with or against the Kumba at the moment. Just a lot of cooldown and pretty much just, you're asleep, I'm going to run away. You're rooted, I'm going to run away. That sort of thing. So these ganks are very awkward, but on the other side, hold that thought.
Yeah, Rapio stuck around. Kana up, epic uppercut. A lot of damage onto the Bastet. Jumps away from the root. Rapio in for the slow, and ult canceled out by the ultimate of Kana as he's pulled Rapio back in. One tower shot, but it's Lamogao who takes it. Sarpei blinks forward, re-engage with his own ultimate, sends Rapio back to death. Kana plays it perfectly, and finally some pay dirt on right as the Wargs grab another kill.
You gotta feel bad for Rapio there. Just if that axe was able to hit, that's an easy kill. But on the other side, if Lamogao is able to help any way, shape, or form after that epic uppercut, maybe you have a kill there as well. But this Kumba pick, like I said, is not online quite yet. Just the breastplate's not enough. The blue buff is going to be taken away as Sap tries to rotate over here. Looks like Silence might have a chance for a pluck, but they are just going to retreat. But just an unfortunate series of events over here on the right side of the map. The Ravens really can't play off this Kumba just yet, and it's starting to show. The gold lead is heavily in the favor of the Wargs because you're losing all of this gold to tower as well.
Yeah, remember that net worth was a big difference maker. So we've called it about 1.7K. 1.4 of it is Kana over Lamogao. And so if you're the Ravens, you don't love that, right? But I imagine this team, I imagine the Ravens go into this game knowing that Kumba is just going to get out pressured and lose a lot of farm to this Bastet. So I think in that regard, Trelly, I mean, you don't want to be 1.4K gold behind at any point, regardless of whether or not you assumed it would happen. The Ravens may be happy, though, that the rest of the map has stayed somewhat even. Like if we can contain the gold lead to just Kana, we still feel like we can fight elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, pretty much everyone is in a decent spot at the moment. I am seeing Angry tick over to 12 a little bit early, so second relic will be online before Sap gets the chance. But yeah, when it's just the Kumba, I don't think that's going to be the biggest deal. Obviously, right now, items are a big talking point just because of the ganks we've seen, but in a team fight, Lamogao is going to be able to still be very tanky, have lots of CC, peel, engage, disengage, that sort of thing. So, and the teleport, which is going to be a big help, whereas Kana opting to go for the blink beads. Lamogao on this Kumba does have a teleport and probably a blink late game, so a little bit more extra mobility on this Kumba pick if he does want to rotate to these, the Gold Furies, things like that. Looks like Preds might be trying to stop a back here. Not going to be enough.
That's just annoying.
Yep, just annoying when you're trying to back under tower.
Now Kana has gone Soul Eater into a little bit more Bruiser after that, and it looks like on the flip side, Sarpei going damage. But how about this? Some action on the left side of the map. Gold Fury down to half HP, and no one from the Wargs in range unless Spudio can make something happen. He can't. Ravens grab the Gold Fury, but it's a collapse in from the Wargs. And Rapio, the man with a couple kills, now has a couple deaths as well. Gold Fury for jungler. The Wargs at least able to find something.
Yeah, nice rotation catching out Rapio. They're trying to play the zone duty. Lamogao is getting aggressed upon, but it's going to take a few abilities, and his passive is still up.
It's a root onto Kana. Kana does not have his ultimate any further. Into the passive goes Lamogao, but Kana cannot tank up any more of those turret shots, and he has got to leave. He does not know where the help from the rest of the Ravens is either. Maybe you call it a small win there anyway, Trelly. Kana gets the passive out of Lamogao. A few minutes until that comes back up. And now uninterrupted pressure in this lane. Very close and should knock down the Tier 1 tower on right.
Yeah, Tier 1 tower and the Kumba passive, definitely a dub there. I believe Kana did use the beats just to make sure that kill was confirmed, or the passive kill was confirmed. So not going to have the beats for a little bit, but I'm sure Kana's pretty happy with that, just trying to climb back this gold lead after the Gold Fury did go down. So making sure they still have a small lead there. As Coast maybe tries to get a little bit aggressive here.
This is just a 1v1. Nobody else on that side of the map. And he'll end up backing away. So all eyes have really been on the right side of the map. Haven't had much pressure on either of these two hunters. Crusher fully completed and Aussie for Spudio. Been a minute since Coast has been able to get back, so likely an Aussie onto this Chiron as well. And one thing I was referencing, kind of got pulled over into the Gold Fury on it, is the way Kana's build is going. I feel like, Trelly, I've just been so used to seeing Bastet solo build just full-on damage. You're building an assassin effectively on the right side of the map. Looks a little more bruisery so far for Kana. Lamogao in some serious trouble here. This will be a kill eventually. There's going to be a delayed rotation over. Please don't make a fool of me. Yeah, we're going to spend a little bit more to grab something onto Lamogao, but it has taken some time. Silence finds his way over to right, but Sarpei able to grab that kill. The return pressure, though, Rapio rotates on over towards left. That'll put Spudio back between his Tier 1 and his Tier 2 tower. Obviously, it's working so far, though, and I'm finally going to get this question out. Sort of the hybrid bruisery build on Bastet solo. Do you think that still can work here for Kana later on in the game?
Yeah, I definitely think the full damage Bastet, as this Pyromancer is pulled up here, it might be a steal.
We just can't talk about it.
Yeah, might be going for it. Has the damage.
Nope.
Not going to be enough. But yeah, I do like the full damage. I also like this sort of hybrid build, looking to build sort of like Kleena does right now with that Bluestone Soul Eater Genji's Guard, just trying to get as many cooldowns as possible. If you are going to prioritize this much cooldown, I would say these Huntress of Bass, these ultimates have to be on point here, because the rest of your kit's going to be doing less damage because of that, so your CC better be pretty nuts. So I do think it has its own value, and it looks like the Glad Shield is going to be the option here. So very tanky on this Bastet. And you just have to be a setup bot, really. You want to make sure your team has the follow-up for you. It's going to help in lane just for clear, but then once you make those rotations, you want to be hitting as much CC as you really can. Instead of trying to like solo the back line, this time you're trying to poke the back line, but also hit some game-winning pulls, things like that. And also, I'm just looking at these builds finally ticking over here. Double flat pen for Sap, obviously, the Spear of the Magus and the Spear of Desolation here. No need for Divine Ruin, it looks like, so not trying to. But on the flip side, Angry finishes a full Charon's coin. We have a chin size already from Spudio, so the carries for the Wargs are really getting some heavy damage online.
Yeah, I'm looking at net worth here again. And so you look at the Tiamat there, 8.9K, 700 gold ahead of Sap, a little bit more of an expensive item completed there with the Charon's coin. And then about a 500 or so gold lead for Spudio over Vaporish Coast. Both have chin size now, so at least itemization-wise, you're about equal over on the left, despite a 1-level lead. But if you're able to fight around Angry right now, Trelly, it might feel really good for the Wargs. You got double flat pen for both mages, as you've mentioned, but then Charon's coin to only the tiny trinket for Sap. There could be a serious power discrepancy if we're able to fight with the Tiamat and the Merlin both in the fight.
Yeah, now I'm looking at what Preds is itemized towards. Shoguns has the Berserker and the Bracer, so crazy objective shred, as we're just going to see a little bit of tossing of abilities over here near these back camps. I don't think a fight will break out. They're sort of just damage checking each other, but just the absolute shred of objectives coming from Preds is going to help out a ton for these late game fights.
Oni Fury is going to spawn shortly. Wonder if the Wargs are trying to delay the back of Sap here. Force the Merlin to stay on the map, not be able to go back and spend up some of that gold prior to the Oni Fury fight starting out. Unsuccessful though, Sap will head on back to base, grab himself a soul gem on the Merlin. You'll get some value out of that, but now there is a fight happening. As Merlin has gone back, Rapio engaged on, loses half of his HP, but Preds nearly does the same as well. A nice rotation over from Coast, just as an insurance policy. If a fight broke out, there would have been an ADC advantage there for the Highland Ravens. But now with the Oni Fury out, Trelly, Wargs in a nice gold lead spot to maybe start up this early objective.
Yeah, both Assassin ults are down for the Wargs, and you just lost the Chalk ult, so Rapio isn't going to have that huge AoE ultimate, but it looks like still not wanting to pull this just yet. They have the Draconic Transformation if they want to try to shred it down, but the burst is the issue right now. They don't want to try to 50-50 this with the Centaurus. We have this Chiron snipes from across the map that you really can't predict. Not wanting to just pull this Oni Fury just yet.
Both soul laners are here as well, so teleport advantage mitigated. Rapio pulled back into the front line of this fight, and the Wargs are shredding down their targets. Look at the damage that Angry's been able to put out. Jumps on in, silenced, left by the wayside. Angry from range, snags that kill. First stack on the Charon's coin as the support for the Ravens goes down.
Looks like the tier 1 tower is not going to be looked at here. They might just go for this red buff and back to the Oni Fury. 4v5. We still have the Chiron ult on the map, so Vaporish Coast could go for the steal if he finds some pressure here, but it's going to be hard to post up with this tornado, and it's gone.
Yeah, no chance. Oni Fury, before we can even pivot over to it, gets burned down by the Wargs. And we knew that is what this team had the potential to do, at least around the objectives, right? I mean, you get a nice pick over Silenced, but Shoguns, Frenzy, Bracer, everything you've already mentioned, plus a team-wide Coerce for Preds there, is going to make the objectives just burn so quickly. And so that answers almost a question, Charlie, I think I asked during picks and bans. Do you think there's enough shred for the Wargs later on in the game? I think kin size, big spike, you get some percent pen there for Angry, and you're looking pretty good. The Tiamat, in my mind, skyrockets up in that last fight. Angry able just to output so much damage on the front. And with that amount of shred, Trelly, we might be looking at an early Fire Giant here, 18, 19, 20 minutes in.
I can't imagine you're afraid at the moment because
right? Why would you be?
The solo laner of the Ravens is constantly underneath the tower right now. Still has itemized into 0 sort of damage, so you're dealing with base damage Kumba, who's really just going to be trying to mez ult, and that's it. Really not doing that much damage. Again, bottom of the farm charts, so even your tank stats aren't up to par with the rest of the map, so yet to see the real value of this Kumba pick. But you're right, the Wargs have a ton of objective shred if they want to try to go for this Fire Giant. The Pyromancer is up, so I would imagine that's what they're going to be looking at next. But if I'm Vaporish Coast, I'm probably staying in lane and just saying, guys, I'm going to go farm. I don't see a reason to rotate to this.
Well, Coast is in the mid lane right now. I mean, I don't think the Ravens put up a fight around the Pyro. It's the next call that they have to be mindful of. Are the Wargs immediately going to go for the Fire Giant? Looks like no is the answer. Unless my eyes deceive me, I don't see an immediate ward on the FG. But the Ravens do have to hover around this side of the map. There's a ward further back in the right side of the jungle for the Ravens. right by where this Greater Scorpion's about to go down. But the Ravens realize that Fire Giant does not end up being the pull here for the Wargs, and we will end up separating right on out. Yeah, Vaporish Coast, you talk about wanting to make a big play. We're already looking at that type of moment here in Game 1. Your team at a heavy deficit, about 6,000 gold, exactly 20 minutes in. Lamogao maybe has some time to scale up into this game here, Trelly. Preds tanking up a couple of tower shots. I'm just waiting for the big engage to happen. Looks like it won't arrive. In your mind, is there a way that this game can go where eventually you start to see some value of this Kumba? Like, do you need to get level 20 late game and then you're going to have more value in a fight, you think, than Kana? Or at this point, you're just trying to stay alive and be some type of factor for your team?
I mean, I would say you're never going to have the value that this Bastet has, but certainly if you get a hybrid build going where you have a certain amount of damage, where Epic Uppercut is doing a solid 40% to any carry on the map, and then anytime you're trying to see a Circuit dive your backline, you're mezzing, backing up, that sort of thing, Lamogao certainly can get the value of this pick off. It's just, are you going to get the items? Is this pick going to get to the point where you can actually itemize to do those things? And right now, it doesn't look like it. Every time this Fire Dance starts, we're seeing a frontline Kumba who's not near any sort of farm trying to help out the squad. That means you're not clearing any waves, you're not getting any camps, so anytime we see this Fire Giant dance start to begin, we're just going to see a lot of loss of farm for both sides. And when you're ahead like the Wargs, that's benefiting you greatly. Yeah,
you know, Lamogao has Blink. I'm not sure Lamogao wants to blink into all that much of anything right now. I mean, if an Epic Uppercut connects, sure, you can set up for the rest of your team. You need your team to knock down that target quickly, similar to how the Wargs are going to knock down this FG. It's a transformation out of Preds. Bracer dropped down, but Frenzy's still in the back pocket. Sarpei is in. Sarpei's alone. Sarpei will die. Vaporish Coast has found the opening kill in this fight. Now the Wargs got to hope that they are far enough ahead that a 4v5 can still be favorable. Epic Uppercut out of Lamogao. Kana jumps away. Pull back in from Sap onto Preds, who will also jump away. And the lone pick onto the jungler, enough to delay the FG.
Yeah, it looks like that Draconic Transformation was enough of a go button to say, hey, maybe they are trying to go for this Fire Giant here. Was not a sneak at all. And then the fight just, Sarpei really thought he was tankier than he was. Gets blown up there now. Back to the farm game here. It seems like the Ravens not really trying to force anything at the moment. They just want to get their mids, their neutral camps, and back off here. They're taking this as a win. Obviously, the Fire Giant was not pulled. Primal Fury is coming up very shortly. They're going to say, hey, we're not going to go for any Fire Giants just yet. We want to get as much free farm as we can at the moment. So back to base here. We're seeing the Obelisk tick over for the Wargs. And I think the Primal Fury probably going to be looked at before this Fire Giant unless they're trying to sneak something.
Yeah, Wargs now might have to think twice. It's moments like that where every once in a while you'll see a team start to think a little bit extra around these objectives. Sarpei used the blink, thought he had found an engagement, but it ended up being countered out. You know, maybe, Trelly, for the Wargs, you don't want to take your foot off the gas all that hard, even though this last Fire Giant rotation didn't quite go in your favor. I mean, you're still so far ahead. Fury is up, and so maybe if the Ravens show some face on the left side of the map, that could be an opening for the Wargs over on right. This is a tricky spot, though, for the Ravens. I mean, you want to be able to rotate over and maybe have some eyes on the Fury, but you can't leave the Fire Giant uncontested either.
Yeah, they know how much shred the Wargs have drafted, obviously, with this Fafnir pick and the double relics available. This time, yep, this time the Belt of the Berserker is the only one available, so still, the amount of shred is definitely there, but they are still farming at the moment. We still see Sap pushing these waves, not too worried about the ganks. Probably waiting for Sarpei's blink to come up before really trying to force something again, and this time Sarpei, I imagine, is not going to blink in first. You don't want to get blown up like that.
No.
You need some tanks with you. When you have itemized your Ket this way where it's just full damage, you don't want to be the first one.
We're doing it again. We're transforming it for Preds. And Coerce will go down, or will it? Preds jumps in. Instead, we're fighting as Silence lurks in the water. Sarpei gets blown up again, but the kill does not end up falling. Spudio, with a frenzy around his waist, knocks down Vaporish Coast. The ADC is off the map for the Highland Ravens, and now the Wargs feel more comfortable heading back to the FG.
This was the exact same play as last time. This time goes a lot better, but health bar is getting very low for the Wargs.
Be careful, though Spudio can step forward. He's got Aussie. He can tank a lot of this damage, or lack thereof, depending on which tank you're swinging on. Rapio gonna get run at in the burst from Angry. Chips away his health bar. Rapio will not teleport back to his axe. And now gets jumped on, sent by the wayside. Sharpay finds another. Now 2 targets down for the Ravens. Coast still 15 seconds away from respawning. The Wargs are going to look for the Pyro.
Yeah, it looks like the Pyromancer is the call here. Still not feeling confident enough to pull that FG. It is a 5v3 at the moment. You're still waiting about 4 seconds for Coast, but still looking for picks here. They really are not trying to 50-50 this objective. They're playing as carefully as possible.
Is it a 50-50 if 2 members of the enemy team are dead? I guess. You know, the health bars were low enough that it kept things interesting. This is maybe the smart play. There's still such a long death timer on Rapio. We can go back, we can sustain up, we can refight in, we can pull Lemogao right into our arms. Lemogao will dash away though, but Angry, he's gone in alone with all of the damage of the Ravens, but it pays off. Spudio is there to help out, and another individual pick. This time it's on to Silence. Sharpay is the only low one, so you feel like you got enough tankiness to maybe finally get the Fire Giant.
Yeah, the Ravens' health bar is no longer available to try to contest this one with Kana playing zone duty. I think the Fire Giant at 25 minutes, basically 26 minutes, will finally go the way of the Wargs here, and it looks like the Primal Fury is going to be the consolation prize for the Ravens. Still getting some gold, but the Fire Giant is going to be a lot more beneficial for you for trying to keep these tier 2 towers up.
The Fury does a decent bit of damage on its way out. Half health on both Sap and Coast. And I think that's such a good indicator of the way that this game has gone, Trelly, when Angry jumps in alone with both Sap and Coast slinging damage at him, and it pays off, and you don't die for that. I think that's a pretty good idea, a pretty good barometer of the direction that this game is headed. If gold, if kills, and the state of the map wasn't enough of an indicator. Yeah, Angry's playing with a little bit of confidence here. Level 20 reached by all the carries, near full build. Feels like the Wargs now in a spot, Trelly. They're going to be able to test this Ravens Phoenix defense.
Yeah, Tiamat from ahead, especially when you're in that melee stance, you are going to, have a lot of tank stats, obviously, a lot of mitigations built into the kit just naturally. So probably feeling pretty comfortable just able to jump in there with the carries of the Ravens sort of on retreat. They weren't really trying to get too aggressive at the moment. So Angry probably feeling both relics up as well. Didn't have to use either of them. So just probably sitting pretty at the moment. Obviously, both tier 2 towers on the right and middle are down. So still a fair bit of gold on the left side of the map to collect. But the Ravens are trying to get a counter tower at the moment. They're grouped as 4? Or is it 5? I think they're grouped as 5 at the moment.
Silence is going back.
Yeah, grouped as 4, just trying to get as much gold as possible.
I mean, you're going to lose this tower, right? I mean, there's no way you're contesting the tier 1 on left. Probably not the tier 2 either. This is probably the Ravens just realizing that we'll be able to knock down at least one tower before they get to where we really need to defend. And we're going to see if this composition that the Ravens have built is any good at defending Phoenixes.
Yeah, it looks like the siege is going to begin here. Not really throwing anything out just yet, sort of just testing damage. You have no fire waves to deal with, so this could be a pretty easy 5v5 here, but still the Fire Giant is on the Wargs.
It sure is. Blink in, though, from Lemogao. Spudio uses the beads. So an early initiation, but now Lemogao kind of has to play a bit further back. You're dashing in. You are level 20 now if you're on this Kumbhakarna. Still heavily behind as far as itemization goes. Kana on the flip side has fully finished his build. So call it 1.5 items behind is Lemogao here. A little bit of chip damage finds its way in to the left side. Phoenix, no waves threatening mid or right of the map right now. So the Ravens only focused on the left side. A little bit of damage in onto the Phoenix now. Rapio sends out his ultimate, but here's the transformation from Preds. Frenzy, when is that going to get used? Right now's the answer. Bye-bye Phoenix, and maybe bye-bye game if this fight goes well enough. Sharpay has to jump away from the initiation. Phoenix doesn't go down. Now finally does. Come on, somebody hit it. There you go. Wargs will get the bird. A lot of health missing from the Ravens, but somehow no one dies.
Yeah, the Ravens had to use everything they had just to try to keep that Phoenix alive.
Whoa.
Sap takes a lot of damage over the wall.
Yeah, careful,
Looks like
friend.
mid-Phoenix is going to be the target as well. They have the bracer buff right there if they need the extra damage.
Coerces out. Preds finds some damage with the rest of his team onto Lemogao. Passive is there on this Kumbhakarna, but that'll fall out shortly. Spudio's the one who grabs the kill. Rapio stunned. Rapio jumped on. 2 gone from the Highland Ravens now. As a little bit of damage finds its way onto the Titan.
Yeah, the mid-Phoenix is going to go down as well. Do they feel confident enough to go for this Titan? It looks like they're just thinking about it at the moment. There's still a right Phoenix to go for if they really want something here. It's a 5v3, though. I think they're going to try to heal up and go for this Titan.
Yeah, Preds is the only one who's dangerously low. Spudio has Aussie. He'll be able to lifesteal up. So everyone's full health, except for Preds here. 30 seconds on Rapio, 20 seconds on Lamogao. It is carries plus support. So you've got damage here if you're the Ravens, but you don't have that much tankiness. As Preds puts a coerce onto Spudio. Sarpei jumps his way, and Frenzy is out once again, and the Titan is absolutely melting. The writing has been on the wall for about 20 minutes, and the Wargs are able to take game 1.
30,000 damage coming from Angry on that Tiamat. When you don't have a solo laner that's able to dive you like that, Tiamat is sort of just able to free cast there, and it seems like because Lamogao wasn't able to get online, the carries were able to just have a pretty free run there. Yeah,
that was a game where a lead built up in the solo lane. Didn't necessarily, I mean, it got out of control as far as the solo lane itself goes, but the itemization, the gold elsewhere on the map just started to spool up too much, and the Wargs with a very, very clean game of Smite take game number 1. Can they go back-to-back in game 2? You gotta stick around to find out. It's a lengthier game number 1, but one that the Wargs probably felt in control of from very, very early on. Despite some early ganks working out for the Ravens, the right side of the map, the solo lane was a wasteland. Despite an early kill, the Kumbhakarna just fell very, very far behind. And then the scaling and the shred with one of the frontliners being a little bit lacking. I think Trelly just too much, and the Wargs were able to bleed out the Ravens here in game one.
Yeah, it seemed like because of Kana getting the sort of early lead for free at that point, it just was very difficult for the front line of the Ravens to do much at all. Angry was sort of free casting, obviously Spudio as well. Didn't really feel too much pressure. It all stemmed from obviously some early ganks, but just the natural order of Kumba solo not getting online as quickly as you would like.
Just the normal order of things. This is a game brought to you by Animal Planet, as the Wargs do lose that early Gold Fury, but then rotate in, get Spudio a kill, a nice infusion of gold there. But remember, all throughout this game, even with moments like this happening, like this is almost just like icing on the cake. You know, there's a couple of extra kills for the Wargs here, but all this time, while this game is going on, we're calling for the net worth charts. And just by nature of farm and pressure, the Ravens had found themselves 400, 500, 600, 700 gold behind in most of the roles anyway, even if XP was close. It just felt like the Wargs had enough pressure this game. Saw a little bit of value, Trelly, early from the Chalk jungle, but I think eventually it got too out of hand for Rapio to do much.
Yeah, I think Rapio found success early, as you mentioned, just because of the natural warrior stats and being in the right place at the right time, that sort of thing. But again, without a front line to dive with you, it's very difficult to do your job, and I feel like Silence wasn't able to find these clutch plucks. Right. You know, there were some epic uppercuts, but the follow-up it was never on the right key targets. I think he hit Kana a few times, but you just really can't follow up on a Bastet that can just jump away at any moment. So, yeah, the damage charts are going to show you all you really need to know here. It was unfortunate, but the team fight presence for the Ravens just weren't there, and the Wargs, they got to just free cast towards that ending of the game there.
Wargs had like a near perfect team KDA as well, where both of the carries had 0 deaths, and the only deaths were spread across the initiators and the tanks and the supports, where you're able to keep Spudio on the map the entire time. You're able to keep Angry on the map the entire time. It's a near perfect game here from the Wargs. Of course, some stumbles here and there. But felt very, very clean in game number one. Admittedly, I didn't expect that. I thought a much more back-and-forth set was upon us. Can it be back-and-forth, though? The Ravens need to make it as such. Picks and bans for game two will give us a better idea of the way that things might head here. Ravens in that second pick spot here. And remember, it was an early Heimdall pick, Trelly. And I think it was the Kumba. It was the Kumba technically picked first. I mean, it was paired alongside the Chalk. That really surprised me. Like, maybe there's some value in that pick. Feels like maybe you were showing your cards a bit early, though.
Yeah, the prioritization of the Kumba didn't really show through there, I would say. So maybe this time either A, switching up the strategy in the solo lane, or B, just benching the Kumba for right now. It really just depends on the strategy you want to go for there, because that game specifically, maybe if it was just the Bastet that was the issue, I'm not really sure which one caused it, but it just seemed like Lamoga couldn't really get online with that pick. Same sort of start here, obviously. The Heimdall right out of the gates, I see no issue with that. The Wargs very strong on this Heimdall pick. It's very safe.
Yep.
As we mentioned, finds early pressure if coupled with the right Guardian. So
yeah,
no qualms with that. And this time, though, we're going to see that Yorm.
Because Yorm was left unpicked and unbanned in game one. And now, I understand it's Lamogao. And Lamogao not unheard of to play some of the more unique picks out of the solo lane.
Right.
But Yorm has been strong for Mogao. I was surprised that with Yorm making its way through the bans, that Kumba ended up being the pick. So I like this pivot here from the Ravens. Something a little bit more natural in the solo lane, right? Something that can still be disruptive, but can also just survive and find a little bit of pressure, a little bit of wave clear out of that solo lane. I think a good pivot here for the Ravens. Not much of a change, though, for the Wargs here, Trelly. You're going to stick with your top three, and a top three that found success in game one.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't hate a run back for both comps. Just saying, like, hey, now we have a Yorm instead of a Kumba. Not going to be the full run back, though.
You think a full run back, even though it's a Tiamat, you think a full run back with a Yorm instead of a Kumba is a much better look for the Ravens?
I would say so. I mean, just the fact that you have an extra tank that can dive and disrupt the back line. Rapio's able to, move more freely on this Chalk and not be the sole initiator. I think would help out a lot. Again, the Kumba pick, I know what it brings. It brings this amount of peel and setup, but it just didn't seem like that comp worked that well for it. And again, I think you need a little bit of damage online early to clear the wave. Either way, though, I like the way this is going at the moment. Now we have the Yorm, the Tiamat, and now we have a Yamoja locked in for the Ravens. So vastly different front line, I would say.
Yeah, and I'm terrified of this front line. I mean, with the way that these picks have been playing, you get a Yamoja through the second wave of bans with your 4th pick. I think the Ravens feeling much better. And you know, Sap, I think, actually put together a decent game on the Merlin. Undying couldn't do much with all the pressure going against his team. I like the Tiamat pick here for Sap as well after the absurd damage numbers that we saw Angry do in game number 1. So very, very similar for the Wargs. You're not going to be able to run back the Tiamat. Everything else is going to be the same, but it's going to be a Persephone instead. AMC is another change here for the Ravens. So one team largely unchanged, though Persephone, of course, pretty different from Tiamat.
Right.
AMC, a big change for the Ravens as well. Do you think the Wargs, with their comp, as similar as it is, can find a same level of success against this changed-up Ravens composition?
I would say the same level of success, no. That's not going to – the game's not going to shake out the same exact way just because of now you're dealing with a vastly different solo laner that I think is going to be able to bring a lot more. Obviously, Persephone was banned away last game, but this time Angry is able to get some pressure on this as well. So different style entirely, I would say, but it's going to be very difficult for Coast to try to live against this double assassin dive, I will say. One thing the Kumba did bring was a vast amount of peel against like an assassin, a blink assassin backline, that sort of thing. So going to have to be playing very safe on this AMC.
Have you seen the goose skin?
Oh, yeah.
For Yorm?
Jormungandr, I call it.
Is that not what it's actually called?
No, it's called Goose Chase Jormungandr. But
Well,
I call
like
it Jormungandr.
I like Jormungandr as well. One of my favorite skins that's been added to Smite. That is absolutely hilarious. I think Yorm, as great a god as Yorm is, I think the potential for awesome skins was at an all-time high.
Right.
With a god like that. So props to our art team and all teams involved in knocking it out of the park with another skin. Though I think another good pivot here for this Jormungandr Trilly is a nice applicator and a nice synergy with the Tainted Steel start. Something that when Kana gets his Soul Eater online, that's a stain in lane helped Kana so much, and I think Tainted Steel a nice look for Lomogao here in lane.
Yeah, and I think if any of you guys at home aren't used to seeing Lomogao in the solo lane, this start, we will say, is not out of the ordinary. Usually likes building into some damage, and that's really what I expected from the Kumba. Now we're probably seeing either, I mean, it could be a few things, but the Chronos Pendant more often than not the start of choice for this Guardian. So you're going to see a lot more damage-oriented solo lane. Much different from the Kumba playstyle. Still has the teleport, though, whereas Kana is going to go for the beats. So susceptible to these Circuit ganks.
Right.
It's going to be very annoying to try to deal with that because you don't have much CC immunity until that ultimate's available, that World Serpent.
Yeah, remember that passive early on is where the Kumba passive early on in game 1 is where the Ravens found a return kill. Just took too much time to kill off that Kumakarna. So if there is enough squishiness here where Lomogao's going to get locked down, could be an opportunity. Won't necessarily get pulled back with some of the initiation, but if you're going Chronos Pendant early, might lack a little damage, or might lack a little defense, and that's something Sarpei may be able to take advantage of. He's got Sap and Rapio looking at him here, but Angry feeling like maybe it's a trade that could work out. Little body block in, little body block out, feeling just fine. AMC, a pick that was maybe reserved for a couple individual players in the SPL last year, Trelly. Vaporish Coast, I have every amount of confidence that he'll be able to play a pick like this. And already, of course, you got a Yamoja with you in lane. There's some pressure mounting here for the Ravens.
I gotta say, Coast really shying away as Rapio gets blinked on here. A lot of damage.
Rooted in place. Kana jumps up and over, and there's some peel from Lomogao. Rapio will live, but the timing of this very calculated for the Wargs. There's a blue buff up, Rapio sustaining just a little bit, half HP. Blue buff gets dropped down by the Wargs. And back they will go. So they got what they came for. A little bit of pressure on the right side.
Yeah, and again, Coast not opting to go for that Bluestone start. Just going for Death Toll. AMC, one of the premier Bluestone builds, I would say, besides maybe Uller, probably one of the other characters that uses it very well. But we're seeing the Death Toll once again. Going to be lacking in the clear department. A little bit better sustain, but your ability is not going to be doing quite as much.
Whoa. That's Frenzy. Won't find much. Maybe admire the idea there from Preds and Spudio, if that's a moment. Where the two of them felt like they had the opportunity to finally get some pressure going in this lane. Maybe you can push 4. They do reach level 4 first. So get a little bit of XP back in their control here in this lane. In your mind, you know, the Death Toll versus Bluestone, do you think that is because Death Toll is so strong, or because Bluestone is weak, or do you think that's just a personal preference here for Vapor's Coast?
In my mind, it's all about the sustain and the late game presence of Death Toll, whereas Bluestone, not that great late game. It's just going to help your abilities do more damage. You have a few different options with the Bluestone, obviously, but still not as powerful, I think, as the Death Toll. We see just a little bit of ult trading over there in the solo lane. I don't think anything's going to come from that. The World Serpent, pretty easy to just get you out of danger there, but yeah, I think the Bluestone just better early, Death Toll better late, that sort of thing. And the sustain is always going to be prioritized. But I still think Bluestone just gets you ahead early. And duo lane pressure right now, how powerful it is. I think Coast is just opting to go for a little bit of a different start.
Let's see if the Ravens can push us later on into this game. Angry sends his ultimate out. Nice trade there from Rapio. Silence throws up the water walls. But that'll only funnel Angry and Preds on their way out from that fight. So we have seen now a couple of ultimates get exchanged. Spudio able to confirm the lane minion there. So we have seen some ultimates exchanged. No kills rolling through just yet. And I think we already see a good example of the difference of this Jormungandr. Things like this. I mean, you're going to find the engages, but the ability to get out and at least avoid that extra level of CC is so strong. Now, Lamoga was very low there, and if Kana was immediately in range, likely it would have been a kill. Instead, it's just going to be another blue buff invade over here on right. So despite being safer in lane trailing, despite not dying just yet, still pressure mounting, and maybe that's just the nature of Bastet solo.
I would say it's the nature of Bastet solo, but also just the relic choice of Lamoga. Not having that beads means Rapio probably isn't going to want to come over here and help him out his blue buff because of the lockdown that Sarpe has. So Rapio just saying, hey, sorry, your blue buffs are going to be forfeit for a bit. I can't go over there and help just because I think we lose that fight. You get killed too easily. So probably just trying to say, Lamoga, you're going to be alone on an island for a bit, but don't worry, we're going to find pressure elsewhere. We just got Angry's beads, maybe looking at the Persephone once again, that sort of thing. So solo lane, probably not the premier location for a gank right now on the Chalk's mind.
And see, here's the worrying trend, and props to Doug for showing us that. I mean, it's not massive, just an 900 gold lead or so, but without any kills. And this is sort of what happened in Game 1, where there were some kills rolling through, but it was just pressure and farm that built up for the Wargs to a point where the Ravens just couldn't contest around some fights, couldn't contest around some objectives. Now, the good news is there is a tangible lead. Maybe one, maybe half a level for Vapor's Coast over here on the left side of the map, though expected with AMC to find some of that pressure. And so that's good. If you're going to start to have a lead for Kana over on right, then maybe that's where Coast can push the lead here for the Ravens, help out around maybe an early Gold Fury or something of the like. Over on left, jump in from Preds. Coast avoids a lot, but not enough. Stun, beads out by Coast. Around the backside is Rapio. Bifrost is the escape mechanism for Spudio, and it's a jump out from Preds. Minions wailing away on that tiny health bar. Has Silence rotating through as well. There is a River's Rebuke ready right now. Has just come back up. Rapio waits out the blink, and first blood over to the Chalk.
That is the benefit of having this Fafnir transformation early. You don't have any, I should not say benefit, the opposite of a benefit. You only can get one use of your jump if you have no cooldown on an early Fafnir transformation. If you have just 10%, you can get a second jump off. But with the Gauntlet of Thebes start, one jump away is not going to help you there. Maybe if he de-transformed, could have had a chance. But first blood going the way of Rapio. Getting this Chalk on an early lead is going to be very strong for the Ravens, trying to build back some of that gold that they have lost here. Yep. Looks like Angry on the red buff doesn't know he's about to get ganked.
Angry being looked at by 3 members of the Ravens. River's Rebuke is perfect from Silence this time. Angry desperately sends out the ultimate, but it's a death cry as Sap snags a second kill of the game here for the Ravens. A stun on top of Preds, and the rotation in from the Ravens is good yet again, and the Wargs have lost 3 kills. And the gold much closer to even now. And the Ravens make some good rotations, make some good plays.
Yep, now Coast has a kill as well. We got 1 kill on Sap, the Tiamat in mid, level 10 over Angry's 9. Coast as well have a 1 level lead. We're seeing the carries sort of climb ahead here. The gold lead still a little bit in favor of the Wargs, but this XP lead is going to start to be an issue. Sort of that level 12 mark where you're seeing those second relics online. Obviously, Gold Fury's still up, but not quite the time to pull it just yet. We're just seeing these items start of come to fruition here. We see the Chronos Pendant finish. Obviously, Soul Eater is done stacking. Still no one wanting to pull any sort of objectives, though. Just a little bit pulling ahead here for the Ravens.
Yeah, again, remember that the XP chart looks close, but it's because of how far ahead Kana is on the right side of the map. All of the lead for the Wargs has been funneled into this one role, where the Ravens, in the other 4 roles, though Sarpé has done a good job of farming up, at least have found some kills, found some pressure so far on the map. Coast has a lead. Silenced has a lead. Sap, maybe a slight lead over in mid lane. Rapio, the only one who's fallen XP-wise behind. Sarpé has done a good job of farming up in the face of mounting pressure from the Ravens. So when things look close, they are, but you have to remember a lot of it's on the right side. So maybe a little extra onus, Trelly, on Kana early in this game to rotate out and spread some of that lead out to the rest of the map.
Yeah, and rotations are going to be difficult. Lamogao already has that upgraded teleport. Got to be able to match your rotations or beat you there 99% of the time. So Kana probably just trying to farm up at the moment. You're never going to be able to match the speed of this Jormungandr, and it's going to be up so much, already maxed out for that teleport, so the persistent teleport is going to be up whenever a fight is going to be breaking out here. So Kana probably just going to stay and farm for a little bit longer, just trying to push that lead as much as possible. We only see the Chronos Pendant built from Lamogao, so a fair bit of cooldown. Not too tanky, and we're going to see that right here.
Yeah, lacking tankiness. Don't know why I keep mixing those two up. The World Serpent is out here for Lamogao. So there will be a continued push, though the blue buff isn't up this time. Lamogao was able to secure that for the Jormungandr just a few moments ago. Up to that point, it had been like 2 or 3 straight blue buffs that Kana and Sarpé had combined for. So though Sarpé hasn't found the gank just yet, a lot of this has been happening where Sarpé is on top of these buffs, ensuring that the Wargs are able to pick up the buffs on their side of the map, where Rapio has been more gank, more fight-focused up to this point, and it's cost him a couple levels of a lead in the jungle where the Wargs find themselves ahead. I think this will be a good heat check and a good mental check for the Wargs. Are we happy enough with the way that the mid to left side of this map has gone, where we want to step forward and maybe contest this Gold Fury? It looks like neither team are going to start up the all-important early game objective just yet.
Yeah, Lamogao's ult still not up as Sarpé sort of posturing this way. Probably just going to head towards mid, though. Rapio, again, about a level or 2 behind at the moment, so Sarpé does have a strong lead in the jungle at the moment, but not going to use that lead just yet.
No, not just yet. Aussie completed for Spudio and Vaporish Coast around the same time, so call it even over on left, though Coast with that 1 extra level of lead. A little bit more comfortable with the state of the game now at this point, but Gold largely equalized as far as teams go. Flat Pen still on the mind of Angry here. Divine Ruin was the early pickup there. Makes some sense. Rapio and Silenced. Both some in-kit sustain, and then healing, of course, from Coast as this game goes on. Spudio, a nice chunk of damage onto Coast there. These two players not averse from taking 1v1s with one another. The moment that Stinger goes out, Spudio has got to ult away. And Vaporish Coast exerts a little dominance over here on the left side.
Yeah, we love to see the little ADC skirmishes in that duo lane. Obviously, Coast having a better fight opportunity at the moment. 2 levels up right now, and Aegis and beads available if needed. So Coast just recognizing I have, a solid 1v1 presence. I've got both relics in case I mess up here. I think I'm just going to go for this, and now sitting at the tower line here, AMC vastly unchecked at the moment. I haven't seen any ganks head this way. Pretty fearless in this lane at the moment is Coast.
Yeah, Sarpé hasn't, put pressure on left. Why would Coast be worried? We haven't seen this Circuit throw out any ganks yet. I mean, it has given Sarpé a lead, but has also allowed Vaporish Coast to live rent-free on the Warg side of the left side of this map. Gold Fury is pulled here. Remember, this is where Lamogao can use an advantage, though, kept low enough by Kana that there won't be a rotation out of the Soul lane. The Ravens on the Gold Fury will slowly burn this. It's taken a little while longer than I thought. I was for sure it would be gone by now. No worries, because the Wargs are just not close enough. And that'll be the first big gold spike in this game for the Ravens. No contest from the Wargs.
Yeah, it seemed like they're like, hey, Coast, can you come help? And
Yeah,
he was
help,
like,
please.
I'm keeping him under tower. I don't want to come help. They're like, we have to use everything just to burn down this Gold Fury. Please show up. So Coast rotates late. They get the Gold Fury down. Pyromancer, usually the return pull, but it looks like another ult is going to come out. And your Sting, I don't think you're getting that one back. That one teleported very far away. So Coast, once again, getting suppression. It looks like finally the Pyromancer is going to be the return play for the Wargs. Just took a little bit.
Maybe this makes sense, though, Trelly. I mean, it really is a tale of two sides of the scoreboard, isn't it? Where the Ravens over towards the left have this big lead, all this pressure between Silenced and Coast. The one-level lead for Sap hasn't been that apparent. But then you get into the jungle and then the right side and the solo lane side of the map, and that's where the Wargs have their advantage. So maybe it just makes sense that up to this point, the Gold Fury was pulled, secured by the Ravens, traded out with the Pyromancer over on the other side of the map for the Wargs. Feels like whichever of those two wins the day could win game number 2 here. Sarpé, a little bit of an eye for the left side of the map. Not sure if that's Sarpé pinging down or the Ravens pinging down, but could be setting a trap for Vaporish Coast on his way back from base.
Yeah, it looks like Sarpé is just going to sit over there, not invis, but just sit and wait. Maybe an AMC steps up, maybe he doesn't, but Sarpé is ready with Blink locked in. And it looks like Coast is not aware of this. He is going to post up.
Beads and Aegis, though. Taunt in, Beads used. Sarpé waits out the Beads well enough. Aegis is there on the other end. And the patience pays off for Sarpé. Needed to pay off with the amount of time spent on the left side of the map. And the Wargs find their first kill of the game.
Yep, finally answering back some of this aggression in the duo lane. Unfortunate, Spudio is the one to get it, but maybe that is what you need, because you are behind so much. I think Sarpé would have been like, hey, I spent so much time here, can I just get this last hit? But
right, please.
Probably just happy with getting 2 relics down and a kill. Now Spudio finally able to get some free farm in this lane, get a purple buff as well. But I was going to say, a little curious as to Lamogau's relic choice here. Obviously upgraded the teleport, and then goes for the Frenzy, so not going to have any sort of CC immunity besides that World Serpent. After that ult's down, I feel like this pick vastly unsurvivable, we'll call it. It's going to be very difficult to really get your worth in these team fights, but as long as you are getting all your damage off and then going into that ult and the fight's over after that, your shred's going to be pretty solid with that relic choice.
Stuck with damage in the build up to this point as well, as it's Chronos Pendant into Divine Ruin. Anti-heal, apparently important for Lamogau to get on right now. A Tainted Steel plus Divine Ruin, it's there for Sap as well. And you call it. World Serpent out of the ultimate there from Kana. Not without losing half of his HP. And though still a big lead here for Vaporish Coast on the map as we stand. He's got kin size, Spudio does not. But that doesn't mean his relics are back, and they are not. Preds knocks down Coast for the second time this game. There's a stun out from Sap out of the mid lane. Should be a dead Fafnir here. It's just a matter of who gets it. And Sap with the final auto attack trades out 1 for 1.
Yeah, knowing that the Beads and Aegis are down, Spudio just going to have a little bit of peel here. I just realized the Niflheim Wargs, that's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage. If Sarpé had stuck around, that might have been a kill, but without knowing where Silenced is, you can't commit.
Yeah, I really thought that was just going to be an ult and I'm going to let you go sort of thing. But yeah, the Niflheim Wargs have first pick time twice now, so they really want to send people to Niflheim. I just thought, you know.
That's a good bit there, Trey.
Something to bring up as we have a little bit of downtime.
There's absolute team synergy between Spudio's ult and the Niflheim Wargs. Totally agreed. If Spudio goes off this game, you actually might be onto something there. There might be like a something very slight, you know, like a 1% increase in Heim damage or something like that. Certainly, that's the way things work here. Of course.
At least team morale will be up.
At least team morale. There you go. Yeah, look at the way that the dual lane has flipped around, though. Jokes aside, Spudio has pulled 1 level ahead of Vaporish Coast after all of this pressure has found its way onto the AMC. Chinsai's finished for Spudio, and a tier 1 bow ahead of Vaporish Coast. There's been a concerted effort from the Wargs to keep Coast behind over the last couple of minutes on 1 relic cooldown, and it has paid off. Another ult from Kana onto Lamogau. Tier 1 tower is low, just needs a hit. Won't go for it just yet, though. Rapio is rotated over towards the right side of this map, but this is effectively a 2 versus 1 because Lamogau's got to leave after this ultimate is up. There's enough damage from the Wargs to grab a kill there, as Preds will secure the fact that the Wargs would have won that fight, and the Ravens will disengage.
But Sap taking a lot of damage, having to Aegis just Angry's output. Gonna have to leave at that moment. Looks like this Persephone finally online, has that Obsidian Shard He's able to get a lot of damage off there as Rapio now blinked on.
Oh yeah, should be a kill here, and it is. Sarpei nabs another, and look at how that lead has changed as well. Rapio had pulled just a bit ahead after Sarpei was ahead early. Now Sarpei pulls that back in his favor. 1.5k gold in the lead are the Wargs now, as the Oni Fury has respawned. And this should be a different look here, Trilly. Remember before, the Ravens get the Gold Fury for free, but that's when Coast was far and away ahead. I wonder if the Wargs are now playing with more confidence in their mid, more confidence in their ADC to go for this objective.
I would say so. The relics are down at the moment, at least one for Angry. But it looks like they are not going to wait. They see the teleport, and they are going to go into the Dragon.
Right.
Now the transformation has begun.
Watch the Coerce, watch the Frenzy. This objective is suddenly going to burn very quickly. Could even be a fight on the other end. Burning down, and the Wargs grab the Oni Fury, but the Ravens want blood. They're going to chase down Kana, and they will get Kana. Coast is the one who picks up that kill. World Serpent out. This is a reinitiation now from Lamogao, as charges 1 and 2 will find some knockups. Angry roots the backline, and that might just save his team's life, but Lamogao, have you done too much? Angry says yes.
And it looks like that no beads is finally coming back to bite him, but the chase is on. Silenced. He's going to have to use those Riptides to try and disengage here. I do not think they have anything else. So finally, that fight is going to end. But this is the issue. Once that World Serpent goes down, even if you're full health, one CC ability is all it takes there. Diving into 3 members.
Wow.
Carries there. You're going to get burned down. So Lamogao, unfortunately, tried to chase a little bit too hard.
Yeah, look at the way that this game has changed. A couple of times this game has changed. Right there, that 4 or 5 minute mark, there was an 800,000 gold lead or so. Then heavily in favor, 2,000 or so for the Ravens, and now 2,000 for the Wargs. This has been a real interesting one to watch, Trelly. Kind of the ebbs and flows of this game. And you know, I think I really enjoyed what I saw from the Ravens early, and all props to them for finding that early lead, and still very much in this game. There's a lot of scaling to be done for this Ravens team, a lot of team fighting to be done for this Ravens team. But I think the Wargs buying their time and finding that opening onto Vaporsh Coast, in my opinion, is where this game starts to flip around.
Yeah, when Sarpei just sat there and waited, finally Coast posts up, has to use both relics, still dies, and that then makes him susceptible to the second gank.
Second gank, right?
2 ganks in a row, you get a lot of pressure. I think Spudio was down like an item and a half, or just a half an item at that point, and then is up an item and a half after the second gank. So huge swing in that duo lane specifically. And now it looks like Spudio is recognized, and maybe we can put some pressure on the right side of the map, but is going to go back, saying, you know what, I'll wait till I'm level 20, try to get these upgraded starters online, things like that. We do see the Silver Branch for both of these ADCs, so lots of physical penetration online. They're going to be swinging with these auto attacks, but I'm also looking at Angry, who finished a Soul Reaver as well. This Persephone, pretty high on the damage output charts, I would say.
Yep, agreed. Both Hunters, despite Coast having an early lead and now things being closer to even, both Hunters in a spot as a result of being even to output a similar amount of pressure in these fights. Teleport channeled by Lamogao here maybe indicates that the Ravens hoping to put up a tier 1 tower defense. Kana will take away a little bit of farm here on the right side of the jungle. Rapio has pulled 1 level ahead in that matchup, almost level 20. And so we're going to stop talking about XP here soon enough, as level 20 by both Hunters is reached. Both mid laners will be here shortly after. As Angry has stuck with a similar style of build from what we saw in game 1. Double flat pen into percent pen into Soul Reaver, though this time it's the Ob Shard instead of the Charon's coin. And Sap has largely done the same thing. Double flat pen into a Soul Gem, and then it looks like a Soul Reaver after the fact as well. And so this Persephone poised, much as the Tiamat is as well, for some big damage numbers in these next fights.
Yeah, and it does look like Rapio, fearing a little bit of the CC from the other team, has to get a Spirit Robe here. So we see the Jotuns into the Erendite, and then sort of just 2 defense style items. Obviously, Cad Shield does have a little bit of damage as the Pyromancer goes down for the Wargs.
Yep.
Just gonna get a little bit of gold there as they back up, but vastly no big power spike for this Chalk. Just sort of survivability here. Maybe waiting to get a Protector of the Jungle or a Seer of the Jungle here pretty soon, trying to get some damage from there, but we haven't seen the Chalk get aggressive in quite some time, I would say, since that Gold Fury fight. So Rapio just sort of playing the farm game at the moment, not really trying to force anything, but you're right. Pretty much everyone's ticking over level 20 right now, besides Lamogao and Sarpei, so we're about to see those big starter items finished, and then these Fire Giant Dance will begin.
If I'm Spudio, I'm licking my chops right now. As an Ethereal Staff completed for Lamogao. The chin size is going to be swinging there. Caduceus shield for Rapio as well. Be a lot of damage rolling through for the chin size on that target. And so Lomogao, kind of this, I would say hybrid, but hybrid only an ethereal staff with just straight damage after the fact. Put himself in a threatened spot, though could be in a threatening spot as well if you find that disruption that we know that the Jormungandr is capable of. You mentioned the Frenzy picked up for Lomogao. That opens up Silenced to have Shell as that second option. As the Niflheim Wargs were very patient in game 1 around this Fire Giant. Remember, there was the one dropped engage and then took like 2 or 3 separate 5 versus 3 advantages to finally take down the FG. Maybe expect something similar here with much less of a lead in game number 2.
Yeah, Pred's going to jump away from the Stinger there from Coast. That's a huge teamfight ultimate. Not going to be available there. The Cripple was the reason that they got a few of these kills. Obviously, the Stinger into Kana so that the Bastet couldn't jump away. Same sort of thing for Fafnir. So now that Coast doesn't have that ultimate, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Draconic Transformation. The Fire Giant still vastly in play here, and you have a good amount of burst with this Persephone as well, but it looks like not really a relic. It was more so just an ultimate. They're not going to force this one just yet as the Primal Fury spawns up as well. So a few different options here on the map at the moment.
There are. Neither team will go for either of the objectives, though. Instead, it's a mid lane tier 1 tower. It's looked at by the Wargs, and another teleport channeled out by Lomogao here. Teleport run to a smack of damage. That rarely feels great. And the Wargs, a couple auto attacks, maybe one wave away from knocking down this tier 1 tower in mid. And that'll open things up a little bit. We're far enough into the game here where this is more just a nuisance for the Wargs or the Ravens, depending on which side of the map you're looking at. Gold will help, of course, but not massive as far as changing the map state just yet. Now when you start getting to the tier 2s, the Phoenixes, that's where things really start to swing. And the Ravens, I think, realizing, Trelly, that they aren't as far behind as they were in game 1 at this point, should still consider stepping up for some of these fights.
Seems like it as Rapio takes a large amount of poke there. And the Gold Fury pull is starting up here, but it doesn't look like the Highland Ravens are giving this one up. They want to face tank this, and they are charging in. They have the sustain as well with Umoja. So a delayed fight here, definitely in their favor.
Primal Fury would be great for the Wargs as well, especially if you're being a little more cautious around the Fire Giant later on in the game. The Ravens don't want to give this one up quietly. Sarpei has found a nice initiation on the back line. How about that grasp of death from Angry? It's chained in 3 members of the Ravens, but Coast has weaved in the damage onto Pred anyway. Double kill from Vaporish Coast. Lomogao adds another, and it is disastrous for the Wargs around the Fury. Despite a lead, the Ravens find 3, and it looks like they'll head towards the FG.
That was a massive Persephone ult
what
as well.
happened?
They just did not have the damage, and obviously once you go into the World Serpent, you're not able to take anything, so great chase potential as well. Coast just being able to put out so much damage with this Silver Branch Death's Temper build, and it looks like this Fire Giant is going to go vastly uncontested. There's no way Kana is going to want to step up to this. Angry just trying to farm on the other side of the map, but huge turn of events for the Ravens for what started to be a pretty beautiful ult from Angry, so the follow-up just was not there.
What did I say? Something about Coast making big plays when his team needs it, something like that. Yeah, double kill will be just fine for the Ravens here in this game. And that is a big drop from the Wargs. They are in the driver's seat of this game. Maybe not by far, but by a decent margin, where if that Fury goes your way, then, I mean, the track was laid out. And now, Trelly, I think the Ravens in that exact same spot, but headed in the opposite direction. XP doesn't mean much here at this point, just the 1 level lead for Silence, but gold still matters a little bit as far as finalizing some of these builds. And I think, and this is no offense to Lomogao, the Kumba just didn't do much in game 1. I think this was the first big fight where we saw Lomogao have actual disruption and actual impact, and it looked great for the Highland Ravens here in game 2.
Yeah, and at the very least, Sarpei thought that Lomogao was a key target, no beads available, so blinked onto the Yorm pretty much immediately, and then once the World Serpent happened, your target is gone. It looks like, again, trying to go for this Yorm, but this is the go button. You have no fear once you have that ultimate available.
Oh no, Kana gets riptided back. Kana is on the flip side of this fight. You're going to have to make some magic happen to stay alive, but no rabbit in the hat this time. Vaporish Coast with his 3rd straight. And finishes off a very important item. Sells off the Crusher, picks up Dominance, and this AMC is going to obliterate targets as Spudio still trying to finish off the Odibo. The Wargs just overextend a bit. Maybe you change the face of this Fire Giant push if you get a kill on Mogal. But now you're without your solo laner for 35 seconds.
It just seems like the call is always, hey, let's blow up this Yorm before the ult gets off, but they just don't have the damage to do so. So every time Sarpei goes in, tries to lock it down, Kana as well, trying to blow up this Yorm, who has itemized pretty squishily, but when you have that World Serpent and you're able to get it off, you throw all those abilities into a target who is no longer able to be killed, and then the fight turns sour. So now you have to decide. You have a tier 2 in left, you have the team at minions in mid, and you're going for a 3-2 push.
You are. And you don't have Kana on the map, not for 5 seconds. Right side Phoenix needs to be an afterthought. Spudio's got to go. Rapio's been pulled back in, Grasp of Death, no good. Angry loses a big team fighting ultimate, though, you know, chaining in 3-4 members of the Ravens didn't do much last time. Spudio finds a little poke damage onto Sap, who ends up having to leap away. Kana's back on the map, so back to full strength. Ravens knock down the right side Phoenix. And you've got 1 minute and 20 seconds left on this Fire Giant buff. Ravens have regained control and then some here of game number 2. Maybe one good fight, one good push away from sending us to a game 3.
Yeah, it looks like they're still trying to get this last tier 2 on their side of the map off. Gonna be a nice chunk of gold there. Obviously, Mogal, I think, had close to 3,000 at that point, so gonna go back and finish a full Soul Reaver for the Jormungandr solo. So that's gonna be a big chunk of damage for the World Serpent if you're just, you know, diving the backline and the front line, as Mogal's been doing pretty much all game here. Itemizing into more damage, so no sort of tank stats besides the starter item for this Yorm solo. Obviously, E-Staff, sort of a hybrid item as you mentioned, but besides that, finally these big power spikes are done, and we're just seeing the little trickle-down items. A full Titan's Bane is purchased for Rapio. So the gold still vastly going to be coming in for the Ravens here.
Oh, and a nice power spike. Calamitous Rod of Tahuti for Sap. I believe completely bought both Rod of Tahuti and the upgrade. And so Sap, and another example of a Tiamat hitting critical mass later on in the game. It was Angry in game 1. Now it's Sap here in game 2. Fire Giant buff falls off by the end of this sentence, and so the Wargs have got to decide where's the map state. All of our towers are gone. There's a left side Phoenix open, there's a mid lane Phoenix open, there's Tiamat minions pouring down the left side of the map. That's going to build up some pressure over time anyway. Ravens trailing maybe in a spot, especially with Lamogal and TP. Ravens may be in a spot where they can just wait out the Wargs. Eventually somebody is going to have to deal with these minions on left.
And it looks like Sap is still sitting up to place more and more of these Tiamat minions, so not only are you going to have to deal with the minions in left lane, you have the fire minions in right lane as well. So there's a few of those portals that are just going to keep pumping the lizards on that left side of the map. So once Fire Giant does spawn, I think
Crystal here?
I think you're going to have to either make Spudio teleport or you're fighting this 4v5.
Wondering if there's a crystal placed somewhere over here on the right side of the map where Spudio can clear out the left and still TP in using the Bifrost. You hate using the Bifrost to just move across the map, especially that far. It looks like both Bifrosts were over on left. And so just clearing out a wave or two, because the Fire Giant spawns right now. And so if the Ravens immediately pull, it will be without Spudio in range. Is that the call? For Silence and Coast, yes it is. For the rest of the team, they'll buy a little bit of space for the rest of the Wargs. Spudio has rejoined the fight. This is the fight for the Wargs. The Ravens have a little bit more breathing room. If you win this one, if you're the Wargs, you're in a good spot. If you lose this one, it's game over. On to game 3 we go. Fire Giants low. Kana jumps in. Fire Giant secured by the Ravens. Preds transforms. Spudio dueling out with Rapio in the back line, and Spudio has won it. The Wargs find the opening kill, but there will be a trade out by the Ravens. You think? Yes, there is. And Lamogal hits it from range. 1-for-1 trade, but the Ravens, they get the enhanced FG.
Yeah, enhanced Fire Giant is down. We still have fire minions on the left side of the map, the right side of the map, I should say, and then there's some Tiamat minions in mid, so I don't think the chase from the Wargs is going to be here. They're trying to get a few more of those enhanced Fire Giant timers off, but they really can't afford to at this point. They have to back up here, and now the most important objective in the game has been done. The Ravens have a huge power spike here, and now my eyes are looking at Coast. Enhanced Fire Giant AMC with full build. So much damage output. These Phoenixes are going to be pretty much one shot at this point.
They will be. It's Kana and Rapio both gone. Lamogal has been more valuable than Kana up to this point. So the Ravens happy maybe with the way that trade has gone, though getting an enhanced Fire Giant buff off one of the members of the Ravens always feels good. Sarpei looking for a miracle engage on the backline. Has found it onto one. Dashes through the other. All the damage pouring in from Angry. It's a perfect initiation, but again, it's a trade out. You kill off Lamogao, but you lose your jungler in trade, as the opposites have both respawned for both teams.
To be fair, the Phoenix stands tall. The mid Phoenix is up, that right Phoenix is up as well, so 2 enhanced Fire Giants are gone for the Ravens. Still on your carries, still on your support. Looks like Primal Fury will go down, but I think if you're the Wargs, you're pretty happy with keeping both of these Phoenixes up. Now you only have to worry about 3 enhanced Fire Giants. You still have a little bit more time to bolster your defenses and probably go for a solid 5v5 underneath these last set of Phoenixes here, but not all the time in the world. This enhanced Fire Giant only has about 2 minutes left for a push to be made.
We'll see. The Highland Ravens can regroup and make their way into the Niflheim Wargs base. We laid this out a little bit, though, Trelly. The possibility of a Game 3 between these two teams, two so closely contested teams, always figured like it would be a possibility. But if this ends up going to a Game 3, I think the Wargs have to feel like they dropped the ball a little bit. They had such a nice initiation with Angry's ultimate around that Fury, and the Ravens just team fought better down the stretch. Coast made a big enough play to keep things interesting here in game number 2. If we go to a Game 3, the Wargs will be thinking about that moment and making some changes, hopefully, in their team fights based upon that. You've got only 1 minute and 20 seconds left on this enhanced Fire Giant buff. You'd hate if you're the Ravens, Trelly, for nearly your entire enhanced Fire Giant buff to not net you anything except a respawned Phoenix on the right. Maybe you give this one chance.
You do have Tiamat minions once again on that right side of the map, but there's going to be some time for that. Looks like a full 5v5 on this left side Phoenix, but from where we're looking, the right side Phoenix is going to be the play here. Sarpei,
It's all about perspective,
yep.
Trelly.
Yeah, Sarpei's still sitting in mid though, just in case anyone does go for that mid Phoenix here. Still, as you mentioned, only 45 seconds.
Yeah.
Not too much time left on this enhanced Fire Giant, but it looks like they are going to go for it.
And you imagine, okay, so Silence has a Relic Dagger advantage over Preds. Some fully upgraded relics here and there. Once the enhanced Fire Giant buff falls off, we're back as close to even as we've been in a little while. How about this from Rapio? Takes Angry's ultimate on the jaw. Vaporish Coast will turn around 1 kill. Sarpei trades out another. Spudio doing his best over here on left. And I'll do my best to wait out this pause because, my goodness, another 1-for-1 trade. And we end this one with Sarpei down at like 2% HP. Somehow lives it. But how about that play from Rapio? I don't know if it's intended or just luck, but you blink in and you happen to take Angry's ultimate right to the jaw, and you take it from the rest of your team that was sieging up that mid lane Phoenix. You're playing a game of thin margins here, and we still don't know how this game or this fight ends.
Yeah, I think, if anything, Persephone was probably saying, like, hey, I might be about to be aggressed upon here. I'm going to pre-ult this. And then at that point, you're like, oh, man, Chuck is so tanky. I hit this target. Now I have to run. Gets pretty much deleted at that point, double relics. And now you have a 4-for-4 trade. As you said, though, enhanced Fire Giant, not a lot of time on. No. So if this fight continues, might fall off here, maybe equalizing out a little bit of that power dynamic. But mid and left Phoenix have both went down.
All right, so the Ravens do lose their jungler, but grab themselves mid and left side Phoenix. Sap jumped on, though, by Sarpei and Angry, who's stuck around on the right side of the map. Beads get used. Aegis is gone from Sap as well. Nearly a turnaround kill onto Sarpei. Angry sends out some damage. And yet again, we'll wait and see. With purely the numbers that are there on the right side Phoenix, that has got to go down, like, instantly.
Yeah,
if that doesn't immediately fall, I'll be very, very surprised. So it's looking like we'll see if a Wargs 3 Phoenix down base defense can make anything happen. I admire, though, the aggression from the Wargs to still look for those picks and turn this game around.
Yeah, that would have been Sap's first death if Tiamat was able to fall there, but just
not.
a little bit too tanky there. Is able to get out as this right side Phoenix is going to go down. So as you mentioned, all 3 Phoenixes down, but the enhanced Fire Giant finally falling off. It's going to be back to the old drawing board. Do you want to go for a 5v5 siege? Do you wait for the enhanced Fire Giant? Do you try to defend the Fire Giant? A lot of chess pieces to be moved here. It really just depends on if the Wargs are able to get these waves cleared. But with the Tiamat minions, with the amount of pressure that 3 Phoenixes down is going to bring, It's going to be very hard to mount an enhanced Fire Giant defense given the situation on the map, but it looks like they are posting up here, trying to find maybe a pick. They are 4 strong in the mid lane as minions pour down on the right and left sides.
Yeah, this is a risky play, but maybe the play that needs to happen. I'm not sure you're going to do so well with 3 waves of fire minions pouring into your base, but Preds is back in your own base. Just delaying as much pressure as possible. Getting enough of these Phoenix timers back up as you can. A quarter of the way there on both left and mid Phoenixes, so that's a hefty little number. Fire Giant has respawned, delaying things out here again. Very, very important, but it's only a matter of time before someone has to go back. And Spudio was the topic of conversation last time. Where do you drop that Bifrost? Do you save it for the team fight? Thin margins, I don't envy this situation at all. Trying to shot call around 3 Phoenixes down, trying to decide how long we stick around, how many waves we clear up. Looks like the Ravens are going to get this enhanced Fire Giant for free. How about this? Fighting in the mid lane, though. That Sap is jumped on. Sarpei ends up going down to Lamogao, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. But Sap, a wonderful target to get off the map if you're the Wargs. Enhanced Fire Giant, yes, it's secured. It's there. But it's Sap who is now gone. Angry, bursts down Rapio, dashes away. Ult is out from the chalk, but he is all alone. Coast rotating over from the Fire Giant. Burns down Kana. It ends up being a 2-for-1 trade.
Spudio all the while is just trying to battle these fire minions left and right side, pouring in at this point. It's going to be a 4v3 in the base. All Phoenixes are down.
Somebody's got to get on Coast here because, if Coast is just left unchecked with the rest of his team walking into the Titan room, this game is over. And still likely is over, but if fought well enough by the Wargs here, things remain interesting. Coast has both of his actives. Spudio does as well. Angry also has both relics. There's Lamogao missing the Frenzy. Rapia walking into this fight with beads. Frenzy gets used by Preds. That's a walk forward here from the Wargs. Our best chance is outside of our Titan room. That's what the Wargs are thinking. Lamogao in around the Titan, but the River's Rebuke is wonderful. It has funneled this fight out. The Wargs have no say, and the Ravens send us on to game 3.
Just way too much damage output at that point. 3 Phoenixes down. Coast had a 3K pot. Odysseus bow just proc. Even if you are body blocking those autos. Woo, what a game we just had.
I know, it takes it out of you.
Yeah, that Titan was not going to survive there. Just great play by the Ravens to make sure they stay in that one long enough to get to the late game.
And so we go on to a game 3. And again, Trelly, I think this is one the Wargs probably feel like got away from them. I mean, you have a 2,500 gold lead going into the second Fury of the game, get an amazing initiation from Angry, and that fight is completely turned around. And the Ravens live to fight another day. Game 3 between the Wargs and the Ravens coming up next.
Decided is going to be the day. Today is the day I'll chase all my fears away. I'm gonna walk up to her and get down on one knee and say, my sweetest darling, will you merengue me? Darling, merengue me. We were always meant to dance as easy as ABC. We'll be making sweet romance. Darling, merengue me. My heart, you found the key. My life will be a river of tears if you don't merengue me. Then came the evening, I was dressed up to my nines, head on with pomada, and I nailed all my lines. So I walked up to her and I got down on one knee and said, my sweetest darling, will you merengue me? Darling, merengue me. We were always meant to dance as easy as ABC. We'll be making sweet romance. Darling, merengue me. To my heart you found the key. My life will be nothing but misery if you don't merengue me. Oh, merengue. Darling, merengue me. misery if you don't merengue me. If you don't merengue me.
On game 2, it's a very similar composition for the Wargs from game 1, and a very different composition for the Ravens, and different ends up winning the day. What a difference Picks and Bans makes between game 1 and game 2 here for the Ravens. Everything seemed to be going right for the Wargs up to a point, and then after one big team fight, the Wargs fall by the wayside, not without a little bit of pushback around some Phoenixes, around the Titan. But I think ultimately, Trelly, this is just such a better look at a composition from the Ravens here this game. Lamogao infinitely more impactful.
Oh, yeah.
Here in game number 2. Rest of the team has some damage. I think Sap on the Tiamat also looks good. Great performance from the Ravens to send us to game 3.
Yeah, not just the Tiamat damage and the performance in team fights. The Tiamat minions ended up being a very big deal just because of how many Phoenixes were down. Do we defend left? Do we defend right? Can we even defend at all? Because there's minions, there's fire minions, and then there's the lizards as well. So just so much to deal with at that point, and everything, as you mentioned, just sort of changed after that one Gold Fury fight where it seemed like this huge Persephone
fight
ult
right
here.
Yeah.
Where just they should have been able to find kills, but just were not able to, and then the chase ensued.
Beads were just perfect there from Coast, and look at the reinitiation from Lamogao despite being in red HP. Coast, what an interesting game Coast had, where levels 1 through like 12, it felt like Coast was pretty far ahead, and then Spudio really starts to pull ahead, and then by the end of the game, it was Coast who was ahead again. The tug of war that was going on, not only in the game in general, was really magnified if you looked at the ADC role here in this game and the way that role played out. And sort of a unique pick in the AMC, again, something that last year was reserved to some individual players, Trelly. Coast at 7-2-4, I think that showed us that his AMC is something to be feared.
Yeah, he definitely found his footing there. 0-0-12 for Silence as well. I think the vast majority of the reason they were able to win that gold fight we just got to witness was the healing and the shell from Silence, just making sure to keep the carries alive. Obviously, good relic usage by the whole team there, but as you touched on, I mean, Lamogao just infinitely more useful on this Yorm. Every time the World Serpent came out, it seemed like it was just being very disruptive, knocking everyone back, doing lots of damage because of the build. It just seemed like completely different. It's night and day difference between the Kumba and this Jormungandr.
Wow, Sap was able to farm up so effectively, over 130 gold per minute over Angry, the mid lane counterpart over there on the Wargs, and that played out through the game, largely towards the end of the game. Coast had top damage here in this game. And so damage wasn't as discrepant as it was in game 1, where one team had it all and the other team didn't. There were still comparable damage numbers here in game number 2. Ravens just had more of it, and they had a better team fight down the stretch. Picks and Bans for game number 3. I want it now. Let's find us a winner here between the Wargs and the Ravens. Ravens in second pick. Do we stick with Heimdall first pick? Maybe. Spudio's looked good on it up to this point. I think, though, Trelly, if you're going to pick Heimdall first, you need to be aware that you might get out-pressured a little bit early and have some answers for it that don't involve Sarpei camping in lane for 30 seconds till Coast comes back.
Yeah, I mean, while the gank worked out, and again,
It did work out.
as you mentioned, it was a, Coast was very much ahead, and then after that gank, he got a little bit behind, and then after the second gank, Spudio got ahead and that sort of thing. But yeah, I think the Heimdall is just a pick that Spudio leans on right now, that he finds, very safe, is able to not take pressure away, but at the very least stay pretty neutral. A level lead or so isn't going to be the end of the world there. So I still think they're going to put some stock in the Heimdall pick for the Wargs, and they have their option here. It is not banned away.
Snap block to Heimdall.
There it
you go.
is. A little bit off, but
Pick it once more. Yeah, we were close enough. It was a 80% win rate going into that game. I had it flipped around. I thought it was 75% pick rate. No, it was a 50 or so percent pick rate. 80 or so percent win rate going into game number 2 there after the game 1 win. Now drops down a little bit further. I agree with this one though, Trilly. Yorm looked just so much better for Lamogao than the Kumbhakarna did. I think I admire the creativity. The Kumbhakarna experiment was there. It didn't quite work out. Let's go back to something that did work out. Now, it wasn't without some stress. Early in game 2, Lamogao fell a bit behind and was being pressured out of lane, but was able to stay more relevant than the Kumbha was in game number 1. And the first big pivot for the Wargs that isn't forced by the Ravens is Horus. So we're going to get something new out of support that is not the best.
Yeah, I was going to wonder when the switch up would be, because obviously, the Yorm was the target in most of those fights. They realized, hey, he's optimizing for a full damage build. He's got teleport and frenzy. He's not going beads. Let's CC the Yorm. And they weren't able to blow him up before he got into the World Serpent, and that was sort of where their problems lied. So I was wondering where the switch up was going to be for the Wargs here. And it looks like number 1, let's grab Horus, more engage, more early CC. Try to get ahead in the lane possibly. And let's ban away the AMC from Coast. So the 2 switch ups we're seeing already. They've realized what the issue was last game, and they're trying to, fix that.
So we're going to stick with Chalk Jungle if we're the Ravens. But another new support for the Ravens as well, as the Fafnir will simply change sides and go over to the Ravens this time instead of being there for the Wargs. The Wargs have loved this Heimdall, Bastet, Serket kind of trio. Now with a couple changes in the mid lane over the last couple games, this time it'll be a Merlin for Angry. And Angry's Merlin is nothing to scoff at. That's a pick we've seen a little bit of as well. Have Bastet and Serket shown you enough that warrant maybe these repeated picks here for the Wargs?
Yeah, in game 1, if Khan is able to get that lead again, I would surely have no qualms with it. Obviously, I think Kana, again, was able to get pretty far ahead of this Yorm, but I think, for me, the damage from Serket was a bit lacking last game in particular, so trying to find more of those priority targets, things like that, that's what we're going to need to see this game compared to last game for the double assassin. Dive?
Again, took a sit in lane and wait for Coast to finally get the kills rolling for Sarpei. Game 3 between the Wargs and the Ravens. This one important for phase-long standings. Both teams undefeated. Both teams looking to remain undefeated, but only one will, as game number 3 rears its head. And so I want to start here in the jungle as well, Trelly, because it feels like Rapio, and you've mentioned, the early warrior stats being a big reason behind it. It feels like Rapio's been more active early in these games. Feels like all of the early kills have been centered around Rapio and where this chalk is on the map. Do you feel like you need to see more from this Serket before, what was it, the 10-minute mark in game 2? Do you think Kana needs to be a little bit more active here in game 3?
Yeah, I would say Sarpei specifically has even more early pressure than Chalk. The Blink lockdown, the Cobra's Kiss just has so much kill potential, relic potential, just early aggression. So Sarpei probably should be getting active early. He doesn't really need to. I think the late game scaling of this team comp is fine, but I just think Sarpei needs to try to match Rapio's pressure and not really let any of these leads get out of hand here. Coast on the Uller. This is where we're going to see that pressure lie.
Yeah.
Just twice the amount of abilities as anyone else on the map currently. So going to have a lot of pressure, but this time just backing up, fearing this Horus engage.
We have dropped the ball a little bit, Trelly, in that Coast has, played a game here, played a couple of games, and we haven't mentioned him penta-killing Mifflin at all yet. Worth mentioning that, if I remember correctly, the Uller was the pick where that happened. So perfect segue for me, where Vaporsh Coast grabs this strong pick for himself. And I do think, remember, I brought it up at the beginning of Picks and Bans, said we're going to stick with the Heimdall. You got to realize the Ravens are going to try to draft some pressure against it because that's what worked in Game 2. Maybe the Horus in your eyes, Trelly, maybe in my eyes as well, helps mitigate and helps return some pressure here for the Wargs.
Seems like it. Espedio going to take
Oh
a
my God.
lot of poke here. Not easy to hit the axe, not easy to hit the hammer. Hit the axe and the hammer. That's going to bring a lot of poke your way. But I think it looks like Preds opted to go for this blink start, and I think iSilence sort of realized this was coming and opted to go for the horrific here. So
Yeah, wow.
if the Horus does blink in, at level 2 specifically, there's going to be no sort of escape here, no sprint available or anything like that unless you itemize your 3. So I don't think there's going to be any sort of engage there.
Oh, Rapio, a little low in mid. I have high expectations for Angry on this pick. We know what Sap can do on the team. And we've already seen it. Sap, you had your day in the sun last game. Angry on this Merlin carries a lot of weight with it. All last year in the SEC. This pick was strong. Could we see an early first blood? Sarpei has to dash away. And the ranged damage confirm from Rapio is not there. But how about this? Over in the dual lane, Spudio walks forward. He's got some auto attacks to connect onto Vapor's Coast. Preds blinks back through after resetting the cooldown, but there's a stun answered by Silence. Coast uses the beads, and somehow no kills will end up dropping over on left.
Yeah, it really seemed like both teams at one point were overextended there, but both of the teams this time going to back up here. And finally, I get to talk about this Bluestone. Coast finally is optimizing for the Bluestone, not going for that Death. So I was going to say, you picked AMC, you went Destal. You picked Chiron, you went Destal. No way you're going to pick Uller and go Destal, and he does not. Opting to go for that Bluestone, going to help with that early clear, but sustain is what you're lacking. And recognizing that, it looks like they are going to go back here as Spudio has the Destal, is able to sustain up after that fight, and can stay in lane at this point.
Yeah, he can. And so already, we've seen a little bit more of an early presence from Sarpei. That 2v2 in mid looked decent for the Wargs. Could have gone either way there, but Angry able to chunk up some good damage numbers on that side of the map. Coast has to go back. Doesn't end up completing the Transcendence just yet. Somewhat expensive item. Need a little bit of time to stack up there as well. I do think, Trelly, you know, a lot of what we've seen, it's almost the same story, just a third time in a row here, where Kana has this Bastet pick, the ability to pressure out his lane opponent on the other side. Now it's a repeat of the Game 2 matchup. I think a lot of where the Wargs have felt confident is pushing the lead that Kana has built over on right. And so I think it's important to find more of that here. If you're the Wargs, keep putting pressure on Lemogao.
Yeah, I would say so as well. Still, Kana not able to back just yet, probably waiting for that full Soul Eater, whereas Lemogao, once again, itemized into that teleport, is able to back for the Tier 2 Chronos Pendant, so a little bit of a power spike there, but still, this Yorm not wanting to get aggressive into this Bastet, not wanting to deal with just the raw damage output of a level 6 Bastet at the moment, so staying underneath that tower, losing a little bit of gold, as we're seeing a small little skirmish over the offerings on this side of the map. The obelisks are up, and the Wargs have a small collection lead at the moment.
They do. So all eyes for me turn to Rapio. Touch Sarpei, you need to get active early. Rapio is going to need a little bit more time. He's going to go back, finish up that Jotun's Wrath here at any moment. And so it won't be an immediate amount of pressure, though will help Lemogao mirror out that blue buff. And probably smart of him to do so, Rapio, because Sarpei plus Kana has equaled invaded blue buff up against Lemogao a good bit over the last couple of games. Rapio does go back, does finish up the Jotuns. And so now with Blink and Ult, and that's big initiation from Rapio. I look towards some of the beadsless members of the Wargs that could be under threat. Maybe Preds, maybe Sarpei if caught out in the jungle. Because honestly, Trelly, that Chalk Ultimate feels like forever. If you don't have beads, that knock up and the silence just feel like it lasts forever. And so I expect Rapio to get something going here in the next few minutes.
Yeah, just trying to get very aggressive on this early game-centric Chalk pick, obviously. We've seen it 3 times now. We've seen the late game Chalk, we've seen the early game Chalk, and we've seen the early game aggressive Chalk. Right now we're
What
seeing...
about mid-game Chalk?
Yeah, right now we're seeing the sort of early to mid farming version of Chalk, which we saw a little bit last game as well. So Rapio still not trying to force anything. Again, you have no real kill potential in the right lane, right?
Yep.
We've already mentioned that the Jormungandr isn't going to find too much damage onto Kana. The Spastat pick very safe. So to me, you're either turning towards mid or duo. If you look at duo, Heim's got the Bifrost. He's going to be very careful to not waste his teleport at any moment. So Rapio then has to turn his attention towards this Merlin. It's going to be hard to bait the flicker out, but Sarpei can do it. Let's see.
Here you go. First initiation, but it's countered out by Sarpei. What is that damage? Rapio explodes in mid. We said we wanted to see him active. Yeah, active in the grave for
now
the next 10 seconds.
Inactive.
First blood over for the Wargs. And this is a different look for the Wargs that we haven't seen yet this set. Angry flickers away. That's a jump in from Sap. Is there enough damage, though, without the Merlin in this fight to clean up any more of these kills? I'm not sure. As Pred's locked down in place. Looks like 1 for none is all we'll get, though. Kana rotating over from right. It's a jump in by everyone. Ultimate doesn't connect on Sap, but the Wargs don't need it. Sarpei adds another.
Sarpei finally getting active in this game, able to set up 2 kills. 1 you get the credit for, 1 you have to get the assist for, but either way, the Circuit into the chalk. Very difficult matchup. And we saw it last game where this exact sort of thing happened, where Sarpei found an early blink ult on Rapio. Once again, no beads available, tries to just pre-ult and survive, but this time Angry just had so much damage on Rapio. So already we're seeing him itemize into what appears to be a breastplate, some form of physical defense, because Rapio's respecting the output of this Circuit right now. You're dealing with 2 assassins, you also have a Horus and the Heimdall. So 4 Fizz, I can see why maybe you're looking to go into a breastplate of sorts.
Now there are a few picks, Trelly, where like an immediate pivot can make such a difference in the way that your team plays the game as going from like a Fafnir to like a Horus, right? I mean, that feels like such a drastic change to me, and not in a bad way. It's just a different way of looking at the game, and I think that To the Skies, first example of that. Sarpei has melted down Sap here, but Angry doesn't want to overextend. Rotation out of the left side of the map from the Ravens would have covered any further initiation there. But I think Pred's in the ability to play around that ultimate is maybe one of the biggest style swaps we've seen so far in this set.
Yeah, and you have to deal with the objective shred on the other side of the map now because that Horus was picked up by Silence. So you trade the objective shred and crazy sort of attack speed buff for lots of lockdown and team mobility with To the Sky. So it's a completely different playstyle, as you mentioned. But vastly, I think Preds is doing exactly what he needs to, trying to frontline, has this Interceptor ready to just blink onto anyone that shows up and just look for some CC and lockdown, constantly trying to heal his team up, that sort of playstyle. Very different. But again, these supports are just trying to, sit back and wait as this team fight sort of plays out because at the moment they're not really forced into anything.
Well, they aren't. I mean, none of this matters, Charlie. We're going 35 minutes anyway. Both of these two teams in back-to-back games have slowed things down and sent us on to a 28, 29, 38-minute game in Game 2. A little bit, the 28-29 was Game 1. More action-y, though, here in Game 3 from what we've seen up to this point. Silenced, unfortunate, kind of pulled back against the wall, not fully back into the rest of the Wargs. Otherwise, probably would have been a kill there. But transformation out from Silence buys just a little bit of time. Kill there maybe equals rotation over to Gold Fury. And so the Ravens saving themselves from a big swing here in Game 3.
Yeah, not enough damage there. Silence obviously able to go into the Dragon and just make sure to hold on to his life at the moment. Going to be invading away this Greater Scorpion, though. A little bit of extra gold for the Wargs. Still trying to push the small gold lead they've accumulated over this 9-minute game, 10-minute game at the moment. But still vastly no sort of engages. Obviously, we saw that one fight in mid. We saw a little bit of a skirmish there, but no blood spilled. No, just trying to farm up still. As Coast maybe trying to go get aggressive here.
Could be. Coast likes doing this anyway. Now you've got Uller, a pick that wants to do it. Spuddy will have to use the ultimate, get out of harm's way as Porsche Coast turned his eye towards Spuddio. A worrying trend is in the mid lane right now, if you're the Ravens. Just a moment ago, Angry was 2 levels ahead of Sap, maybe call it a level and a half now, as Sap takes over to level 10. Angry, okay, a little bit further away. Actually, no, about to take over to level 12, so almost a full 2 levels. But definitely a 1-level lead there in mid lane. Doesn't really matter. There's a lead for Angry. Gold-wise, it's there as well. 6.4k gold for this Merlin, 5.8k for Sap. So, 600 gold, not earth-shattering, but a small gap has started to build up over in mid as a Porsche Coast dropped on by Sarpé and Preds, but Coast the wherewithal to get out of that.
Yeah, it seems like his team said, hey, I think there's a horse trying to fly some people over to you. And Coach said, all right, I'll just run away and jump away. Still going to be pretty safe sitting in that lane. But yeah, I'm looking at the power spike as well. Angry having a solid lead. Same itemization, Sands of Time, Divine Ruin into that Spear of Deso. But the XP, as you mentioned, having an Aegis over Sap, who does not have that second relic, is also a big deal, obviously. So I don't think right now the Ravens are going to try to force anything. But the Wargs are, and they're going to look for Sap.
And Sap will take a lump, but will still be able to jump away. I mean, the big change here is Preds joining this Wargs team. Or not joining the Wargs team. Horus being picked by this Wargs team is the big change. But look at the emphasis on anti-heal from the Ravens here. There were double Divine Ruins in Game 2 as well. But now an early Contagion for Rapio. Nice dodge from Spudio. Keeps things interesting in this engagement. Spudio wins this one. The heavy emphasis in the item 2 slot on anti-heal from the Ravens. Is there enough from the Wargs? I mean, the big change is Preds here. Is there enough healing that warrants this itemization?
Yeah, I mean, with the Death's Embrace that Spudio opts to go for a late game, that's going to be a little bit annoying. Obviously, Horus with the constant spam with a 3, you just want to try to shut that down. Obviously, Kana has been going into this Soul Eater, and with the Bastet passive, the nature of that is going to be a little bit of healing. So just trying to shut it down before it starts. I think really Rapio just said, hey, I see 4 physicals, and I want a defense item. Nemean doesn't really work here. Breastplate's going to overcap me with cooldown once I get my build online. Let's just go for Contagion. Works out because it fills that physical defense role, but also shuts down a fair bit of this healing that you guys have drafted into. So Rapio feeling a little bit safer, I think, with that pick, as Preds trying to get aggressive here, finding a stun, but just gets hammered out.
Yeah, both junglers have Blink back and ready to go. Preds has upgraded his Blink. That gives you an idea of what this Horus is wanting to do early in this game. If you see Coast low on mana, oftentimes Spudio is going to be low on health, and that's exactly the case here. But that means Vaporish Coast has got to play a little bit more safe. I mean, Uller is nothing without his ability rotations. Transcendence fully stacked up, though. Jotun's Wrath on the other end. Coast uses his beads, jumps on out. And the last bit of mana used on that jump had Aegis, though. So if there was a further initiation, would have been hard to find that kill underneath the Tier 1 tower. Spudio hasn't been back in a little while. Level 14 still doesn't have the second relic picked up. And so if the Wargs are looking to play around this Gold Fury, could be a decent little spike here once Spudio goes back.
Yeah, I think Spudio probably is just not afraid of the Rapio rotation at the moment because he hasn't shown any face over here. But Coast, on the other hand.
How about this? Sarpé is alone with 3 of the Ravens. And as we've so often seen, the junglers just kind of exchange ultimates and we go about our way. Neither team overextending. And this is not unheard of. You get into Game 3, especially a Game 3 that's as important as this, as far as what standings could look like at the end of the phase. You don't want to make it. You don't want to make any mistakes. You know, you have a little leeway in Game 1. The losing team in Game 2 is up against it. Neither team here wanting to overextend on a fight, especially not over something like a purple buff Trelly the first 14 minutes in. So you expect a bit of a slower pace of play in a lot of Game 3s.
Yeah, especially when these fights are happening at like purple buff, that sort of thing, where Gold Fury is so close by. There's no time for the soul lanes to rotate over if you realize you're losing a fight. So you're pretty much just saying, hey, if we lose this fight, if we drop this buff the wrong way, we are giving up Gold Fury as well. I don't think either team really wants to take that risk at the moment, even with the small lead that the Wargs have themselves. So once again, we do see Lomogal go for that teleport. So the rotation benefits a little bit more to the Ravens. They have a little bit more quick rotations and the global presence in this Yorm. But now Lomogal probably going to have to use that World Serpent just to get away from Kana here.
Yeah, at some point. And World Serpent, there it is. Lomogal will head on back to base. No more Chalice charges and teleport 15 seconds away. I don't think Kana without the ultimate has the ability to really push this down, though. Blue buff is up. Sarpé will try to get over to this side of the map in time. Unable to do so. Blue buff secured. Lomogal waits out his teleport cooldown. All is well in the world for the solo lane of the Highland Ravens. It looks like a similar build, though, Trelly. I was questioning if the Chronos Pendant into Divine Ruin, into Ethereal Staff, into more damage later on in the build from Lemogao would punish the Yorm, and it was anything but. And it looks like Lemogao is just going to run back the same build.
Yeah, I really felt like Lemogao shouldn't have been able to get off as much damage and,
Right.
and live through as much as he was able to, but same sort of comp that the Wargs have drafted, so it's going to be the same sort of style of, hey, maybe Sarpei blinks in, get some CC, you go into the World Serpent. I mean, it's the same engage, right? So I don't think Lemogao has to change anything up here. He was able to get all of his damage off, he was able to live through the fights, and now he hasn't been ganked early, so he's just off to a better start. It's still pretty even in this lane at the moment. I don't think Yorm really is worried. Obviously going into that Belt of Frenzy again, not needing the beads, but it looks like Coast once again getting ganked.
Whoa! Coast solo kill! And that is absurd, the damage that he puts out onto Sarpei. Spudio, I think he's got the damage. He sure does. Make it a 1-for-1, but Coast makes the big play. Spudio with the important trade out over in the mid lane. We fight on as well. Kana still has his ultimate. We'll send it on out. Rapio has used his in an attempt to get out of this fight. He will teleport on over to his axe, but now it's the left side of the map where an advantage can be found. The Wargs are sending their hunter into this fight while Vapor's Coast is still dead. Into the back goes Preds, and the Wargs find a big fight.
I'm so surprised that Kana was able to make this rotation and Lemogao just had there's no way he could get over here. Obviously the ult was down at the moment, now it's back up, teleport's still down, but the Wargs, Kana making the rotation over, are gonna win that fight handedly, and now the Gold Fury is gonna be theirs. It looks like the answer back will be the Pyro, but they're not gonna do this quickly, and I think Kana knows about it.
Yeah, Kana's here, so there won't be the answer back on the Pyro. Remember, that teleport's down because Kana chunked down Lemogao by his own, by the Warg's blue buff, forced the World Serpent out, forced the teleport back to lane, and it just now came back up. And so Lemogao having to use the teleport to get back into lane. Well-timed fight there by the Wargs, realizing that Lemogao wouldn't get the free advantage over Kana. And that's a big swing now in Game 3 for the Wargs. Nearly, actually more than a clean 3,000 gold lead. Though, Trelly, I say it with some pause, because this was effectively the gold lead that the Wargs had in Game 2 when the fight didn't go in their favor. And Vapor's Coast has already made a big 1v1 happen. Can't count out the Euler. Can't count out Sap either. I think even at 0-2, going to need a little extra scaling, 2 levels behind. But this Tiamat can still reach a point in this game that's going to be a real big problem.
Yeah, definitely. And right now, the Uller beads are down because of that gank. Of course, the turnaround kill was there, but the big hit was that Spudio was able to live. Spudio was able to get the kill, and then Spudio was able to farm freely while Coast was dead. So great return kill by Coast, but I think still Spudio is very happy with that, able to get his free farm online, and now sitting pretty in that lane. 30 more seconds on the beads. Last time this happened, Sarpei was able to gank twice. That is an AMC this time. On the Euler, looks like Sarpei not going to go for it this time, staying on that right side of the map, saying, I'm gonna leave Coast alone. I saw how much that combo did. I'm gonna look at the Pyromancer.
We already have seen the difference that Preds can make on this Horus. 3 of the 4 affected kills are assists for the support. I think To the Skies kind of adding that 1 extra kill onto Sap at the end of that mid lane fight a moment ago makes a big difference. Silenced, attempting to steal, will not be able to do so. Difficult to do on the Fafnir, but what are you going to trade out? Your ultimate at least. Sarpei has damage onto Sap in the mid lane, who has to jump away. He's been relentless, in onslaught even, into the Highland Ravens mid laner's health bar. Maintains the beads, but Trelly, the Wargs have just not given Sap the space to farm here in Game 3.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like this Tiamat is able to stay in lane for very long. Sarpei getting pretty active. The Frenzy has popped, but it's probably just for this tower here.
Yeah, Preds, you got to back off, my friend. Vapor's Coast only needs a few seconds to get those cooldowns back. 3-man knockup is there from Lemogao. A little bit of damage, but there's some of the healing coming into play for the Wargs, and they will back themselves away. Do not knock down the Tier 1 tower. We're able to still assert some objective control over towards the right side of the map. Right back into the driver's seat are the Niflheim Wargs here in Game 3 in a fantastic spot to take this set, and an important set over the Highland Ravens. And I think, Trelly, this is a good composition for pushing this style of lead if you're the Wargs. I mean, if you play around Preds, you can just keep on fighting.
Yeah, with Angry's build as well, there's a lot of objective shred if they do want to try to pull up Fire Giant. Obviously right now, Coast finally gets that Heartseeker online, sort of matching the Silver Branch power spike of Spudio, but I still think right now Coast is going to want to sit in lane for a bit longer. If Spudio wants to get aggressive, if they want to try to pull this Fire Giant, you have to worry about the Bifrost as well, as we've touched on time and time again from this Heimdall. So the sort of teleport presence from this ADC is always going to be looked at here. And it looks like that's exactly what Spudio is doing, sort of heading towards that right side of the map here, whereas Coast is going to sit in lane. So we get about 4v5 at the Fire Giant at the moment. Yep. It looks like Coast is not caught onto this.
No, Coast doesn't have the ability to rotate on over here quickly. Sarpé, rather, will back himself away nice and safely. Have to be worried with the amount of shred. You know, you don't have the Fafnir, but you still have Angry, and Angry puts out absurd damage. Spudio's got chin size there. You still got Frenzy. So the Fafnir, the team-wide coerce, the AoE coerce, of course, massive as far as objective shred goes, but the Ravens can't underestimate what the Wargs still have as far as being able to burn down some of these objectives. Now that goes for the Wargs as well, as Shoguns plus, of course, the coerce is there for the Ravens. It's a World Serpent forced by Lamogao. What kind of confidence does that give the Wargs? Big solo lane ultimate is missing. No commitment just yet onto the FG.
Yeah, half health on this
There
Storm, no beads
All right, take it
available.
back.
Fire Giant has been pulled, and it looks like the dance has begun.
Whoa, silenced! He's gone. He was there alone, and the Ravens lose their support. Fire Giant not confirmed just yet. Now back go the Wargs. This is an important fight for the Ravens. You got to show some face here. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to do so. Lamogao lurking down underneath. Fire Giant stolen away. That's absurd. The Wargs don't confirm the FG. The Ravens take it away. And it's the Venomous Haze from Lamogao. Big ultimate back in from Rapio. The Wargs at least need to grab some kills, and they're able to do so. But the Ravens delay out this game by stealing away the Fire Giant.
Yeah, it looks like that tier 1 tower is still up, so not able to dive this one. The health bars are not low enough as well, so they cannot push into this. There is only 2 members with Fire Giant at the moment, so with the Ravens stealing that away, it is on the carries. I will say having Coast and Sap with a Fire Giant buff is pretty huge there, but still, the gold lead is going to be going in the favor of the Wargs unless, and it looks like it is going to happen, looks like Coast is going to pull this Oni Fury, so that's going to be pretty big for the Highland Ravens. They might be able to siege a push off this Fire Giant yet. If they get these Oni minions, if they get some of those Tiamat minions, they might be able to push with this FG buff, which with the lead that I'm seeing, I wouldn't have expected, but it looks like they catch onto this.
That's a rare 5-man Horus ultimate. Now Sap on the retreat. Beads have to be used, but there's too much CC, and what a play from the Wargs, realizing their red buff is up, and there's no wards there. That's just a roll of the dice. We're going to assume that a red buff is getting taken down. And now there's the 1 FG buff. So FG effectively mitigated here outside of some damage in the fight from Coast. But for 40 seconds, you're without your mid laner if you're the Ravens. And there's already a hefty gold lead for the Wargs. Could be a Phoenix Siege despite losing the FG.
Yeah, they have the Oni minions here, so they don't even have to worry about them. They can just clear them out. They're still very high up here, and Rapio's on the right side of the map, so this could be a 5v3 here if they want to push in. Looks like the Yorm pools are sort of going to be annoying here. You don't want to get E-Staff proc just by touching those, so they're going to have to wait for those to go, and now the siege begins.
No, how about this? Here's a frenzy. The Wargs smell blood. Lamogao will not smell his ultimate. Angry has got another here in this game. 403 on the Merlin, but that's not enough for the Wargs to push in for the end. There is still a tier 2 tower in mid, still an open Phoenix on right, and the Wargs are feeling like Mythological is the way to go.
I just wish Lamogao smelled his ultimate there and would have been able to get it up.
Yeah, I know. That's all the difference. I can't imagine World Serpent smells all that good, Trelly. I don't think it does.
He's got Venomous Haze, he's got Consuming Bellow, there's a lot of...
Ghastly Breath is by far the worst smelling ability in the game, right?
Would you rather smell a Belch? A Bacchus Burp?
I think well, from Bacchus, maybe not.
Or a Bacchus or a Regurgitate.
Oh, God, Regurgitate, you're right. Yeah, you're right. This is a rabbit hole of smelly ultimates, or smelly abilities that I'm nervous to go down with you, Trelly. But point being in that call was that Lamogao would not reach his ultimate. And that made all the difference for the Wargs pushing down the left side of the map.
this is sort of what we expected from the Yorm. Me specifically, I expected last game was the way that Lamogao itemized without beads. You would just get CC'd and not be able to get that ult off. This time, though, the Wargs seem to have the lead to be able to say, hey, this Yorm is in front of us trying to engage. We're not going to let him get into that World Serpent. We're not going to let him be this disruptive force. We have the damage to just burn him down. And this is what I was expecting. This is the sort of full damage Yorm solo that I thought we were going to get. Much different showing this game than last game.
Now, a big difference here is not so much delaying. I mean, a Phoenix Siege and a Phoenix Confirm ended up happening anyway by the Wargs, but ending the game is maybe the big difference here. But what are we fighting over? There's nothing on this side of the map. Silence jumps in, takes a little bit of damage, but ends up jumping out and away. If the Wargs had Fire Giant on all 5, maybe you're looking at a game end. So the Ravens just increased their chances of coming back into this game by stealing that Fire Giant away just a moment ago. But how concerned are we with the FG? Just now falls off as a 1 minute timer now begins for the Fire Giant to respawn over on the right side of the map. Minions pouring in mid. It looks like the Wargs are attempting to just fight. See if we can end the game without the FG, if we can get enough pressure.
Yeah, if they get to the Titan, I think Merlin and Heim are specifically going to be able to burn that thing down. But Kana does not have the ultimate available. Did just chuck it during that little red buff skirmish. So we're going to see no Huntress of Bast engage here as Sarpei stays in the left lane trying to 1v1 Rapio. But that's the benefit of this chalk. You have so much healing when you're not getting ulted by the Circuit. So just anytime the poke comes, you sort of just call down the rain, heal up, and that's going to be the play. So it looks like they will be ulting towards Fire Giant here.
Will make it. Oh, wow, that was not even all that close at all. I thought that was a lot closer to Sarpei being left behind. But no mistake here from the Wargs. So you can now set up shop a little bit. Ward coverage not fantastic from the Ravens. Decent from the Wargs, but not that far into the Ravens side of the jungle. Though shouldn't be caught off surprise. They're caught off guard or by surprise. If you're the Ravens, you know exactly where the Wargs are going to be, and it's right around this FG pit. Look at the damage that Spudio is finding on a Silence, though. Has to go into the transformation. Frenzy is out. Goodbye, Silence, but not because of death, because he's going to leave the backside of this fight. Vaporish Coast knocks down Sarpei, who overextended, but Angry is on a rampage, and another kill drops on the right side of the map. It's a double kill from Spudio, and Sap and Coast are the last two alive. Are we calling FG, or are we calling game? It looks like the objective is in the mind of the Wargs.
Yeah, there's that left side Phoenix is about to respawn, so if they did try to stay and defend, there's no way they would even keep that one up. They have fire minions on the Titan as well. Your one benefit right now is To the Skies is down. You can't get base raced at the moment, but still, the Wargs are going to run it down mid lane. All they have for them at the moment, no, they still, that left Phoenix is probably going to go down just naturally, so they can try to put up a united front in the mid lane and try to 2v4, but it's going to be rough.
Yeah, you got to push the issue here if you're the Wargs. 5 seconds away from Silence coming back, and if you can stagger out these deaths, it just becomes all that much more easy for the Wargs to end this game. Instead, objective mindset yet again from the Wargs as mid lane Phoenix goes down. Left side Phoenix will fall shortly after. Maybe enough gold to want to go back and spend, but this is a risk you run if you stick around going for these objectives. The respawns are in, but silenced, ulted back by Kana. Angry. 604 on the Merlin. Preds gets melted on through, and it's Vaporish Coast who trades out support for support.
It looks like they're still trying to go for this Phoenix, though. They have 3 FGs left, but Coast is trying to chase this by himself. I don't think you want to turn that corner without knowing what's on the other side, so they are finally going to back off here, and it looks like that Phoenix lives with a sliver. Mid Phoenix did drop, though, but that left Phoenix was able to survive. The Tiamat minions kept the fire minions back just long enough to where the backdoor protections were enough to keep that Phoenix standing. So you still have your birds. You lose one in mid, though.
Surprised that the Wargs didn't go for the end there, Trelly? It was only Coast and Sap alive for 15 or so seconds. Think you could have forced the issue?
I think they really wanted that horse hold, and since it wasn't up, they didn't want to risk it. If they were able to just dive onto the Titan, I think they had the burst, but trying to run into the Uller, it would have been a little bit deadly. So just putting some respect on the amount of poke that this Uller has, saying, hey, we'll go for the birds. And they didn't even get both. They got the mid one, but that left Phoenix stands tall, so maybe not. Maybe they wouldn't have been able to end at that point, so.
Yeah, it's all on Coast here, isn't it? 3-1 compared to the 0-3 of everyone else on his team. The Ravens Just haven't quite been there yet this game. I mean, XP doesn't really matter for 4 out of the 5, or 3 out of the 4. Still catching up is silenced. Itemization, though, wildly important for all of those 0-3 members of the Highland Ravens. Still completing up some of those 6 items, still looking at upgrading some of the relics. And so the gold's still massively important here for the Wargs, and they are very, very far ahead, where the Porsche Coast outside of the relics is full build and certainly still hurts. So this Uller has got to make some magic happen. This Fire Giant still, minute and a half left. Left side Phoenix. Sliver of HP remaining, but once that damage connects, it will end up falling down quickly. Sap, low on the backline. Initiation in from Sarpé as Rapio finds the knockup and the silence on the other end. But silenced. D transforms, has to jump away. Here comes the Horus ultimate. Where does Preds go with the rest of the team?
To the Titan.
Making the Ravens guessing you're right into the Titan. Go the Wargs. We're not even worried about the Phoenix, and this game ends with Preds ulting his team into the base of the Ravens, and the Wargs will take it 2-1.
If you're not able to get that left Phoenix, just fly over it, go right to the Titan. You have the Merlin
tired of
damage.
fighting.
Yeah, you don't want to. I don't want to auto attack this thing anymore. I want to use my abilities on that Titan. We're gonna fly right over it. Obviously, with the Merlin burn, everyone had a strong lead. Coast 3-1, but not able to fend off all 5.
Yeah, 3-1 compared to 0-3 of the rest of the members of the Ravens. The Wargs win game 1 and game 3, and they'll find the important win over the Ravens. We will break down this set and set up the next one right after this break. Niflheim Wargs win game 1, win game 3, and win the set over the Highland Ravens. This one contested back and forth. Long games here in this set, around 30 minutes plus for all 3 games between the Wargs and the Ravens. But game 3, the difference maker, the tiebreaker, the Wargs able to find some early scraps and never look back. I think a big difference here in this one, Preds on that Horus pick and the opportunities, Trelly, that opened up later on in the game. You get that early lead, and the Ravens can't say no to a Horus drop shipping on top of your team. That's just an effective way of pushing a lead for the Wargs.
Yeah, I agree. Preds on the Horus, a vastly different play style, as we touched on a bit during the game, but to the skies and the amount of just lockdown and the small amount of sustain obviously had to be respected as well. So just the ability to take your whole team and fly them, on top of your red buff per se, where Sap says, oh wait, there's 5 people here.
Yep.
I really thought I was safe. The ability to do that is going to be pretty solid, and it ended up working out pretty well for them as well. I think once again, the difference maker was how much Lamogao was able to get into this ult. They had the damage to burn him down this time around, so when you expect a CC, and then it's just, boom, dead. I mean, having Yorm go into the World Serpent and not is a vastly different team fight.
And Angry looked fantastic on the Merlin. Both carries really did for the Wargs. But the Merlin, I set the stage. I said Angry's Merlin is something that I remember from last year in the SEC. It's a good pick for this Wargs team. And Angry ended up hitting a lot of pay dirt this game. And we'll see in a moment, I believe, undying by the end of this game. At any rate, only died once, if that. Just so safe. I mean, look at that. You flicker away, you're able to turn around, deal the damage, and feel just fine. And again, remember after game 1, I said it's like a perfect team KDA when both of your carries survive, and you might, if you have deaths, they're like your initiators. Kana doesn't even die this game, but both Angry and Spudio untouched. And then a blanket of 4 0-3s will warm up Vapor's Coast down there at 3-1. The damage numbers tell a bit of a story here. Angry able to farm up, get those items online. Spudio, Kana as well. It was a return to a similar draft Trelly for the Wargs, but with the big change in the Horus and a big new look out of that support pick. And I agree with the point that you made. That's how I expected the Yorm Bastet lane to go as well, and so that was also a big difference from game 2.
Yeah, it seemed like Rapio was pretty nullified as well, not really able to get active on the map. It seemed like anytime you looked over and see Sarpei going for a gank, you're like, oh, maybe Rapio's right on the corner about to come help out, and it just seemed like that was never the case. Only about 6,000 total damage at the end of that game, just not what you want to see from this very overwhelming presence that Chalk can bring, just didn't seem to get online there.
Yeah, no, agreed. Well, EU was 2 back-to-back sets here for you today, and both of them go all 3 games. EU, a very competitive region every single year in the Smite Challenger circuit, and this year seems to be no different. In our first set of the day, the Gilded Gladiators find themselves a 2-1 win over the Ferrymen, and then the Niflheim Wargs was the set you just watched. That's a 2-1 win for that squad over the Highland Ravens, and I touted how important that matchup was, because all of these teams that we saw today towards the top of the standings, the Hex Mambo versus the Scorpions will be playing a little bit later on. And EU has always had a very distinct, kind of cool, calm, collected, calculated play style when you're watching the SEC, and so might be a bit of a shock to some viewers who aren't used to that. Our next 2 matchups of the day are over in North America, and Trelly over in NA, the SEC. They love to brawl. These guys love to fight, and we've got some good matchups on the slate over in NA as well.
Yeah, what we just watched was like the Sherlock Holmes breakdown every punch you throw sort of style. NA SEC is more like we're just chucking haymakers left and right, trying to just brawl and see how it goes. So vastly different play style, very more aggressive in the NA.
Yeah, agreed. And a lot of names that I'm very excited to watch develop over the course of the year here in the SEC. A lot of names people will recognize from SPL teams of past. The North American schedule, I think very exciting to look forward to down the stretch here today. The first matchup that we'll have after a break here in just a moment, the Hounds versus the Weavers. This Hounds team, Remakami, Oath, Crimson, Quig, Dude Man Bro, that's a squad, Trelly, that has stuck together for a little while. A couple of the players, at least, and certainly notable names up against Mando Warrior, Jingu Bang, Sops, Dashboard. in Chinfu. And so that's our next matchup today, coming up here in a little bit. Again, the Hounds versus the Weavers. And then to end the day, we will have the Wardens up against the Tanuki. I love these icons,
they're
by
so
the way,
good.
all the team names. A lot of them very, very cool. I'm partial to the Tanuki. I think that's a hilarious in a good way icon. It's a matchup of the yelling icons between the Wardens and the Tanuki.
They do seem very aggressive, both of them.
Don't they? They
Yeah.
look like they want to fight, and that's the way that North America likes to play.
That's a fair point. Maybe we design the logos with that in mind. It's certainly possible.
I think that's a good way of looking at it. And then the Wardens matchup, I think, will carry a lot of weight with it there as well. And you know, it's these early matchups between all of these teams where standings, you know, later down the stretch, it's something that I harped on a good bit during this set between the Wargs and the Ravens. You know, with the way that the phase breaks down and how competitive a lot of these teams are with one another, when you get some top of the table matchups, like don't be surprised if the Wargs like edge out the Ravens to be top seed or second or over third seed, something like that later on down the stretch. And this set right here in week 2 of the SEC ends up being a difference maker. So EU portion of our day is done. The North American portion of our day still to happen. Stick around. NASCC coming up next.
Back to the Smite Challenger Circuit now. We're in North America. It's Gormizer. It's Mifflin on the desk for this one as we move into the last half of the day. Again, in North America now. So we've covered Europe. Tomorrow morning, we will be looking at Europe one more time. Saturday morning, we'll get our last peek at North America. But today, we'll bang out a couple of sets here. The Hounds, the Weavers, the Wardens, and Tanuki. Which, Mifflin, I should have looked it up between last week and this week as to whether or not that is the plural form of Tanuki. I'm going to assume it is because it would make sense with the rest of them. And they'll be all playing throughout today, and it's going to be really fun to watch. We're going to be looking at the Eldritch Hounds and the Anansi Weavers here today. So it's going to be a very fun one. Again, a lot of good names on both of these squads, and admittedly, some fun back and forth between them that I'm expecting.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this matchup. Specifically, I think if I'm to believe the set here, if I'm to believe my notes, and I might not be able to because Chinfu's a multi-role prodigy, we've got Dude Man Bro up against Chinfu. That's some pretty exciting stuff.
Could be fun to watch, and I guess we'll get to see how that one shakes out. Again, we can take a look at the North American schedule for today and the matches that you have. I've kind of talked about the first one. Again, Wardens? I tried to combine like three names
Warrior,
there,
Warden Weavers.
The Wardens and the Tanuki are going to be the last set of the day. Sages and Storm going to be playing there on Saturday morning. Right now, it's the Hounds and the Weavers going up against each other. And Mifflin, again, this is one that is going to be fun to watch. Just checking how they had performed last week. The Hounds managed to win theirs in 3, whereas the Weavers, unfortunately, lost theirs in 3. So both of them having a little more experience under their belts with the 3-game sets. But we'll see whether or not this will be a spot for the Weavers to pull themselves back up. Standings kind of split right down the middle right now. A bunch of 1-0s and a bunch of 0-1s. And this could tie things up either for the Weavers, or we could see the Eldritch Hounds really bump up to the top.
Yeah, I've got high expectations of the Hounds, man. I mean, just looking at their roster, the fact that they've got LAN experience together, they've been playing together for a very long time, and those of you not in the know or you haven't fully adapted to the new SCC branding, the Hounds are Remakami, Oath, Erupt Crimson, Quig, and Dude Man Bro. Specifically, though, I think some of the standouts on this squad have got to be out of the jungle and the ADC role. Dude Man Bro makes a name for himself with some pretty emphatic interviews at points during one of his LANs. I think is the most diplomatic way to word that, but certainly earned because of his performance at that event. But outside of him, Oath has been phenomenal out of the jungle. For those of you who've been playing ranked or been watching streams, Oath is Oathsea or Ishtao, whatever IGN he decides to play on week of. Regardless, his gameplay always speaks for itself. This guy loves getting involved early on, loves playing very aggressively. And these two have built a phenomenal team around themselves. You see him on the screen right now, Erupt Crimson. That world champion tag earned on console actually played with Bobby, I believe, of SPL fame. So this is a team that has got a lot of experience playing competitive.
It's going to be fun to watch. And like you said, Crimson, I think there's a good reason there's a lot of highlights around Crimson. Crimson, real good at Smite, as it turns out, in a lot of circumstances. Has a very wide god pool, very solid in the mid lane. So something that they're going to need to be worried about on the other side, because you've got Mando Warrior, you've got Jingu Bang, Sops, Dashboard, and you had mentioned him earlier, but Chinfu, who's going to be matching up presumably with Dude Man Bro. A lot that can come into this matchup, and again, just be, I want to say, exciting for it. Solo actually pops out because Mando Warrior, you're talking about experience. This guy's been playing at this level of Smite for years and years. Same thing in the mid lane. If you want someone to match up against Crimson Sops, I mean, he's been around for a while. He's going to be one of the best to be able to do it.
Yeah, we've got some nicknames for these guys. Sops has been saying it's Sops time for a while there. He's kind of like an infomercial in that way.
That used to be their team name,
Yeah,
right?
it used to be, until we gave him the sick name
one.
of the Weavers. Yeah, you're welcome, by the way. Mando Warrior, I think, just born in the wrong region because he loves playing these unorthodox soul laners. He really wants to go towards the Guardians, the Assassins. As J-Mac will say, very against going with the grain. Does not want to play those Warriors despite his own name. So I think maybe he would have found a home for himself a little bit more easily over in Europe, but has been certainly doing well for himself across the pond, or, you know, not across the pond because we're in America. I promise it's not a bit. We're in Georgia.
Wait, yes. I don't, what?
Well,
I
do you mean?
I didn't follow enough to understand where you were going.
I'm just telling the fans at home.
Also,
we're in Georgia.
He's not breaking eye contact as well on this one. Either way, I guess we can see what these two teams have to offer here in game number 1. Mifflin, I was trying to look it up and just see things that kind of balanced out between these two teams as we move forward towards picks and bans and all that. And there's, I mean, with 1 week of data, you can imagine not a whole ton that you can really extrapolate from that one. Some fun things, the Anansi Weavers only ever had one first pick game, and it was they got Bastet. They lost that game, so maybe not where we want to go.
Goal.
They are going to be first pick here, though,
Uh-oh.
and so that is going to be their challenge. If it's Bastet, I've got bad news for you. You're 0 for 1 on that one, but I guess we'll figure it out here. This is where things get interesting. Dynamic shifts from Europe to North America typically when we get to see this. I mean, almost immediately, ESET gets burned off the board. RDO, who's made it through several games, in fact, I believe wasn't even picked or banned in the last set we just watched, is now all of a sudden a high priority over here, and it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, they like playing these guys that can get aggressive early on, similarly start looking towards objectives very early, which is why we see the ESET prioritized very highly in North America, the RDO one that's going to be able to hold her own in lane very well and make some rotations early on. And then you see some targeted bans from the Hounds, right? You don't want to play against this Thoth that you know that Jinkubang's capable of, and, well, despite Crimson being a very good Thoth player himself, not in the first pick slot, maybe worried about seeing that picked up immediately on the other side. That said, Bastet being banned, Gore, we don't have to worry about it for the Weavers. It is Kleena locked in, though. Another assassin has a lot of objective secure, has a lot of flex potential. You're not showing much with your draft just yet.
And if I remember correctly, won every single SPL game she was in last week. Seems pretty good to be able to pick her up first pick. So that's a tall order to match up to. Medusa Bologna on the other side, Mifflin. Medusa we've seen a ton of priority for, not too surprising. A lot of aggression that can come out in lane. Bologna has been a mixed bag. I think in SCC we've seen her first pick, we've seen her last pick, we've seen her anywhere in between, and that's kind of where she's going to be right here in the top 2 over there for the Hounds. And she brings a lot of pressure to the solo lane, especially in this meta.
She does. I mean, the build really does favor her. Death Toll is just such a great sustain tool with those AoE cleave auto attacks thanks to the bludgeon, or even just matching up with the sustain that you've got built into the kit thanks to Scourge. But I think the main strength of Bologna right now, or maybe the main thing that makes her super annoying to play against, is that we're seeing a lot of priority towards auto attackers in the current meta. Auto attack jungles, auto attack warriors, hunters, even to a certain extent we'll sometimes see auto attackers in mid. Bologna has 3 block stacks built into her kit, thanks to that shield bash stance. She's also got a disarm. You can go towards that hide in the Nemean. You're upwards of like 5-6 block stacks now. And then once you're out of the block stacks, you can still disarm afterward. It is so hard to play against this god, particularly when you're a hunter or even an Erlong Shen, who is very telegraphed in his engage. It's, hey, I'm in a turtle form, I'm going to land my auto attacks, I'm going to pin. Now it's, hey, I'm in a turtle form, I'm going to wait 2 seconds, then I'm going to land my auto attacks. Like, it is very difficult. Bologna, a very strong counter pick to the majority of the meta right now.
It's in that weird area where if you go back in time, like, before the shell was nerfed and it gave block stacks as opposed to just reducing auto attack, Bologna just didn't get the memo. She's just still hanging out. I guess Athena also gets block stacks. Like, it's not something that are easy to attain.
It's harder for Athena.
But for Athena, it is a little more difficult than, hey, I hit 1, by the way. And it's going to be a very fun matchup to watch that over there. And Mifflin presumably going up against the Kleena here, at least in lane, because of what we've seen. First off, piece of confetti falling right behind you. Caught it out of my eye. Still falling from Worlds. Still worth celebrating. We'll figure out if one of these teams has something to celebrate here in game number 1. Susana is the last lock-in. And so this becomes a much more interesting matchup. You had mentioned a lot of the solo lane. I believe we got to see an Atlas towards the very end there. Atlas is an interesting one to me as well because he has been a heavy presence as of late, and yet he's not getting, first pick, first banned. He really is almost always showing up in the bottom 2.
Yeah, I think Atlas is a very fringe pick in that he is difficult to play. I would equate him to like early Season 8 Yamoja, where she was strong, very, very good. Maybe not the same levels of power because, no walls, no heals, but
no automobiles?
Still very potent on the map, but has a very high skill floor. You have to be specialized in this pick. You need to be very capable of knowing when to use the Astrolabe, how to channel the ultimate in a team fight, and when you want to just throw out the second ability to pick someone up, or whether or not you want to combo it with the first one. When are you allowed to use your dash, or using your dash for cleanses, or to get rid of slows, or you're doing it just to reposition? This god has got a lot in his kit that you have to constantly be actively thinking about, which is why I don't think we see him ubiquitously picked. It's why we don't see everybody going towards him. It's more so a comfort pick for some of these guys.
And it does work really well. A lot of good CC on Atlas, as it turns out, if you can get close enough and if they don't try to immune it out. A lot of beads picked up on the Hounds, I think, in response to that, plus the whole pin thing that you've got going on from the Erlong Shen and the taunt that comes out of Jingu Bang here. So a lot of, not necessarily worry, but definitely safety built up on the side of the Hounds here. Oath locks in the Susano. I feel like we've seen a little bit of it, but like not from anybody that wasn't playing it last year, right? He necessarily, or not hasn't necessarily risen in terms of priority. But people like Panatom still love running this. So Oath, I mean, you had been talking about him earlier. This feels like a pick that could just absolutely pop off. Also could be a non-factor.
Yeah, Oath has got a pretty good history on this pick, and well, looking into the composition that he's lined up against, I think always at least going to be able to find value from that ultimate. Just a really good disengage tool, especially considering Jingu Bang and Mando Warrior are likely going to be playing pretty close up, pretty far forward in some of these team fights, so the Typhoon should be able to find their way to at least those two targets consistently. But you're right to say that Susano has a bit of a double-edged sword, similarly to Erlong Shen, in that when you fall behind on this pick, it becomes very, very difficult to find your opportunities to engage. So Oath going to try and engage a little bit earlier, it would seem.
Trying to open up some sort of opportunity. I don't know if Mando could see him, or if Mando was just sniffing something out, or realistically, if Mando was just losing the lane at that moment, but falls back. And Rimakami is going to slam down a little bit.
Oh,
this might
big
be the
whiff.
most aggression. Yeah, with Rimakami missing that damage. It's going to be the forced fallback. And with beads locked in, there's no teleport, so if you fall back to base, that's some free farm for the other side. Although Mando being as low as they are, I anticipate just some health pots ticking up and trying to do their best to balance things out.
Yeah, plus Death Toll for Rimakami, so he should be able to resustain. Already has a point in the Scourge, so should be able to take that fight yet again. Had he just connected the Shield Bash, though, that was first blood in the Soul Lane.
Ooh, knock-up. Almost, but not enough there. Beads from Dashboard. Keep them alive. And again, very close, but not quite a kill for the Hounds as they start getting aggressive. And this is all over the map. It's surprising to see that it's not translating just yet into invades. Here, we finally get to see one. The Bacchus moving forward alongside Dude Man Bro. And that's going to be at least one perfect invasion. And now Jingu Bang might look for a little bit more first blood on the line. No taunts available, but that's going to be the knock-up. The autos are good. The jukes, not
No
quite.
way.
No, they are. They're good enough. He gets just out of range from Jingu Bang. And Rimakami lives.
Just perfect pathing there from Rimakami, just able to walk his way into the lane, immediately start to curve his way back in towards that tower, avoiding out all of those auto attacks. But you got to give credit to Jingu Bang as well, just waiting out those beads to make sure that knockup just works for him. Had he gone for the knockup first, probably just lose out on the majority of that kill pressure. But going for the pin first, a little bit easier to confirm some of that CC a little bit later down the line. That said, even when you're playing very well or nearly perfectly, there's some answers, and, well, Rimakami had it.
Yeah, didn't get the kill. Dashboard, no beads available. Goes for some CC, the knock-up. Not going to be good enough. Dashboard gets out of here. Knock-up on the Chinfu. But that's going to be good enough for Chinfu to just say, cool, I'll dash away. I'm Jing Wei. This is perfectly fine by me. And so despite the jungler's best efforts, Mifflin, 4 minutes in, and still people are skirting away with their lives.
But only one of these junglers is going to fall off significantly in the next couple of levels, and that's the Erlong Shen. I like to call Mannequin Scepter the, hey, I'm going to be really, really strong until level 7, and then it's just kind of a clear tool towards neutral objectives or camps, because it really does start to fall off in god damage. We're not quite there yet. Jingu Bang's got a little bit of time.
Now Jingu Bang trying to fight, maybe not trying to fight, trying to get out of here. There's going to be a lockdown, and the autos are good enough. Rimakami comes in with the Scourge for the last hit. First blood off of the aggression of Jingu Bang. Tried to steal the camps, and he loses his life.
Yeah, that felt personal for Rimakami. He says, hey, man, you really messed up my lane a little bit earlier. Walks in, picks up first blood for himself, and should be able to equalize that lost pressure that he got up against Mando Warrior. You'll see it now, both of them already level 6, but only one of them going for stacks. Mando Warrior, Soul Eater in that first slot. Going to get some additional penetration, some survivability in the lane. Maybe some trouble over here in the duo.
And Dude Man Bro is getting aggressive along with Quig. It seems like that might be all she wrote. No, Dude Man Bro wants a little more. Goes for the ult.
No way.
And low, and there's the belly flop over the wall. That's going to be able to get the kill, but it's 1 for 1 because Sops goes for the rotation. Quig channels the back, I think recognizing there's no safe way to walk out of that jungle. gets themselves a 1-for-1 trade. Rimikami in a little bit of trouble in the solo lane. Damage has been dealt, and the damage seems to be good. The up-down for the stun is going to be better, and there's the hammer
see
to
ya.
make sure they turn it around. Again, 1-for-1. Let's make it 2 as Oath picks up a double.
That was massive damage from Rimikami. He's got to be maxing the bludgeon, which is curious. You'd think that you wouldn't want to go for that, considering there's a silence in the lane. It should be easy to stop that channeled ability, but Rimikami does so anyway and is massively rewarded for it. I believe that was like 300 damage onto Mando Warrior alone in that fight. It is the bludgeon maxed out first. Yeah, that damage output, when you're able to stack up the initial hit, again, for every enemy god hit, you're going to do additional damage on the slam down on bludgeon. Yeah, it shows itself there. That is a whole lot. Unfortunately for Rimikami, none of the kills go to him, but fortunately for Oath, who was behind before that fight, both do go to him, and now he's established a lead for himself in the jungle.
You know, I'd always known about the bonus. I play a lot of Bologna, so like that makes sense. Did not realize it was 25% per god.
It's a lot.
That's a lot of damage. I just knew, oh yeah, if I hit you and you, I hit harder. That's all that mattered to me. So that is a good number for Rimikami to be working around with. Now they're leading 4-2. Again, dropping a couple of kills in the process of getting the ones they've picked up, but I see a 2-0 Susanoo and an 0-2-1, now level 7 as you highlighted, Jingu Bang with the mannequins. So all of a sudden I think I'm starting to feel a little bit better about the mid game for the Hounds as we get towards the 7-minute mark. You know, farm going pretty much back and forth. They've managed to get themselves almost, not quite, a full 2,000 gold lead. A little bit of an invade might be all they need. Maybe a kill if Rimikami wants to keep going. That one's not going to end up amounting to much, but purple buff is respawn. Shinfu is either going to be in the wrong area or is going to lose this buff, one or the other.
Yeah, Chinfu's lost all the buffs. I think he's fine with letting another one slide away here. Dude Man Bro beginning the better end of this lane the entire time. This Oath pulled in, dropped low.
Does manage to teleport out of there. Manages to stay safe. That's the power of the Atlas, though, right? In just the blink of an eye, all of a sudden the CC drops you down, locks you up, makes you second guess things. Still maintains the beats though. Oath, you know, Crimson all having theirs. Dude Man Bro throws out the ult beads from Shinfu, so no stun comes in. They're both low, but I don't think anybody's going to be, well, specifically, I don't think Dude Man Bro is getting aggressive into that just yet. And instead going to back off, try to get their own purple buff, and then potentially back to the wave. I'm also interested in watching this dashboard versus Quig is a very interesting matchup to me, Mifflin, but Quig's been kind of all over the place and successful.
Yeah, Quig getting involved early on, made some rotations towards mid, allows Dude Man Bro to continually solo farm. It feels like Quig's only really rotating back towards the duo lane to help out with confirming their own purple buff and invading a purple buff. Otherwise, he's generally hovering around mid. As you see now, the Eldritch Hounds 3 stacked, moving in for the fight.
There's going to be a Persephone ult just a little wide, and isn't going to lock anyone down. They do lock down dashboard, though. No way back into lane there. And the rest of the team, specifically Sobs Jingu Bang, have to just walk back and go back under the tier 1 tower. Clean kills. Rimikami now potentially cutting off Mando Warrior, and he's got help on the way here. They're going to be walking in just in time to try and cut that off. There's the stun, there's the hammer, and there's the damage necessary. Oath gets credit for the kill. 4-0-1 for the Susanoo, and the Hounds are happy.
Yeah, I feel like Bludgeon did like 50% of Mando Warrior's HP bar there. No defense stacked up just yet for the Kleena. We'll be moving in towards that Breastplate of Valor shortly, I believe. That'll help out a fair deal in this lane, but not quite benefiting from it just yet. This Kleena has not been allowed to farm whatsoever. The Eldritch Hounds, on the other hand, they're farming the map, and they're farming it efficiently. That said, it's the Weavers, actually, who've got the superior draft for neutral objectives right now. They have got very good burn potential. So the Eldritch Hounds need to play cautiously when they decide to either go for the Gold Fury or, in about 30 seconds, win the Pyromancer spawns, and could send their aggression that way. Despite being this far behind, the Anansi Weavers have got pretty good odds in just splitting the map. If we see the Hounds go to gold between Erlong, Shen, Kleena, and Merlin, Pyro will get removed very quickly, and the inverse is also true.
Something they need to figure out how to work on. 3K gold in the hole for the Weavers already. Just 10 minutes in. We've seen a lot of this in North America, though, several times where a team will bump up, super early on, 2K, 3K gold, and then they'll maintain that for like 10 minutes and then lose just a massive fight either around the FG, around some other big objective. You just highlighted something that they need to be worried about if they're the Hounds. Rimikami Nah, it's going to be just fine here. But with pressure, I mean, I see this many people over on right. Either you need some sort of retaliation or you need to be going for a Gold Fury, which right now it seems like retaliation might be on the Hound's mind. So many bodies on the right-hand side, despite not necessarily going for, you know, an FG this early. Maybe a Pyro, but realistically, it's just to set up some fights.
Yeah, I think the Hounds, if they were to be the ones to aggress towards one of these neutral objectives, should likely be in the duo lane. Dude Man Bro naturally has already pulled one level ahead, hasn't really needed that much help in the lane, playing Medusa up against Jing Wei. Going to get the better end of the majority of aggression. As you can see, Dude Man Bro clearly not too worried about the lane matchup.
Oh my god, Mando Warrior cannot be left to exist in this lane. 30 seconds in the death timer. Something that we don't typically get to see, I think, very early on. Has gone for the breastplate just to try and sustain and stay alive here. Pyromancer started up by the Hounds, with Rumikami coming in to help secure. They're going to pick that up, extend this gold lead a little bit further, and are finding themselves just over the 4,000, potentially pushing even further higher as they continue to strip away camps.
Yeah, the experience, though, I think a little bit more impactful at this point. 6K at the 11-minute mark is ridiculous. You've already got 1 in the solo, 2 in the jungle, 1 in mid, 3 in support. That is significant. Dashboard going to be a good while until A, he gets that Thieves stacked up, and B, can look towards a second Relic to try alleviating some of the pressure in these team fights. And then you've also got 1 level in ADC. Well, that's a little bit less. Really going for the crit build as well. Dude Man Bro slows down his own build. Won't really find value from that item until it's completely finished up. But once he does have Wind Demon, these neutral objectives will burn very, very fast.
Speaking of burn very, very fast, Mando manages to survive through that one by going into the wall. He's going to be able to come out and stay alive. Also have to give shout-outs. Chinfu finally gets a purple buff since the first one of the game. They might be able to find a kill as well. CC thrown out onto Dude Man Bro. The ult, not enough to slow them down. Chasing under the tower. The damage is going to be there. It's just going to take a little while. Sops gets credit for that one. Tower shots are doing well, but it's Quig. And now Oath joining the fray. Jingu Bang's in the purple buff, and that's the jungler. That's the target that they want to go for. Not enough damage from Oath, but enough to close it out from Quig. Now they're trying to run away and stay alive. Good jukes, but not good enough. Oath traded out alongside Dude Man Bro favors the Weavers.
Yeah, Crimson said this rotation not worth my time. Instead takes out the mid tower for his efforts. So that was a 4-stack from the Weavers on the left-hand side where legitimately I think Dude Man Bro just gets a little bit cocky in his positioning. Just doesn't respect the damage.
Well, I think Crimson was trying to go for a nice peak solo kill. Drops a ward to watch as Sops walks in the lane, then does still miss everything, unfortunately for Crimson. We caught it all on camera. Now he's trying to get away, gets pulled back. The damage is good. Mando's rotated over. Luckily, Mando level 12 to Crimson's 15. Crimson is out-farming the opposing solo lane. He's out-farming everybody.
Yeah, Crimson hasn't left his lane and hasn't split too much. While the Anansi Weavers were trying to make things happen on the map, Crimson simply was playing the macro, was simply just farming up, and has already started to hit some very significant power spikes. The double flat pen build start, something that we're very used to seeing by this point, but getting a little bit of CDR from Spear of Desolation, some anti-heal from Divine Ruin, has already finished up that Charon's coin, though. That's an additional 20% penetration and a pretty large infusion of power. Crimson is going to do a lot of damage to anyone on the map, regardless how much defense they've got built up.
And it's going to happen in the blink of an eye as well, so something that you'll have to keep watching for, especially once that ult comes off cooldown. That's a big team fight capability for the Hounds here. Mifflin right now, not necessarily doing too much extraneous from what they were doing earlier. Still hovering around that 4,000 gold mark, still really dominating in terms of experience as well. Maybe looking for another kill. Dashboard forced to fall away. Mando Warrior making their way over here. Merlin as well as the Jing Wei. Everybody except for Jingu Bang. And that might just be all they need. The Hounds have started up the Fury. They're holding on to it. Atlas ult gets thrown off to the side. The damage isn't going to be there. Hounds get the gold Fury. Rumikami takes a couple of shots, but manages to walk away. So they get both of the neutral objectives here as we approach 15 minutes.
So what's the trade? Eldritch Hounds lose beads on their solo laner, so not a massive deal because you're already going towards a slightly more defensive build with that Shogun's Kusari in the 3rd slot. They also lose out on Bracer of Radiance, and they get Gold Fury. Yeah, no, that's a good trade. I'm no mathematician, but that seems pretty good for the Chaos team. The Anansi Weaver is just not willing to step up and defend there. It was an early ultimate from Dashboard, and that really was the only opposition coming their way. Once Atlas ult had been expended and tossed towards Remakami, there was no way, there was no recourse for them. They just had to let it go, especially because, as you said, Jinku Bang didn't decide to show up. So now the Eldritch Hounds...
The other side of the map,
yeah,
even.
Yeah, they've got control of the other side of the map as well, because there's nothing to do on the left. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Chaos team group up, try and stack up on this Pyromancer, or maybe even look towards an early Fire Giant.
Yeah, at this point, Dude Man Bro can go for another purple invade if they really want to, although I think Chenfu should be able to secure that one no problem. All by themselves now. So yeah, like you said, back up. Pyromancer's about to respawn. At least a neutral objective that could go in your favor pretty easily. At best, a team fight that could go in your favor at this point with the lead they have. Could potentially mass to a lot. Mifflin, I mean, we're getting close. We're not quite there. We're at like 4,500 gold. But this is still, again, 16 minutes in. A lot that is in favor of them. 5-1 and 2 for Oath. So a lot of the kills maybe being in one spot. But we haven't gotten to see quite fully what Crimson's damage can be like after all of these upgrades.
No, we have not. Crimson's he's gonna chunk.
Bop.
Yeah, I'm not gonna mince words. He's got a lot of power built up already and has not had to use his relics even once defensively. So this is a free casting Persephone in these team fights because the front line of the Eldritch Hounds have been doing the majority of work on their own between Remakami and Oath, or even Captain Quig. Just not an issue.
Now there's a taunt,
Okay.
pulls Crimson
Okay.
in. Crimson's taking a lot of damage here, but manages to get out, throws the
Good
grass
ults.
away, and locks down Sops, but the kills are still running through. So far as support for the jungler, and they might find a little bit more. Sops is solo. Remakami is looking for a little bit more. That last hit not gonna connect. Remakami killed off. Sops manages to live here. A 2-for-1 trade favoring the Weavers.
Yeah, both mid laners actually surviving with less than 50 HP to their names, 49 more than either one of them would have needed. The Eldritch Hounds just caught unaware by that aggression. Dashboard in particular was able to work his way into that back line very easily. I had just got finished saying, hey, Relp Crimson's been free casting the entire time. Not the case this time around. He gets shut down early in that fight.
Well, good news on the side of the Hounds. Dude Man Bro might not have been part of that fight. Does get a tier 2 tower, first one of the game to be taken down there. So a big gold infusion despite the loss at the fight. Almost able to find Mando Warrior here for Oath. Not quite able to get the kill, and so Mando does sustain and live. But little things, Mifflin. I'm looking at beads that are now down for a solo laner, beads that are on cooldown for a jungler and a mid laner and a support. All of a sudden, the Weavers and their survivability through CC, it's kind of disappeared.
It has. The Eldritch Hounds also, in taking that fight without Dude Man Bro, have got one giant CC tool still available. That Petrify goes unused, and Crimson's ultimate, with all that CDR already built up, is going to be back and available yet again. That said, relic usage is pretty even across the board. Beads still maintained for Remakami, but that's one of your frontliners. You're not too concerned about him having the survivability for himself. Dude Man Bro also holding on to that relic, going to be very impactful in this next team fight. Assuming he rotates. Has not just yet, and has not started just yet either. He's headed back towards base. Got to think we're going to route over towards the Fire Giant on the way back.
I mean, at worst case, maybe you go like down mid, right? like you at least go
Definitely
to
not
some
the duo.
other part of the map. But oh, lo and behold, it's going to be the left side jungle. There's a green buff, so maybe some experience that you can strip away. Also have to look at it. 40 seconds left before that Primal Fury spawns up. Be a risky call to try and go for it. You had mentioned the burn earlier. I think it's only more powerful now. Despite level gaps that are really favoring the Hounds here, and you still have to be worried about their potential around any of these neutral objectives, but it is going to be the Primal Fury call for the Hounds. There's a large grouping on the other side. Dashboard's not quite starting the FG, but the minute that audio cue comes through, or if they spot that no one's around here, might be a little bit more, but no, look at the Hounds here. They're coming in aggressive, and they're going to be able to cut off Mando Warrior and Dashboard. They might get the frontliners if they can lock them down. Remakami forced to beats is going to walk away here. The Hounds not wanting to commit to the fight.
Yeah, the Hounds just want Primal Fury. Seems like it's the only thing on their minds right now as a couple members rotate back over yet again. But the Hounds are at least privy to the fact that the Weavers have not got any presence on the left side of the map. So even in just keeping Remakami around, or even just keeping Crimson around, you feel pretty decent about the fact that the Weavers having no confirmation on their team can't really coin toss a Fire Giant. nothing on the Weaver side is going to match the raw burst damage output of even a Bone Rush from Erupt Crimson, that first ability on Persephone. So, in having Crimson there, you've effectively completely hamstrung the Weaver's ability to look towards that objective. But even with all that said, Ramakami's got no beats.
Yeah, well, does still have ult, closes gap a little bit there, creates some space, and manages to walk away. But that is a huge ult. The Eagles rally that's no longer available. But you had mentioned it, enough tanky items. But those beads maybe not as big a deal. Can't get caught out like that again, though. Dashboard showing exactly why this Atlas could just be so potent in some of these fights. I think Quig was very close to learning that lesson, but luckily does double back before stepping forward to where Dashboard was waiting.
Crimson does use his ultimate for Peel there, so another team fight tool lost for the Eldritch Hounds. Beads still 90 seconds left for Ramakami. You're still waiting on that fortifying shell from Captain Quig, so it's going to be a little while until I think the Eldritch Hounds are confident in taking a team fight. But that seems to be the through line for the last 5 or 6 minutes. They've allowed the Anansi Weavers to essentially establish a defensive positioning multiple times around this Fire Giant. Despite having a significant lead, gold and experience favoring the Hounds, experience meaning less and less as the clock clicks onward, as will gold, but at this point, 6K still pretty impactful. We have not seen the Hounds confident in their ability to take a 5-on-5 engagement. This is the first time, I believe, in 21.5 minutes that we've seen Dude Man Bro and Crimson near each other.
Yeah, Dude Man Bro has been vibing in the left lane for a long time. I mean, the only thing over there now would be to get the Phoenix.
That's pretty good.
And it is really good to pick up.
Good luck, though.
But definitely something that, well, someone, I should say, that you want in your team fight over here around the FG. Zops is going to pick up some offerings. Yeah, there they are. That Obelisk is about to spawn. I have a feeling that no one's going to walk over there in the event that they do manage to take over that last offering for it. Fire Giant on the board soon enough. We're going to have Pyromancer dancing right back around here. Much easier for the Hounds to try and scoop up. Might be able to force a fight a little bit faster. Dashboard forced the beads away. Soon enough, Ramakami is going to have their beads right back up, so we could see the Hounds continue this aggression.
Yeah, both relics coming up for Captain Quig very shortly as well, about 10 seconds from both of them. But even in just forcing out Dashboard, the Eldritch Hounds pull the Fire Giant. That generates threat. The Weavers certainly privy of it.
Yeah, half health already. They're going to leash that one. Get aggressive. Mando Warrior beats things out and stays alive for now. Ramakami is looking for more and is finding a lot of damage. Sops Mando low. Forced to fall back. Mando goes into the wall. The damage is going to be good. Dashboard, though, gets knocked up, locked down. Ramakami, credit for the kill, and they traded out support for support, but the chase is on. Ramakami has to fall back, and Jingu Bang finds Dude Man Bro. They haven't managed to get the trade out for this one yet, so they're losing 2 for 1, and that's been the last few kills, Mifflin. The Weavers keep coming out just slightly ahead.
Yeah, the Eldritch Hounds just cannot confirm these kills. It's been the target allocation, I think. Mando Warrior is still very tanky, has a lot of sustain in his build now. Soul Eater and Caduceus Shield means that it is very difficult to shut him down. We saw exactly what the answer there was for Mando Warrior when CC'd, which is immediately beads, drop both of his ultimates, and hope that that dot damage is enough to re-sustain him. And so far, has worked out very well for him, even holding on to his Aegis throughout that entire engagement. Haven't seen Crimson connect a massive ultimate just yet either, but Mando Warrior steps a little too far forward, too confident in his ability to take that 5 versus 5, tanking up 4 targets on his own, walks up alone, and this time without his team, falls down very easily.
Yeah, it was impressive how different that was. Mando Warrior surviving through so much, and then Mando Warrior just getting shredded very quickly by 2. 7-1 and 3, and you have 30 seconds, let's call it 40, round up, that you don't have to worry about Mando Warrior here. All of a sudden, we're in a much more, I want to say, just comfortable position to start up a Fire Giant, right? You've got 5 people. You can come over here, you force the fight, and you had mentioned it, you know, more damage from the Hounds in terms of secure versus the burn that's going to be available for the Weavers. So we have a little bit of time to work with. Mando Warrior still dead for a little bit longer. And they're going to start up this Fire Giant one more time. Dashboard is going to be around. We've seen a lot of Atlas steals, so you have to be worried about it while that ult is available. And it seems like that's going to be enough caution for them to zone, but not enough for them to drop the FG. It's getting incredibly low at this point. There's going to be the ult drop. The Weavers managed to take that one away, and now the Hounds, they have to search forward, and they have to win this fight. Jump forward from Ramakami because they lost this Fire Giant. They've got 2 kills so far. They're going to make it 3 really quickly. A double kill for Oath. And now the separation from the last 2 give the Eldritch Hounds a little bit of push.
That's a simple play for the Weavers, man. It's all dashboard. Just channels the ultimate, tosses it through, and the Eldritch Hounds, 0 respect for that bit of damage. I don't think Crimson was in range to hit it with anything, so it's just Dude Man Bro hoping that his X auto attack would have been a crit, hoping that it would have secured the objective. Still able to trade out 3 members for 0 there. Thought we would see a more concentrated push from the Eldritch Hounds. 3 people dead, still 20 seconds left on the respawn after taking another neutral objective.
Yeah.
Could have been an opportunity to look towards a tier 2 tower and then fall back to gold, or even potentially a Phoenix considering the minion wave status on the right-hand side of the map. But instead, it's going to be a Gold Fury, just nursing that 5K lead that they've had for, I believe, around 15 minutes. Exactly as you called at the 10-minute mark. They establish it and they hold it.
The problem is you hold it for too long, and eventually it falls, right? That's kind of what we've been seeing over the last couple of weeks during the qualifiers, last week as well. So you can't just rely on the fact that you're ahead.
Can't rest on those laurels.
Yeah, you can't. And so far, they have been. And unfortunately for them, guess what? They lost to FG. And they're hoping that they don't lose the game. Oath has been doing a good job, though. 9-1-3. Feels very, very impactful. 12 out of 14 kills.
He goes nuts, man. Such a talented young man. You got to know that, like, Oath came out of nowhere in the last couple of years, just erupts onto the ranked scene, and then immediately makes his presence known in the SEC. I think he's got a bright future in Smite.
Erupts in the mid lane.
Okay, man.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
yeah, I know. I had to. It was there. And, well, did we lose anything for it? Not really. Either way, tier 2 pressure seems to be on for the Hounds. Again, you would have thought they would have done this with a 5v2 number advantage. Now, full 5v5. And the Weavers have stepped up to defend. 2 still have the FG for a minute and a half. And that's sustained. I mean, Mando's been hard enough to kill in these groupings as is, and now all of a sudden they're doing a little more damage and sustaining a little bit better. So dancing around in the wall, alongside that is going to be Jingu Bang. And it doesn't seem like the Hounds have the push pressure they really want.
No, they're just waiting for poke, and, well, Crimson can lock down the entire lane. Now it's time to push forward.
Yeah, Rumikami goes in. There's the up-down onto Chinfu.
He's alone.
But it's going to be Rumikami that gets pushed back. They're chasing down Jingu Bang, and so far they're able to get it. It looked like it was going to be safe for the Erlong Shin, but finally they get the kill. Mando has to be careful on the edge of the wall, and is instead going to go out under the tier 2. The Hounds now in a good position to try and push forward. 47 seconds without the jungler, and now only 1 FG buff still remaining, essentially negligible. And they can walk under the tier 2, and they're going to burn this one down, get themselves some more gold.
Still 40 seconds left on Jingu Bang's respawn. Dashboard, no ultimate either. The Eldritch Hounds really only contending with a low HP bar on Remikami. Might be able to keep up this aggression. If not towards this Phoenix, at least in mid. No Fire Giant for him. It's going to be a slow push.
Yeah, I think that's the deciding factor, right? If you have FG in this scenario, 5v4, you go for the Phoenix.
I go for the end.
If you have FG, or you don't have FG in this scenario, you walk onto that Phoenix without a minion wave. It's going to take a while before you can get things down. Good news for them is if they take anywhere near, actually I think just by timer and sheer luck, as long as they wait like 3 seconds after this Fire Giant spawns, it's going to be enhanced. So that's going to make things a lot easier for them in totality in the event of the Hounds picking it up. If it's the Weavers, if they can either manage a steal or just successfully team fight and get the objective themselves. 3 towers, some Phoenixes standing in their way, but that would be the great equalizer in this game.
It would be. So many towers just left to collect gold from. The Anansi Weavers have got a very strong siege composition. Their base defense is equally strong. Merlin just very adaptable in those scenarios. Ice Stance very good on the siege. The ability to apply that poke very easily, control space with the Ice Storm. Arcane Stance on siege defense to lock down enemy gods as well as keep minion waves out of your Phoenixes very easily as well. So I'm keeping my eyes on Sops. I think he's going to have to be the difference maker for the Weavers in these next couple of fights. Whereas the Eldritch Hounds, it's pretty clear who their difference maker is right now. He's 10-1 and has 3 assists. And I'm sure he would love to have those to be 3 kills. This Susano is an issue that needs to be addressed. So who can do it for the Weavers? You got to hope that Jingu Bang can close gap and maybe find a 1v1, or Long Shen should generally be able to win out in that fight. Or maybe if Dashboard can lock him down, it's very telegraphed. When Susano engages, it's a teleport forward off that 3rd ability. Set up an Atlas, might be able to pick him up, line up some damage.
That's going to be a big deal. Dealing with Oath. So far, they've done it once, and honestly, it's been so long since he died that I genuinely can't tell you how it happened anymore at this point. 30 minutes in, that is an enhanced Fire Giant started up by Dude Man Bro. You can't play this the way you played the last one, and they are going to leash it. This time, a surge forward from the Weavers. And it looks like Dashboard, he wanted something, could have picked up Quig potentially, but instead, the gap was just a little bit too much. They're going to have to fall back from their pressure. Dashboard might even back here. That numbers advantage goes over to the Hounds.
Yeah, Dashboard backing there. Maybe just hoping that the Hounds aren't confident enough to immediately pull the fire or just think he's still around. But that is a very dangerous back and already reflected. Fire Giant goes down absolutely for free. Needs your support to help you out in those defenses.
Yeah, Jingu Bang as well was off somewhere in the mid lane. We'll see if that ends up hurting them. It is. So far, Mando Warrior low. Rumikami chasing him down. Chinfu has been eliminated from the game for now. Mando manages to stay alive. Stops Dashboard. Jingu Bang alive as well. But they're going to continue their aggression. Nice little pull from Dashboard. Interrupts the slam from Rumikami. But this is an enhanced at EFG. And that's all you need to know. Being able to go under the Phoenix, it's going to burn down pretty quickly.
Yeah, no backdoor protections means no chance for the Weavers. They need to get in there and create space themselves. Dashboard, realizing this, has now reset. Still 50%. He's pretty exposed to damage himself.
Mid Phoenix taking a lot of damage, burned down, and that's enough. Sops is low. Dashboard is even lower. Not sent down just yet, but there's Crimson with the final hit, and he's going to be able to find 2 at the very end. Oath picks up another, and that's 4 gone. Sops trying to do whatever he can, but there's nothing you can do against 5 with the EFG. In fact, they're going to look for a little bit more. There's the Aegis. And now they're dealing the damage, but Mifflin, it's all over, save for the Titan. They get the kill, they get the deicide.
Well, Chinfu's up.
Chinfu's up. Chinfu
That's the hero.
gets some crits already.
Well, that's one.
And that's a big play for him. They're dropping everything on the Titan to kill him. They're going to get the win, though, and the Eldritch Hounds go up 1-0.
They do. It was shaky for a little while there, though, wasn't it? A couple of Fire Giant fights just don't go their way.
Yeah.
Losing out on the objective itself thanks to a steal from the Atlas, or maybe just defensive positioning, occasionally going over to the Weavers as well. The Hounds were in control for the entirety of this game. I mean, 5K gold lead from the 10-minute mark to the end mark as well. But I don't know. It felt like one more misstep, one more misplay around these objectives, and we very well could be talking about this game continually going on, or maybe even just a Weaver dub.
Yeah, that really weird balance where they were just on the cusp of being able to take it. Unfortunately for the Weavers, they go down here in game number 1. We'll move to game number 2, though, right after this. Eldritch Hounds end up 1-0 after game number 1. But Mifflin, we were touching on it towards the end there, was not an easy and concise victory for them. An early lead, and then that lead just plateaued for a little while, eventually comes to a win. But the Weavers, they get a couple of plays here and there. It makes the ground a little shaky for the Hounds to stand on.
So some intrigue, when you're not playing at that top level, when you're not bringing that cleanliness, that clinical nature to your gameplay, those are the times when you, even though you might be favored, could be looking at a Game 3 situation, could go a little bit further. Can't in this one, though, because there's only 3 games in this set regardless. But I don't know. I feel like the Nazi Weavers, even though they don't win that one, they showed enough to me that I think that they can make this interesting.
What is it, in your eyes, they need to change? Like, obviously, you don't want to go down 5K super early on, so that's probably a big change. I think
that's pretty massive.
I think this guy, maybe get him off Susano. That seems like it'd be a good change.
It would be. Susano definitely one of Oath's picks, right? Like, it's one he's been very comfortable to go towards, but he's also one to play things like the Erlong Shen. I've seen Oath on the Thor in the past. Like, he's got a pretty fair god pool. I think it's more so play on field rather than limiting that pick itself. You said not going 5K down at 10 minutes. I'd argue that's about 80% of it right there. Having to play at a massive deficit for the entirety of a game, legitimately never fun. A little bit less emphasis towards the solo lane as well. I feel like very often we saw early gank attempts from Jinku Bang. It was generally towards that solo lane, and it is very difficult to shut down a Bellona, especially considering the matchup between Erlong Shen and Bellona of having block stacks and a disarm to deal with the majority, the bulk of the damage output of your jungler. So maybe just a little bit of safety throughout the early portions of the game and transition yourself to a mid-game 10-minute, 15-minute state where you're not playing at a 5,000 deficit.
Just try to make sure the gold's a little bit better. Yeah, 13-1-6. Dealing with Oath, well, especially when you're behind, it seemed to be difficult this game. 19 affected kills throughout all of this, 13 of them actual kills. Yeah, Oath looked really solid here. 4-0-10 as well. Have to shout out Crimson. And 0-4-9. Unfortunate for Dude Man Bro. Ended up kind of being the sacrifice for Oath's success, I guess, overall. Managed to get a couple of good things. Opened up the map on the left-hand side. Got them a lot of that gold lead with the aggression early on in lane. But didn't necessarily find all of those leads. A lot of that comes down to the 26,000 damage from Oath and the 28,000 put up by Crimson there. And you had mentioned it. We didn't get to see it as this big explosive addition, but all of a sudden, these fights start going a little more one-sided, and it's after Crimson gets all of those items online, this Persephone just kind of silently from the back line, hitting as many people as possible.
Yeah, Crimson, I think only once in that entire game was legitimately gone on. Otherwise, generally free casting. Unfortunately for me, it was 2 seconds after I got finished saying he was free casting the entire time. But maybe the Weavers were listening in and realized they needed to close gap onto that Persephone. Regardless, though, things need to change, and P's and B is probably a great place to start.
Well, we can forget the 3-second window where Crimson was in trouble, and then really look at the other 34, however many minutes
all of them
that existed. Yeah, all of it that was still there where, they were free casting. Weavers, once again, I almost just said Weave. It's the Weavers, once again, who are going to be the Weave that are going to be over here for first pick. And in Mifflin, last time around, it was the cleaner first pick. Jing Wei was up at the top. And I don't think Jing Wei necessarily performed poorly, but I don't know of any other team in the last few months that has picked Jing Wei in the top 3.
I'm going to tell you the only reason you're going to see a Jing Wei pick in competitive that highly prioritized right now. Barracuda just happens to really like that pick, or you're probably scared of the lane matchup. I think it's one of those two. Maybe he just didn't want to play aggressively in that lane. I know we like to have fun with Chinfu. He has had some phenomenal performances in the past, but Dude Man Bro has had a little bit more of a career in the ADC role, has been playing that role at a very high level for a little bit longer. So it could be that he just wanted to play something, Chinfu that is, very safe in the lane. I'd argue if you're going to prioritize safety that highly in your Hunter role, go towards something that fits the meta a little bit more. So Heimdall, not only is he safer, but he also hits harder and is a little bit more versatile in some of these team fights.
Well, a change up. Everything in terms of bans stays the exact same. First pick stays the exact same in Kleena, but last time around it was Medusa Bellona top 2 for the Hounds. This time it's Erlong Shin and Soul, which allows both the Medusa and the Bellona to potentially go over here to the Weavers, 2 incredibly top picks. And this Erlong, I mean, it is flexible, but most of the time lately we've been seeing it in the jungle.
We haven't. You know, I wonder what Erlong's global win rate is between the SPL and the SCC together. Because I know we say he's feast or famine, he's feast or famine. He's either going to dominate the game or he's going to do some of the worst stuff you've seen out of the jungle. I feel like the last 10 times I've seen Erlong, he's just lost out. It just seems like unless it's like layers for the Tartarus Titans, this pick has generally lacked in value. That's not to say that it can't still do stuff. That's not to say that it's not still a very strong pick. Mannequin Scepter plus Turtle Form, you're going to be able to find very easy lockdown on just about anybody. But it is a very high-risk play in that the Weavers, in seeing Erlong Shen and probably realizing that it is likely slated for the jungle, can just say to themselves, hey guys, let's play passively for the first 7 minutes. Let's wait till we get to that level 8, 9 mark and this Mannequin Scepter finds a little bit less value. And that really does hamper Erlong Shen as a pick throughout the entirety of the game. You really want at least a small lead on that pick to transition yourself into that mid to late game.
So, excluding games from today, it's whatever's between 33 and 25, the middle of that. What is that, 27 and a half? So he's not been winning a whole
I
time.
think it's like 28, 29.
But he did get banned a lot in the SPL last week. It was 14 out of 19 games, so it falls into like a weird category. Either way, catching up on the bans for Persephone, Medusa, Agni, and a pass ban from the Weavers. AMC, Merlin, and Ho Yi locked in.
Yeah, very, very objective focused are the Weavers yet again. The Merlin, the Ho Yi, the Kleena, all going to be very, very good at shutting down these neutral objectives. Gold Furies will fall very quickly as long as just Merlin and Kleena are together, regardless of whether or not your ADC is there. And then you've also got Bellona with Eagle's Rally. Can you give your team essentially a stim for the entire duration of one of these Fire Giant fights or Gold Fury fights. So the Weavers want to start moving in towards these objectives, but lacking a little bit in secure, whereas the Hounds, they've got plenty of secure, and they've also got very good burn on objectives.
We'll see whether or not the Hounds can take this one in two as we move to game number 2 of this set. And the Amus and Cobb, the Ymir that close things out, a couple of popular picks in the SPL. The Ymir, one that can absolutely change the pace of a game and also end up, well, not necessarily ruining as many team fights now that you can collapse the wall, right? So you can balance things out there. Good stuns, good damage. It's AMC over there in the mid lane, where we've seen him a little bit more often. Dude Man Bro rocking the Soul up against the Ho Yi.
I am curious about that lane matchup. Desaparate going to make it very difficult for Chinfu to actually use his ultimate in the 1v1, just able to walk your way out of there. Is Soul. Early game, you're probably still favoring Soul as well. I'm talking like levels 1 through 3, just because Gilded Arrow plus Soul's passive is super strong. You're autoing for upwards of 90 once you have that heat fully stacked, even at level 1. As opposed to what I'm assuming is like 68 to 70 for Chinfu on the other side. So, looking at the Eldritch Hounds, you'd expect the guy with an ADC in the lane would probably be the more aggressive, but between Ymir and Soul together, you probably don't want to line up against that as the Weavers. You're waiting for Quig to leave and not come back.
Yeah, especially up against, I mean, Khepri, does decent damage. Ho Yi,
yeah, sure.
Kind of okay, clear. Not the best clear on the side of the
pretty
Weavers.
bad.
Is the best way to look at it. So yeah, it should be maybe a little more lopsided for the beginning of this one. But you do have to look not just at the lane phase and how this is going to shake out. I'm looking at late game team fights. You had mentioned the interaction between Dude Man Bro and Chinfu, but I actually go to dashboard when I get a little worried about team fights specifically for the Hounds. And it's just because having that revive available, if that's Bellona, that's Kleena, that's somebody on this team that's just all of a sudden going to be back, admittedly at half health, but still back in the fight. And that causes the Hounds to have to kill a 6th man essentially every team fight.
And it's very difficult for single target compositions to deal with a Khepri as Sobs dropped low. Auto attack from Oath. Going to secure first blood for the Eldritch Hounds. That's exactly what Erlong Shen needs. That's exactly what you picked this god for. The ability to get involved at level 2, at level 3, get into that mid lane and make something happen. Oath able to do it for this team. But as I was saying, Khepri is a pick that is very good at dealing with single target damage. And that is exactly what the Eldritch Hounds have got. Between Crimson, even Dude Man Bro to a certain extent, despite being an AoE mage, Oath, all these guys just looking at one person, consistently putting out damage over time. It's not so much about the burst potential of these picks. Khepri could have an easy time lining up those ultimates.
Oath trying to get hands on all over the map. Gets the knock up there as well. But I'm having deja vu of Bellona being able to turn a fight around Rimikami. Knocked down despite the gank. And now Oath forced to run away. Try to balance things out here. Level 4 to level 4. And a Shillelagh pick up there for Rimakami. A long, lonely walk back to the lane.
Yeah, did my eyes deceive me? Did Rimakami dash into that tower? Oh, it may have bit off more than he could chew. 1v2. And Mando Warrior going to put the second one on his belt. This Bologna has now pulled pretty far ahead. Rimakami just walking back the lane thinking to himself, man, it was pretty bad when I died. But now that he's got 2 kills, it's going to be very steep, an uphill battle for this Achilles to find his footing yet again in the lane. Just now ticking over to level 4, whereas Mando Warrior's headed back to base at 5.
And already Oath has matched the number of deaths in game number 1. So a great change up from the Weavers just to kill Oath early. We'll see if they can consistently do it. I think is going to be the key here. Taunt available now for the jungler. Rimakami going to take a little while longer before hitting level 5 there. And what a good turnaround. I mean, Bologna, 2 kills. You've got control of the lane. With the rotations we were seeing out of Rimakami, and specifically out of Mando Warrior last time as well, feels like might be a little more hands-on than the Kleena was for the solo laner. And so Weaver's off to a good start already despite the first blood loss.
They are. The gold lead still pretty significant for the Eldritch Hounds, though, so not too bad for the Chaos team. Even holding on to experience, the Hounds just getting the better end of the majority of the map. I'd say it's largely focused around the duo lane. The majority of neutral farm there has gone over towards this Soul, but it could be a 2v1 for Dude Man Bro if he's not careful. Dashboard does not connect the root. Dude Man Bro should be able to just walk out of there with his life, but maybe with some help, could take a fight.
Yeah, Oath is here. Dude Man Bro takes a lot. 2-man taunt, and there's going to be the ult from Dude Man Bro. Damage is good, and Chinfu goes down. Oath able to help clear up one. Dude Man Bro's just trying to stay alive. Good wall and good ult. Oath is going to be able to pick up the kill with the slows from Quig for the assist.
Yeah, and that is exactly what you need Oath to do, right? I mean, that's the answer, isn't it? You go over towards the Soul lane, it doesn't work out for you. Now Mando Warrior is going to be pretty safe in this lane thanks to his beads and having a CC immune ultimate, meaning that really there's not much this Erlong Shen can do there, so instead he sends his attention elsewhere, rotates over, and makes sure that fight goes their way as Crimson finds himself a solo kill in the center of the map. Haven't had a chance to talk about AMC just yet, Gore. Let's talk about it for a second. He's one of the highest pressure ADCs you could pick up thanks to that ability he just tossed down. The only paintbrush targeter in the entirety of Smite, but also just incredibly strong. You've got great burst damage between the Stinger and the Swarm of Bees. You're also shredding defense on anyone you connect that ultimate with. AMC a pick that is versatile, but very easy to shut down for junglers. Doesn't have a whole lot of mobility. So if Jinku Bang can close gap, I would argue that Kleena ultimate might as well just be a wall for AMC. You do not want to walk through that.
Yeah, something that you're you're gonna have to be worried about, I think, if you're the AMC here. But I'm now perplexed that you mentioned it, but having the only paintbrush targeted ability in the game.
Oh yeah.
We got to start pushing for a new god to get one of those somewhere down the line.
You'd think it'd be Zhang Kui, right? You'd think.
He's got a literal paintbrush. Yeah, maybe
doesn't work.
Somewhere out there, and it would. I can't think of anything in his kit that would work with.
Supernova.
Supernova
That's not a paintbrush. All right.
Well, because the ability comes out.
It's all
in
circles.
bursts.
They're all little circles.
It's all little circles. I guess it's kind of.
That's
a
like
paintbrush,
saying
though.
Agni Ultimate's a paintbrush. You know what, Doug? Is Doug our cameraman today?
Well, but you only press 3 times for each Agni ult. You press once for Soul ult.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I'm right. Okay.
Because of the way the ability comes out, I think.
Yeah, it's all
circles. You quite literally just paint honey on the ground. I can see where you're coming from. I do think it is drastically unfortunate. Soul is literally right there in the game.
Yeah,
but
Doug, we're on a team, man. Why are you trying to make me look bad out here? That's crazy.
We'll see. Oh, wow, Taunt going to get left over here. If Oath can get a little bit more, Freeze is still going to be good. Those suns don't matter, but the res. Oh, the Solar Blessing, or the Scarab's Blessing, a little bit better here. And Chinfu manages to maintain that death column at just 1.
Gore, can you be completely honest with me?
Okay.
Do you think Soul Ultimate is a paintbrush targeter?
I mean, by merit of what a paintbrush targeter is, yes.
Okay, so it's... Honey's one of 2.
I agree with you that the way the ability comes out does not necessarily lend itself in the same, thought space as what a paintbrush
But no,
would
you
do.
answered the question already, Gore.
Yeah.
You don't have to spare my feelings.
Okay.
Honey is one of 2 paintbrush targeters in the entirety of Smite.
And they got both of them, baby.
They got both. Maybe Team Paintbrush. I like it.
Team Paintbrush. It was now, but I still want more in the game. That my point still stands. I'd like to see as many as possible. Well, maybe not as many as possible. Like 2 more would be pretty cool over the next like couple of years. We'll see whether or not that makes a difference for them. The Honey, a good slow for you, good setup. You had mentioned it, Stinger as well. I think a very important part of this AMC kit. Maybe some aggression. Nope, just neutral farm for the Weavers and the Hounds here. I thought they were going for a little bit more of a fight. And Dashboard, at least showcased earlier in the last fight, exactly why you have to be worried about this Khepri. You had mentioned a bunch of single target damage on the Hounds, and one guy who can stop one single target from dying on the Weavers balanced itself out pretty wildly.
But there is an answer for the Hounds in the team fight phase. It's not going to come up anytime soon, but once Ramakami is able to rotate out, get involved in these engagements, then Execute can just completely bypass the Scarab's Blessing. So Dashboard going to have to play cautiously when Ramakami's around. Speaking of caution, we're going to have to see a fair bit of it from Chin Fu going forward. He decides to take a fight up against Dude Man Bro on tower line, loses out on that engagement, and in that same breath also loses his beads, now susceptible to some pretty easy ganks. Oath in particular probably salivating at the thought of rotating towards that duo lane.
Already making their way through mid, and now maybe a startup for a Fury over there on the left, whereas here on right, Ramakami not going to be able to find the Execute. Manda Warrior manages to heal just enough through there. Ymir ult going to drop down. There's some Honey, and there's both of the paintbrushes dropped in one spot, Mifflin, in order to pick up their Gold Fury. Dashboard drops the ult on themselves. Oath is in a little bit of trouble. Good wall from Quig, keeps the separation, but Oath still goes down so far. 1 for the Gold Fury, might find 2. Crimson, incredibly low, doesn't have the damage, might not have the safety. Tier 1 tower, 9 minutes in. It's going to try to do all it can alongside Quig to make sure that they stay alive. Instead, it's a red buff invade. They still lose it. I don't know if I like Crimson peeking their head back through, but they stay alive. So 1 plus the red buff for the Gold Fury.
And it's a largely net neutral trade. Essentially, the Weavers have the rewards of a Gold Fury for the Eldritch Hounds, but at this point in the game, the experience, the gold, largely about the exact same as what we saw in Game 1. Actually, half of what we saw in the gold department experience, still around that same level. But that said, the Anansi Weavers doing a very good job of maintaining at least some bit of parity across the map. Largest separation still in that duo lane, Dude Man Bro and Captain Quig, just by and far ahead of their contemporaries. I mean, Dashboard hasn't been farming up super efficiently on the map. Seems like he's essentially said, hey guys, please pull ahead or at least maintain even, because I'm going to sit in the jungle for the most part. And in doing so, he's at least kept Sops close in levels to Crimson. He's at least allowed Chin Fu to maintain some bit of parity up against Dude Man Bro, but at his own sacrifice now.
Yeah, it's definitely been costing a little bit of experience and I think of just pressure. Chin Fu down 2 levels, so a little uncomfortable there.
Yeah, no fun at all for him.
Yeah, despite the lead that like Jingu Bang has over Oath specifically. So back and forth there between these two. Pyromancer started up, and it should be burned down. Ramakami's in the neighborhood. Yeah, I didn't think anything wild was going to happen there. Ramakami helps keep that true, watches the Pyromancer go get taken. And all of a sudden, Mifflin, we're back, within just a couple thousand gold of each other. The Weavers, just a little bit behind. Nothing that's going to be too crazy in favor of the Eldritch Hounds. Even though we're still early on, 11 minutes in, this is something they were playing against last time. Chin Fu, who just barely lives through that one. 3 levels down on the soul. Feels every bit of that damage. Great wall over there. Ramakami first forced to fight 2. Dashboard burned down. There's the Scarab's Blessing. Gets the res. Still dies anyway. Stinger picked up by Crimson, and that's going to be fine. Ramakami lives through the 2-man tower dive. And it's a kill pickup for the Hounds.
Yeah, Ramakami will at least lose out on his blue buff, so something there for the Weavers, but they're going to need to find something more to match up against this pressure. Tier 2 tower in the dual lane starting to be looked at now. Chin Fu nearby, but having panic ulted just moments ago, will not have that available to lock down that lane. So now the Eldritch Hounds, like bandits in the night, will make a way with their giant bouncy. Now 4,000 gold.
12 minutes.
Yeah, early on. We're getting that exact same spot as what we saw in Game 1, but we're also in the exact same spot in that both neutral objectives that are feasible at this portion of the game have fallen. Pyromancer and Gold Fury not available for the Eldritch Hounds to push their lead Could potentially see them start to group up, look towards mid, look towards the soul lane tower as well. Try and maintain pressure, force the Anansi Weavers to group up and answer difficult questions. But if we're going to use history as any indicator, we're going to be looking at a fair deal of macro play for the next couple of minutes while we wait for these objectives to respawn.
This is an interesting pickup. I mean, 12 minutes in, a tier 2 tower is an impressive feat for, I think, the Eldritch Hounds here. Took a little bit longer for Dude Man Bro last time around to be able to get that amount of pressure. In fact, straight up dodged a fight with his team in order to get that amount of pressure. So big win for them there. A lot of experience gap, again, 2 levels there specifically for the carries. A level for your supports as well. But Quig has spent more time in mid than maybe fighting anywhere else. That wall also crucial to a lot of these team fights. But like you said, maybe in this position, it's either going to be individual picks or patience. 45 seconds for the Oni Fury to spawn in. Seems like a little bit of damage, some pressure in mid. Should be able to knock down this tier 1, no problem. And they're going to be able to back off the Hounds, that is. Just a little bit stronger and a little bit more gold in their pocket.
Yeah, I like that play, that micro play from Quig to walk into the tier 1 tower before the minion wave, just to make sure that backdoor protections does not channel itself as Oath. A little bit off the mark with a 9 turns blessing, avoided by Dashboard, just using that abduct to get himself out of dodge. But that is a pretty large loss now, and team fight presence for the Eldritch Hounds. At a pretty poor timing as well. Oni Fury already starting its respawn, 10 seconds left till that one rejoins the map, and well, Oath is not just 10 seconds away from his ultimate. It's going to be a little while. Could potentially see this entire team fight go down, and Oath not get that cooldown back.
Yeah, it's going to take a little while. Already, though, a grouping from the Hounds around the Fury. They're not looking for the Fury just yet. There, Dude Man Bro is going to start it up. Quig is in the area. Oath gets aggressive, and there's going to be the wall. The lockdown's good, and Dashboard, again, Arab's blessing on themselves. The damage follow-up, it's enough to get the kill, and Dashboard goes down. Doesn't have that ult available for their teammates. Stinger going to be going on long cooldown here for Crimson.
It will, but I think that's a trade he's willing to take. Dashboard dead for 20 more seconds, and Remakami, this is ever the indicator that a team is looking towards a Gold Fury, has had their soul laner rotate out and start moving towards this objective.
Makes a little more sense not letting that one go. Dashboard has ult, so a lot of the good reset options are available.
Yeah, Doug caught it before I could say it. Dude Man Bro does not want to be with his team. He's showing himself on the map now. So the Anansi Weavers should realize they've got a small opportunity while the soul isn't present. Chinfu, though, has made the rotation over, so that opportunity is immediately lost. Gotta think the Eldritch Hounds just want to start grouping up on the Fire Giant. They're in the exact same position as we were in Game 1. I'm getting the wildest sense of deja vu. But from this position, your best answer as the team in the lead is to force the Anansi Weavers to answer questions. Force them to play your game. How do you do that on current map state? You group up on an objective. Could be Gold Fury, could be Fire Giant. Probably the Fire Giant. Force the Weavers to show up and put up a defense, because this 6k gold lead means less and less as time ticks on. So you want to use it when it's at its maximum. Min-max your gameplay, force a fight.
Force a fight while you have your relics up relatively cleanly as well. Bracers down, but that's it on the side of the Hounds. So something that they could try to either burn some relics on the other side, like you said, something, anything that could potentially pressure the map. Gold Fury's respawning, and I can't help but notice Crimson's over on that side of the map.
He can solo it,
Could
for sure.
solo it, but do you want to? At this point in the game, I mean, if they know you're not here, I think that's a good spot for the Weavers to try and move forward for the FG. And the Hounds on the other side, I think exactly like you said, you know, you've got to leverage this lead somehow. Whether that's forcing a fight on fire, rotating a couple people over, taking a Gold Fury, getting even more gold in your favor, and then forcing a fight on fire. I think no matter what, we loop around to one common denominator. Force a fight on fire, or force a fight in general.
Yeah, anywhere on the map.
It doesn't have to be a fire, just it could be under the tier 2.
Yeah, the fight will not come, though. They pick up a Gold Fury for themselves. Gold in pocket makes not for a lead, so even in taking the Gold Fury for themselves, the Eldritch Hounds will not pull themselves further ahead until they have all reset back towards base. So far has just been Oath, who decided to pick himself up a finished Magi's Cloak, and now a Sentry Ward as well can start moving in towards this team fight. Also even a short bow, so a small power spike for the Erlong Shen. Everybody else on the Eldritch Hounds regroup on the Fire Giant. In just posturing in the Fire Giant pit, the Anansi Weavers don't have to concern themselves so much. In Smite, you can look through the Fog of War, you can see the VFX of the Fire Giant once it's been aggroed. Has not been aggroed, no reason to step up.
Pyromancer started up Rumikami, potentially
find a
caught
pick.
out here, and if they get this pick, it's going to be a huge deal.
Oh my
Gets
God.
him out of there, but that's a TKO.
Oath?
It's incredibly low. Jingu Bang is in the wall looking for the damage, not able to find it just yet, but is still going for the chase. Goes under the tier 2, is going to be able to get the kill, but loses
for
their
one.
life in the process. 1 for 1, like you said. Mando's half health, going for the blue buff wall. Separates the fight slightly. Dashboard still has that ult available. So the Weavers with an advantage. And now with the health advantage, numbers advantage, they're going to fall back towards the FG pit. No, they're going to go for the fight, and they're going to try to
See
pull in
ya.
Quig instead. It's the delete button on the Dashboard. Quig takes a lot of damage. Wall is good, and that is going to force the Weavers to fall back.
2-for-1 trade. Dude Man Bro still very healthy. Erupt Crimson leading the charge forward. Chinfu digs in his heels, loses the Aegis.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of damage. Just need one more auto. Someone hit him. Rimikami is going to get the credit for that. Mando goes up, down, stuns good, but the damage
Ooh.
isn't there. Double kill for the solo laner of the Hounds, and now that Fire Giant is looking a lot more scrumptious.
It is. Pyromancer, though, going to be the target first. Dude Man Bro and Crimson still very low HP. Only Sops in range to put up a defense. Takes about 10 seconds to walk from base to the Fire Giant pit proper. So it would have been 10 seconds from Dashboard's respawn until you saw him get there. Jingu Bang synced up in the timers. Would have got there around the same time. Eldritch Hounds, in taking the team fight, do not decide to stick around on the Fire Giant. Dude Man Bro, pretty low HP, as was Crimson. Both have lifesteal available in the build. One has some self-sustain. Both do, actually, from the passive from Hives. But regardless, reset and start to take the fire in what could be a 3 versus 5 now.
Yeah, you have to be able to get the damage where it is necessary. A lot more numbers on this side. Stop's not available. There's going to be a good wall. Dashboard has ult.
Good Lord.
Dashboard gets it off. But guess what? I know what's going to happen. Replay the exact same kill. Yeah, there it is one more time. So you drop one, you go for FG. Mando, not Mando, it's Jingu Bang this time around on the cleanup. Going to be here. Standing on a ward is Quig. They can see the FG health, but it looks like they're going to play this one a little wiser. The Weaver's not going to
Sops
stand
in trouble.
around. Sops is going to get rooted out, pinned down.
Bad ult.
Oath is going in, but misses pretty much all of the CC. Nope, just all of the CC, and isn't going to be able to find the kill.
But at least he forces Flicker out from Sops. You know, I started that sentence before looking at the relics, and I was going to say, like, beads. Not the case. Sops maintains both of his relics this time around. Oath loses out on just his ultimate, which should be coming up relatively shortly. That said, we're not focused on Oath. We're focused on the Phoenix.
Yeah, and this is where that frenzy comes in handy.
bye.
Burned down so fast. Damage on the Dude Man Bro is good, though, and Jingu Bang gets the kill. This could
massive
be
whiff.
a big turnaround. Jingu Bang's low. One more hit, and Crimson gets credit for that one. Oath is rejoined the fray and is looking for the damage. Dashboard's low, and Dashboard gets taken down. Rimikami, credit for that one. The fight, though, is split. Oath gets spread through. Mando is going to be able to take them down. Crimson with the damage. Rimikami still low. And this is looking like a good fight for the Weavers. They're going to keep going forward. Quig is just one man standing. Good wall separates the fight, but the Ymir is slow. Finally, a little bit of honey. The slam down might not be enough to chase him, but Mando is sticking to him. Goes for the ult. And Quig roots himself potentially for death there. That Frostbound Hammer putting in a lot of work.
It was. The Eldritch Hounds just very curious in that team fight allocation. They do take down the Phoenix at least, so at least Crimson maintains the Fire Giant buff, and they removed one bird from the map, permanently weakened for the rest of the match, but going to be the easiest bird to defend for subsequent Fire Giants. You got to think that whole fight goes a little bit better had Erupt Crimson landed the Stinger off of Captain Quig's initial freeze. It was Jingu Bang who was frozen out in the back line. Stinger goes wide. And then you have to dedicate a lot more time to finishing off that cleanup. Buys time for the rotation in for Mando Warrior, who finds, I believe, was a 3-man ultimate with that Eagles rally. 3-man stuns generally will win you team fights, and it does so here for the Anansi Weavers yet again. And this is it, that slight misstep, that spice of life that we saw in Game 1 coming to fruition yet again in Game 2, keeping things interesting. One more team fight like that, we're looking at a dead even game. I mean, already, looking at the builds, it's only 6 items separating some of these guys, and some of them on the Eldritch Hounds have not gotten to that point in their own builds. Relics still waiting to get upgraded for both of these teams. This next Fire Giant is not a foregone conclusion.
Not in the least. Hounds get the Primal Fury, and they get the Eagles rally out of Mando. It doesn't look like they're going to find the full chase down they might want, but this is good pressure. I mean, at this point in the game, you could probably take that tier 2 no problem with this kind of composition. And it looks like that's where they're going to set themselves up, fighting off the fire minions on right. That's where Jingo Bang is. So, all of a sudden we end up in a very, well, I want to say precarious spot for the Weavers. Could go downhill for the Hounds if the fight goes like last time. There, once again, Frenzy.
Early.
This time they're not going in. They don't have the damage onto the Phoenix. They're not going to burn that one. Instead, it's health bars on the side of the Weavers that get taken down low here. But now they might not have the burn they need for the objective.
I don't know. That damage output from Crimson has been enough to separate this team fight a fair bit. Dude Man Bro finds himself in no man's land. Can't just walk out. He's surrounded.
Is going to have some help, though. Is 1-for-1, but Rimikami going huge here and is starting things up. They get 2 kills, but they lose Dude Man Bro. Up, down, Mando doesn't even get to land. Rimikami with a huge triple kill. Jingu Bang, though, finds a second and is pulling this back. Look how low Quig is. You have to be careful. Jingu Bang looking for a third and is going to be able to find it, balancing things out. And now Rimikami's looking for more, but Crimson isn't helping him. They do get the Phoenix, but 2 people alive. The Swarm a little slow. Jingu Bang and Sops live through this one. And it's a long time with no one on the board.
Hey, tell me if you heard this one before. Eldritch Hounds trade out 4, take down a Phoenix. For the second time this game, Gore. At least Crimson holds on to the Fire Giant buff for the last 3 seconds of it. That is a massive win for the Eldritch Hounds at the end of the day. Having taken out at least one more bird, desynced with the right bird, so now Fire Giant going to be alive while that mid Phoenix is still dead, whereas that right Phoenix should have time to respawn. And it's a little bit more valuable, a little bit harder to defend enhanced minion waves going down the center of the map. But you got to think that it was just early aggression and maybe a bit of a miscommunication from the Eldritch Hounds on the initial siege. It was the frenzy pop from Captain Quig a little bit early in the fight before Dude Man Bro or Crimson were in range to put any damage in towards that Phoenix. And you could see the cogs turning in their heads. Crimson says, well, I'm not walking in there, man. That's an early frenzy. That's dangerous. There's a team fight happening right now. Whereas Dude Man Bro said, I am frenzied. I am going to get in as far into that team fight as possible. He uses to separate the closed gap on it and then finds himself surrounded by the entirety of the team. Luckily for Dude Man Bro, Rimikami there picks up a triple kill and buys a little bit more time for this soul. But at the end of the day, still a team fight that could have gone a little bit better for the Hounds. Great defense from the Weavers to punish some of that over-aggression.
Greater Scorpion at this point doesn't do a lot. Good wall. Forces the dash out of Chinfu, as well as Dashboard, forcing to fall back a little bit further. So positioning for the Hounds a little bit better. Burn on the Fire Giant's going to start up here. They almost immediately leash it because they got Mando Warrior. Do they have them where they want them? Damage doesn't seem to be there. Yeah, the follow-up, not that great on terms of that. And instead, it's Quig who gets pulled in. Quig, who's getting deleted and has no backup here. The Ymir, first one gone, the Weavers, with a great start to the fight.
Yeah, the Eldritch Hounds just give up so much space there. I mean, Quig's very clear in his communication. He says, guys, I want to get aggressive. We want to establish the defensive positioning. Moves up forward, finds the freeze, no follow-up onto Mando Warrior. You can see it. Every ultimate still available for the Eldritch Hounds except for Dude Man Bros. Maybe had we seen a 9 turns blessing, a turtle form, a stinger, something along those lines, the stinger would have gone a long way, specifically for the defense shred capacity of that ability on this tanky target in Mando Warrior. But nothing of the sort comes his way. And then instead, Captain Quig left high and dry, completely alone in the back of that. It just loses out on his own life, and the team fight immediately afterward. 4 seconds left on this Ymir's respawn. Still no time for the Anansi Weavers to push this lead. Takes about 10 seconds to walk to the Fire Giant, so slight opportunity here.
It's going to take him a little while, like you said, to rejoin the fight. Relic's pretty much coming back up. We're missing, what, just the Frenzy from Quig right now and the Blink from Jingu Bang on the other side. Fight potential through the roof. And honestly, for the Weavers, look, this is a 13,000 gold lead, Mifflin.
It's big.
And it does not feel like it. I mean, you
does
had
not.
highlighted earlier. You can still see it in the items. It's still separate, but it's not making a huge difference here. 2-0-10 for the mid laner on the Hounds. Good freeze on the Dashboard. The damage follow-up is there this time, and Dude Man Bro gets the kill, but might lose his life in the process. Aegis pays its weight in gold, and they're able to get rid of Jingu Bang. Now they're going to continue forward. Chinfu is gone. That's 3 for none so far. The Weavers are falling apart, and that's going to be the full-on deicide right down mid lane through the Phoenix, and the Hounds win the set.
How does Oath win that fight, man? He was like 1 auto attack from dead. 9 turns blessing, procs the heal just in time to maintain his life, and the Eldritch Hounds had already won the team fight elsewhere on the map. The Anansi Weavers well, they'd be able to save themselves a couple of times in a couple of these Fire Giant dances. Hard ask to do it that many times in a row, especially in this kind of deficit.
Now they pull the Titan right as the Phoenix respawns. They still get the damage. They get themselves a win. North America gets, I believe, its first 2-0 of the year for the SCC. A good performance, not as dominant. I mean, you look at the gold charts for this.
It's deceptive.
And it showcases, hey, this team has been thrashing. You watch the actual game, nowhere near as much of a lead as it feels like the Hounds have, but they still managed to pull it ahead. That's a great team fight for them at the end.
Yeah, the Hounds are reminding me a bit of previous season Oni Warriors in that they are consistently establishing a lead, and it's a significant one. It's not as if they're like, oh, we're like 1,000 gold up for the entirety of the early game. It's 5,000 gold lead 2 games in a row at the 12-minute mark. But it's a very long time between we've got the lead and we've done something with it. If the Eldritch Hounds can just expedite that process, pay the extra $20 for the shipping to get yourself to that late game team fight a little bit earlier, it's going to be very difficult to deal with this team in the future.
Well, we're going to break down more of that game, talk about the Eldritch Hounds a little bit more in depth, and of course look towards the later sets here in North America right after this. The Eldritch Hounds find themselves a victory here, and I believe Mifflin now push themselves up 2-0 in the standings. We'll look at that in just a little bit. As we look at this team and look specifically at this set and game number 2, it's incredibly close. I mean, a little deceptive. You look at it, like I even mentioned it at the very end, where it's like, this is a 13,000 gold lead.
Surprising.
And you could see it in like just support and like carry, I think was like the big difference makers. Otherwise, it looked even, it played even. They were still nervous about pulling the Fire Giant. It was a massive lead, but it took them a while before they were really able to push it to something.
Yeah, at every moment in that game, I thought there was just one team fight away where the Weavers were able to close it out or pick up a Fire Giant for themselves or start to move in towards one of these other objectives, because in major moments, there were multiple mistakes for the Eldritch Hounds, but you're allowed to make those mistakes when you're able to establish these leads so consistently. You make a mistake when you're 5k down, you probably lose a game. You make a mistake when you're 5k up, you might lose out on 2,000 of your gold lead, right? So, afforded some slight errors on the battleground by their superior macro play throughout the early portions of the game, and it was superior, mainly around the guy on your screen right now. Dude Man Bro very easily establishes dominance in both games of this set. In the duo lane, the rotating towards these team fights, once he did decide to rotate, and it was a late game decision in both matches, with a 2, 3, 4 level lead at times, it was very hard to contend with for the Anansi Weavers. And you got to talk about Oath as well. I think he has a less impressive performance this time around. Pretty hard to beat, like 13-1, right, in game 1 on that Susano, but still able to get involved in these team fights very early on. And even in that last engagement, the turnaround 1v2 finds the kill and survives. Very impressive.
Yeah, it goes 5-5-9 out of the jungle. 4-0-13. Crimson manages to not die that game. Incredibly impressive, I think, for the AMC. And does a lot of damage in the process. I think there were a lot of moments you had highlighted, Dude Man Bro. And you can see, again, 4-2-11 does a lot. And I'm sure on this next screen we'll see that reflected in the DPS numbers. But I'm also going to be looking at 32,000 out of the AMC. My God.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it does a lot. But it's actually the structure damage. It's the 7,700 expected from the AMC. But 6,500, part of that from Dude Man Bro. And a little bit, I believe it was Oath that was over there in the duo lane. At 12 minutes, they get that tier 2. And that's a lot of pressure early on. That's where a lot of that lead comes from, is all of a sudden, you can't do anything over there if you're HoYu. You can't step forward without feeling in danger.
But it is a double-edged sword taking tier 2s that early in a game, right? Like, if the wave's going to get pushed up, and considering how Dude Man Bro was playing that lane, the late wave was pushed up, you just freeze it at your Phoenix, makes it very hard for the Soul to farm out in that same regard. But you're right to say, I mean, taking it that early is still a massive gold boon and is the majority, the bulk of where they found their lead early on.
Well, the Hounds get themselves a 2-0 here today to kick things off for North America. We can look at the schedule and see what is still on the list. Wardens and Tanuki going to be playing right after this. And, of course, the Sages and the Storm. Not tomorrow morning, but Saturday morning at 11, right before the SBL. Sunday, that's a special day for us because that's when we have 3 SBL sets. So if you're wondering, tomorrow, SCC in the morning. Saturday, SCC in the morning. Sunday, SPL in the morning. And you can see how this affects the standing and the afternoon, and then another one after that. There's actually 3 full ones. It doesn't just get bumped up. 2-0 now for the Eldritch Hounds. The Storm and the Wardens looking to potentially catch up to them. And so this is going to be an interesting area for them. The Weavers, unfortunately, fall down 0-2. So we'll see if we end up with some middling teams here in North America after this, or a couple of teams that are still vying for that first place spot.
Do you think this next set coming up, the Wardens up against the Tanuki, do you think the Wardens have the opportunity to match up against these guys in the top? I think so. I mean, that's a Sino Moswell team.
Yeah.
You know, they got like world champions.
All you needed to do was say Sino Moswell, and it's a little more favored, I would say, for the Wardens. Although we'll have to see, I guess, whether or not they can actually do that. I mean, again, a very accomplished team. Actually, just looked something up. I think it was we were talking to the Titans yesterday while they were here.
I remember.
And Aurora
this
brought up
stat's
the
crazy.
fact that Sino had played a lot of Naja in Season 5. Had lost overall in Season 5 1 competitive game on it. From summer split to Worlds went undefeated.
So crazy.
Naja. So hey, I think I know what kind of bands we might be seeing. There's also ESET in there. We'll see if the Wardens will take it or if the Tanuki can surprise us here in set number 4 right after this quick break.
One more set to go over in North America after our first NA set of the day. Had our first North American SEC two-game set so far here in the SEC. One final set here today after what has been already a competitive day of Smite Challenger Circuit action. Cannot wait for this one that we have around the corner. And joining me to cast it, none other than Trelly Relly. Trelly, our previous set over here in North America. I think you talk about going as expected.
Right.
2-0, maybe not expected, but I think a Hounds win there with that roster and the talent that they bring to the forefront, probably an expected result.
Yeah, definitely. They, I wouldn't say they fumbled a bit. There was a little bit of shaky play from both sides, but the Hounds definitely a strong squad that have been together for a minute. They were, together for the SEC playoffs. They, tried their best, and here we are. And yeah, I think we all did see that one coming, but a close game nonetheless.
Close game nonetheless, and still plenty of SEC Phase 1 for the Weavers. So let's look at the action in North America this week. The 2-0 for the Hounds starts off the 3 NA matches that we've got. We are about to show you the Wardens up against the Tanuki. And then the final NA match of the week will be played on Saturday. I'm getting my dates all mixed up. Saturday before the SPL at 11 a.m. That'll be the Sages versus the Storm to end the week in not only the SEC, but the North American SEC as well. Standings very important, as we've mentioned all day today, especially in these early weeks. And this is one for the Wardens. The one we casted earlier in EU, Trelly, those are two teams very, very closely knit. Expectations are that both of them will finish towards the top of the standings. I think there's extra pressure on the Wardens here in this matchup to grab this win. When you talk about winning against teams that you should beat,
Right.
I think the Tanuki have a solid squad, and we'll talk about them in a minute, and deserve their respect in this matchup. But the Wardens should be favored. This is a Relentless One, Sino, Maswal, Gino, and Griff. Storied careers for a lot of these players, and SEC experience together for a lot of these players as well. Dropped a game up against the Weavers last week, so not a team immune to some fumbles, but should be favored overall, I think, Trelly, in this best-of-3 set.
Yeah, definitely a lot of veteran talent. Yeah, when you have two of those world champion titles on your roster alone in the SEC, you're gonna turn some heads. And obviously, The Tanuki have a tall hill to climb, but as you said, they can bleed. They did drop a set, so I mean drop a game, not the full set, but they have shown that they have some things they need to work on, obviously, but definitely still a strong squad nonetheless.
Yeah, this Wardens team, they love playing around Sino. Moswell out of the mid lane, always going to make things happen. And I think with names like Sino and Moswell on your team, it's easy to, I don't want to say fall by the wayside, but have Sino and Moswell draw more of the eyes, right?
Right.
But I think Gino and Griff have really stood out to me, and I'll give Relentless One a shout out as well, a very solid solo laner. But I think this duo lane between Gino and Griff has flown under the radar as one of the better ones here in the North American SEC, and maybe not even under the radar. They've definitely gotten a lot of respect between Gino and Griff as well. And so I think there is the potential for this Wardens team, even if it's not Sino, the world champion, stepping up, Moswell, the world champion, stepping up. I think Gino and Griff and Relentless One, for that matter, can also have the very, very strong performances that you would need to push your team forward if some other players on your team are lagging behind. Now, we've mentioned the Tanuki, the opponents for the Wardens today. Not a team that you can completely look over, not a team that you can look over at all, because this Tanuki team with Snatty, Sada Dragon, Tripno, Monster Bomber, and Hydrogen have SEC experience as well, have experience playing together as well. And in some of the right areas, I think have talent that can counter out some of that the Wardens have. I think Sada Dragon, particularly out of the jungle, you talk about going up against Sino, I think has the potential to raise some eyebrows. I think this Tanuki team could surprise some teams throughout the year.
Definitely, yeah. They like to play off of Snatty in the solo lane specifically. Yep. This man seems to get ahead more often than not. Even if the team is behind, you'll look over that solo lane and be like, okay, we have our rock. We know that Snatty's going to be, getting ahead or at least staying even. And then he's able to rotate to these late game team fights and sort of just, get to the back line very easily. So playing off this solo lane, definitely a strong suit of the Tanuki, no doubt.
Yeah. When you get a what is this, a 42-kill game 35 minutes in, I think that gives you a pretty good indication as well. That was in the highlight. Pretty good indication as well as to how this Tanuki team maybe not likes to play, although I would hazard a guess that they enjoy playing this high-speed, in-your-face, run it down in a calculated way type of play style. And I think that's the type of game that the Wardens can play as well, though, Trelly. I think here in the North American SEC, the high pace, high kills, high pressure from minute one style of gameplay, the kill-a-minute style of matches, are more frequent than the slower matches. So I really can't wait for both of these two teams to match up. I think could be a sneaky good matchup to end our day in the SEC. Picks and bans for game number one. Let's roll it over, and let's see how game number one will break down. Wardens in first pick. That'll be the Tanuki over in second pick. And I think with names like Sino and Moswell, not only in-game make an impact, Trelly, but those two players can draw some serious eyes when it comes to picks and bans.
Yeah, I would say so. Sino typically likes to save his picks for the latter half, unless he is given something disgusting like his E-set jungle, for example, that he has such a high win rate already.
Disgusting because it's good, or
because
disgusting
it's
because
good?
it's like gross and you don't want to see it?
Unfortunately, it is that good, and that's why it is disgusting. So yeah, Sino usually likes to hold on to that pick and sort of just let his team get on what they're comfortable, but no doubt I would assume at least a few bans flying that way. One that jumps out to me obviously is the East jungle, as we mentioned. Kleena, just very strong in any role that she plays right now, solo lane specifically, but even full damage jungle is going to be very difficult to deal with. And as you touched on, that Zeus is going to be locked in right away from Oswald in the mid lane.
Moswell gets a strong pick right away. What a world we live in where the E-set for sure is a Sino ban. But between Bastet and Kleena, both of those could also be Sino bans, but could also be solo lane bans, depending on where this team wants to prioritize those picks. Sino won't get any of the three, but Relentless One won't be able to dip into the assassin pool, at least not for those two picks over in the solo lane. Now another example, though, Trelly, of a soul pick here for the Tanuki. Saw Little Soul in our first North American set of the day. Pair it with the Fafnir. As the game goes on, Objective Shred is going to be the name of the game for this duo already.
Yeah, at the moment we have already a very hard carry with Soul's Heat. Very difficult to deal with her auto attacks. They're going to be chunking. Typical to see in the duo lane. It could also be that mid lane flex. We have seen a few Soul mids just, to put our feelers out there just in case we see a Hunter
cover
locked
your
in.
bases.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Because if it is a Soul mid, now you've mentioned it, and you're not wrong if that ends up being where it gets picked. Kali, talk about a hyper carry out of the jungle. Talk about a pick that loves an AoE coerce as the game goes on. That's a strong pick. Honestly, and a strong statement here for this Tanuki team. I mentioned during the highlights that Sada Dragon stands out to me as the A type of player that can have jungle performances that can kind of match with Sino, which is a very, very difficult thing to do. Now, this Kali pick carries a lot of expectation with it, though, I think, Trelly. A pick normally reserved for late-game hyper carry, but has shown us can still be active early.
Yeah, from the Tanuki's draft, to me it says, hey, we're confident. Either A, we're confident that we're making it to late game, or B, that's our core game plan, right? We're picking this late-game hyper carry in the Kali jungle. Sad Dragon likes it a lot. It really comes online towards that later half of the game. We obviously have the Fafnir and the Soul. Both of these characters also want to get to late game, but, you know, Fafnir and Soul also have a little bit of pressure early, but we see the Camazotz as well, so pretty strong all-around pick there, just very safe. I imagine that's going to be the solo lane matchup there, so Camazotz v. Wukong.
Although, we did see Tripno play Camazotz mid. If the highlights are if I'm remembering the highlights correctly, it was Tripno on Camazotz out of the mid lane last week. So you have to keep that option open, covering our bases, right, Charlie? We got to cover the bases. Uller plus Chernobog locked in here. So that means one of those two is in the jungle between an Uller and a Chernobog. Sun Wukong will likely be solo. Atlas will likely be support. Zeus will likely be mid. I suppose there's a world where Zeus is jungle. I'm not sure. I don't know. Do you have any leads on this one, Trelly? Do you have any thoughts before we go into game one?
It has to be the Uller jungle, right? I don't think Sino's playing Chernobog jungle. I would imagine the Uller has a much better gank potential. That would be my guess.
TBD, and to be determined in like 6 seconds as we get into game one between the Wardens and the Tanuki. Chernobog jungle. Was that the one thing you ruled out for sure?
Well,
you
that's
didn't
what I
cover
said.
your bases, Trelly.
It wasn't that I didn't cover them.
your bases.
I said that I would
and
imagine.
I covered my bases on Tripno playing Camazotz mid.
Yeah.
I'm nuts.
You're better than
You're
me.
nuts.
That's obvious.
No.
I assumed that the Uller would have better gank potential, but it seems like Sino is doing a sort of Apollo Jungle-esque play style where you're farming up, you look over and say, hey, wait a second, did that soul just use her to separate? You ult, you fly right over there, and you try to help from wherever you can. So it seems like that is the play style here. I can't say I've seen the Chernobog jungle before, but Sino has done crazier things.
To be fair to you, and any other chair too, if I throw you like a, hey, there's a Chernobog and an Uller, which one goes in the jungle? You kind of have to make a statement, so it's sort of a lose-lose spot for you. I'll bail you out here. Us chair ones ask you guys to predict these compositions so often, and that's just not fair. And I can't believe I'm going to bat for you guys, but I will, at least here on this one. Sino will be on Chernobog jungle. Tripno will be Camazotz mid here for game number one between the Warden and the Tanuki. I got limited data on Chernobog jungle here, Trelly. I know that Kali can be active early, but really feels good later on in the game. You get the attack speed, feel unkillable in some of those later on fights. Do you expect either of these junglers to feel good early in the game at finding some pressure here on the map?
I mean, if I'm Sada Dragon, I'm certainly not worried about the Chernobog right now. I mean, he seems to be starting either Ichival, Atalanta's Bow. We see a big jump in here.
Oh, but Griff gets stunned. Is there enough damage to kill off Hydrogen? Hydrogen goes back into the Harpy Pit. Double pull in from Gino. Could be a double kill. There's first blood. Over to the Wardens. Stun. Yes, please. And goodbye. 2 kills to the Wardens in the duo lane.
That's a lot of lockdown and a lot of CC in this duo lane. Atlas and Uller, if you're able to hit your abilities, hit those stuns, you're going to see some sparks fly. And obviously, Soul, not the best pick early. A Sada Dragon is going to look for some early aggression into Moswell. But looking at Moswell's build, Tripno blinks in.
Moswell lives, though. That's the pressure that this Camazotz mid can bring. Gino's in behind. Can the Atlas make more of an impact on the map? Hard to see how Gino can do much more, but wouldn't you guess it? He's grabbed Tripno. He sent him back. And Moswell's now got the 3rd kill of the game for the Wardens. Sada Dragon will meander on back to the Tier 1 tower, but what is it, Midas? Everything he touches turns to gold? Everything Gino's touching is turning to gold right now. 3-0. All 3 with the assistance of Gino.
Yeah, we're looking at a level 4 Zeus in the mid lane now. I'm sure Moswell's pretty happy about the support making that rotation here. Griff is able to free farm, but it looks like Gino may be in some trouble here. Does juke out the hammer with that dash and is able to run away here. And now the duo lane sort of just, they don't know what to do. They're just looking at this red buff.
Yeah, what can you do, right? I mean, you're already a little bit behind on this soul. You need a little time to scale up on this pick anyway. You got so much pressure between an Atlas and an Uller. I mean, this is always going to be tough for the Tanuki. Now it's just about surviving as this lane goes on. And I've been surprised with the lack of some Atlas with some of the supports here in the SEC. Obviously, there are a lot of very strong picks in support right now. I feel like Atlas is just kind of nuts. I mean, you walk forward in the right type of lane, and I think this is the right type of lane. Truly, it feels like Gino can just walk in, pull in a couple, and do what he wants.
Yeah, I think it really depends on the matchup, but this one specifically, Soul and Fafnir not really looking to get aggressive early, whereas Uller and Atlas, that's all they want, is to try to find this early fight that they did find, obviously. So Atlas sort of just dashes in, picks someone up, and then is free to do as he pleases in this lane. I think Gino's going to keep doing that consistently until someone's able to stop him, probably one of these assassins, but at the moment they're nowhere near him. So he's going to be able to just lock down as much as he wants at the moment.
There's something about Sino just flapping around on this Chernobog that's just making me laugh. We haven't seen the Chernobog gank just yet, but did assist in one of the kills over in the mid lane. The kill that gave Maswal his first kill. Celestial Legion helm completed on this Zeus. That feels pretty standard up to what we've seen so far here. Surprisingly, the least weird matchup that we've got, given how some of the picks have been for us here today, Trelly, is over here in the solo lane. A Bologna versus a Wukong feels very tame compared to what else we've got going on all over the map. Should be, maybe you figure, a pretty quiet laning phase for Relentless One and Snatty.
Yeah, it seems like Wukong, you know, not really wanting to brawl right now. Didn't go for that Bluestone start, trying to buff his damage. More so just the Shillelagh, going to go to a Blackthorn Hammer, just not really looking to brawl early, just getting that anti-heal online for the Death Toll cleave autos, that sort of thing. So I don't think Snatty is going to have too much issue getting pressure in this lane. It's just so much as, are you going to find any kills? Probably not. I think this is just a stalemate in that lane, as you mentioned. Pretty tame comparatively to the rest of the picks. I'm just wondering if Sino will ever see like an opportunity to ult over and help in the solo lane. I really doubt it, just by the nature of the build he's went for. I don't think he's going to come online too quickly.
Yeah, agreed. I'm very curious. I mean, this is all just data gathering for me now on how this pick for Sino ends up looking, how the power curve starts to look. Ichabel ends up being his first item. All right, so that'll help him brawl out in the jungle maybe just a little bit if him and Sada Dragon end up meeting on rotations throughout the jungle. And Crusher, a strong start for Sada Dragon here, Trelly. And you know, it's something I've referenced a couple times where, of course, the 6-item full-on Chainsaw Kali is what you hope to get to. But it feels like, you know, a couple items here and there, and Sada Dragon can start to get it active, can start to put out some pressure here across the map, as both hunters over towards left right now, hoping to spot out Hydrogen. He's just going to farm up the Harpy here. And neither support will make their way on over to the left side of the map. And Sino's just on a world tour, continuing to wander around on this Chernobog and feels just fine stealing away some of the farm on the Tanuki side of the map.
Yeah, I think because of the way that Sada did opt to, you know, build here, there is some gank potential for sure on the carries, but Maswal probably not going to be the option here. As we mentioned, that Dynasty Plate helm, or the Legion helm, sorry, is just so much prots right now for this mid lane Zeus. I don't imagine Kali will ever try to dive without some backup, but the duo lane probably could see some sparks fly here. Griff, obviously, not very tanky, just doing lots of damage. Do you want to trade how much damage you can do to an Uller? That is the question. And I don't see Hydrogen ever really getting Griff's beads down, so that's your work's gonna be cut out for you here. But here we go.
In the mid lane, Maswal, no chance at escape. Sada Dragon finds the Tanuki's first kill of the game, but somehow escapes destruction. Lasts just long enough. Sino rotates in on the gank, but he has to go in and out of the wall immediately. Uses the beads to avoid the sun. Snatty diving the tier 1 tower, grabs the kill onto Sino. Now Gino pulls Snatty right back in. Should be a return kill. And should be Relentless One picking it up. 2-for-1 trade, though. Tanuki come out ahead.
if that's my premiere at the Chernobog jungle, I don't think I'm a fan of it just yet. I mean, Sino ulted in. I really thought like, oh, here we go. We're gonna see it.
It's gonna go for Saturdragon with how low the Kali was.
Yeah, it was Gino who picked up 3 in the Lightning Storm, held them in place, and then the destruction comes in. You're obviously you can't kill through that, but yeah, I thought the chase would have ensued. Maybe Sino just fat fingered the wrong person perhaps and just wasn't able to chase there. But either way,
they're all very close, right?
Yeah, it was sort of a grouped up engagement. It just I didn't really see the Chernobog value on that particular fight. But again, maybe this is more so I'm gonna out rotate you. I'm going to get online late game. We have multiple ADCs sort of style of play. Maybe that was a fight he didn't want to take, but he sort of had to take.
Right, I have the ult. I can join the fight. I should be here. I think there's some value in what you're thinking there, Trelly, where eventually this game goes on and Sino's just built like an ADC. And if the rest of the Wardens can survive and stay even or even get a little bit ahead in their lanes, late game could be difficult. Though you're always fighting up against a timer when Akali is on the other side. I think we could see some of that, though, what we just saw, where it feels like there's a great initiation from the Wardens, because you look at some of the ultimates from the Tanuki and some of the abilities between Disapparate, between Bat Out of Hell, between Destruction for Saturdragon, Snatty with this ultimate, Somersault Cloud for Relentless One at a perfect time. Very slippery, very difficult to lock down, difficult to confirm some of the kills on the Tanuki side.
Yeah, I would say so. They have some avenues to escape here, as you mentioned, with Bat Out of Hell, obviously. Kali just cannot be killed at a certain point with her ultimate online, and then Sol, she can just go immune for quite some time. So they have the abilities to sort of stall out these fights, but when you're with a Kali, I feel like you want to pick your target, and you want to say, hey guys, this is who we're focusing down, and we want to kill them right away. And then at that point, it'll be a solid 5v4. Hopefully I get my reset, and the fight shall continue. So sort of wanting to play around this Kali, not really able to at the moment, as Hydrogen is able to confirm his purple buff there. You really are not trying to force too much right now. Obviously, Relentless One, very poked out under this tower. Gonna have to be very careful here. Looks like Sino may be rotating around, trying to help out.
Yeah, need some help, Relentless One, because this has just been happening. I don't know why you go back in there, to be honest, Trelly. And now Sino's just going to get run down. If he didn't have that, that might have been another kill. Could have been a two-for-one turnaround there for Snatty. Bologna is just so strong at the moment. Saturdragon over on right as the Tanuki have turned around an early game deficit and tied things up.
I'm not going to say I know better than Sino, okay? I'm not. You won't catch me ever saying that.
Right.
But why did he ult in there? Was he trying to help? It just seemed like, again, he's able to ult in to do nothing. And this time, he just died. I'm not seeing the value. As the Tanuki are pulling the Pyromancer now, it just seems like he's better off farming until he has the damage online to help out. I'm just not seeing the value. Like I said a few times now, I should probably just give up on trying to understand how Sino's playing this pick at the moment and then just let the late game chill for itself. Because right now, Snatty seems like a raid boss.
Yeah, Snatty's feeling very raid boss-like right now. Berserker Shield, Frostbound Hammer. Relentless One has not been able to hang out in lane like at all over the last couple of minutes. Snatty's just been doing a whole lot of this. And this is fresh back from base. Relentless One doesn't have teleport. Snatty does have teleport. Bologna is just nuts right now, and Relentless One, despite being on a relatively safe pick in the Sun Wukong, now has to go back to base yet again. I suppose he was hoping that the Soul Eater would provide some extra sustain in that lane, but Snatty, with just a rotation of abilities, has yet again forced the Sun Wukong into the ultimate and out of the lane. Wardens do maybe see an opening for a purple buff invade here. Moswell's still in a pretty good spot, despite the way that some of the other parts of the map have gone for the Wardens. It looks like that's just enough pressure, Trelly, to grab the purple buff. So the Tanuki are looming, maybe considering a Gold Fury.
Oh man, Snatty did make the rotation over, and Relentless One's nowhere to be found. This is the raid boss we were talking about, and it's going to be very difficult to try to push into this.
Saturdragon jumps in. Gino being melted away. Tripno in as well, but look at all the damage being returned. Bat Out of Hell for Tripno. Griff from range puts down Saturdragon. Sino ults back in, but Sino is alone. Sino stunned into the wall. He goes right back out. Snatty with a re-engage ultimate. Moswell disarmed, locked in place. Sino turns around the damage. On to one more member of the Tanuki. Ends up being a pretty good fight for the Wardens. Now, Relentless One makes his way back over towards the right side of the map. Spins around for some damage, looking for a sun. Maybe onto Snatty in the back. Somersault Cloud is up. Provide a little extra sustain as an unfortunate timing on the D-Transform gives another kill to the Wardens.
I think Bomber was actually just saying, take my life and hopefully they don't dive my carries here, because at that point I don't think there was any reason that they shouldn't kill Hydrogen, but putting all of your damage into a Fafnir D-Transforming in front of you will do the trick. Snatty, though, does make the rotation back with that teleport and is now able to help try and clean this up, but I don't think Relentless One is going to get stunned out here. The Eagles rally is not available. And now the Gold Fury is still standing tall. Good turnaround for the Wardens, which is odd to say because they did have such a lead early, but now the Tanuki are back on this Gold Fury.
They are, and this is now a chance to bounce back after a tough team fight. The Tanuki still not technically, literally a little bit ahead in the gold department going into this Fury. Now back about 1.5k ahead. That's a simple kill for the Wardens as another one falls into the hands of Moswell as Gino walks over towards mid. So been tough for Tripno over the last couple engagements. 0-3 on the Camazot's mid. Feels like bat out of hell is necessary to have solid impact on the map right now. Moswell continues to spin up. Griff continues to spin up. The carries trailing for the Wardens still in a strong spot where the Tanuki still leaning heavily on Snatty, still leaning heavily on Sada Dragon in the first few minutes of this game.
And Cyano did just have a level lead, I think right about now, probably just about half a level lead. So even though just a little bit behind, still trying to stay relatively ahead in this jungle matchup as the Chernobog jungle, as I say once again. So just trying to make sure the global presence is enough to keep that farm game going. But yeah, at the moment, looking at Moswell's build, it's going to be very difficult to kill this Zeus. I know I said that after just the Legion Helm, but now a breastplate is being built. Zeus, one of those mages where you can get away with building like this. Just one flat pen item into 2 defense items and one hybrid item and 2 defense items. Still, so much damage coming out from the Zeus pick despite the amount of tank stats that he's opted to build into here. Sada.
Oh, man. Hobo's worth it. As Griff sends a lot of damage Sada Dragon's way. Destruction is available. But Sada Dragon already low, beneath half HP. Monster Bomber left alone. Fenrir Ultimate V2 sets up a kill onto Monster Bomber, and the Fafnir cannot jump out. And Cyno back on track with his second kill of the game.
Unfortunate that Monster Bomber has to die for your sins because everyone is one of the Islas here. Hydrogen way caught out here. The Aegis into the Saporate is going to be good, but they have the burst.
And you got Gino, and Gino's just going to walk forward and do this again. Though, that's a nice stun from Sada Dragon. Way too much damage here. One more shot will get it done. Hydrogen makes Gino pay, but Moswell has enough damage to get onto the killing spree. Support for ADC. I think that's something the Wardens will feel okay about.
Yeah, and you're looking at Snatty's build. The real glaring issue at the moment is doesn't have much for Moswell. Just teleporting in takes a fat chunk of damage from this Zeus, and that's only with the Divine Ruin. But here we go. Snatty is going to ult in here, just trying to defend.
Double beads off of, was going to say both carries, but technically Cyno is the jungler here. So perfectly in sync are Cyno and Moswell's beads. I think Snatty just fine with that trade. Tripno yet to get into the kill column. An opportunity to here with the gank around the backside. Moswell drops a shell onto himself. Cyno into the wall. He goes right back out. Moswell deleted by Sada Dragon. Now Cyno jumped on as well. It's a big fight for the Tanuki. You've only gotten 1 kill so far. Coerce spreads out. All eyes on the tier 1 tower. Griff, use the Aegis, use the beads. Look at the knock to the side. Big disengage from Relentless One. And Gino is set up for more damage from the rest of the Wardens. Snatty will never reach the ground, and somehow the Wardens survive.
It looks like Tripno is also going to get picked up here by Gino. Doesn't even have to at this point. This is what Atlas provides.
Maniac.
This is what Atlas provides. It's insane the amount of utility that you get. Like you said, a Fenrir ult, but you can pick up 2 of them, and it's not an ult, it's just a grab. Insane from this support player as Gino tries to steal away this purple buff as well. No Gold Fury up, so it looks like they are just going to have to back off here, but great plays out of the support from the Wardens, just trying to keep them on the return side of that.
Yeah, and this is a rare occurrence where experience is so heavily in the lead of one team and the other team is a little bit ahead in gold. I think the Warden's happy though with the way that the experience is at least gone here. 2 levels in ADC, 1 level in mid, 1 level in support, and then all square in both jungle and solo lane, and then gold effectively negligible because Snatty, remember, had pushed out Relentless one, so that's where some of the equity comes from in the gold department. Feels like, Trelly, you know, the Wardens just kind of fight better there. They get the early pick. Feels like Tanuki maybe have an opening to fight back in. In the fighting down the stretch, the disengage, even though we had some questions for Sino. You know, the ability to get himself out of fights as well. This Chernobog pretty strong at that. And I think that's just an example of the Wardens just fighting a little bit better as a team.
Yeah, I would say so, and I think finally, Sino, you can officially say this Chernobog is online now. You have 3 shred items with the Executioner, the Ichval, and the Aussie. So
Took him long
I think this is what Sino was building towards. This is the point of the game where he's finally like, I'm doing things, and look at this.
Whoa.
We're seeing the Fire Giant be pulled.
Alrighty, Tanuki popped the Frenzy, popped the Coerce, and they're trying to pop the FG. Big pullback in from Gino. Fire Giants low, and the Tanuki will confirm it, but the health bars are dwindling. Could be a fight back in from the Wardens. 2 members on the chase for the Wardens on the front line. Sada Dragon survives on one side. Tripno will survive on the other. Snatty will not. What a call from the Tanuki. But here comes the chase back in. Griff, good on the stun. Tripno, goodbye. Hydrogen, see you later. Monster Bomber's gonna have to jump out. And more setup is there, and I'm not sure that Fire Giant's feeling worth it.
I mean, unless you think Sada Dragon's able to 1v5 with that Fire Giant, I don't think it's worth it either. The Wardens are able to wipe everyone but Sada Dragon off with that Fire Giant buff, and it looks like they're going to split push here a little bit. As Sada might be able to clean up one.
Sada does not have ultimate. Detonate, not enough. And at least Relentless one goes down. A little breathing room for the Tanuki as far as solo lane goes, but still the ability for some map pressure to be traded out as 10 seconds left on 3 members of the Tanuki. Yeah, when you get FG and the gold chart goes 2,000 gold in the opposite direction, you're not really thrilled with the way the last couple minutes of your game have gone. Wardens realize no fantastic chance at stealing, but a great chance at a fight.
Yeah, it seems like the call must have been either let's try to get out as quickly as possible, or this Fire Giant taking away from the Wardens is going to give us just enough time to get Sada Dragon, our Kali carry, to level 20. Either one, you know, a questionable play, I would say, at this point. You do have a 5-1 Kali who's level 19, but I don't think, you know, Sada Dragon's going to be able to do this alone. Your whole team, besides that, very far behind. We have a 3-level lead in ADC. Griff is 5-0 to Hydrogen's 1-3. That's 3 levels. You're looking at your solo lane lead. That's pretty much all else you can lean on at the moment.
Yeah, this has been so impressive from all of the Wardens. Griff has really impressed me this game, 5-0-8 on the Uller, and that started like minute 1, and Gino deserves every ounce of credit for that as well, and the ensuing fights. This Atlas has such high potential, but you've got to make use of all of that potential. We've seen some bad Atlas games, and this has not been one of them. Sada Dragon deletes Griff, though. That's a big shutdown. Gino immediately answers back. Monster Bomber pulled right back through. And the rest of the Wardens are further ahead than Sada Dragon was on the other side. So I think losing Griff for Sada Dragon still gives you a massive advantage here if you're the Warden. Slow onto Monster Bomber, but he will be able to jump up and over the wall. That's the first death of the game over on the Griff. Nice bit of gold for Sada Dragon.
This is the benefit of this comp, though. If one of your ADCs dies, you still have the other one. Sino is able to pump the damage into the Phoenix here to make sure they're able to get it. Snatty picked up and brought down by the Zeus damage.
How much more can the Wardens get, though? Hydrogen still on the left side of the map. Looks like the call with still 2 tier 2 towers left. Would have been a very long shot at ending this game. So we'll take the Phoenix in the mid lane. Then I think Hydrogen, Trailer, doing the best that he can there, realizing that a fight in the mid lane is not going to help. Hydrogen's so far behind that maybe Hydrogen in general won't do much in the way of help. Knock down the tier 2 tower, at least get a little extra gold rather than get nothing. And so while the Wardens do get a mid lane Phoenix, there's now an exposed Phoenix on the left side of the map against the Wardens.
Yep, the Pyromancer will be spawning here shortly, followed by the Fire Giant in quite some time. So going to be a little bit before we see any sort of Fire Giant buffs. Obviously, Sada Dragon lost his, so no one really looking to do any more pushing at the moment. That mid Phoenix, though, is going to start to hurt. I think at the best option, though, you have minions constantly pushing into your Titan, so you can give it to someone to try to get some farm up. Maybe Hydrogen, just, hey, you sit in the mid lane. There'll be some fire waves coming. You clear those, because we need to get everyone up in XP at the moment. Still pretty far behind. We only see 2 people tick over to 20 on the side of the Wardens, though. Still a bit to go for Gino, Moswell, and Relentless One is 2 levels off. So not this massive lead, but still it's going to be a bit annoying to try to match the pressure of what the Wardens can do right now.
Right, agreed. Decent power spike, though, for Hydrogen. Right up to Hootie. Completed for the Soul, who is starting to hit that late game point. Remember, you're still looking at a late game Kali and a late game Soul with an AoE coerce from the Fafnir. So that potential is still there to have just an absurd team fight with a lot of damage for the Tanuki, but you got to get there, and you can't lose somebody right off the bat. Can't lose somebody if you're the Wardens either. Gino down to half HP, has to use his ultimate. Will end up wandering away. Fire Giant not up for 15 or so seconds. Of course, Sino can do a lot of this and end up rotating into a fight at will. But not a super costly loss of health there from Gino. He'll be able to go back and rotate back in just fine.
Yeah, I think the benefit of the Chernobog is starting to be shown here. Snatty does have to teleport away. If the Fire Giant was able to be pulled, Sino could just ult and rejoin the fight, leaving Snatty by the wayside on this left side of the map here. But it looks like the Tanuki still are postured around this Fire Giant. Remember, they were the ones who pulled off of this Draconic transformation last time. They wanted that Fire Giant. They wanted to try to burn with the Supernova as Sino gets his dash caught.
Sino uses the ultimate. Good positioning from the Tanuki. I mean, there's no great targets, but Monster Bomber maybe the best one. Well played by Sino. That'll be a disengage from the rest of the Tanuki. Gino walks forward. Fire Giant started up by the Wardens. Lightning Storm is down. You'll have Detonate for secure, and secure the Wardens will. Now there's a bat out of hell from Tripno on the re-engage, but watch the carries backpedal. Griff is full HP in this fight. Sada Dragon receives a heal, but destruction is gone. Sino with an auto attack swiftly puts down the Kali, and now the Wardens can roll. They'll do it without Moswell, but they will do it just fine. No more bat out of hell. No problem for Griff.
You may have lost your Zeus, but you still have 2 ADCs alive right now. Griff and Sino are able to shred these objectives so easily. The mid Phoenix is already down here. Looks like Gino is just trying to stop some backs and be a nuisance as the rest of his squad just charges forward.
Oh, Snatty gets his back stopped. Gino is just delaying here at this point. Doesn't end up getting the stun pull onto Snatty. This will be a tier 2 tower over on right, and look, 2 waves of fire minions being ushered in by Relentless One right now. Mid lane Phoenix is going to respawn, but still a few seconds away from that. 2 respawns awaiting are the Tanuki. Tripno, 20 seconds. Sada Dragon, 10 seconds. Gatlin Wardens have their eyes on the Titan room. The Tanuki with 3 will have to put up a defense. The Tanuki with almost 2 will have to put up a defense. The rest of the Wardens walk on into the Titan room. Snatty tanking up, forces Relentless One up into the Somersault Cloud, as alone in the backline was Sino. Considering an end were the Wardens, but instead we'll grab mid Phoenix yet again and knock down the right Phoenix for the first time.
Yeah, they do have a fair bit of damage there, but a great portion of it can just be body blocked in their auto attacks. So without Moswell, I don't think the end call ever going to be the play here. Is Gino still just being aggressive by himself here, 1v5.
Yeah, Gino feels like the real Relentless One here this game. Sino into the wall, though. He's in an awkward spot. This is a good fight back opportunity for the Tanuki. Griff dodging out everything. A rotation of abilities awaits around the corner. This fight is split. Doesn't seem to bother the Wardens. Not for now. Hydrogen, the first casualty on one side of the fight. Axe is no good as Tripno gets pulled back in by Gino. Sent to the side. Tripno lives! And Gino won't end up dying. Relentless One gets whittled down as Sada Dragon's got a double kill. The best fight we've seen from the Tanuki in a while is a 3 for 2.
There's a 9-3 Kali on the map at the moment. You're still down 2 Phoenixes, but you have a tier 2 tower in the left at the very least, and they're not the worst Phoenixes to have down. If you are the Tanuki, I would say your Kali is officially here. She has arrived. She's been here all game, but this is where the build really starts to show. I mean, you're going to have to put a lot of stock into either A, peeling this Kali or trying to kill her right away because, you know, she's full build at this moment, probably upgrading relics at this point. So Sada Dragon able to do quite a lot. And now I'm looking at the team fight presence here. There's going to be an enhanced Fire Giant coming shortly, and that's where you're going to have to put all your marbles. Still 0-7 on the Camazotz, not able to even upgrade a starter or work towards this Heartseeker just yet. Tripno, not the best performance on the Camazotz, but out of these 2 assassins, I'm not looking at the bat right now. I'm looking at this Kali, seeing what is Sada Dragon able to do in these late game EFG fights.
I think that's another example in the mid lane just now of how hard some of the Tanuki are to kill off. I mean, bat out of hell Though Tripno died, bought a lot of time. And that's all Tripno's been able to buy. Tripno can't buy a kill this game. 0 and 7 on the Camazotz. It has just been tough sledding for the assassin at a mid. And Sada Dragon pulling this Tanuki team into a place of contention. I think important to note, though the kills look like they might be out of control here, Trilly, the gold never was. Even though experience was, 4,000 or 5,000, the gold was always pretty even up to the last couple of minutes of this game. And in 27 minutes, 3,000 gold, while it's not nothing, we've got a lot of the builds well underway here if we're the Tanuki. Just a couple of items missing across the board. And so I don't think the Tanuki are in a bad spot at all looking towards this next fight. But how about this item from Gino? That's caught my eye. Gem of Isolation, not something you often see at all, ever, in Smite. But one of the more annoying items to fight against is what Gino selects for his next option.
Yeah, we used to see Gem of ISO a lot, probably, 2-3 years ago at this point, before it received quite the nerf. And now, you don't even see it on the Poseidons of the world anymore, where it was really potent here. But I think just with the Gamma Ray Burst, you're going to get a huge slow, try to keep them in that damage as much as possible. The kinetic charge dashing into people as well is going to apply it. So just trying to slow down the squad to either help chase or peel. An interesting idea. I would like to see if it works out for Gino. But I would say definitely not in a bad situation with Tanuki to team fight. But right now, again, your Phoenixes are not quite up yet.
Yeah, map state-wise,
You're going to have to deal with number one, Sino, who could roam at any point to try to split push one of these Phoenixes down, and if not, you could just fly back in. So it's going to be very annoying. There's a lot of people right now that could solo one of these Phoenixes on the Wardens.
Would you say this is the closest that the Tanuki have been to even in a little while? Like, the Wardens really pulled far ahead. Is this the best look at equity that we've had in a little while? I'll let you think about it. I'll let you base your answer off how this fight goes, because the Fire Giant has been started up. The transformation up front from Monster Bomber. Coerce might not find its target if Monster Bomber can't jump out, but he is. Snatty over to the left has found 3 backliners, and they are all looking at this Bellona, but Relentless One's got to be worried about who's looking at him. The gallop on out will delay his life, but he ends up dropping nonetheless. Griff, though, has turned around a couple of kills. Moswell has as well. And in one flurry of damage, the Warden's carries have put down all but Hydrogen. Triple kill for Moswell. 10 for an 8 on the Zeus. It looks like the Wardens will walk down the mid lane, walk down the right side of the map, and take game 1.
When you put the weight of the world on Sada Dragon, sometimes it doesn't work out, and this time Sada Dragon was not able to get that ult off. Unfortunately, Destruction was not used that fight. When you have all of your team fight damage based on can Cully get a target reset this late in the game, not going to work out. Great play by the Wardens to make sure that Cully was not able to just hard carry that fight. She did get to that point where she's online. It's 30 minutes into the game, but they played around it just flawlessly.
I'm glad, and I get to shout it out every once in a while, and we get to do it again here. Where every once in a while, we set up a story so well, and it really comes to fruition. We said, Sino and Moswell, they're fantastic players. Now I know Moswell got a triple kill. He ended the game. He had 11 kills on the Zeus. But we mentioned that this duo lane could really surprise some people this year in the SEC between Gino and Griff. And Gino and Griff both had like mid-20s in kill participation out of 27 kills that this Wardens team had in game number 1. So plenty of MVP trophies to be given out across the Wardens in this game. I liked what I saw from Gino and Griff, though, personally. We will break down that and more. Game number 1 breakdown coming up next. Wardens grab themselves a win here in game number 1. Now just one win away from taking the set over the Tanuki. There are moments where the Tanuki make us raise our eyebrows. It's late in the game. You got a Kali full item build. What am I trying to say? I'm not sure. Kali is strong later in the game, and there are moments where you nearly see the power of that Kali, and the Wardens are thinking twice. And then we fight one more time, and the Wardens make good on the lead that they had built. I think there is some value in giving the Tanuki props that gold-wise, this game never got out of control.
Right.
You know, even when there were 4,000-5,000 experience behind, gold was always pretty close to even, if not slightly in the Tanuki's favor. It really just felt like the onslaught of engage from the Wardens was just something that Tanuki couldn't compete with.
Yeah, I mean, I think you were right to highlight the duo lane as you did at the end there. Gino and Griff. Gino specifically was just dashing in like a madman, being able to pick up 1 to 2 people whenever he wanted, and just it was very difficult to try to peel. It was very difficult to try to survive that engage. Stuff like this, where you picked up and then you're dead at that moment. It's very difficult to deal with Atlas in any regard, but he was just playing extremely well here.
Griff, again, I gave Griff some shout-outs at the end of that game. Griff really impressed me here in game number 1. Look, Ullr is a lot of fun to watch, but to play at that level is so difficult, and Griff just looked near flawless on that pick. Only died once or twice. Moswell felt like a matter of time. You know, early in the game, a couple of kills were rolling on this Zeus, quieted down a little bit in the mid-game. But then later on, Trelly, and you know, in moments like this where Moswell hasn't taken a single tick of damage, where the fight's going to be hard to win. It just felt like there were too many carries for the Tanuki to look at here in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. That detonate right there was the one that got Kali before the ult was able to get off there. So that was a really quick charge into a detonate before the destruction could even come out there. Just a great play by Moswell, and you know that we touched on it a bit before. We expected Moswell to have a great game. We expected, you know, Sino to have a great game. This time though, on the Chernobog, I felt late game much stronger than the early game. Obviously, it just seemed like those early ults weren't really hitting, but still, I see the value in having a second ADC late game.
It's just a second carry.
Yeah, you're able to just, you know, hit some objectives. When Griff did die that one time, they're like, hey, we can still continue our siege. We got Sino over here. So, you know, that I saw the value in the pick.
Absolutely. And Gino, if you forced me to pick an MVP, MVP, not MVP, fun fact that actually, we're friends with Nickelodeon. They have a Nickelodeon Most Valuable Player throughout the year in the NFL, and my boy Joe Burrow won that a couple times. The MVP of this game, I think, is Gino in game 1. So picks and bans for game 2. Might have to change some stuff up here if you're the Tanuki. You're in first pick. I think you have to consider this Atlas at some point here, either in the first 3 bans or with one of those early picks, Trelly. I think that it was just too oppressive for Gino to get that pick a second time.
Yeah, I will say so. And if I am the Tanuki, there's two things I would say that I am harping on at the moment. It's one, that Sada Dragon did have a very solid performance. The Kali is definitely not broken. I would say if you're able to play that a little bit better late game, it could have went a different way for sure. So don't throw the Kali out just yet unless you have a different strategy for it. But number 2 was that Snatty was still able to find a lot of success that game on the Bologna, finding out solo kills, just creating an absurd amount of pressure as well. So maybe getting that Bologna back again, not the biggest issue, I would say.
I'm surprised. Is ESET jungle that? I mean, 100% ban rate against Sino?
Against Sino, yeah, 100%. I'm not saying 100%. I'm saying it's 100%.
No, right.
Yeah.
100% of the time, ESET is banned against this team.
Yep. And for a reason.
Look, I know Sino's good on this pick. I need some I need one team to let it go once, just so I can see all right, that's why it gets taken away. I gotta feel like there's so many good jungle picks that 100% ban rate on ESET, is surprising to me. But Sino can play so much near a top level. Chernobog early game maybe needs some work, but later on in the game looked fantastic. Sino will play it all. Who needs an ESET when you got the rest of what Sino's got in his God pool? Camazotz and Medusa end up being the first 2 picks here. For the Wardens, that could be a Sino pick, could be a solo lane pick for a Relentless one. No, it could be a mid lane pick. That's always Trivno playing in game number 1 as well. Kleedna, Sol, and Bastet. And so some flexibility here between the Kleedna and the Bastet, I suppose, Trelly. Maybe you can wait as picks and bans roll on here and feel better about one matchup or the other. But two very strong assassins at the moment, and the Tanuki got them both.
Yeah, I would say the Tanuki got two of the highest contested picks in the league at the moment. Not, end all be all, but still, Kleena, definitely very annoying at the moment, especially in that solo lane slot. Just being able to get Soul Eater build very tanky just seems very oppressive right now. Bastet as well, just a very early game aggressive, but also that late game damage. This pick we've seen pretty much every game being tossed into either the picks or the bans at some point, obviously. So both of these very strong here. And the Soul didn't have the greatest showing, but again, it may have just been because the duo lane got off to a rough start. So I don't hate running this one back either. I think Hydrogen had a fine performance on the Soul. I'm just looking at these two assassins right now, and they've got a heavy load to bear.
I agree, but it makes me nervous for Medusa and Agni. I think there's going to be so much assassin dive towards the back line. That Kepri actually makes a lot of sense here. If you're going to get a double assassin dive towards the back and your carries are getting deleted, toss a Scarab's Blessing on top, reset a fight, and give yourself a little bit more time moving forward. And you pick double assassin, Trelly, to add some physical damage because everyone else on your team is dealing magical damage here between a Soul, a Tiamat, and a Yamoja. There's plenty of magical damage as this game goes on, notably the scaling of the Soul and a Tiamat.
Dave, you seeing this?
Yeah, you don't have a 100% ban rate on Anubis, do you, Trelly? No, it's on ESET. Okay. So probably Anubis jungle? Or it could be Anubis solo Camazot's jungle.
It could be, but because it's
going to be the weirder of the two options, right?
Because it's Sino, I think we can assume that is going to be an Anubis in the jungle. And it's going to be hard to deal with double assassin as an Anubis jungle, I will say. But if anyone can do it,
analyze, Trelly. Analyze an Anubis jungle.
Sino's going to find a way to just like, oh, I blinked this. I had my ult up the whole time. I'm going to find some early aggression in the solo. I don't know. I have faith in it, and I don't want to, but I do.
Well, yeah, Sino's the type of player that's proven it on so many picks. You kind of have to have blind faith in. Can Anubis jungle, which we're assuming is... We didn't cover our bases, Trelly. Oh, no. Please, God, be Anubis jungle. Game 2 between the Wardens and the Tanuki, thank God.
Oh,
every once in a while, you don't have to cover your bases. We're just too smart. We knew it was going to be Anubis jungle. I do think... If we're giving credit to Sino, we do have to give credit to Sada Dragon, who we also set up as somebody who could potentially put together performances that could match Sino's. And Sada Dragon felt like one of the saving graces of that Tanuki draft in Game 1. So, if there's a style of pick that could punish Sino, I think Sada Dragon has the ability to make it work. I feel like Anubis jungle is something we've seen a little bit of over the last couple of years. And when I say a little bit, I mean like once or twice ever. I guess it could catch you off guard. Blink plus like the wrap into a lot of damage. I guess there's gank potential here, but a lot of it centered around Blink and the wrap and the stun and the lockdown.
Yeah, there's certainly some gank potential. Anubis, crazy amounts of pressure, great clear, lots of damage. The issue Anubis has and will always have is his survivability. As Snatty probably going to take a lot of damage here. The Locusts are out.
Yeah.
But here's the issue.
Whoa.
The return damage. Anubis just stands still while this is happening. Does not have that crazy amount of healing
that's a problem.
just yet, so Sino is pretty weak.
Hydrogen abducted! Hydrogen a couple auto attacks away from going down. Disapparate. Unreal timing on that. One last auto. And Griff will take a kill to go. First blood to the Wardens. Dual lane, just like in game number 1.
And we're looking at Sino's build. He is looking at maybe a Spear of the Magus here, but once that does get online, there's going to be some crazy kill potential for this Anubis because there's 5 beads. No sort of Aegis. There's no sort of immunities that we're looking at the moment, so the Anubis won't have to pull his punches. He'll just be able to do the full brunt of that damage.
Oh, Sada Dragon has to use the beads. Now Sino's gotten a couple sets of beads off, but... Chase down on the other side. Root is in. Sino tries to turn around the damage. Not enough. And Snatty and Sada Dragon call the immobile Anubis's bluff. The relentless one thinking an opportunity for a return kill here. The silence is out. And the 2v2 in the solo lane has gone sideways. And the Tanuki had a couple kills.
Yeah, having the early game Anubis, if you don't get that kill off the wrap, you really are in for some trouble there, as we just saw. Unfortunate, but Anubis has a pretty high cooldown, so if you are trying to just commit to a kill, as Hydrogen takes a lot of damage. Acid Spray, not going to be enough here, so doesn't look like Griff will be going for it. The purple buff is spawning here soon. And it does look like Tripno might be rotating over to help, but maybe just going for the red buff.
Yeah, it could just be going for red right now. It's another example of how Khepri can be used as a very aggressive support as well. I mean, root into abduct, fantastic at setting up pressure. As purple buff does end up getting stolen away, Hydrogen does take half of his HP and damage. Griff sticks around to plug a little bit more damage back in that direction. We had 2v2 in the solo lane just for a moment. Was working out okay for Relentless One and Sino, who actually had pressure in that lane. Beads used, well timed by Hydrogen. Sino and Relentless One actually had pressure over in the solo lane, but gave it up for a pair of kills over to the Tanuki. Now looks like back to standard jungle rotations from both Sino and Sada Dragon. Sino does not want to give this up. Ring around the rosy, and Snatty won't end up eating a wrap this time.
Yeah, Snatty doesn't have the beads for a little bit longer, but still a level 4 Anubis at the moment. Not too threatening. I would say once you do get that ult, once you do get that just crazy amount of shred early game, you're a little bit more threatening in the jungle Anubis role. Your ganks become pretty threatening, but at the moment, just, you know, I don't think anyone's going to look twice at Sino. I don't think, like, oh, look, it's Anubis, and just sort of just walk away from him at the moment. No fear.
Yeah, but that's how Sino operates. You don't look at him because you're not worried about him. And then suddenly you're dying like the Relentless One is over in the solo lane. So, oh, that's a lot of damage from the Petrify. So depending on what side of the map you're on right now, there's two different stories. Either you're the Tanuki and you're over in solo lane and you are on easy street, you're 2 levels ahead, you got a couple of kills. Or you're the Wardens and you're over in duo lane and everything is chaos. And Hydrogen's died a couple of times, and Gino and Griff are both a level up. Depending on where you're looking on the map right now, very different stories.
Yeah, we're still looking at a level 4 Kamizatsu Relentless One. Not very safe at the moment in this lane, whereas Snatty 2-0 as the Bluestone going into, I'm assuming, Jones goes for the ult. Swing and a miss, so Relentless One will live to see another day, at least for a bit here. Finally ticks over level 5. Bat Out of Hell is available. But that lane was looking a little bit rough until then. It's hard to step up to the wave as a level 4 Kamizatsu.
Yeah, now the ultimate little extra safety. Gino takes the first scurry out of lane for this Khepri. Already set up a fantastic laning phase for Griff. Remainder of the laning phase for Griff. Couple of early kills, completed Crusher. Celestial Legion Helm will help out Hydrogen up against some of the pressure that this Medusa is going to put out as the lane goes on. But as both supports make their way out, it's not often you see a Yamoja get out-pressured, but it's definitely what's happening so far in the laning phase here. But as supports rotate out, Trelly, Monster Bomber, an opportunity to make some plays happen here. River's Rebuke, Riptides, things like that. Onto the right targets, maybe onto an Anubis. Over in the mid lane could be impactful.
Yeah, certainly could be a pretty solid target here. There's a few solid targets for the River's Rebuke if Monster Bomber does want to make those rotations. But on the flip side, Sino does have Divine Ruin online, so got to give him some credit in the damage department. Right now, I would say his ult is the hardest hitting ability in the game. Probably will continue to be if you were able to hit every tick, which I imagine Sino's probably practiced this a fair bit. He knows how to hit the full brunt of this Anubis damage, and it looks like he will be going for wraparound here.
Wraparound. That's a good one, Trelly. Wrap around the wall.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Won't be there on the Monster Bomber. Divine Ruin. That's what Sino's got. Help out with some of the healing beads used by Monster Bomber. Tripno gets abducted right back. Gino has been a beads burning machine here. Wraparound from Sino, and there's the kill. The Warden's Jungler on the board. Hydrogen desperately running away. Griff has Petrify. Would have taken every ounce of that and more to end up finishing off the kill onto Hydrogen, but pressure here for the Medusa over on the left side of the map. As another kill drops, and this time it's over in the mid lane. Dash in from Griff. Hydrogen with the big damage from the ultimate tries to turn around this kill, and Griff has got to run away. Minions, please! No, it's not there, and Hydrogen, despite being 2 levels down, finds a solo kill onto Griff.
Yeah, Griff a little bit overconfident there right at the tail end of that Saporate. Tried to get the last bit of damage here as Tripno doesn't have the stun, is out of range, but the bomb, that'll do it.
That'll drop right on its head. And over in the mid lane, the Kalen Wardens now fighting some pressure. The Relentless One still 2 levels down. Over on the right side of the map, this is the easy street for Snatty. Jotun's Wrath and a 2-level lead over a Blackthorn on Relentless One. It has felt just fine for this Bastet after a couple of those early kills ended up dropping down. That was an important trade back for Hydrogen. That lane was starting to feel very uncomfortable for this Soul. Medusa and Griff were putting out so much that Hydrogen was having to think twice about all positioning, but feels like back closer to even on left.
Yeah, I still think there's a pretty big power spike to have once Griff goes over to 9. The second point in Petrify means that Hydrogen probably still not wanting to fight, has to fight if it gets dashed on like that again, but really not seeking out the danger, I would say. Hydrogen probably just going to be sitting under that tower for a little bit longer here. Soul's power spike still yet to come, just the big tank item on the table at the moment, but this is where the real lead for the Tanuki is. Obviously, they don't have the gold lead, but I'm just looking at the level lead that Snatty has over Relentless One. Still, it would be nice if Snatty was to overcommit and just give that kill back to Relentless One, as Griff just did. I don't think that's going to be happening at the moment, as this Bastet very safe in the lane.
Whoa, could be a collapse in here from both teams. Griff dashes forward. Hydrogen does have ultimate. Drops it. Petrify out. Catches a slow, but Sada Dragon avoids most of it. Is there enough damage onto this Medusa? Yes, there is, but it's Monster Bomber who deals it. Sada Dragon is solo, but end up being Gino, who's abduct. Gets blocked off by Monster Bomber. A clean kill and out for both Snatty over on right and Sada Dragon. Now Relentless One falls down to 0-3. River's Rebuke is up. Sino's got something else in mind, though, as Hydrogen desperately trying to escape. Over on the other side, dodging out everything, but the last tick of damage is there, and the Wardens are able to pull back 1.
Geno's 2 was able to out-tick Sino's 1 there for the damage. That's just showing how much that Solar Flare is going to be doing there. Obviously joking, but still, Sino probably wanted that last hit. As Sada Dragon is going to go for the rotation here, trying to catch Sino out. But Anubis has a lot of damage, even without the ultimate. It looks like just hiding in the wall here.
I thought maybe a full-on commit there from Sada Dragon. Gino does have Scarab's Blessing, so it would have been hard for Sada Dragon to end up finishing off that kill. As Sino will be able to go back, spend up some of that gold already into 1 flat pen item. Moswell already into the Chronos Pendant. And that's a mid-lane matchup that we haven't talked about yet. The mid-lane matchup is something we haven't talked about yet because there's been so much fun over in the other lanes on this map. As this game goes on, I expect this to be one high damage output matchup here in the mid lane. We already know what T-Mac can do later on. We saw a lot of Agni during the qualifier weeks. Has seen pick ban presence up to this point, but another example of an Agni game here for Moswell. Full buys a Divine Ruin. It's like that 2-3 item area, and these bombs really start to stick.
Yeah, and while that brawl on the left was happening, Relentless One did get soloed, so there's still so much pressure. 3 levels right now. Looking at this solo lane specifically, Snatty is going to have to make some big plays on these rotations, but I think you can kind of make them on your own at this point. You have such a lead over really anyone else. You're 2 levels ahead of anyone on the enemy team, and the closest to you on your own team is Sad Dragon at level 11 as well. So this Bastet, definitely a Titan on the map at the moment. It's going to be very difficult to try to deal with these rotations.
It was a close game. Experience even. Gold 700 in favor of the Wardens. You're on a knife's edge. And again, that's despite what's happening over in solo. So you'd have to feel like if the game is still gold-wise in favor of the Wardens, then experience-wise it's even, despite Relentless One being a couple levels behind. Everywhere else on the map is feeling fine if you're the Wardens. You have to imagine the Wardens would favor themselves then going into a Fury fight. At least around a purple buff, the Wardens will favor themselves. Pyromancer pulled by the Tanuki. Gino will not steal it away. Hydrogen, yeah, sorry, you're not going to get your purple buff this time. Griff adds another kill. And so that solo turnaround from Hydrogen ends up not meaning much, as the Wardens will turn around a pick. Careful here, Sino. You got to drop the aggro at some point, as the Wardens will end up grabbing a kill and grabbing the Gold Fury and extending out their lead.
Yeah, it seems like everyone in their 1v1s at the very least is feeling pretty strong right now. I think Moswell just outranges Tripno by a fair bit, so Tripno's having a hard time staying in lane, trying to get that farm, kind of just sitting on her tower and waiting for the waves to come. Obviously, right now, we're seeing what Griff is able to do to Hydrogen, not even stepping up to the tower. I think but kill between towers there was Hydrogen there, with a little bit of help from the gank from Sino as well. So besides that solo lane matchup, as you said, everyone else feeling pretty solid here, as Snatty might actually get taken down here. Looks like Relentless One is to be picked up by the Huntress of Bass. No sort of kills happening, but kind of crazy. Relentless One was able to get at least close, given the lead.
Yeah, the fact that we were even considering a kill onto Snatty, impressive for Relentless One. The Hunters of Bast back into the Tier 1 tower, bought a little extra damage onto Relentless One, who did not have Bat Out of Hell. So ultimates are going to almost be on opposite cooldowns over in the solo lane, as Relentless One has his, Snatty does not. Really, at this point, Relentless One just wants that ultimate for safety. I don't think there's any attacking going on with Bat Out of Hell right now. It's just for a moment like this, I'm going to say goodbye ASAP. Silence is going to be triggered here. You're going to be able to get in, yes you will, to the Bat Out of Hell. Gino was close by with the Scarab's Blessing. I think that's what the two players were communicating about. Are we Scarab's Blessing or are we Bat Out of Helling? Bat Out of Hell won that argument. So you invest 3, though, to go over and try to get a kill on a Relentless One who's able to escape.
Now Sino is posturing around this obelisk, but I think is more so looking for the soul right now. Sino sort of watching her over the wall, looking for the wrap, isn't going to find it. And now just to back up here as Moswell drops some bombs over the wall as well. I think all of the Wardens on this left side of the map are sort of looking for action. They're trying to find anyone out of position at the moment, but the Tanuki are aware of this, and they're saying, you know what, we're going to keep our vision game strong, we're going to try to ward up, and we're just going to not step out of position. We know we have this Fed Bass stat in the right lane, and once she rotates, it's going to make all of our problems go away, so we're just going to sit around and wait for that moment.
Yeah, I think all you got to do if you're the Wardens is fight around this Medusa right now. That's a 3-level lead over the Soul, and you're a level lead over in the mid lane. Everywhere else is even, except Solo, that's 2 levels behind. But without teleport for Snatty, or Relentless One, they're going to be on an island over in solo for a little while unless you kind of telegraph your rotation on out. Beads, so important for the Tanuki this game, Trelly. 5 sets right off the bat, and then 4 Aegises already. Monster Bomber surely isn't going Aegis, but why not for visual sake? Just grab 5 Aegises, 5 Beads. The Tanuki playing plenty defensive with their relic choices.
Yeah, I think that's just putting the respect on this Anubis pick, and Sino isn't even opting to go for the full damage.
Should have gone Aegis.
Yeah.
Now my eyes hurt. I look down at the relics on the left, and there's just a shell in the middle of all the beads and Aegises. Come on.
If anything, it's kind of like a group mini Aegis, you know? You'll just, whenever anyone gets around, you can try to help out.
Yeah, but
Hydran's
that's
gonna have
logical.
to do some
I'm
shoots.
talking about visual, purely visual, and that matters in Smite, how things look to me while I'm watching. This will be a kill onto Hydrogen. Took a couple ultimates, but now this Soul, who's been unable to catch a break, remains unable to catch a break. 1 and 5 is Hydrogen, still 3 levels behind. As the minions are on the other side of the wave, there won't be a Tier 1 tower taken down, not this time. It's the Obelisk getting drained just a bit, or attempting to be drained just a bit by Gino. Tanuki got to be careful here. Relentless One also can't catch a break. That's a defensive Bat Out of Hell.
He's dying over in solo lane, so then he rotates over to mid. And
Yeah, right. Maybe another lane will do me some favors.
Nope, he's still dying in mid, had to ult away. His tower's at 1 HP, unfortunate. He's just trying to have some of the fun that the Wardens are having right now. They're able to just sit at Obelisk, you know, sit around corners. Not Relentless One.
Do you think, I'm imagining in comms right now, it's like, actually, I imagine it's sort of the opposite for both teams. I imagine for the Wardens, comms right now are like the meme of Squidward watching like SpongeBob and Patrick play outside. He's like up in his room all grumpy watching them outside having fun. Like I imagine in comms right now, Sino's having the time of his life. Griff is loving life. Moswell and Gino are just doing whatever they want over on left. And Relentless One is like just mashing their head on their table, just dying over and over and over again. I have to and then it's probably the flip side for the Tanuki where Snatty is just
picking daisies.
Just having so much fun, right? Frolicking in a field of flowers, and the rest of the team is just burning chaos. Yeah, I'd love to be a fly on the wall in the Warden's comms right now because it's happening again. Relentless One doesn't have Bat Out of Hell.
Yeah, Relentless One. Go back and practice your clarinet. You got no no safety here as the Pyromancer does go down.
Yeah, Pyro did get taken. All right, so the Tanuki find a small opening. But again, not surprising that it's on the right side of the map where the Tanuki find their advantage. Over on left, the Fury spawns, and you have to imagine this will be an opportunity for the Wardens to further extend their lead.
Yeah, I would like to see if Sino is going to try any cheeky plays here. It does seem like he's looking towards that Fire Giant, but more so just to get some vision down. Anubis does have some crazy objective berm, as we know. I would like to see maybe just how quickly they'd be able to pull the Fire Giant if they are. But it looks like Relentless One is going to rotate over to this Gold Fury as well. As Moswell has to dash, he might be dead here.
Yeah, Moswell is dead, and you saw a little damage Sino took. That Breastplate of Valor worth its weight in gold at the moment, just with a little bit of poke damage in. Moswell is gone, and Moswell was very, very strong in the mid lane just now before getting taken down by the Tanuki. Now 5 versus 4. It's a backpedal from the Warden. Snatty jumps on out. Sino ults in the mid lane, and almost looks like he healed the Tanuki with how little damage that Anubis was doing. And there is so much damage from the Tanuki being returned onto the Wardens. 3 are now down, and 1 fell swoop over in the mid lane. Tanuki find a big fight.
Yeah, that was a huge Reverse Rebuke, making sure to trap not only the Khepri, but also Sino. So they both get trapped there, and it looks like they're posturing towards this Fire Giant. They do have the clean ult shred. They have soul auto attack damage, and I don't think anyone's really that close at the moment.
Well, Fire Giant melting away. Yeah, Relentless One has spent this game running. I don't think we're going towards the Fire Giant right now to steal this one away. And it'll be an 18-minute Fire Giant after a 3-for-none trade in the mid lane for the Tanuki. And how about a drop of the ball here from the Wardens, who are 1,500 gold or so ahead, and 1,500 experience or so ahead. Now drop 5K experience and 1,300 gold behind.
Yeah, I think Sino was trying to make something out of nothing there. Of course, Moswell got picked, which was unfortunate. But they got the Fury. They were able to just back off, but Sino really tried to go for the wrap ult there. And then Gino unfortunately groups up to try to help him, and then you get trapped in the River's Rebuke as well. Lose 3. Now you lost Fire Giant. The gold lead, as you mentioned, not the worst thing in the world. You probably still can try and defend these, but if I'm Relentless One, I'm trying to farm up and match the pressure that this Bastet has at the moment. I'm really not trying to group up under these tier 2 towers and defend, because currently you're 0-3 level 17. You really want to get these items online.
Sino has fallen so far behind as well. 2 levels in solo, 2 levels in jungle, a level over in mid, 2 levels in support. Now it's the opposite, where Griff is the one who's having any fun, and everyone else on the Wardens is not having any fun. And what was once a lead has now completely fallen by the wayside, as the Wardens will have to be looking from their Phoenix line at this tier 2 tower that drops down on the left side of the map. Still 1 remaining in mid, 1 remaining in right. It's an early Phoenix siege, 19.5 minutes into the game, Phoenix being sieged. Moswell needed to use the beads there to avoid being pulled back into the fray of the Tanuki. Relentless One considering a gank here, but still so far behind. I don't know if the damage quite sticks.
I mean, they know Hydrogen's beads are down still from that engagement, but I don't think anyone's going to be able to get to him in 20 seconds here. It looks like the tier 2 tower is going down, but Sino's going to post up here.
Yeah, Sino getting melted down by Sada Dragon. Tripno lets a volley of damage fly towards the front line of the Wardens. And it is disengaged in the mid lane for the time being. It's methodical from the Tanuki. You know, you haven't played with a gold lead much this set. Let's build it up as big as we can, so the tier 2 tower on right will do that as well. And probably smart, Trelly, from the Wardens here. Not putting up too much of a fight by these tier 2s.
Yeah, I think just letting these go by the wayside is probably the play here. I think they recognize no Phoenixes are being looked at just yet. Only about a minute 30 left on the Fire Giant buff, and you're only looking at like a 4,000 gold lead or so. So certainly could be worse, but you do have a 4-2 Medusa who has Silver Branch Bow, some solid burn there. Obviously, Moswell has a good bit of damage as well. And you also have this Anubis that, you know, if the right situation arises, you could easily trade yourself at the very least here. So you have avenues to fight back into this game, as the Wardens are going to group up here towards this Fire Giant. I think they're trying to find a pick, but no one on this side of the map besides the Kleena.
Yeah, what are the... Oh, no. Oh, no! Oh, Sada Dragon spots it out, but Sino still wants it. Blinks in. And in a 5 versus 1 gank, it's Sino who takes more damage than Sada Dragon. A rough indicator of the way that this game has suddenly turned against the Wardens. I admire the idea, though. In a game like this, where everything has gone out of control, a moment like that will at least delay things. But Sada Dragon and Snatty are just too strong right now. And it looks like any sort of even Fire Giant fight will be favored for the Tanuki.
Yeah, unless Sada was really caught slipping there. It seemed like they weren't even really looking over the wall. So once they saw Sada, they're like, oh wait, and then Sino blinks in. And then of course, Kleena just hops in the wall and says, I'll just kind of sit here for a bit, return some damage because I can. and then heal up because also I can. So it looks like Sad Dragon in no sort of danger, even if getting caught out at the moment. Everyone on the left side of the map besides Snatty has their relics available as well. So the Tanuki sitting pretty at the moment. The Fire Giant still has not spawned in, but this Gold Fury is here, and it looks like Sino might be getting caught out.
And nearly. Look, there's a world where that snowballs into like a Phoenix and a Titan Siege. That's important that Sino made it back, able to finish up Spear the Magus. And much like, well, look at this from the Wardens. A very swift grouping on the right side of the map as the Tanuki have reset. Fire Giant is going to be up in a couple seconds' time, but I think the Tanuki have enough time to go back, reset, and get back before the Fire Giant ends up coming up. For the first time in what feels like 15 minutes, Relentless One is even in levels with Snatty, as both have reached level 20. No starter item upgrade for Relentless One just yet. Experience starting to mean less and less, and that's bad for Griff, but good for everyone else on the Wardens, who was behind up until this point. Tanuki still in a very strong spot, 6,000 gold ahead, Trelly. But at least the Wardens have been able to delay out that initial Fire Giant onslaught to just a few towers.
Yeah, all things considered, I mean, there's a huge build differential for the solo and the jungle of the Tanuki. But besides that, levels relatively similar. Both of the ADCs are sitting at 19 right now. We're looking at Monster Bomber, who already has Compassion. But besides that, Gino has a fair bit of cooldowns, so the Scarab's Blessings are going to be a big deal. But looks like Monster Bomber trying to find a River's Rebuke here, maybe on Gino. A pick on the Khepri would be a big deal, but they are going to have to back up.
Gino's so far behind, level 15 on this Khepri to everyone else's either 19, 20, or 17. Gino's going to be in an awkward spot here. What he was doing all landing phase, dashing in, rooting, abducting, can't really do comfortably at this point in the game. Uh-oh, Snatty jumps over the wall right into that root. Has to use Aegis and beads. Hydrogen melting away on the other side of this fight. Relentless One in the bat out of hell. Sino evaporates, though, as Sada Dragon turns around the damage, and the River's Rebuke is perfect from the Tanuki support. And now the rest of the damage flows through. All of the Wardens being jumped on. Snatty is on a rampage, and Griff has got to make a miracle happen, but it's hard to make happen when you're dead. Relentless One, the last one on the map. Tanuki don't care. They'll head down the mid lane.
Looks like Snatty is just going to take this 1v1. As you mentioned, they're all going to run down mid. I don't think Relentless One is able to even get away, so he has no choice but to try and fight this Bass Step, because any running means the game's over anyways. 4 strong in the mid lane as Relentless One finally falls down, and the Tanuki are going to take game 2.
Tanuki turn around the set and send us on to another game 3. We have had 3 game sets today, and this will be the third of them as the Kowloon Wardens pull out to an early lead here in this game in 4 out of the 5 rolls and end up falling behind in all of those same rolls after one team fight goes wrong. And I think that's just a massive props to the Tanuki. But you also got to be careful when you're picking some of these more eclectic style picks.
Yeah.
This is the risk you run. And you know, we saw some good out of the Anubis, but really that right side of the map, the double assassins just became unstoppable.
Yeah, 9-0 for both those assassins, whereas Sino, unfortunately on the Anubis, was just not able to find that same level of success.
Game 2 goes over to the Tanuki. Will Game 3 do the same? Stick around and find out. jungle. I mean, the Wardens take a tumble here in game number 2 as the Tanuki turn things around in this set and send us on to a game number 3. The right side of the map, the double assassins, the Bastet and the Kleena, just made life miserable for the mages on the Wardens here in this game. One of them was in the jungle, it was Anubis jungle for Sino. Maswal, I heard, was playing Agni this game in the mid lane, but didn't see much from it. It was the dual lane from the Wardens that felt good early.
Yep.
Tanuki really just turned this game around, and hats off to all those players. This is a tough team to play against in the Wardens, and the Tanuki have sent us to a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, giving people Kleena and Bastet right now is it's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, one or the other, right?
But
Much less both.
Yeah, giving them both and then picking up an Anubis in return is unfortunately not going to work out more often than not. This time, definitely did not work out here. As the early double kill, I will say, was definitely a little bit annoying to deal with because you're trying to get ahead with this Anubis pick. I imagine you want to get those ults online, but just was not able to find it. And then here, Griff dropped the ball on the solo kill. Unfortunately, Hydrogen doesn't miss those autos after the fact, so great return kill there as well.
Yep, just needed one more missed auto to get back behind Griff's own minions there. Monster Bomber puts together a pretty good game on the emoji here in game 2 as well. Sada Dragon by the end of this game was obnoxious. I mean, there were just so many moments of that damage chunking out and then a silence immediately connecting and just turning around so much of the initiation that the Wardens had. Not to mention, we also had a 5:04 at 24 minutes. Bastet coming out of the solo lane, and Hydrogen finally started to scale. It was just such a strong composition from the Tanuki. And you're right, when you get 9-0 in your solo lane, Bastet, who builds damage, and a 3-0 Clean out of the jungle, who builds damage. Hard to see a world where the Wardens win a game like that.
Yeah, it's hard to see a world where the Anubis can even exist into a comp like
Barely
that.
did.
And that's the thing. Again, if the Anubis gets online early, you know, maybe you see a different world there, but it's just not going to happen into these picks. I mean, Kleena and Bastet already have so much room for outplay. And, you know, Anubis is such a one-dimensional character. That's why he doesn't see that much level of play. Despite having a lot of damage, he's going to wrap you and he's going to ult you. And if he doesn't do that, it's pretty easy to deal with.
Anubis mains everywhere just screaming at their computers right now, Trilly. One-dimensional? How dare you? Actually, that's why I like Anubis. I get to wrap and then deal damage. Easy enough.
Yeah.
Game number 3. Let's kick off picks and bans. Wardens find themselves in first pick. Tanuki over in the second pick. So Sino has played exactly 0 standard junglers so far here in this set. We got a Chernobog immediately into an Anubis.
Yes.
I fail to see how that starts here in game 3, right? Like, why start now? Might as well keep it rolling. Give me another mage. Give me another ADC, something like that. You're not going to get the E set. We know that for sure.
Right.
I would, you know, if Sino's playing Chernobog and Sino's playing Anubis, I think there's a world where the Tanuki just don't ban E-Set because he's not going to play it anyway, right? Although E-Set jungle is like eclectic, kind of a weird pick, so that would be very on brand for Sino. Maybe. I don't know. I'm theory crafting here. I'm wondering if there's a world where he doesn't play it because it's standard for him. Who knows? Sino just likes playing some weird stuff. Medusa ends up being the first pick for the Tanuki here. Bastet hovered. Would be another strong return pick for the Tanuki. Serket, a pick that we hadn't seen much in this set, and fantastic at providing setup and some good damage as these games go on. And so if this ends up being Serket or Nem for Sino.
Hold on a second.
This is about as close. I know. Wait a second.
I'm trying to think where else these could go besides jungle. And
I know.
You know, like,
but it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Solo lane.
Wait, what?
So I was going to say solo lane Nem and then Serket support. And then
Camazot's mid, of course. Still waiting on Sino's pick. Where's that coming out?
Right, we have no idea what Sino's going to play. Just yet. Kabrakan ends up being the lock-in for the Tanuki. You know, could be Kabrakan solo, could be Kabrakan jungle, could be Kabrakan support. That's just what the flexibility of this pick provides you. But I'm already seeing high burst damage numbers for this Tanuki draft.
Yeah, it does seem like they have a lot of burst drafted, as well as a lot of CC with the Petrify, the Hunters of Bast, and just Kabrakan's natural rotation of abilities, and then we're looking over here, and we see a lot of assassins for the Wardens at the moment. Not quite sure.
And none of them are going to
Yeah, I was going to say not quite sure where any of them are going at the moment. There's definitely, I would say, an argument to be had where it's Sino on Nemesis jungle, which is
Right, should be.
should be. The Kamazot's back in the solo lane and the Serket in support. But because it's the Wardens and because of what we have been watching, my brain does not want to compute that at the moment. So
Yeah, I refuse to believe that any of these three are going to Sino. The Hou-Yi is for sure going to be Hunter for Griff.
Right.
This is going to be the telling
Yeah,
pick.
if this
This
is
is going to be a telling pick. This is... And somehow that answers none of my questions. Somehow that doesn't tell me anything. I'm going to go with the safe route and assume a Zhongkui mid, a Hou-Yi ADC, a Serket support, and then I suppose Nem jungle, Kamazot solo.
right.
That would be the safe pick, right?
Yeah.
But who knows with this team. Nox, final pick of the draft here for the Tanuki. Looks like Nox support would put Cabrakan or Bastet solo and then jungle respectively. Let's answer some of these questions. Why theory craft any further? Game 3 between the Wardens and the Tanuki starts right now. Winner take all in Game 3. Important in separating out in the standings, and it is the less fun standard option for the Wardens here in this game. And it does end up being Nox for Monster Bomber over in support and pretty standard outside of that.
Wait, where's Griff? Where's he at?
Oh, because he's a bush. I was like, I don't know. He's there, I think. And then I looked at the screen. Yeah, that's kind of nuts.
I don't even
Surely
see.
that's not my call. But I guess you could see his health bar above his head depending on what settings you have turned on. I was thinking, like, that's unfair if you can just stand there in the jungle as a bush, but then I remembered you can just, like, see his name and his health bar above his head there in the jungle. All right, so Maswal gets a Zhongkui mid here up against a Tiamat. What does Zhongkui mid tell you? What kind of play style is Maswal looking for here in Game 3?
Well, I do see the bead, so right away, not the blink start that we sometimes see, but given how much CC you're up against, with this Nox, Cabrakan, Bastet, that sort of thing, I can see why Maswal's not going to prioritize the blink just yet, but still, this looks like an all-in composition to me. You're ulting with Sino, you're shredding these protections, and then you're just immediately going in with this Zhong, and you're trying to all-in. You really have no... Is Sino going to proxy this wave? I guess they recognize the jungle is not here, so they can clear this wave very quickly.
There's a rotation happening on left. No, it's just for the Oracles. I thought maybe the old level 2 4-man gank was on its way to the left side of the map, but no, not the case. You're right, though. As a quick little proxy out, jungle finds its way to mid for the Tanuki. I mean, that just makes sense, right? Sino's playing a standard pick, so you got to do something crazy as far as the way that you're playing. I guess blinking to proxy a wave isn't all that crazy, but definitely unique.
We're looking for something here. Like, Sino, give us something. We saw you blink for the proxy. We're going to make that as outlandish.
He just wants us to talk about him so bad. It's unbelievable. This guy plays the weird picks, does the weird stuff, dies for first blood, surely, right? No, actually, heals through a lot of it and keeps himself on the map. Sino. Doesn't end up dying. Will Tripno die? No, there will be a lot of tick damage returned on the other side. Somehow Sada Dragon and Tripno end up being the worse off duo after trading 2 versus 1 a couple of times.
Yeah, it's very difficult to deal with Zhongkui early. It's very difficult to deal with the Zhong late as well. The duo lane, I'm seeing a lot of pressure. Monster Bomber very consistent on these shadow locks, so Gino really can't do what Serkets want to do. You can't just be aggressive and just poke up and try to get as many Cobra's Kisses off as possible as Sino is behind the tower right now. This is what we were looking for, Dave.
I am tired of this guy. I'll tell you what. I am tired of Sino. I can't stand it. You're gonna play Chernobog, you're gonna play Anubis. Walk between tier 1 and tier 2 towers. No, it makes sense. It's buying space for the red buff to get invaded for the rest of the team, realizing that the Wardens have some pressure. So it's some nice early map awareness from this Wardens team as Sino's proxied waves on one side, hung out between tier 1 and tier 2 tower on the other side, allowed for some red buff invades. Although no kills have dropped yet, the early part of the map is going well for the Wardens.
Yeah, they have a little bit of pressure, except in this dual lane, I would say. Right now, still very difficult to try to jump in, because this is what happens.
This lane feels bad.
Yeah, you jump into a silence right now, Monster Bomber is pretty much saying, nope. And once again, no, you cannot step up to my Medusa, and there's nothing you can do about it right now. Probably looking for some jungle help before you get really aggressive in these lanes, in the dual lane specifically, as we might see.
No, it's happening again. Relentless One. Oh, the bat out of hell, perfectly timed. Literally could not have come out a half second later. And Relentless One will survive this time. Still maintains the blink on the Camazotz. And Relentless One is even in levels. It has not died yet, so it's already a better look than what we saw in this matchup in game number 2. But still showing us that apparently this is a pretty comfortable matchup for Bastet as Snatty, who forced the Relentless One into the ultimate and out of lane.
Yeah, I think on this Camazotz, you really have to hit every ability on your opposition and the wave, right? You want to be hitting those twos consistently to get your healing, but also it's going to be your poke, and then also at your wave clear, whereas Bastet, her abilities are so easy to hit. They're all very large AoE abilities besides really the root, so you just have a lot of damage that you want to try to confirm, but it's also hard to hit. Whereas the flip side, Bastet just, pretty free-spirited in that lane. You can kind of throw your abilities out as you want, so it makes sense that Snatty is going to get a little bit ahead in the early game. Late game, though, Relentless One probably not going to have a good time either, I will say, because Bastet just goes for this full damage build.
Which do you prefer, the one where you have to hit everything or the more free-spirited, free flow? Because I'll tell you right now,
no, I definitely prefer the
anyone where I have to hit every single ability is already out of the question for me. So if you're trying to sell me on either of these two picks, because there are people out there who are thinking I can hit everything and therefore Camazotz is the pick for me. No, I want to be free-spirited, free-flowing, over in the solo lane, throw out some abilities, get some free damage. You've sold me on the Bastet pick. Would you agree? Would you go Bastet or Camazotz if you pitch yourself in the same way you just pitched me?
No, believe me, I much prefer the Bastet.
Yeah.
Even if you are hitting everything on Camazotz, Bastet is just more fun right now, I would say. Her ult, if you do land it, which in this imaginary scenario we've already said I will land it because I can hit everything.
You can hit everything, right?
Yeah, it's just so much more satisfying than a bat out of hell.
That's just, yeah, you're right. I'm going to toss out a couple cats. They're going to damage Relentless One down to half HP. I'm feeling just fine with that. And so even though the kills haven't dropped, Relentless One has just forced back what feels like on cooldown. As Sino goes something a bit unique from what we've seen junglers build here as of late. Ends up being a stone-cutting sword pickup on the Nemesis, item that definitely has its value. So we've seen Nem itemized a couple of different ways, ability-based and more auto-attack based, and stone-cutting sword synergize as well.
Yeah, Nem obviously is wanting. We've seen this sort of rise of the pen build, as you say, with the the Jotuns, maybe the Berserkers, the Hydras, that sort of thing. But Nem is also a tried and true auto attack shredder. She does really want to get these auto attack items online, and it's going to come online late game very hard. As Snatty might actually take some form of damage.
What
in
dream
this
world
lane.
are we living in? Oh, there's the dream. Shadow Dragon goes to sleep before my eyes in the mid lane, as Sino and Moswell both drop their ultimates, and that's first blood. On over to the Wardens, and Sino more specifically grabs first blood on the Nemesis. Gino in behind Hydrogen here, who does have beads. Gino also has a rune-forged hammer. You got to dodge out everything, and you got to use your beads perfectly. Hydrogen well-timed. Beads on out. And Dominance first item for Hydrogen. You'd think might buy some lane pressure. Snatty sends out one cat, jumps in, jumps out. Sino taking up the tower. One more shot would have gotten it done, but the Nemesis lives.
No blinks available either, so Snatty's not going to be able to chase that one away. Might be looking for Relentless One here, but don't look like there's going to be a chase opportunity. So now we're back in the duo lane where the purple buff is spawning, and Gino still getting very aggressive here. We already saw that Hydrogen used the beads here. Monster we're just trying to keep this buff alive.
Tripno's here, 3 versus 2, and good opportunity for the Tanuki. And the Wardens agree, and so they will head out and away. Relentless One has ultimate. Snatty does not. Could it be? No! Shadow Dragon rotates over, ruins the fun, and Relentless One won't find the solo kill in this lane. And instead, the Kabrakan rotates over and helps steal away the blue buff, you think. But Sino is here on this side of the map as well. That's a lot of damage on a Relentless One, who's being chipped away and taken down by Shadow Dragon. Griff has found a kill on the other side of the map. Can Moswell make a difference over here on the right? That's the question. Kills dropping all over the place. Could be one more for Gino here if the auto attacks connect. Silence is out.
Oh, it's going.
I just want the Scepter to end up getting, just chase him down. Yeah, don't auto attack at all. Let the Scepter get the last bit of damage. He finds one onto Sino. We are chaos in game number 3.
Moswell didn't
kills are
find
equal.
anyone. I really thought that rotation was sick for Moswell, but he wasn't able to find anything.
Didn't use his ultimate either. Might have been like a ring around the rosy style moment where they just kept rotating around the walls from one another.
Well,
I'm not sure.
We know one thing for sure. Moswell was not able to catch anyone out there. It looked like he at least had Sad Dragon caught out, but maybe, just maybe, too quick on the Kabrakian jungle here. But Moswell, unfortunately, still stuck in the solo lane right now, but you're not going to clear Relentless One's wave, are you? That's a level 8 solo laner. You don't want to starve him too much.
I was going to say, he's going to wait the whole time for Snatty to come back into lane. Snatty has got to pay at some point. It feels like in this matchup, Snatty has just gotten the best of Relentless One every single time. Some help for Relentless One on the right side of the map. As Snatty has used beads, and there's a kill, but it's not for Relentless One. It's over to Moswell. But some breathing room for this Camazotz for the first time in 2 games.
It seemed like Sino came over, tried to gank, and just couldn't do it. And then Relentless One's like, Moswell, please. Like, I need
Just
you.
stick around for a second. We can get a kill. I swear.
I promise she's going to jump to lane as I possibly get caught out here by Sad Dragon. The Bracken walls are good.
Well, I wonder what the timer is on this bat out of hell. This is close. Relentless One had to have been like 3 seconds away.
Yep.
Literally 3 seconds away from getting that ultimate back. So unfortunate timing if you're Relentless One. Fortunate timing if you're Sad Dragon. And while it's not quite as drastic, Trelly, there's still a 1-level lead for the jungle and 1-level lead for the solo here for the Tanuki. And so the right side of the map has just not felt good for this Warden's team in the last couple of games.
Looks like Sino's trying to get aggressive here. I don't imagine he wins this trade.
Yeah. Sad Dragon doesn't have ultimate, though. Sino could just buy time, right? I mean, the ward is down. Moswell can rotate to one side, but Snatty is here this time. Snatty!
Yeah.
Oh, my God! Sad Dragon blinks through. Sino left wondering what happened. At least the kill gets traded out, but that's all Sad Dragon can do is blink back through. It burst down Sino in an instant.
Looks like Gino's over here as well, juking out the Huntress of Bast. I don't think you have too much damage built. You have Runeforge Hammer. Hold that thought.
Yeah, that's a decent bit.
Looks like Gino actually is building pretty much full damage in this support build. Still not able to kill Snatty just yet, but the blue buff is being looked at here.
There must always be one. You know, with the Wardens, there must always be one who's doing something a little funky. And this time it's Gino building damage on support Circuit off the start. Griff rooted down in place. And walks away. The Sino was close by. I figured there'd be enough damage there, but Monster Bomber and Hydrogen don't end up chasing on through. Moswell rotation in behind. Ultimate opportunity for the Zhang Kui. Just a couple more ticks of damage is all he needs, and Sino's the one to provide. Monster Bomber now on the run as Sino will drop out of tower range. Moswell on a killing spree. And the Calvin Warden starting to warm up a bit here in game number 3.
Yeah, I'm seeing the level 13 3-0 Zhang Kui, who's already stacking a fair bit of this Warlock Sash. And I'm seeing a very difficult late game ahead for the Tanuki because really, you're trying to lock down this Zhang. I'm imagining Moswell's either itemizing into Blink or Aegis here. Either one is going to make their life pretty miserable here. Moswell clears up another kill. At this point, it's just there's a lot of damage coming out of this mid laner. Moswell said, "You know what, Sino? I'm mad at you for going Anubis jungle last game, and I'm carrying this one on my own."
Yeah. Look, Moswell had a fantastic game 1 on the Zeus, but this is like carry Moswell right now at 4-0-2 on the Zhang Kui. Don't ruin it, Gino. Though your team has turned things around, and the Tanuki needs some help. Then it's Hydrogen who provides first kill of the game for the Medusa. With the eclectic build, bit interesting. We normally see a dominance, but it's like after the Crusher has been sold off late in the game. It's just dominance straight off the rip here for Hydrogen.
Yeah, I've seen this a few times. It seems like people just are saying, hey, the Crusher is just an early game power spike. I'm playing for the late game, so I'm not even going to waste that build, that sort of thing. It still does provide a little bit of ability damage as well as penetration on your auto attack, so I don't think it's that worth it, but it seems like there's a few people like Shimigami likes to go this build a lot on Uller as well, so they value it a little bit.
They do value it. Bat out of hell. Here's some value. Good chunk damage into Sad Dragon and Snatty, but the Tremble's too much. Snatty at least goes down, but Moswell arrives all the same. Rampage from Moswell, but You've dropped the Gold Fury to the Tanuki on the other side of the map. A 2-for-2 trade feels okay until you consider the Gold Fury was being taken down in the meantime.
Great play by
Whoa.
the Tanuki to make sure to get that goal for Gino. Does not have the beads available.
Does have damage. Yes, there it is. Monster Bomber ends up dying off. And that's why you build Runeforged and Jotun's Wrath early on the Circuit support. You got enough damage to chunk down the enemy support.
Well, I didn't cover
this
my
is the
bases.
slowest tower of all time.
Dave, I didn't cover my bases because I said Moswall would itemize into Blink or Aegis, and he ended up getting Shell. So I'm just a fool of a took for not listening to you, for saying to cover my bases.
Yeah,
I
but
should have
I
said.
think the odds of ever seeing a Zhang Kui without Blink or Aegis, like one of the two, pretty limited.
I mean, I thought so.
Yeah, I would agree. But yeah,
Here I am.
you got to cover your bases in all categories.
It seems like the Phantom Shell probably on the table here. Sada Dragunov to being able to wall off Zhang. Just a little bit too annoying, so saying, hey, let's walk through. As Sino tries to get aggressive here.
Does not dodge out the ultimate from Snatty, and that'll be another kill over to Sada Dragon, who is 6 and 4. Relentless One waits out the Aegis from Snatty. Doesn't have Bat Out of Hell, but does have beads. Needs to use those. It's Feast and Famine for Sada Dragon right now. 6 kills, but also 4 deaths. Feels like Kabrakan has been able to rotate in and find a kill, but then usually immediately dies after the fact. Which one will he be doing here? There's a Bat Out of Hell for Relentless One. Finds the stun. Finds the trembles. Bat Out of Hell delay things here. Whoa, Relentless One uses a couple of swoops to get underneath the tier 2 tower. Sada Dragon's got the walls, but Relentless One has got the jump. Moswall rotates on through. Monster Bomber, not enough damage to kill off Relentless One, who is standing inside the pool, healing up. Moswall rooted in place there as well. And another kill on over to the Zhang Kui. Petrify out of the duo lane as the Tanuki rally around the right side of the map and answer back for a kill on the Sada Dragon with 2 of their own. Might be a third if Moswall gets chased down.
Moswell probably going to have to card and run away here for the slow, but Sino already back. That respawn timer is not very long for a level 13 Nemesis. The lockdown could be good here, but Sino still wants to chase. I don't think under the tier 2 tower is the best option here.
No, I don't think so either, though Sino continuing to chop away. That's a nice ricochet that still searching for a target. Sino gets pulled back in. Moswall will survive, and it seems like Trilly can finally take a deep breath. Somehow Moswall does not end up dying off.
Looking at Sada Dragon, as you mentioned, as Griff, gonna have to juke out the pounce here probably, but this time the stun will be enough to save his life. Sada Dragon 6 and 5, but 0 assists. Every time he goes in, yeah, he finds a kill and dies, but he doesn't need help from anyone. It seems like Sada will not let anyone else confirm his kills. He will be the only one who has the burst damage to do that. So the Kabrakan just make sure to any fight he starts, he's there to see it through. Whether he dies or gets the kill, he'll be there.
Now, I think, worth mentioning some fun on the other side when we get it. I've said the word root a couple of times, and that's because we get one of a few looks at entangling wings for Monster Bomber here. It is the upgrade to Sprint, of course.
Root Sprint.
Right, Root Sprint, effectively. Anyone in the area just gets rooted for a second. And so Monster Bomber has been using that liberally, just walking towards the enemies and rooting them down. So if you see those kind of little vines grasp up and somebody on the Wardens not moving anymore, odds are Monster Bomber sent something out. If you see Hydrogen not moving anymore, it's because he got ganked by Sino and sent to the grave.
What if I see Sada Dragon not moving
If you
anymore?
see Sada Dragon not moving anymore, it's because Moswall's unstoppable and ran him down. That is a lot of damage from the Zhang Kui. Play around the Zhang Kui is maybe the name of the game here from the Wardens, and shut down the Zhang Kui should be the Tanuki game plan.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult here. 7-0, has a fully stacked Warlock Sash, Soul Gem online as well, as Gino is going to start with a Blink here. Tripno probably has a large avenue just to run under Phoenix here. I can't imagine.
There are still 2 towers in this lane. Why are we here? There's the root.
Root Sprint.
Double root as Moswall stuck in place for so long. And I guess we're here because Moswall is 7-0 and can do no wrong here. 1 swoop no, 2 swoop no. As Aegis will officially usher Relentless One out and away, you'd think. But as I've mentioned, still both towers remaining in the mid lane. And so we were purely looking for kills if we were the Kowlin Wardens, and no more kills were there to be found. Primal Fury is close to respawning. There's a Pyromancer up on the right side of the map as well. So we are back in the zone, Trelly, of having some stuff to fight over here in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, looks like there might be a grouping around here, finally. Looking at this Gold Fury, the Tanuki are actually going to be the ones to pull it, but Griff has spotted this out immediately, and Moswall is here.
Yeah, Moswall is here. That's who you really need. Half health Sada Dragon before he can even walk forward. Ultimate out of Griff as well. Finally a kill, but it's Monster Bomber who gets the shutdown. You love getting a shutdown, but the support is the one who gets that unstoppable shutdown worth of gold in the back pocket, and you might not even be able to survive anyway. Gino is in on the chase. The health bars are so low, but the Wardens won't be able to chase this one out unless Gino jumps over the wall, which he does, connects for a lot of CC, sends Hydrogen right on back towards the wall. Now Griff leaps his way on in, a couple auto attacks missing, and somehow Tripno and Monster Bomber will both live. Somehow Hydrogen will stay alive.
No one was able to finish those. As Snatty might actually be able to find a kill onto Sino here, but it looks like not enough damage, and the retreat is on. I can't believe that it was only the trade Moswall for Sad Dragon that happened about, what, 45 seconds ago or so? So quite a long time for people to juke around with 1 HP there. And the Primal Fury still stands tall. No one was able to take that one either. So just kind of chasing those kills down as the Tanuki are trying to get back as quickly as possible. But it looks like Gino will be able to lead the charge onto this Primal Fury.
Gino getting back in range. Primal Fury down to half HP. Snatty also at half HP. Gino rooted in place. The Tanuki take down the Primal Fury. Thought there might be some intrigue there, but with only Gino in range, not much to be seen. I said feast or famine about this Kabrakan earlier on in the game. Was a lot of feasting happening. The food stores have run dry for Sada Dragon here as of late. Was 6-4 at one point, now drops to 6-7.
Sada's hungry.
This is a call. Yeah, he's starving, parched for a kill. Maybe around the Fire Giant one could drop. Fire Giant down to half. Tanuki are close by. Monster Bomber ends up getting stunned. Good damage out of Griff. So he drops the Suns on the front line of the Tanuki. Sino wants some more though. Ultimate is there, but it's on a Monster Bomber. Swoop on through, and Relentless One finds the first kill. Gino's got the second, but the in and out from Snatty trades one back onto Sino. Relentless One suddenly starting to warm up here in game 3. Has a double kill. Tripno's on the run.
Looks like Hydrogen is just going to split push on that left side while Tripno is still being chased. Of course, the Wardens were not able to pull that Fire Giant there, just finding 3 kills for the cost of Sino, and that tier 2 tower is going to drop, but it seems like Tripno still undying in this game and will not fall just yet. I have to imagine the Pyromancer is what's going to be looked at here, but it looks like they are trying to pull this FG. They don't have the HP for this.
Yeah, I don't think any of these 3 want to tank up the Fire Giant. Just maybe damage checking. The FG seeing what's what. Tripno close by. You'd love to get a kill onto Relentless One or Griff if you can, but too far away and too much damage would be returned. So you got the baby Fire Giant and 3 kills for only dropping 1 if you're the Wardens. But it's like the same thing as game 1, where all the kills and the objectives and stuff are going to the Wardens, but the gold is like unmoving. But the experience is. It's 4,000 XP for the Wardens, and gold is negligible. It's happening again. Game 1, when it went this way, though, did go to the Wardens. So if history repeats itself, it should be a game, would be a game 3 win here for the Wardens.
Yeah, it still seems like Moswall is able to not only get a massive amount of damage off before he falls, but just any time an engage happens, if they are around this young, they have to watch their positioning and try to back up, as Moswall is going to hide behind the FG here. Maybe the Tanuki will get a little overconfident thinking he is gone. But still, just looking at Relentless One at the moment. Has Bat Out of Hail, not available just yet.
No, not just yet. Needs it, because health is down to half HP for Relentless One right now. The Fire Giant actually pulled by the Tanuki. Ultimate's ready to go for all 10 players here in this game. Fire Giant not taking that much damage. Gino has to use the beat. He uses it for reinitiation, but ends up getting pulled right back through by Snatty into the back line. Goes Sino and Relentless One. Sada Dragon back to eating. Finds the opening kill. Tripno with the second. Sada Dragon suddenly's got a double. Then it's only the carries of the Wardens left alive as Griff and Moswall now running for the hills, but here comes the collapse from the rest of the Tanuki. Nice stun from Moswall. That one finds its way onto Snatty. Griff, the last one in this fight, needs to make a miracle happen, but the clock has struck midnight, and Griff will go down a deicide out of nowhere for the Tanuki.
it just seemed like they were able to virtually shut down all of the engage that the Wardens had. It seems like Monster Bomber's Nox pick is really shutting this down. I mean, the silence in of itself is just super annoying to deal with, and if you can't get your full DPS off when you think you're able to, it's just able to shut your push down in its tracks. The Fire Giant is being looked at here and will definitely go down. Snatty, on the other hand, is just going to push down mid, not really fearing they need the damage on the Fire Giant. And the Tier 2 tower should also fall. So great play by the Tanukis, making sure to keep everyone alive for this FG. And now you have to deal with a 5-man FG push down mid.
Snatty dueling out with Gino, who's getting the better of this moment. Gino just a little bit of damage away from grabbing this kill. Falls just short. Sino back on the respawn. Back in the kill column. Needed it. Was 2 and 6 on this Nemesis. Now 3 and 6 after dropping Snatty. And that actually slows down this Fire Giant push a decent bit. You get the Fire Giant off the solo laner and Snatty's off the map for 40 seconds.
Yep, you do have only 4 strong with FG at the moment now. And it looks like they're not done. Gino probably is going to sit at that purple buff trying to get some form of relics here, but you don't have the last breath available. And you don't really have any kill potential without that at the moment. You have sort of re-itemized into a support build. After with the Rune Forger and the Jotuns, now a Thebes and Relic Dagger. So I don't think Gino's going to be 100-0ing anybody anytime soon. But maybe just trying to strip some relics is finally Relentless One and Moswall are sort of joined around this purple buff. Look at the Tanuki. They're just sitting there as a squad saying, hey, let's not push up until we have to, but now finally starting the trek towards their red buff.
Gold Fury. I guess the gold gap is still close enough where Gold Fury feels nice, but you got to do this quickly. You sure don't want to lose another big fight if you're the Wardens for this Gold Fury. Now, like, get out is what Relentless One is thinking. Bat out of hell. Triggered and escaped. So the Tanuki drop a very small, drop the ball a little bit. It's not huge, but a little bit of gold finds its way back to the Wardens. More so, it's taking possible gold away from the Tanuki at this point to snowball out with the 2 remaining minutes of this Fire Giant buff. Already, mid and left Phoenixes are open. So that's where the Tanuki will turn their eyes. Great opportunity to find some win conditions here on the map.
My eyes are still on Monster Bomber at the moment, seeing if they can find any sort of Nox combo to start this engagement. The root sprint is here. And you already know that there's some priority targets that need their beads down before this fight can begin. Obviously, all 5 are available currently, and Sada's going to start him with a blink.
Whoa, Sada Dragon has separated out this fight. Sada Dragon's the only one who's taken any damage. Gino is alone with 5, and somehow doesn't lose that much HP. So the initial onslaught leaves a couple members of the Wardens a bit lower than a couple members of the Tanuki. 4 ultimates, though, now missing for the Tanuki. 4 ultimates, make it 5 missing from the Wardens. Can Petrify make all the difference in the world? Find out as we continue the saga of the Tanuki versus the Wardens, which could be coming to a close here at any moment. The Tanuki in a commanding position after being behind for a decent amount of this game. In the experience department, never that far behind in the gold department. Relentless One and Sino both have their blinks, but right now they're on the back foot. I'm sure they'll find the opportunity to blink into the other side. Moswall, that's 7, 2, and 7, needs to step up for his team under this left side Phoenix. Petrify is out, nearly gets the kill on a Gino, takes some damage away from Relentless One. And the Tanuki quietly knocked down the left side Phoenix.
Yeah, unfortunately, Moswall didn't have beads available, so had to treat every bit of an engage there as true death, because I think if this Zhong dies, I think you're right to say that this game's probably over. Moswall is the shining ray of hope. Of course, Griff does have a large amount of damage built in as well, but Zhong really is the back off button here for the engage for the Tanuki. So if a lockdown happens on the Zhong Kui, it's not gonna be pretty.
We will take a quick pause here before Game 3 ends up coming to a close. Appreciate everyone at home's patience. What a series these two teams have put on. I'll take just the brief second we have to like fully zoom out here. We go into this matchup, I don't think incorrectly favoring the Wardens in this set in general. I think both teams have had their fair share of mistakes throughout the set so far here today, but this has been very back and forth. Both teams in all 3 games, I think, have had opportunities to win all 3 games. And Wardens had a real great chance to close things out earlier on. Tanuki find a deicide over in the mid lane that turns this game around. And it's not over yet, Trelly. 30 seconds left until the next FG. 4,000 gold or so is how far the Tanuki are in the lead. Spread that out over everyone, and still a fighting chance for this Wardens team.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see that, you know, if it was a 2-1 in the Wardens' favor and Sino picked, hold that thought, Sad Dragon does take the bait.
But Sada Dragon is not losing enough HP. We have invested our sneakiness on a Sada Dragon who ends up living. Moswell sends his ultimate out as well. All 5 ultimates gone for the Wardens with nothing to show for it. The chase is on as the Tanuki smell blood in the water. Tripno full HP on the left side of this fight, jumping in towards Sino as Griff, Moswell, and Gino desperately running towards the hills. Relentless One goes up and over the wall. And it looks like the disengage is in. Beads end up getting used by Griff on the other side of the fight. And the Wardens come up empty-handed.
Only 28 minutes into this one, so not an enhanced Fire Giant, but it will be spawning very shortly. And it doesn't even look like the Wardens are going to show face on it. It was just spawned up too quickly. Unfortunately, that gank for them did not work out. But yeah, as we were saying, you wouldn't be wrong to assume going into this set that the Wardens were able to take this one just by sheer name recognition alone. But after game 1, you know, maybe you had some sort of doubts. Of course, once you see that Anubis jungle, you know, that's one thing to say, like, hey, that was the reason they lost. But now, a relatively normal team come for the Wardens. Sino is on Nemesis, arguably one of the better jungles in the game.
Yeah.
And still, the Tanukis are standing strong. Not just standing, they're winning. They have the Fire Giant. They have the lead. A Phoenix is down for the Wardens. So all things considered, I would say they have more than shown that they are capable with hanging, and they're pretty close to taking this set.
I love Sada Dragon's build right now, just purely on my own personal preference. The Calamitous Rod of Tahuti on the back end of a stun, just going to drop a meteor on someone's head. And so I'm very excited about that. Then also picks up the SpongeBob Blink, which is one of my favorite relic upgrades. Of course, the Scorching Blink rune is what I'm referencing there. And I've yet to see it make like a massive impact. I don't know if it'll ever make a massive impact. But I just think that combo is so fun. And so Calamitous Rod of Tahuti and the Scorching Blink, a couple of my favorite items in the game of Smite at the moment. So Sada Dragon, you've had your problems in this game. You're 8-8, done a lot of killing, your fair share of dying, but I'm a fan of your build, at least from a viewer perspective, going into the final, what could be the final moments here of this game. 30 minutes in, the Tanuki grab themselves Fire Giant. There's a left side Phoenix still down, but it will be respawning here shortly. The Wardens need to find a perfect team fight in order to turn this game around.
I would say because of Sada Dragon's build, as you mentioned, already winners in our heart. But I would like to see a nice true damage SpongeBob Blink into a stun. Meteor finishes them off. That would be ideal for me. I'd be able to just say, you know what, this was a good set with that alone, just that highlight play. But still, 3 Phoenixes are up. The one in left is getting very weak, and Fire Minions are on the way. So that is going to be difficult to try to defend. You're going to have to send someone over. Yeah. But the siege on the right Phoenix should be beginning shortly. Once those Fire Minions show up, I imagine that'll be the go button.
Griff still 10 seconds away from those beads. Other than that, everyone in the game has their relics ready to go. Ultimates also all ready to go. Just waiting on the minion waves to crash on in. Left side Phoenix. Looks like it'll end up getting taken down by the Fire Minions. The Wardens not worried about their left side Phoenix at all. They're just putting up a full 5-strong defense over here on the right side of the map. Minion wave still a decent bit away here down the lane. It's going to be staring across the room at one another until the minion waves reach.
Yeah, the Titan is going to start taking some damage, and it looks like Moswell is going to have to back off. But
tough.
On the flip side, Griff just ults them away and says, hey, Moswell, clear and get over here quickly. I only have a few suns left, and now the siege begins.
Now the fight is on. Moswell will be late to the party. But will there even be a party by the time Moswell gets there? There's already a disengage from Gino. On the backside of this fight, Sino drops his ult over onto Snatty. Sada Dragon's got good damage onto Sino. But somehow no kills end up dropping. Still a couple important ultimates left on the map. Moswell has got his. You never know. When you got a strong Zhang Kui on the map and an ultimate, anything can happen.
Yeah, it looks like a re-engage from Gino here.
Whoa.
He's going to try to get some CC. The root sprint is down, and Gino is going to have to back off here. Moswell still holding on to that ultimate.
Oh no, Griff has to leap on out of this fight as well. You can sense the tides turning. The Tanuki storming the base of the Wardens. Griff now running for the hill. Sino has found 1 kill over onto Snatty. Oh, but the Titan is taking so much damage. There's no fight to be had. And the Tanuki walk on in, and in 33 minutes, we'll take game 3 and the set.
Maswal didn't even get a chance to ult because of how
Yeah, it
quickly
feels bad.
that Titan actually was burned there at the end. Unfortunate, a Jean-Qui ult could have, done some sort of damage there, but unfortunately, once the re-engage happened, it seemed like there was no opportune time, and that's the issue with not getting a blink.
I consider this an upset. The Tanuki winning here. Will it be an upset by the time we've seen more games? The Tanuki could end up being one of the best teams we've got here in the North American SEC, and this win just makes sense. But as far as early season SEC, I think you give the Wardens the edge here in this matchup. But the Tanuki are the ones who end up taking it in 3 games. Very competitive in all of the games we've got in the North American SEC. I believe the guys on the previous cast just mentioned that you've had 1-2 game set in the North American SEC, and this one was not one of them. Game 3, a brawl back and forth, a long drawn-out affair, and this is really where things turn, Trelly. There was a massive XP lead for the Wardens here in the mid lane. They don't find a single kill and end up getting deicide, and the game was flipped from that point on.
Yeah, I gotta point to Snatty once again. Able to find pressure pretty much the whole set in this solo lane. I don't think Relentless One was ever feeling like, yeah, I'm doing well in this lane. Even maybe, but for more often than not, I think Snatty was pretty dominant in this lane particularly, and it's just was able to show that team fight presence throughout the whole entirety of this 3-game set.
I'm sorry, I'm totally caught on SpongeBob Blink. That tracks, right? Because SpongeBob, there's an episode
where he's
scooting along the ground.
Scoots on the ground.
And there's fire behind him.
Yeah, his pants burn off because of the flames, and then fire shows on the ground. You're 100% right.
I'm making sure that was correct. But
yes.
Big win here for the Tanuki. 31,000 damage out of the mid lane down the stretch there.
And Bastet, they both did 31,000.
They both did just massive damage numbers here in this game. I think the Tanuki deserve all the props in the world. And if you're the Wardens, you're far from out of this phase of the. There's so many games still left to play, but I don't think the players playing up to the quality that their name would suggest at points here in this set. I think there is bounce back potential for this Wardens team. The Tanuki, they might be here to stay. Fantastic set win for the Tanuki, and a couple of good North American sets that we've had for you here today. The Hounds win 2-0 over the Weavers, and the Tanuki grab the 2-1 win over the Wardens. We have one more North American set to play. That will be played prior to the SPL on Saturday, April 9th at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Our final North American set will be played. That is the Sages up against the Storm. How do the standings change after this? There are 2 very different ways the standings can look after that Storm versus Sages matchup. If the Sages win, we've got 4 out of 6 teams all tied at 1-1. If the Storm win, then you start to have some parity. 2-0, a couple teams at 1-1, a couple teams at 0-2. The North American SEC, I think, Trelly, is going to be a lot of fun to watch throughout this phase.
Yeah, just looking at the standings alone, you can sort of see all the competition that has arose. And I think, like you mentioned, it was fair to say that the Wardens probably should have taken this. And now that we're getting to see the Tanuki finally coming into fruition for how they're really gelling together with this comp, they've got a fighting shot at taking on pretty much anyone in this league right now.
Yeah, Tanuki, very fun team to watch. North American and EU SEC, both fun leagues to watch. We had 4 sets today, 3 of them go 3 games. So on behalf of myself, Trelly Rayleigh, all the other casters, everyone back in production, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.